The Elden Lore series was created because we wanted to help tell the stories of the people, places, and monsters of the lands between. After over a year of digging, writing, recording, drawing, and creating content, there is still plenty left to explore in this world, and we are sincerely grateful you've been along for the ride. One comment we've received multiple times across the over 80 videos we've released is that our community would like to have a compilation of our Elden Lore series they can use as background noise. Something to relax or sleep to that can run while they're doing other things. That's what this video is meant to be, a thank you to the community and a long-form piece of content compiling the first year of the Elden Lore series. For those who have been around long enough, you know that the production value of this series has not always been as good as it is today. The earliest Elden Lores were pretty rough, with low-quality video and audio, as well as some glaring mistakes from back when we were all just starting to explore Elden Ring. With that in mind, you'll notice our first video has been significantly rewritten to reflect more accurate information, and the first 6 episodes of Elden Lore's audio have been re-recorded. We've also gone through and removed the callouts we add to each episode showing off the art and asking for subscribers, so you won't be forced to listen to us ask you to sub over 100 times. But don't worry, the art will still intro each topic. With that said, let's begin. Welcome to Square Table Gaming. We're going to take a break from our usual reaction and gameplay videos to talk about some of the more interesting lore we've come across while playing Elden Ring. The Square Table team over here has been playing the game non-stop since release, and the more we dive into the lands between, the more enthralled we find ourselves with the stories behind its gods. So much of Elden Ring is left unspoken, with item descriptions and NPC conversations filling in the blanks. We believe that through sharing information with each other, we've cobbled together a stronger understanding of the gods inhabiting the lands between, and their family Erdtree. We start this look at the Golden Order of the Lands Between with Queen Marika the Eternal, an Empyrean, and technically a parent to all of the gods in Elden Ring. Before diving into Marika's marriages and children, it's important to understand what it means to be an Empyrean. Empyreans are the only beings capable of becoming a vessel for the Elden Ring and containing it within themselves through the Greater Will's blessing. While the exact criteria for being an Empyrean is unknown, it is said that they must be born from a single god. We will touch on this later. Not much is known about Marika's time before marrying her first husband, a man by the name of Hoarah, who in no way was considered a god. Hoarah led Marika's forces in a war of conquest across the lands between, where he felled such foes as the Giants, the Stormlord, and Sarosh, king of the Beastmen. It is said that his warrior spirit left him after his final battle, and he took Sarosh upon his back, quelling his bloodlust and marrying Marika to become Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Sometime later, Marika banished him from the lands between, making him the first Tarnished. Godfrey would take all those in the lands between exiled and branded as Tarnished, and start his own tribe, which he would lead across the Badlands and out into the world. Godfrey and Marika had 3 children before his exile, the twins Morgott, the Omen King, and Mohg, Lord of Blood, and Godwyn the Golden. After exiling Godfrey from the lands between, Marika took Radagon as her second husband. This is where things can get confusing, as Radagon is Marika, or rather, Radagon may be the male half of Marika. This is a point of contention for the lore community, as there is ample evidence for 2 different theories. Either Radagon is a separate being, split off from Marika, or Radagon was simply a magical disguise used by Marika. Either way, in order to broker peace between the sorcerers of Raya Lucaria and the Golden Order, Radagon would marry the last queen of Caria, Rennala of the Full Moon. Unfortunately, this marriage was not to last, as Marika would eventually call Radagon to become the second Elden Lord. Marika and Radagon went on to have 2 children together, the twins, Malenia and Mikola, both of which were born Empyreans and chosen by the Two Fingers to possibly contain the Elden Ring. At this time, Marika also granted demigod status to all of her children, including those Radagon had with Rennala. Radagon and Rennala had 3 children before he was called by Marika to become the second Elden Lord: the Lunar Princess Ranni, General Radahn, and Praetor Rykard. Interestingly, Ranni was also born an Empyrean. This stands in contrast to the idea that an Empyrean has to be born of a single god. However, this may be due to the general understanding of what exactly being born of a single god means. Before leaving Rennala, Radagon granted her the power of a Great Rune, making her the only non-blood relative of Marika to hold a Great Rune, even if it is in the form of an amber egg. Sometime after all of the demigod children from various marriages were born, Ranni became disillusioned with the Greater Will and decided to destroy her own body to escape her fate as an Empyrean and create a new way for the Lands Between. In order to do this, she stole a piece of the Rune of Death and used it to murder Godwyn. This destroyed Godwyn's spirit and Ranni's physical body, making them the first casualties we know of amongst the royal bloodline. According to the official story, the death of her son enraged Queen Marika. Believing she was betrayed by the Greater Will, she defiantly smashed the Elden Ring with her hammer, bringing about the shattering. In the same instant, Radagon attempted to repair it with his hammer, but was unsuccessful. This angered the Greater Will, which went on to trap Marika and Radagon within the Erdtree, forcing them to share a body once more. Of course, there are various theories outlining Marika's intention to escape the shackles of the Greater Will, possibly even planning the shattering alongside Ranni, but those are best left for another time. Now that we have an understanding of all the known demigods, there's one last thread to pull. There's one more demigod child whom we know shockingly little about: Melina. On multiple occasions, Melina refers to her mother as living within the Erdtree, which, unless we're being misled, can only mean her mother is Queen Marika. To go into this any further would require a great deal of speculation, and while we have our own theories on who Melina's father could be, or how she exists at all, we'll save those for another video. The relationships between the children of these gods are complicated, and after the shattering of the Elden Ring, they became wildly messy, with Ranni orchestrating the murder of both Godwyn's soul and her own flesh, Rykard feeding himself to the god-devouring serpent, Radahn and Malenia fighting to a stalemate for unknown reasons, multiple assaults on Leyndell, Mohg stealing Miquella from his Halig tree, Morgott protecting the capital, and Godric failing miserably to conquer the Lands Between with his army. In the end, it seems Melina will determine the true path for the Lands Between, as she works to bring our Tarnished to the foot of the Erdtree, where we can become the next Elden Lord. The lore of Elden Ring is endlessly fascinating and will be the subject of study amongst fans for a long time. We hope this exploration of the various demigods of the Lands Between and their family history has been interesting or deepened your appreciation for the writing in this incredible game. If you think we missed any important details, or misinterpreted any of the relationships between these demigods, let us know in the comments. We'd love to hear your thoughts, and know if we got anything wrong, so we can deepen our understanding of Elden Ring's lore as a community. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Quick note, we know there is information in this video that is either wrong or dated, and there is an updated Crucible Knight video that we'll be placing immediately after this one to clear that up. One of the most popular enemies in Elden Ring is easily the Crucible Knight. These knights received significant publicity before the release of the game, with plenty of images and concept art that shows you what kind of imposing figures you'd be coming across in the Lands Between. However, even with all of their popularity, little is known about the Crucible Knights, and what can be gleaned from the game is hidden entirely in descriptions from their armor and incantations. So why are the Crucible Knights treated with so much grandeur? Why are they found throughout the world of Elden Ring in various locations and not confined to fighting under one lord like so many other enemy types? And what was their purpose before the Shattering? Players can encounter a Crucible Knight fairly early in their journey at the Stormhill Evergaol. At early levels, this enemy can absolutely destroy your Tarnished with large, heavy sword swings, shield bashes, and a variety of powerful incantations. Defeating this foe will have it drop the incantation, Aspects of the Crucible, Tail, which gives us our first look into where these knights draw their power. The description of this incantation tells us it is one of the ancient Erdtree incantations, and it is a manifestation of the Erdtree's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial crucible, where all life once blended together. From this we can glean that the Crucible Knight is named for the primordial crucible, which is seen as where life began in the lands between, within the Erdtree. By defeating another Crucible Knight hidden in the Stormveil Castle Legacy Dungeon, we can find another of these incantations. Aspects of the Crucible, Horns, creates a mighty horn on the caster's shoulder to gore foes from a low stance. And yet another Crucible Knight will drop Aspects of the Crucible, Breath, which creates a throat pouch on the caster's neck, allowing them to spew fiery breath while walking. It's important to note that all three of these incantations, and the Crucible Knight's ability to sprout wings, seem to tie back to both where life started in the Erdtree and dragons. With the knowledge that Dragon Lord Placidu was Elden Lord in the time before the Erdtree, it is possible this power is tied to the original Elden Lord. The most information we can learn about who the Crucible Knights are comes from Crucible Knight Ordovis, who can be found in the Oriza Hero's Grave. By defeating this knight, we are given a plethora of information through the Crucible Axe set. The first important piece of this puzzle comes from the description text. Armor of one of the 16 ancient knights who served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. This is huge as it tells us exactly who these knights served, and how many of them existed through the lands between. The helm of this set tells us the axe ornamentation is the Knight Ordovis' mark, displayed also by his men. It makes sense that Ordovis would choose an axe as the symbol for these knights, as Godfrey's signature weapon during this time was his massive axe. For both the greaves and gauntlets of this set, we also learn that the strength shown by these knights, and even their appearance, was seen as chaotic and deserving of scorn. From the previous description text, we can learn a couple of things. Firstly, the Crucible Knights seem to have remained in the lands between after Godfrey was exiled. This explains why we see Crucible Knights in various places around the lands, in service of others, or locked away in an Evergaol. Second, likely due to their service of Godfrey and control over the Erdtree's power, the people of the lands between may have seen them as heretical. Without a lord to serve, these knights turned to using their powers in whatever way they saw fit, and given that we can encounter 14 Crucible Knights throughout the game, it's entirely possible that we will see the last two in future DLC. That is, unless these last two knights are already out there somewhere, and we've yet to find them. Now that we know who the Crucible Knights are, let's take a look at where they've ended up after being in service of Godfrey. Our first knight is the one you're most likely to encounter early in the game, trapped within an Evergaol. Given that these Evergaols effectively function as prisons, it is likely that this knight never gave up his allegiance to his lord, leading to his being locked away. This likely served as an example to other knights not to overstep or question Godfrey's exile. The second knight we can find resides just outside of Stormveil Castle. He walks back and forth outside the castle walls in an area that can only be reached by dropping down the side of the castle after leaving the Rampart Tower site of Grace. This knight seems to have found himself in the service of Godric the Grafted. This would make sense, as a knight of Godfrey may feel some sense of duty to protecting a relation of the first Elden Lord's son, even though he resides on the lowest rung of the Golden Lineage. Another Crucible Knight can be fought alongside a Misbegotten warrior in the area just outside of the Star Scourge Radahn boss fight. This knight residing in Caelid likely cares only for battle. This area of Caelid draws strong warriors to compete, so they may have found their purpose in fighting alongside the Misbegotten warrior. A Crucible Knight and a Tree Knight can be found while exploring the aqueducts. The difference between them being that the Tree Knight wields a lance. It's unknown exactly what these knights are doing here, but it's possible they may be patrolling the aqueduct to deter any who might want to challenge the valiant Gargoyle. Alternatively, Dee's brother Devon is beyond these knights. Perhaps they have a reason to be guarding him, as his brother fights back against the undead and the restoration of death to the lands between. One more Crucible Knight can be found when traveling to Nokrin, the Forbidden City, through use of the 4 belfries. This knight stands at the edge of a destroyed bridge, looking out into the void. As there's no way to leave this place without the ability to travel through grace, he likely became trapped here at some point, and waits for a worthy challenger to end his imprisonment. Both Fia and the giant warrior jar can summon enemies donning the armor of the Crucible Knights. It's important to note that these knights do not have access to the full range of Crucible Knight abilities, and seem to be player characters donning their armor. The difference between these summoned knights is that Fia's look like a summoned spirit, while the warrior jar takes the form of an invader. If these two are actually Crucible Knights, it's very possible Fia is summoning the remains of one who's fallen in battle. Either way, these may be 2 more examples of Crucible Knights finding new masters to follow after the loss of Godfrey. The most interesting Crucible Knight, in my opinion, would be the one we encounter in Volcano Manor. Known as Tanith's Knight, this warrior seems to have thrown off his title as a Crucible Knight, and now works in service of the matriarch of the manor. It seems his path led him to turn his back on the Golden Order after Godfrey's exile, and he found his purpose as part of the group hunting Tarnished. Given his devotion to Tanith, attacking us should we kill her, it is possible he even knew the truth of Volcano Manor, and wanted to see Rykard destroy the other demigods as revenge for his exiled lord. 2 Tree Knights can be found while exploring Lanedale. It's possible these knights never left their post after Godfrey's exile, choosing to remain in service to his wife, Queen Marika, and defending the royal capital. We encounter a named Crucible Knight in the Deeproot Depths, called Crucible Knight Siluria. She stands at the foot of an old tree, broken and blackened, defending the chest inside, which contains a set of Tree Knight armor, meant for those she deems worthy to be among her Crucible Knights. She is described as one of the 2 honored as foremost among the Crucible Knights, and likely had her own knights under her command. It's unknown why she now resides in the Deeproot Depths, but the tree she stands in front of does have small trees growing around and inside of it with bright yellow leaves, which may mean this is the remains of an old Erd tree that was possibly burned down or destroyed. Lastly, we have 2 Crucible Knights fighting together in the Oriza hero's grave, one unnamed, and the other, leader of the Knights, Ordovis. While we do not know who resides within the Oriza hero's grave, we know they are important enough for Ordovis to believe their remains are worth protecting. The description of Ordovis's great sword reads, "Great Sword of Ordovis, one of the 2 honored as foremost among the Crucible Knights. This sword is imbued with an ancient holy essence. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. This further solidifies that Ordovis was the strongest among this group." The Crucible Knights are an imposing force in the lands between, and I know anytime I came across them in-game, I would immediately check how many runes I was holding, and wonder if I should use a sacrificial twig. We hope you learned something new during this deep dive into these fascinating enemies. I think it would be a missed opportunity for Elden Ring not to utilize them further with any possible future DLC. But what do you think? Like, subscribe, and leave a comment telling us your favorite enemy type from Elden Ring, and maybe we can look into their lore for you in the next Elden Lore. When we started writing Elden Ring lore videos, it was to share the experience of digging through this game with the help of the community. Our first big exploration was the Crucible Knights, and thanks to that video, our channel received a significant signal boost from YouTube, and because of that, we reached so many new viewers and received so many comments that the video itself now feels deeply incomplete. With that in mind, we wanted to do something special for our 50th episode of Elden Lore by going back to the Crucible Knights and incorporating all of the findings made through our community, presenting a more comprehensive picture of these enemies and their place in the lands between. We're going to call out various commenters through the video that helped to flesh out this picture, but given the vast amount of comments that video received, we obviously can't mention everyone. With that said, if you've ever watched or commented on that original video, thank you. Square Table Gaming would not be where it is now without that initial boost, and you are the reason we do what we do. Now let's explore the Crucible Knights again, with a stronger understanding of their place within the lore of Elden Ring. In order to gain a basic understanding of the Crucible Knights, we can look toward the various armors, weapons, and incantations associated with them. The Crucible Axe armor is described as the armor of the Crucible Knights who served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, worn by the Knight Ordovis and his men, or Siluria, depending on whose armor you're looking at. Holds the power of the Crucible of Life, the primordial form of the Tree, strengthens aspects of the Crucible incantations. While this is a fairly succinct explanation of who the Knights were, there's a missing detail from Elden Ring's beta telling us that there were only ever 16 Crucible Knights in the world. This shows what an elite force they were in the lands between. While their armor tells us who they were, their gauntlets provide a little history. In time, the strength shown by these knights, and even their appearance, was seen as chaotic and deserving of scorn. So while they were likely praised in their early days, fighting alongside the first Elden Lord himself, over time they were made outcasts, likely because of their connection to the primordial Crucible. We need only look to the Crucible Knot Talisman to explain why this connection would cause them such trouble. A talisman fashioned from a bony knot that embodies aspects of various creatures, said to have grown on the human body long ago, a vestige of the Crucible of primordial life. Born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but it is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. All three of the aspects of the Crucible incantations we can find provide the same piece of lore. This is a manifestation of the Tree's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial Crucible, where all life was once blended together. Knowing these are the powers wielded by the Crucible Knights, it's made clear that their name is literal. They are connected to this ancient power, much the same way omens are. Omens are considered touched by the Crucible, and for that they are shunned by society, having their horns removed at birth, which kills most of them. Those that survive are hidden underground or used as muscle, and are hunted by the omen hunters. Even the children of Marika born omen, Morgott and Mohg, were locked away beneath the city until they each took up arms for their own missions. To put it simply, anything associated with the primordial Crucible is now despised in the lands between, which is why we find the Crucible Knights scattered across the lands, fighting under different banners, no longer an elite force, but disgraced warriors taking up arms for their own reasons. As we mentioned, there were 16 Crucible Knights in their order before Godfrey was banished from the lands between and his forces were dissolved. In our original video on the Crucible Knights, we had discovered 14 of these warriors in-game, but through the help of the community, we not only identified 2 knights we had listed that were nothing more than ghosts of player characters, but found the missing 4 knights throughout the lands between. Moving forward, we're going to take a look at all 16 Crucible Knights, where they were found in the world, and what their location may say about their story after their order was disbanded. The first Crucible Knight most of us encountered while playing Elden Ring was actually found within an Ever jail. Notice how I'm putting emphasis on jail, as many in the community left comments calling us out on our mispronunciation of Everjail as Evergaol. We've learned our lesson, we promise. Anyway, the The Crucible Knight locked in this Everjail is likely our first encounter with these enemies, and can be devastatingly difficult for new players. Like many of the knights we find, there's no real context given for why they are located here, trapped forever in their jail. But we theorize that this particular knight may have fought back against the banishment of Lord Godfrey. What better way to disband the Crucible Knights and break their spirits than to magically lock away any member of their order who questioned their treatment of the first Elden Lord. There is a Crucible Knight found on the Rampart Tower cliff in Stormvale Castle, and his presence here can seem a bit jarring. However, the context around Godric the Grafted could provide some clues as to his allegiance. As we know, Godric surrounded himself with the strongest forces he could find. The actual soldiers of Godric only defend the land around his castle, but once inside, we face exiled knights, banished knights, grafted forces, omen, eagles, lions, and even a troll. It would make sense that Godric would seek out a Crucible Knight to add to his ranks. This knight, however, seems to protect an area of the castle one would rarely find themselves in. It's possible that this knight felt some sense of duty to work under Godric, given his likely lineage to Godwyn, son of Godfrey, but that sense of duty would only take him so far. Choosing to defend an area of the castle far from his liege, who he likely saw for what he was, a far cry from worthy of his place amongst the demigods. When visiting the 4 belfries, we can enter a portal that takes us to Nokrin, where we see a Crucible Knight staring off into the sky of this underground land. We originally thought that this knight simply stood on this destroyed bridge because he was trapped. Without grace to allow free movement around the land, there was no way for them to leave this spot. However, as commenter Adele Grief pointed out, they aren't just staring into the void. This knight is looking at Mohg's castle. Perhaps he keeps watch over Mohg, the son of his lord Godfrey, but chooses to do it from afar so as to keep themselves separated from his worship of the Formless Mother. Or perhaps it's the opposite. Maybe this knight seeks to find a way to Mohg's palace to end the heresy of his former liege's offspring. 2 Crucible Knights can be found in another area of Nokrin. When traveling to the Waterfall Basin, we encounter a knight wielding a spear, and another wielding a sword. These knights seem to be defending the area ahead, and we think we know why. Just past them we can find Dee, Beholder of the Dead, a man whose brother is dedicated to ending those who live in death. While he himself takes up that cause upon his brother's death, perhaps these knights were acting as wardens to keep Dee from heading deeper into the basin. Why would they be doing this? Because if you follow the basin, you can make your way to the resting place of Godwyn the Golden's remains. Godwyn was the Golden's son, the only one of Godfrey's children not to be born an omen, and we believe it well within the realm of possibility that these knights may have taken up the task of defending him. While they couldn't save him in life, they could at least defend his corpse from being disturbed after his death. Interestingly, another knight can be found in the Deeproot Depths, and we'll be discussing her next. As we make our way through the depths, we can find an old tree, possibly the remains of a minor Erd tree from long ago, and standing guard over it is Crucible Knight Siluria. She is the only named Crucible Knight wearing the Crucible Tree armor, and upon her defeat, she drops the great spear, Siluria's Tree. The description of this weapon tells us it is the weapon of one of the 2 honored as foremost among the Crucible Knights. The primordial form of the Erd tree is close in nature to life itself, and this spear, modeled on its crucible, is imbued with its ancient holy essence. Given that she is known as one of the 2 honored as foremost in their order, we believe it's likely Siluria led the Crucible Tree Knights, while another led the Crucible Axe Knights. As for her purpose here, we believe she, like the 2 knights defending the basin, was a last line of defense against those who would desecrate the corpse of Godwyn the Golden. It is also worth noting that just beyond Siluria, within the husk of the tree she was stationed in front of, we can find the Crucible Tree Knight armor set. Perhaps this armor belonged to another of their order, one who has already died by the time we enter the Lands Between, but who we can still face in battle. If we make our way through the Road's End catacombs, we face a spirit caller snail. These snails are able to call on spirits from beyond the grave to fight on their behalf. As long as we don't kill it too quickly, it can summon both a Crucible Axe Knight and a Crucible Tree Knight. Even if we never encounter any Crucible Knights before this point, it can still summon these enemies. This tells us that at least 2 Crucible Knights have died before we made our way to the Lands Between, accounting for 2 more of the overall 16. This also helps us account for the Tree Knight armor found behind Siluria. Thanks to the Nexus for calling this detail out in the comments of our original video. Another Crucible Knight can be fought alongside a Misbegotten warrior near the Redmane Castle Festival Ground. We believe this knight cares only for battle, which would explain why he made his way to Caelid after Godfrey's exile. This area of Caelid draws strong warriors to compete, so they likely found their purpose in fighting alongside the Misbegotten warrior against any who would challenge them. While others in the Lands Between would refuse to fight alongside this beast, a Crucible Knight would see no issue with having a Misbegotten as a battle companion. They both draw their strength from the primordial Crucible, and they both thirst for victory. In Leyndell, we are able to face 2 different Crucible Knights while exploring the city. We believe these knights may have chosen to swear their fidelity to Marika after their lord was banished, which would explain their presence in the royal capital. One of these knights is found standing over a long-dead corpse, which has a hero's rune lying on top of it. Notably, they also appear to be staring at an ornate depiction of the Erd Tree. Another is found patrolling the area around Grandsack's Bolt. These knights are both found without many other soldiers around them, perhaps being left to their own devices, as others in Marika's forces disdain their primordial power. Another 2 Crucible Knights can be found in crumbling Farum Azula. Neither of these were mentioned in our original video, so thank you to Core54 and Angel Down for being the first 2 commenters to call them out to us. One of these knights can be found alongside the corpse of a dragon, while the other can be found fighting against beastmen. We believe the origins of these knights can be traced back to Godfrey's battle with Dragonlord Placidusax. At some point in the past, we know this battle took place, with Godfrey defeating the Dragonlord and leaving him gravely injured. So it would make sense that he would have taken his elite knights into battle with him during his march on Farum Azula. What if 2 of his knights were left behind to ensure no one disturbed this place after their victory? This would explain why one of them is found embroiled in battle, while another stands over the remains of a slain dragon, an enemy he likely defeated with his comrades years ago. It's possible these knights have no idea their lord was banished. They're simply continuing to follow their orders to this day. After making our way through the Oriza hero's grave, we can come face to face with another named Crucible Knight, Ordovis. He fights alongside another knight, and upon defeating them both, we receive the Crucible Axe set and Ordovis' greatsword. This sword is identical to those carried by all of the sword-wielding Crucible Knights, and its item description sheds light on Ordovis' place in their order. Greatsword of Ordovis, one of the 2 honored as foremost among the Crucible Knights. This sword is imbued with an ancient holy essence. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. Knowing that the axe armor is said to be worn by Ordovis' men, and the tree armor is said to be worn by Siluria's men, we know that these 2 were likely the commanders of the Crucible Knights under Godfrey. Ordovis' greatsword also talks about the red tint of primordial gold, which is not mentioned anywhere else in Elden Ring. By saying it's close in nature to life itself, perhaps it's implying that the brilliant gold of the Erd Tree may be an abnormality, removed from how life should be in the Lands Between. When it comes to why Ordovis chose to remain in the Oriza's hero grave, we can't say definitively. But if we had to guess, we'd say he was likely placed there by Godfrey, and given the aid of a Crucible Tree Knight by Siluria. The last Crucible Knight we have to discuss is my personal favorite. When we reach the Volcano Manor, we can speak with Lady Tanith, and behind her stands a Crucible Axe Knight that has clearly sworn his allegiance to the Manor. Known as Tanith's Knight, this warrior seems to have thrown off his title as a Crucible Knight, and now works in service of the matriarch of Volcano Manor. It seems his path led him to turn his back on the Golden Order entirely after Godfrey's exile, and he found his purpose as part of Rykard's inner circle. We believe this knight is the only one of their order who chose to fight back against those who deemed them nothing more than creatures to be disdained due to their very nature. We believe he was appointed by Rykard to defend Tanith, which explains why the only way for us to meet him in battle is to kill Tanith while she feasts on Rykard's remains. Ultimately, we believe he wanted to see Rykard destroy the other demigods as revenge for his exiled lord. As an aside, another fun bit of lore that we believe is now common knowledge was first brought to our attention by Lieutenant Cedar Xander. Both Ordovis and Siluria are named after real-life time periods, the Ordovician and the Silurian, both of which took place hundreds of millions of years ago. It's a fun tie-in to the idea that the primordial crucible existed long before the time of the Erdtree, and speaks to just how ancient the power wielded by these knights truly is. There we have it, a definitive list outlining all 16 Crucible Knights that can be found throughout Elden Ring. While some claim that the description calling out the 16 knights should no longer be considered canon due to its removal from the armor set after the closed beta, we believe it's no coincidence that we can account for each of these knights in-game. Of course, we could always find new Crucible Knights in future DLCs that would lend credence to the idea that we should ignore that number. Unless, of course, we're dealing with a world within a dream, which I still think is a real possibility. So what did you think of this revamped exploration of the Crucible Knights? Let us know in the comments how you feel about our dissection of each knight. Like and subscribe so you never miss another lore dive. Thank you so much for joining us for our 50th episode in this series. We sincerely appreciate every single one of you. We'll see you next time for more Elden Lore. The deeper you dive into the lore of Elden Ring, the more you see that the Tarnished are just as fractured as the Golden Order. The first time you arrive at the Round Table Hold, it's easy to feel a sense of camaraderie, like you're not alone in the exploration of the lands between, and your quest to collect great runes. But the further you go in your journey, the more you see how different factions and personal motives have pit Tarnished against each other. The worst offenders of this are the Recusants, who make their home at Volcano Manor. Volcano Manor is the home of a group of Tarnished who believe the world has been betrayed by the Two Fingers. They are encouraged by their matriarch, Tanith, to take on jobs, killing other Tarnished warriors in order to show the world that they've been deceived. In truth, it doesn't seem like Tanith actually believes this. She's simply acting on the orders of Volcano Manor's benefactor, Rykard, the Lord of Blasphemy. Tanith was recruited by Rykard to be the matriarch of Volcano Manor. We can learn more about this interaction from the Consort set. Long ago, when Rykard first set eyes on Tanith, she was working as a dancer in a foreign land. Soon, he made her his consort. She was the only human to remain by his side when he became the Serpent of Blasphemy. In that moment, Tanith was truly charmed by him. It could be said that Tanith's devotion to Rykard mirrors that of Godfrey's Demarica, a human devoting themselves to a god. Rykard, the Lord of Blasphemy, was not always the abomination we do battle with in Mount Gelmir. Originally a member of the royal family, Rykard saw the Shattering as his opportunity to take ownership of the lands between. However, he chose to do so in a way his demigod kin considered blasphemy. Rykard's Great Rune explains. Rykard was amongst the children of Rennala and Radagon, who became demigod stepchildren after Radagon's union with Queen Marika. But Rykard fed himself to the blasphemous serpent, Great Rune and all. This implies that the serpent existed before Rykard, and by feeding himself to it, he likely took control of its body, perhaps because of his rune. The item description of the Remembrance of the Blasphemous tells us more. Rykard took the form of a giant serpent that he might devour, grow, and live eternally. I understand the road of blasphemy is long and perilous. One cannot walk it unprepared to sin. Rykard planned to literally devour his brothers and sisters in order to add their power to his own, much in the way Godric the Grafted stole limbs from Tarnished to make himself more powerful. When looking at the two in this light, it's easy to see why they are looked down on by the other members of the Golden Order. In fact, it is very likely that Rykard and Tanith started Volcano Manor in order to train Tarnished to become strong enough to add themselves to his being and increase his power. We can infer this from what he says to us when we fight him. Join the Serpent King as family. Together we will devour the very gods. Should he defeat us, he then says, now we can devour the gods together. Upon defeating Rykard, Tanith seems to hold no ill will toward your Tarnished, saying that perhaps you will meet again along the road. She will then disappear from the manor, but this does not have to be the last time you speak with her. If you visit the arena in Mount Gelmir, where you fought Rykard, you will find Tanith hunched over his face, eating what is left. Speak with her and she will tell you, our Lord's carcass is not easily consumed. Dear Rykard, please find purchase within me. I wish to be your serpent, your family. One day let us devour the gods together. Implying that she believes devouring Rykard will bring him new life, and she will become a part of his being. It is likely most of the Tarnished who reside within Volcano Manor know nothing about Rykard's intentions. We can assume this based on Patch's reaction to Tanith leaving to consume Rykard's remains, saying she's out of her mind. For the Tarnished living in the manor, the goal is to open the eyes of other Tarnished to the idea that the Two Fingers have forsaken their kind. Many fall into this mindset, while Sir Dialos is simply searching for meaning, and Inquisitor Giza only exists so we can all use the Whirligig Saw again. The true tragedy of Volcano Manor is that all of its inhabitants believe they had been lied to by the Two Fingers, and are looking for meaning and rebelling against their dogma. However, their newfound benefactors are only using them to their own means, in pursuit of power. These Tarnished have thrown away their former selves to follow another lie, and once Rykard's true intentions are brought to light, they all leave the manor, again losing their purpose. This is the truth behind Volcano Manor. What was shown to our Tarnished as a place to throw off the shackles of the Two Fingers and bring others to the truth of their betrayal was actually a breeding ground to create strong warriors, destined to give that strength to a new lord in order to feed his own ambitions. Thank you for watching this dive into Volcano Manor. If you learned something new or want to tell us what we got wrong, please like, comment, or subscribe. We really love writing these Elden Ring lore videos, and hope to find more obscure pieces of description text that will add layers to all of the lands between. We hope to see you again for more Elden Lore. One of the earliest characters that grabbed the Elden Ring community's attention was a large wolf man who looked a whole lot like Guts from the manga series Berserk, one of Miyazaki's favorites. His design was striking, something we hadn't quite seen before in the Soulsborne universe, and there was wild speculation over whether he would be friend or foe. I was pleasantly surprised to find out that not only was he a friend, but he had an important part to play in the overall story of a major character. Today, we are going to dive into the story of Blaidd the Half-Wolf, Shadow of Ranni the Witch, and learn what we can about his life before and after meeting our Tarnished. The story of Blaidd the Half-Wolf starts long before our Tarnished comes to the lands between, back when Ranni the Witch was first selected by her Two Fingers to be an Empyrean, a future vessel for the Elden Ring. Upon her appointment, she was given Blaidd, a half-wolf warrior who would act as her shadow and eternal protector. Interestingly, this draws a parallel to her mother and father, as well as Marika and Malekith. Marika had Malekith appointed as her guardian and half-brother, while Radagon left Rennala with his Red Wolf to protect her from those who would cause her harm. There may be something to be said here for the importance of wolves and guardians to the lands between, but that would be better explored in another video. An important note before moving forward: Blaidd's loyalty wholly and entirely belongs to Ranni. However, he is an attendant created by the Two Fingers. It is not known what Blaidd was doing during the Night of the Black Knives. However, he states on multiple occasions that he serves Ranni and has every intention of helping her escape the fate bestowed upon her as an Empyrean. His only wish is for her to be free, and he will do what he must to make this a reality. We can learn a little more about Blaidd through his armor set, which can be obtained at the end of his questline. His armor tells us the pelt serves as a cape, protecting from cold. Blaidd was the blade of Ranni, but the cold bothered him anyway. And the Royal Greatsword informs us that, in defiance of the fate he was born to, Blaidd swore to serve no master but Ranni. As proof, the sword was imbued with a cold magic at the moment the oath was sworn. From this we know that Blaidd both defies his own fate by supporting Ranni's quest to change hers, and, even though the cold is uncomfortable for him, he carries around a sword of cold everywhere he goes to prove his dedication to his master. His gauntlets and greaves also make mention of his willingness to defy fate for Ranni, further proving there can be no question to his loyalty or dedication to her. We first meet Blaidd after hearing his howl through Mistwood. When we ask Kale, the first merchant we encounter, what is making this noise, he will tell us of Blaidd's whereabouts and teach us the finger snap gesture, which can be used to call Blaidd over to us. Upon our first meeting, he seems uninterested in our Tarnished, mentioning Darrowil, a man he considers a traitor, and wants to know if we hear anything about his whereabouts. It is likely that Darrowil previously served Ranni, as the Bloodhound Knights do not seem to serve a single faction. Their armor explains. Without the use of language, each knight chooses his own master. Once the decision has been made, the knight stays loyal for life. At some point, Darrowil betrayed his allegiance to Ranni and somehow found himself locked in an Everjail. Once we find his prison, we're able to summon Blaidd to help us with this fight. Upon doing so, he says, "Darrowil, rotting in a cell is no true justice. No, this is where it ends for you." Upon Darrowil's defeat, Blaidd warms up to our Tarnished a bit, giving us a somber smithing stone and telling us about his friend, Iji, suggesting we tell him that Blaidd sent us, which will unlock the Carian filigreed crest in his shop. We next encounter Blaidd during Ranni's questline. She suggests we meet the others working under her direction, one of which is Blaidd himself. This time around, he's much more friendly with us, even saying he is glad to have you in the service of Mistress Ranni. He informs us that he is in Limgrave, looking for the way to Nokrin, as there's something important to Ranni there. We can meet him again in the underground, where he begins calling us mate, and informs us he has found no path into Nokrin. This is also the first time we get the impression he's not a fan of Celevis, referring to him as a spiteful little rat. He even jokes about showing him how sharp his teeth are, and immediately laughs about how he'd not be so brutal. In this small moment, we start to see Blaidd's dignity as a knight. After learning of Starscourge Radahn's connection to the city of Nokrin, we can tell Blaidd what we have learned. He then tells us we will meet in Caelid, and that we will fight, sword and fang, as compatriots on the battlefield. Upon arriving in Castle Redmane, Blaidd's affection for our Tarnished is further shown through his concern, asking that we don't go dying on him for Ranni's sake. At this point, it's clear Blaidd sees us as a partner in service of Ranni, perhaps even an equal. After defeating Radahn, Blaidd ruminates on Radahn's strength in holding back the stars, and asks that we meet where the star fell, so that we can fight side by side for Ranni's fate, sword and fang. This is where things start to take a turn for the tragic. Blaidd leaves us a message telling us that a traitor has been taken care of, and that he'll meet us in Nokrin, but he never does. At this point we can speak with Iji, and he will inform us of Blaidd's background, how he was given to Ranni by the Two Fingers, and that should Ranni succeed in her ambitions of breaking free of the Two Fingers, Blaidd will have no control over his own actions, and become a curse, destined to destroy her. Instead of explaining this to Blaidd, Iji traps him within the same Everjail which housed the traitorous Darrowil. Should we return to this Everjail, we have a choice. Either leave Blaidd within, or free him. Should we keep him locked away, we are subjected to a heartbreaking howl from our friend, and should we set him free, Blaidd thanks us, saying he is leaving to check on Ranni and make sure she's safe. He's excited to see Ranni's ambitions put into motion, having no way of knowing her success will break him. We do not see Blaidd again until after we complete Ranni's questline, but there's an important misconception to clear up before we dive into that. When helping Ranni through Nokstella, Waterfall Basin, you fight the Baleful Shadow. This is an assassin of the Two Fingers, sent to track down and kill Ranni in order to put a stop to her plan to escape the fate the Two Fingers have chosen for her. This Baleful Shadow looks and fights exactly like Blaidd. Some in the Elden Ring lore community are under the impression that this Baleful Shadow is Blaidd, being controlled by the Two Fingers, but this is not the case. It is possible to find a piece of armor on the wall behind Celavis's Rise. Its description reads, "A mask fashioned after the head of a black wolf, relic of an assassin who assumed the guise of Ranni the Witch's loyal shadow. The likeness is striking." This mask is an exact likeness of Blaidd, and we now know it was used by an assassin. After defeating the Baleful Shadow, Ranni asks us to tell Iji and Blaidd that she loves them. With these two things in mind, it's all but confirmed that the Baleful Shadow we defeat is not Blaidd, but an assassin sent, matching his appearance, in an attempt to catch Ranni unaware. After following Ranni's quest to its end and helping her achieve her goal, we can encounter Blaidd one more time. Our friend, Blaidd the Half-Wolf, can be found outside of Ranni's Rise, surrounded by dead Black Knife assassins, likely sent in an attempt to kill his mistress. After this battle, Blaidd kneels on the ground, clearly struggling, saying, "No, I am a part of her very being, I could never betray her," before letting out a howl and swinging at our Tarnished. In this moment, Blaidd is broken and has lost control of his own will. There's nothing left for our Tarnished to do but put an end to our friend. More often than not, in true FromSoft fashion, the NPCs we meet are destined for tragic endings. Blaidd was a knight who served his lady to his last breath, and a loyal companion to our Tarnished throughout our time in the Lands Between. Few things were as heartbreaking for me while playing Elden Ring as seeing him lose control, despite his valiant effort to fight both his and Ranni's fates. I can't help but wonder if there were another way for Blaidd's story to end. Perhaps Miquella's needle could have severed his ties to the Two Fingers, as it's said to ward away the meddling of outer gods. Or if only Iji had been honest with Blaidd about his fate, he could have instead chosen to become Spirit Ash, following us through the rest of our journey, and staying in service to his lady through our actions. Let us know how you think Blaidd's story should have ended in the comments. Please like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you can stay updated on our next dive. Please like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss our next episode of Elden Lore. Much like previous FromSoft titles, one of the most important NPCs you will meet on your adventure is a blacksmith. Not only are they the most frequently visited characters, but they serve a crucial role in your ability to fell the greater foes on your journey. Today we'd like to discuss Elden Ring's blacksmith, Smithing Master Hewg. However, in order to create a better understanding of Hewg and his motivations, it's important that we first take a look at a sect of creatures within the Lands Between, called the Misbegotten. Before we go too far, spoiler warning for anyone who has not beaten the game yet. You will likely first encounter the Misbegotten in your journey through the Weeping Peninsula. The Misbegotten are winged creatures with long tails and humanoid faces. Though not all of them can take flight, They can use their wings to quickly close gaps while fighting our Tarnished, or propel themselves off the ground for a short while. Those that do not fly wield a long iron cleaver. The description of this weapon sheds light on their feelings towards those who force them into subjugation. Steeped in resentment, these weapons are swung wildly and relentlessly, often after rushing up to foes. Upon reaching Castle Morn, we are given our first indication as to why these creatures are so ruthless. A ghost found within the castle laments that he was eaten alive by filthy mixed-blood peasants, implying that his death mattered less to him than the way he died. A closer look into the Misbegotten reveals that they were treated as slaves or worse from the time they are born. These creatures can be found in multiple locations across the Lands Between, but most notably, Castle Morn and Leyndell, the royal capital. Their presence in these areas tells us a story of a race of creatures whose anger and resentment towards their masters has exploded into a righteous battle for their freedom. Why were the Misbegotten treated with such disdain and ultimately enslaved? We can glean quite a bit of information from the Beast Fang items dropped by Misbegotten. A rarely seen specimen of Beast Fang, these multiple, overlapping fangs grow from a single root. Perhaps they're a vestige of the primordial Crucible. We touched on the primordial Crucible a bit in the Crucible Knight lore video, and found that this age before the Erd Tree was where all life was once blended together. It stands to reason that the Misbegotten not only predate the Erd Tree, but even possibly the arrival of the Greater Will. Under the influence of the Greater Will, Queen Marika and her husband Godfrey had completely conquered all that came before them, almost resetting the world into an age of order. Crucible Knights, as discussed, were eventually seen as chaotic and deserving of scorn due to their power being derived from the ancient Crucible. With this knowledge, we can assume that all life prior to her Golden Order was considered too chaotic to live within Marika's world. This also adds some context as to why a Crucible Knight would fight side by side with a Misbegotten warrior inside Castle Redmane. They have suffered the same fate under the crushing laws of the Golden Order, and likely see parallels within their struggles. The winged Misbegotten Ash reads, "A spirit with the aspect of wings which takes flight to loose arrows from its bow." The Misbegotten are held to be a punishment for making contact with the Crucible, and from birth they are treated as slaves, or worse. Believing the Misbegotten, or perhaps their ancestors, were born from the primordial Crucible, we can only assume that their primal sin, in the eyes of Marika, was simply being born. It's important to note that the shattering of the Elden Ring was in many ways a shattering of Queen Marika's Golden Order as well. With the alignment of the world plunged into chaos as opposed to order, it's likely the Misbegotten saw this opportunity to permanently throw off their shackles and fight tooth and nail for their freedom. This brings us to Smithing Master Hewg. Upon our arrival at the Round Table Hold, we meet multiple Tarnished, all with their own journeys and ambitions. There is, however, one outlier, a Misbegotten blacksmith, chained to the ground, banging his anvil with purpose. Hewg explains that he is a prisoner, trapped by the hold, undying and smithing for us fools. Pressing him for more information reveals that he doesn't mind being held prisoner, strengthening our weapons as it helps him forget the sheer terror of her. When Roderika, the Spirit Tuner, makes a new home at the Round Table Hold, Master Hewg immediately shows interest in her potential. It takes some convincing between the two of them, but eventually, Hewg becomes something of a mentor to her. This kind of behavior is definitely out of the ordinary compared to the other Misbegotten we've encountered on our journey, but it stands to reason that Hewg is not an ordinary man. His compassion for Roderika, and later, his undying loyalty to our Tarnished, can perhaps be explained by his current position at the Hold, and how he arrived there. Wandering around the Hold, our Tarnished can stumble upon Hewg praying for forgiveness from Queen Marika. With the knowledge that Marika's Golden Order is responsible for the enslavement of the Misbegotten, it's clear that Marika herself personally enslaved Hewg in the Hold. Later, we can hear him mumbling to himself, scorning his own abilities for not being able to forge a weapon capable of killing a god. After burning the Erdtree, our Tarnished returns to the Round Table Hold, a shadow of its former self, and devoid of its denizens, aside from Roderika and Hewg. Roderika explains that Hewg's shackles have been removed, yet he won't leave the crumbling hold. She begs us to convince him to leave with her. Unfortunately, Hewg has lost all memory of us, Roderika, and why he's in the hold. He only knows that he is a blacksmith and refuses to leave. Roderika, devastated that he won't take advantage of his freedom, ultimately decides to stay by his side, but not before telling us that Master Hewg was cursed by Marika to create a god-slaying weapon. She implores us to take that very weapon and slay Queen Marika. Master Hewg does succeed in this quest if we are able to fully upgrade our armament, and our Tarnished takes this god-slaying weapon inside the Erdtree to put an end to Marika and Radagon. The Golden Order, which served to imprison and scorn creatures of the primordial crucible, is no more. Now, before we wrap this up, we'd like to indulge in a bit of speculation about how and why Hewg was imprisoned and cursed to forge a god-slaying weapon. Seeing as Hewg is a misbegotten, it's fair to say that he has been a slave since before the Shattering. With a talent as valuable as his, it's likely he was enlisted by the royal family themselves for this proficiency in his craft. As for why we find him chained to the ground in the Round Table Hold, we have a theory. Ranni the Witch, upon stealing the Rune of Death, needed a weapon forged that could slay Godwyn. Who better to enlist than the blacksmith of the royal family? Hewg, not in a position to decline an Empyrean, is likely responsible for the very weapon that slayed Godwyn the Golden. Queen Marika would learn of his part in the Night of Black Knives, and curse Hewg to forever forge in the Round Table Hold as punishment. As we know, shortly after the death of her son, Marika shatters the Elden Ring in a violent display of resentment for the Greater Will. This act ultimately leads to her own imprisonment within the Erdtree. But why would Marika ask Hewg to create another god-slaying weapon? And how would she do so from within the Erdtree? This is obviously more theory crafting, but bear with us. With all the information given to us, we believe Melina must be a daughter of Queen Marika, as she states she was given purpose at the foot of the Erdtree. Melina also states that she's able to communicate with her mother. Queen Marika, stuck within the Erdtree for eternity due to her resentment for the Greater Will, may have used Melina to deliver a message to Master Hewg. Craft another god-slaying weapon and free me from this eternal imprisonment. Even in her own death at the hands of a Tarnished, she would rebel against the outer god that allowed her son to die. This queen enlisted her own slave to free her from her imprisonment. A twisted request, to say the least. It may be a stretch, but this was the one mystery we couldn't quite unravel and would love to discuss further. Speculation aside, Master Hewg is another character to suffer a tragic fate in our journey, as he is a true hero to the lands between. Another enslaved misbegotten, cursed by the rule of Queen Marika, destined to never break from his shackles, is ultimately a key player in the upending of her Golden Order. A hero to Roderika, ourselves, and all misbegotten. If you learned anything new about Hewg or the Misbegotten, or if you have anything to add to our findings, feel free to leave a comment. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell if you'd like to hear more Elden Ring lore content from our channel. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Bloody Fingers are a faction dedicated to Hewg, the Lord of Blood. We encounter them throughout the lands between, always attacking our Tarnished relentlessly, swinging with blades specifically designed to let our blood and offer it to their master. While it would be easy to wave them away, as a set of challenging invaders placed throughout the land to add more danger to our travels, there's a surprising amount of depth hidden within very few pieces of weapon and item descriptions. Why are they called Bloody Fingers? How did they come to serve Hewg? And why has the Bloody Finger Hunter Yura dedicated himself to defeating them? The first of these enemies we are likely to encounter is Bloody Finger Nereus. He will invade our world while we travel to the ravine leading northeast from Agheel Lake. He strikes quickly with a dagger, and for many Tarnished, it is their first experience with blood loss. While Nereus may seem like an insurmountable foe at first, we are soon joined by the Bloody Finger Hunter, Yura, who will aid us in this battle. Should we defeat Nereus, we take his weapon, Reduvia, the description of which tells us it is carried by the noble servants of the Lord of Blood. It goes on to say, this dagger rips the flesh as it enters, inflicting blood loss with sickening efficacy. A proud testament to the success of its vicious design, this weapon is perpetually coated in blood. The description of Reduvia shows us the obsession with blood inherent in the Bloody Fingers. After defeating our first invading finger, we can then find a summon sign in Raya Lucaria. Yura needs assistance, and our Tarnished can join in his fight. When we arrive, we see Yura doing battle with a Bloody Finger Ravenmount assassin. While this specific enemy doesn't drop anything to deepen the lore of the Bloody Fingers, their existence shows that not all Bloody Fingers are named. There are others working under the direction of Hewg, hunting Tarnished across the lands between. After this battle, Yura warns us about Eleonora, the Violet Bloody Finger, deadliest of their order. We can encounter Eleonora, Violet Bloody Finger, at the Second Church of Marika, and she is indeed a fearsome foe. Again, we see the Bloody Fingers taking advantage of blades that cause blood loss. After defeating her, we gain 2 items, both of which tell us more about the Bloody Fingers and their covenant with Hewg. The twin Naginata tells us it was forged in the land of reeds, and that Eleonora's mastery of the sword was such that her onslaught was likened to a whirlwind, but now her legacy is stained in accursed blood. From this, we learn 2 important things. Eleonora, like Yura, is from the land of reeds, and her legacy has been ruined by siding with Hewg. She also drops the purifying crystal tear, which can be mixed in the flask of Wonder's physic, and the resulting concoction purifies the curse from Hewg, Lord of Blood's terrifying rite of blood. This helps immensely in our confrontation with the Lord of Blood, and was clearly entrusted to her as the strongest Bloody Finger. The final Bloody Finger we can encounter is Bloody Finger Okina in the Church of Repose in the mountaintops of the Giants. By defeating Okina, we gain Rivers of Blood, a katana. It's described as the weapon of Okina, swordsman from the land of reeds, a cursed weapon that has felled countless men. It goes on to say that when Hewg, the Lord of Blood, first felt Okina's sword and madness upon his flesh, he had a proposal: to offer Okina the life of a demon whose thirst would never go unsated. He also drops the Okina mask, which tells us the more he sharpened his mind, the more the absurdities of the world came into stark relief. And so Okina renounced it all and arose to a higher plane. There was only himself, his katana, and its mastery. From these items we learn a few things. First, that Okina is from the land of reeds, same as Eleonora and Yura. Second, he actually did battle with Hewg. Third, his thirst for battle led him to serve Hewg instead of slaying him. And lastly, that his pursuit of the sword stood above all else, the call of grace, the search for great runes, and likely, even his devotion to Hewg. Not much is known about the land of reeds, but after facing these Bloody Fingers and seeing the ferocity with which they and Yura fight, it's clear that this land develops strong warriors. It seems they follow the ideals of samurai, dedicating themselves to honor, but the allure of power and battle make them easier for the Lord of Blood to sway. This is why Yura is a hunter of Bloody Fingers, to destroy what those from his homeland have become. Now that we know who the Bloody Fingers are, the question remains, how did they gain their title? And how did they gain an audience with Hewg? The promise of power is what drew them to turn on their fellow Tarnished, but who made that promise? As it turns out, the person behind the recruitment of Bloody Fingers is none other than one of the first NPCs we meet in Elden Ring, White Mask Vare. You may remember Vare as the man who welcomes you into the lands between after you leave the stranded graveyard and enter Limgrave for the first time. He's very dismissive of your Tarnished, taking little interest in you due to the fact that you're maidenless. After defeating Godric the Grafted and meeting the Two Fingers, he can be encountered again, asking you what you thought of your audience with them. If you express doubts, saying they didn't seem right, Vari starts to come around and praises you for being so perceptive. This is where his questline begins, and we get a look into how one becomes a bloody finger. Vari will provide you with a festering bloody finger, asking you to use it to circumvent the will of the Two Fingers. Once you've used this item and defeated 3 fellow players, Vari will tell you he is pleased you are enjoying his gift, and he can see you have a taste for noble blood. We then learn why we have been invading other players' games. Vari tells us he wished to anoint you a proper inductee, a knight to serve Luminary Hewg, the Lord of Blood, and establish a new dynasty. Luminary Hewg has strength, vision, and of course, love. This is how we discover where the Bloody Fingers come from. Using cult-like tactics with the promise of strength, vision, and love, Vari draws other Tarnished into serving Hewg. From here, in order to cement a Bloody Finger's loyalty, there's one final task: to soak a rag, the Lord of Blood's favor, in the blood of a maiden. While our Tarnished is maidenless, we are still able to do this by soaking the item in the blood of the maiden corpse in the Church of Inhibition, or at the Chapel of Anticipation if you've unlocked the second belfry at the 4 belfries. The description of the Lord of Blood's favor changes after soaking it. The final trial is complete. Luminary Hewg is sure to welcome you into his service, as a knight who will lay the foundations for his dynasty. However, we are not yet a Bloody Finger. There is one more ritual to be observed. Upon returning the favor to Vari, he says, "Ah, my lambkin, you've completed your final trial, and with this you are a formal inductee, a knight who will assist Luminary Hewg, the Lord of Blood, in the establishment of a new dynasty. Now give me your finger. This noble blood will be an immutable badge of honor once it settles inside of you." He then takes your hand and infuses your finger with cess blood, while your Tarnished howls in pain. He goes on to say, "Never forget that feeling of agony, for it is what binds you to Luminary Hewg, to all of us, ha ha ha. You have the sweetest scream, my lambkin." If we continue to speak with Vari, we are then granted the Pure Blood Knight's medal, which reads, "Used to be granted audience with Hewg, only it is not yet time, for Hewg yet slumbers beside the divinity. Be patient, the new dynasty is nigh." This medal is used to access the Dynastary Mausoleum entrance site of Grace just outside the steps of the Mohgwyn Palace. Though Vari does not wish us to use the medal yet, the descriptions of the weapons gained by other Bloody Fingers make it clear they have done the same, and had their personal audiences with Hewg, where they ultimately decided to serve under his rule. Unfortunately for Hewg and Vari, our Tarnished is not so easily swayed. It is possible to do battle with Vari should you invade him near the Mausoleum Dynasty midpoint site of Grace. He shows nothing but contempt for your Tarnished for choosing to do battle with him, even though, ironically, invading and destroying other Tarnished is what he himself has encouraged you to do from the start. Upon his defeat, he says, "Oh, Luminary Hewg, please grant the strength you promised. I have given everything. Please, my lord, please answer me, Luminary Hewg. Bless the Mohgwyn dynasty with love." In the end, it seems Vari himself was another victim of Mohg's ambition, promised power from a god who had no intention of ever giving it. The Bloody Fingers are yet another faction of Tarnished being manipulated by the gods that inhabit the lands between. Like Rykard, Hewg uses his Tarnished to increase his own strength, though not by physically consuming them, instead drawing from the blood they gather to feed his blood bedchamber. Why exactly Hewg uses the Tarnished for this purpose is unknown, but knowing that he's using his blood chamber to try and revive Miquella, we can assume having Tarnished out in the world murdering others who cannot die, and eternally providing him with more blood, is the most efficient way to make sure his power never falters. You would think the tale of the Bloody Fingers would end with Mohg's defeat. However, players are still able to invade each other's games, and it's very likely you will defeat Mohg before encountering Bloodyfinger Okina. While their purpose is to keep spilling blood for their lord, it's also true that many of these Bloody Fingers simply live for battle, to test their strength against other warriors, and to bask in the glory of their deaths. If you yourself are one of these Bloody Fingers, leaving a comment telling us about your favorite builds. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on the next episode of Elden Lore. In the lands between, there are many warring factions fighting for land, power, and control. Each of these factions have knights in their employ that our Tarnished is forced to do battle with during our travels. We have already discussed the Crucible Knights, who they previously served, possible motivations after their king's exile. Today we will be taking a look at another order of knights we can encounter in various areas of the lands between, the Knights Cavalry. Who do they serve, and what is their place in this world? We hope to answer these questions. The Knights Cavalry are clad in jet black armor, riding what is described as funeral steeds into battle, and can only be encountered at night. The first of these enemies you're likely to come across is found patrolling the bridge near Agheel Lake North. You'll likely run into them soon after learning how to convert runes into power, and they tend to catch many players off guard. These knights can also be fought in a number of other locations around the lands between, including the Weeping Peninsula, Liurnia North, Liurnia South, Caelid, the Atlas Plateau, the Forbidden Lands, Dragonbarrow, and the Consecrated Snowfield. It's likely the Knights Cavalry only ride at night as a way to get the drop on their enemies. By wearing black armor and riding black horses, they cloak themselves in the dark. It can be assumed they do this so that those they meet on the road don't realize they're being hunted until it's too late. They wield only two different kinds of weapons, the Knight Rider Glaive and the Knight Rider Flail. With each knight we defeat, our Tarnished earns armor, weapons, or ashes of war that pull back the curtain slightly on this enemy's greater purpose. The knight we meet near Agheel Lake North wields the Knight Rider Glaive, which is described as a jet black glaive with a blade as weighty as a bludgeon. Weapon of the Knights Cavalry who ride funeral steeds, this glaive excels at weighty slash attacks that crash into foes, making it a powerful weapon even on horseback. And upon defeat, they will drop the repeating thrust Ash of War. It's curious, as this ash doesn't seem like something this horseback riding knight would be likely to use. The Knights Cavalry can drop ashes of war that seemingly have no relation to their fighting style or their order of knights. While they do not utilize any carrion magics, one can drop Ice Spear, a skill of the warriors who served Lunar Princess Ranni that channels cold magic into a piercing spear of ice. Another of these knights drops the Ash of War Bloodhound Step. This skill allows the user to become temporarily invisible while dodging at high speed, moves faster and travels farther than a regular quickstep. It's clearly associated with the Bloodhound Knights. The reason for these seemingly unrelated skills may be explained in yet another Ash of War. When we defeat the Knights Cavalry in the Forbidden Lands, we attain Phantom Slash, a skill inspired by the fond remembrances of the Knights Cavalry. Creates an apparition of the knight's former instructor who guides a joint lunging upward swing. When we look at this skill alongside all of the other ashes that these knights can drop, it becomes apparent that the Knights Cavalry assimilate the skills of those they defeat. The description of the Knights Cavalry set adds some context as to how they have gained skills from across the lands between. The Knights Cavalry, who now wander the dim roads at night, were once led by the Fell Omen, and were deliverers of death for great warriors, knights, and champions. The Knights Cavalry specifically fought the greatest warriors they could find, and they were led by Margit, the Fell Omen, or as we know him by the end of the game, Morgott, the Omen King. From the armor description, it sounds as though the Knights Cavalry no longer serve their master. However, upon defeating Margit, he says something curious. "I shall remember thee, Tarnished, smouldering with thy meager flame. Cower in fear of the night. The hands of the Fell Omen shall brook thee no quarter." What comes across as a cryptic threat at the beginning of the game changes with the understanding that the Knights' Cavalry serve Margit. He's telling us to cower in fear of his elite warriors who roam the lands between. They are his hands, and they will be hunting us down. When we reach the city of Leyndell and climb our way to the thrones of the Golden Order, Morgott stands before us and explains how all of his brethren are willful traitors, and he refers to himself as the last of all kings. He also seems to think that being the king of the lands between is a stain on the thrones of his siblings. While Morgott may think he is not fit to lead, the Knights' Cavalry do not question him. Their loyalty lies with the Fell Omen. They patrol the lands between, likely hunting Tarnished, in an attempt to keep us away from Great Runes, the Tree, and their king. While we wish there were more we could learn about the Knights from information in-game, we believe we put together as comprehensive a picture as possible with what we have available. If you'd like to see more of these smaller lore dives, or if you'd prefer we tackle multiple smaller topics in a single video, please comment and let us know. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on the next dive into Elden Lore. In the early days of Elden Ring, before the game was released to the general public, there was a closed network test. In this test, many were able to get a sneak peek into the lands between. They learned about Limgrave, the first area of the game, and started exploring this massive world we've come to love. During this time, news started trickling out to the rest of us about what the game was like. Character creation, various builds, and the weapons we could find. One item was seen as almost broken for its ability to put enemies to sleep. This was the Sleep Arrow. Once we were able to explore the lands between in full, a weapon was found that utilized the sleep ability and was not limited to how often it could be crafted: the Sword of St. Trina. This sword came with a description: silver sword carried by clerics of St. Trina, inflicts sleep ailment upon foes. St. Trina is an enigmatic figure. Some say she is a comely young girl, others are sure he is a boy. The only certainty is that their appearance was as sudden as their disappearance. This is the first instance we have of St. Trina, and after release, many were surprised they seldom came up in-game. There were only a few traces of them, such as St. Trina's torch, St. Trina's arrows, and St. Trina's lily. Each of these items adds a little more to the overall story of St. Trina. St. Trina's torch is described as a candle-stand torch that burns with a light purple flame. The carvings depict St. Trina, but in adult form, somewhat unnervingly. The light purple flame induces sleep. It has the ability Fires of Slumber, which allows you to blow into the candlestick's flame, creating a stream of hazy purple fire to cover the ground ahead. The intoxicating flames inflict the sleep ailment upon foes. From this, we learn that St. Trina was quite young when they became a famous figure in the lands between. Next, we have Trina's lily, a pale purple water lily that is on the verge of wilting. They are described as exceedingly rare to find and a symbol of faith in St. Trina. These are a crafting item that are used to create other items that can inflict sleep on your enemies. Lastly, we have St. Trina's arrows, which, you guessed it, call sleep. These are arrows carved to resemble a withered water lily. Priests of St. Trina use these arrows to spread their teachings. The sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit. So given all we know about St. Trina, it's clear that they were somewhat androgynous, they were seen as benevolent and worthy of having their own priests, had a deep connection to causing sleep across the lands between, and were only ever seen as a young man or woman. When taking all of these clues into account, we believe there is only one person St. Trina could be: Miquella, one of the twin Empyreans. The idea of St. Trina being Miquella in disguise seems almost obvious after looking at the evidence. But the bigger question is, why did he do this? What reason did Miquella have for traveling the world under a false name? And why did he build a congregation devoted to a false identity when he already had the right to rule as a child of Marika and Radagon? We believe the answer can be found in the description of the incantation, Radagon's Rings of Light. one of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, a gift of gratitude to the young Miquella from his father, Radagon. And yet the young Miquella abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Malenia as accursed rot. This was the beginning of the unalloyed gold. As this tells us, Miquella's focus was curing Malenia's rot, and the fundamentalist ideas of the Golden Order did nothing to help him with this goal. We also know Miquella's main focus, aside from curing Malenia's rot, was to find a way to break his curse and ascend to full godhood. To exactly what ends, we do not know, but he chose to do this through the power of the Hewg tree and sleep. While we believe that this is enough to prove that St. Trina and Miquella are one and the same, there's one other significant piece of information we've left out. A piece of cut content that actually confirms this to be the case. Before we dive into this, we want to clarify that cut content must have been cut for a reason. Whether that's because the creators decided it didn't fit with their vision of the game, or it's being held back for future DLC. We probably shouldn't assume that just because information exists in the game files, that it's true for the greater story of Elden Ring. With that said, let's dive in. Some time ago, there was a data mine dump of NPC dialogue that included content that was cut from Elden Ring's main game. Upon examining this dialogue, it was discovered that a whole NPC named Ryko would have had a questline related to St. Trina. Ryko was a brewer who created alcohols using an item called Slumber Fog that our Tarnished would have collected. Those who drank his brews were put to sleep, and we would have been able to glean additional information and dialogue while they were in this state. It seems as though the information we learned through this questline would have led Ryko to Miquella's chamber in the Mogwyn Palace, where he would say, "Finally, I have found it. St. Trina's, no, Lord Miquella's cadaver. I have partaken of untold secrets such that I might aid you, O Lord. So please, I hope you can welcome your humble servant Ryko into your dream, the world of your heart. Indeed, I beg you grant my wish, that when you transcend from Empyrean to God, allow me a place at your side." Here we have an outright confirmation from this priest of their order that St. Trina is Miquella, and the power of sleep provides the user with untold secrets that may lead to Miquella's revival. With the knowledge that St. Trina's favorite ability was to put others to sleep, and that his followers used these same methods through the lands between, it opens up new concepts surrounding Miquella. Many assume he is dead inside his cocoon, waiting to be revived by either his Hewg tree or Mog's Blood Palace. But what if he is simply utilizing the power of sleep to grow stronger and eventually break his curse? For now, these ideas will sleep soundly in the realm of theory until future DLC, or FromSoft themselves, confirm whether or not this cut content belongs in the greater lore of the game. Time will tell whether additional DLC will allow our Tarnished to go toe-to-toe with St. Trina, but what do you think? It seems all but certain that St. Trina is Miquella, but do you have any other theories? Should we treat the cut content as gospel, or disregard it in current conversations about the history of Elden Ring? Please comment to let us know your thoughts. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell, because in our next episode, we will be tackling a topic you, our community, have chosen for us: the Bell-Bearing Hunter. We can't wait to see you again for more Elden Lore. Many enemies lurk in the night across the lands between. We've already discussed the Knights' Cavalry, who stalk the night searching for the Tarnished that Margit has deemed worthy of their attention. But there are others who use the cover of dark to achieve their goals. One warrior who hunts his prey after the sun falls is the Bell-Bearing Hunter. He is an imposing figure, covered in barbed wire, who only appears in certain locations. He's a hunter of merchants who takes their bell bearings as souvenirs. So who is he? Where can we find him? And why does he hunt those who only wish to be left alone to run their businesses? The first time our Tarnished is likely to run into the Bell-Bearing Hunter is traveling to the War Master's shack at night, where we expect to find Knight Bernal and learn some more weapon arts, we're met with an ominous sound and the red shadow of a large invader. A hulking man stands before us with a sword that can be thrown and summoned back, making it an intense challenge for a new Tarnished. Should we manage to defeat him, we are rewarded with the Bone Peddler's Bellbearing. Bellbearings are items we can find in the lands between that allow us to add items to our store the Round Table hold. However, they are most commonly held by merchants. Should we decide to do battle with a merchant, we will gain their Bellbearing upon their death. With this in mind, it's obvious that the Bellbearing Hunter is not simply hunting these items, he's hunting the merchants and taking their Bellbearings as trophies. The Bellbearing Hunter can be encountered in 4 different places throughout the lands between: the Warmaster's Shack, the Church of Vows, the Hermit Merchant's Shack, and the Isolated Merchant's Shack. While the Hermit Merchant and Isolated Merchant Shacks make sense, the Warmaster's Shack and Church of Vows are not as simple. It's likely he wishes to take the weapon arts of Knight Bernal to aid in his hunt, which explains his presence at the shack, but the Church of Vows? What reason could he have for being in this place? Perhaps he seeks absolution for his crimes. Although you can encounter the Bellbearing Hunter in these 4 locations, it is possible to fight him in one last area. After reaching the Altus Plateau, our Tarnished can find their way to the Shaded Castle. This area is surrounded by and sinking into a poison bog, and there are enemies throughout that cause poison and scarlet rot. The entire area, more so than most, feels like it's dying, eternally decaying in a world of undeath. A ghost in the area sheds some light on this, saying, "House Marios is ruined, just deserts for falling for that severed harpy. No surprise that guilty Cretan took the castle and our storied sword." Once we reach the final room of this castle, we see a portrait of Melania, the harpy the ghost mentioned, and standing in front of it is the Bellbearing Hunter in his true form, Elemer of the Briar. This fight is much the same as our previous battles with Elemer. However, this time, when we defeat him, we do not receive a Bellbearing. We instead earn the Marius Executioner's Sword and the Briar Great Shield, both of which shed light on who Elemer was and his motivations. Before discussing these items, it's also worth mentioning that after defeating him, we can purchase his armor set from the Round Table hold, which provides additional details. The Marius Executioner's Sword was the storied sword of House Marius, the family of executioners who presided over the Shaded Castle, and it tells us, Elemer of the Briar, the Bellbearing Hunter, snatched the sword from the site of his looming execution, and furnished it with battle skills from his home of Echoade. This skill is the Echoade's Dancing Blade, which allows you to throw the sword in a corkscrew attack and have it return to you. The Regalia of Echoade also shares this ability, and tells us Echoade was a lesser, long-vanished kingdom. We learn more about Echoade through the Briar Great Shield, a great shield from a foreign land, used by Elemer of the Briar. Attacks with this armament utilize the iron thorns that have been wound around its frame. Originates from Echoade, a land of proudly solitary ascetics. Every piece of the Briar set says it is from a foreign land, and that the winding rusted iron briars are the mark of the guilty, and typically indicate a sentence of death. Elemer murdered numerous instructors and merchants, and was known as the Bellbearing Hunter. From all of these descriptions, we can paint a picture of Elemer, who he was, and his story. Elemer of the Briar hails from Echoade, a land of ascetics, or people who practice severe self-discipline and abstention. While his land is a long-vanished domain, it's fair to assume it was conquered by the Golden Order during Godfrey's conquest of the lands between, which means Elemer likely would have followed the practices of the Golden Order. From the description of the Briar set and the Marius Executioner Sword, it looks like he was sent to the Shaded Castle to be executed, and had his armor covered in rusted briars as a mark of his guilt for the crimes of murdering instructors and merchants. As for why he hunted merchants, that comes back to the greater story of Elden Ring. If we look at any piece of the nomadic merchant's armor set, we learn the following. These merchants once thrived as the Great Caravan, but after being accused of heretical beliefs, their entire clan was rounded up and buried alive far underground. Then, they chanted a curse of despair, and summoned the flame of frenzy. It is believed their heretical beliefs were centered around worship of the frenzied flame. something the Golden Order would want to put a stop to. We can find this tomb far below Leyndell Castle, where the merchants were left to rot. While trapped below the city, these merchants summoned the Three Fingers in order to get their revenge on the Golden Order, which is why we can find the Three Fingers in these catacombs. This is why the few merchants left in the world are found in secluded locations, and many are nervous upon first meeting our Tarnished. They're in hiding, because they know they are being hunted by those who still uphold the Golden Order. It's very likely that as a knight who believed in self-discipline and abstention, Elmer sees the leftover merchants who carry chaos within them as a plague that must be extinguished from the lands between. And I doubt the Golden Order would have taken issue with this. In our opinion, the issue lies with his murder of instructors. We believe these are the acts that led him to be sentenced to execution. Unfortunately for those who resided in the Shaded Castle, Elmer is a knight of exceptional skill and was able to steal the Marius Executioner's sword during his own execution, killing the head of House Marius and taking the Shaded Castle for himself. After this, Elmer continued his hunt for any who hold bell bearings, ridding the world of those he believed taint the Golden Order. The bell-bearing hunter, Elmer of the Briar, is a formidable foe anytime you cross paths with him in the lands between, and the amount of backstory woven into his armor and equipment add a depth of character to this knight that make our battles with him all the more satisfying. Let us know what you think of our analysis of the bell-bearing hunter in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on our next community-chosen lore video on the Bloodhound Knights. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Lands Between as we know it is a hostile world filled with horrific beasts, warring factions, and cosmic horrors. On top of those challenges, we're often met with deceitful characters, all attempting to use our power and knowledge to further their own interests. That said, the concept of true loyalty is rather rare in this land, save for the shadows of Empyreans. This is why the Bloodhound Knights are such a curious oddity. Who are they? Where did they come from? And why do they carry the title of Bloodhound? We hope to answer these questions, or at the very least provide our interpretations. Let's first glean what we can from their armor and weaponry. The Bloodhound Knight found at the Gelmir Hero's Grave in Mount Gelmir drops the entire Bloodhound set upon being defeated. The helm reads, "Metal helm with a pointed beak, worn by the Bloodhound Knights." The Bloodhound Knights are trained as hunters and known to be unshakable trackers. Without the use of language, each knight chooses his own master. Once the decision has been made, the knight stays loyal for life. From this item alone, we start to paint a picture of what drives these knights to fight with such unending ferocity. It seems that each Bloodhound Knight we encounter in our journey is wholly devoted to a master of their choosing, displaying unshakable loyalty to their master's cause. The same Bloodhound Knight drops the Bloodhound Claws. Though this weapon gives little insight into the overall lore of the knights, we can learn much more simply by observing how they fight. Each battle with the Bloodhound Knights is sure to distress even the most powerful of Tarnished. Approaching on all fours, their beastly appearance and frightening speed rival the intensity of even the Crucible Knights. Through the power of the Bloodhound's step, these knights are capable of moving at such a high speed that they almost appear to be teleporting. Along with their unrivaled speed, they attack our Tarnished with the fury and bloodlust of the most ferocious beasts in the Lands Between. Due to the beastly natured display in combat, and their inability to communicate without the use of language, we believe that the Bloodhound Knights are far from human, and perhaps don't even originate from the Lands Between at all. Sometime prior to our arrival in the Lands Between, the floating city of Farum Azula was struck by some kind of cosmic cataclysm. A fallen star shattered the city into fractured pieces, which fell below to the Lands Between. Not only do we see the fallout of this event by observing the many pieces of the kingdom jutting from the hills of Limgrave, or the colossal knights that litter the lands, but by the displaced creatures that now live alongside the natural flora and fauna of the Lands Between. Within the Groveside Cave, we encounter a beastman of Farum Azula, hailing from a doomed city in the sky. We don't believe it's much of a stretch to assume, based on their behavior, that the Bloodhound Knights also fell from the City of Beasts. Whether this is true or not, the hounds now wander the lands between, displaced from their home, searching for a master. The first Bloodhound Knight our Tarnished is most likely to encounter is Bloodhound Knight Darrowil. Upon meeting Blaidd for the first time, we're tasked with hunting Darrowil, as he is nothing but a traitor and in need of a fitting end to his tale. We end up tracking Darrowil to the Forlorn Hound Everjail in South Limgrave. For his traitorous actions, Darrowil has been eternally imprisoned. When we summon Blaidd to fight alongside us, he says, "Darrowil, rotting in a cell is no true justice. No, this is where it ends for you." The Bloodhound Knights are known for their unshaking loyalty, and yet, Darrowil is imprisoned and then hunted for some kind of betrayal. It's purely speculation, but we believe that at some point, Darrowil had pledged his loyalty to Snow Witch Ranni, which would explain Blaidd's desire to slay him for treason if he left her service. As for who or what caused him to betray this proposed union, we have a loose idea. It's possible that when Ranni purposely destroyed her own body, Darrowil considered his service to her to be complete, and so he searched for a new master. Perhaps Darrowil, being a beastly hound, simply didn't recognize the scent of his original master now that she inhabited a doll. This betrayal of her service would certainly have Blaidd on the hunt. Another Bloodhound Knight can be found at the Lakeside Crystal Cave in Liurnia. Just after defeating him, we meet an Albinoric woman, Latena. She says, "Foul Tarnished, what do you want? I told the all-hearing brute that I possess no such medallion." If we have spoken with Albus in the village of Albinorics, he gives us the right half of the Haligtree medallion to give to Latena. Based on her dialogue, it seems that this particular Bloodhound was searching for the Haligtree medallions. With the Bloodhound Knights being loyal servants to a single master, we're met with a question. Who would task this hound with retrieving passage to the Haligtree? This is obviously more speculation, but based on what's given to us through context, we have an idea here as well. Thanks to our community, we actually pulled this video and wanted to make an important update. When Latena says the all-hearing brute, she is referring to Sir Gideon Ofnir. When telling Gideon about Miquella's egg, he says, "If he continues his slumber within the cocoon, all will be well, but perhaps it would be safer to destroy it. Miquella is the one thing that remains a mystery to me." This, along with other dialogue from Gideon, shows that information about Malenia and Miquella was something out of his reach, and for a man like Gideon, that was unacceptable. We believe it's possible that the Bloodhound Knight within this cave chose Gideon as his master, and was left behind to keep Latena where she is, cut off from anyone who had knowledge of the Haligtree medallion, since she herself did not have it. Thanks again to our community for catching this important note. The final bit of lore we learned regarding the Bloodhound Knights is also found within the Gelmir hero's grave. Found within a chest past the Bloodhound Knight is the spirit ash of Bloodhound Knight Fla. It reads, "Spirit of a Bloodhound Knight they called the Rabid Stray. Fla vowed that there was only one lord he would ever serve, a true king, and so the Rabid Stray never found a master." Referring to Fla as a rabid stray further propels the narrative that these beastly knights truly live up to the loyal canines of their namesake. It's clear that the Bloodhounds are rather cautious of choosing who they will serve. Lucky for our Tarnished, Fla appears to believe that we are capable of fulfilling our destiny of becoming Elden Lord. While there isn't too much within the text of Elden Ring to give us a clear picture of the Bloodhound Knights, their intentions, and their place within this world, the context where we find them seems to be the biggest factor in unraveling their mystery. Understanding their affinity towards whom they believe to be a fit master, as well as the intentions of said master, is ultimately how we formulated our findings. Whether these knights truly are fallen hounds from a shattered city, or simply lost warriors searching for a purpose, we can take solace in the fact that true, unfailing loyalty isn't a concept completely lost on the inhabitants of the lands between. Let us know in the comments if you have your own theories about the Bloodhound Knights. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss our next community-chosen topic, the Tree Sentinels. We look forward to welcoming you back for more Elden Lore. The world of Elden Ring is teeming with monsters and enemies ready to destroy our Tarnished at every turn. We learn this very quickly during our first encounter with the Grafted Scion, the introductory boss meant to show us how punishing death can be. Of course, after losing this fight, we find ourselves in the tutorial area of the game, where we're taught the basics of survival. After emerging from that cave, we are met with another seemingly insurmountable challenge. A large golden-clad knight riding an armored steed, holding a halberd and shield larger than our Tarnished. We quickly learn that battle may not be our best option, and oftentimes we're forced to run from this formidable foe. We encounter tree sentinels in a few different areas of the lands between, but who are they? Why do they seem to be patrolling areas our Tarnished absolutely needs to pass through in order to reach the Erd Tree? And from where do they draw their incredible strength? Let's dive in. Before we go any further, we wanted to make a quick shout out to Pat G, who's been creating the incredible artwork for our video thumbnails. Make sure to check out his store linked in the description if you'd like to bring home any of these prints for yourself, or as a gift for the Elden Ring fan in your life. The first place we need to look for information on the Tree Sentinels is their armor set. Every piece of this set is described as the armor of the heavy cavalry Tree Sentinels who serve the Erd Tree. Imposingly sturdy and nigh unbreakable, the grace of old yet lingers. The chest piece of the armor is also adorned with a cape featuring the mark of the sacred tree. These armor pieces imply that the Tree Sentinels may not serve a specific ruler such as Marika or Godric, but the Erd Tree itself. The Erd Tree Great Shield also tells us the Tree Sentinels are the living rampart of the Erd Tree. The Tree Sentinels are the standard by which all defenders of the Erd Tree aspire. So any knight who serves the Erd Tree look at becoming a sentinel as their ultimate goal. This information applies to all Tree Sentinels, but we learn after making our way to Leyndell that there is another variation of this knight, the Draconic Tree Sentinel. One of these enemies can drop the malformed dragon set, which explains how these sentinels came to wield the power of dragons. Each piece of armor is described as malformed and is adorned with various dragon imagery and worn by the misshapen Tree Sentinels. After the great ancient dragon Grandsax attacked, the Sentinels had an epiphany. The only way to truly protect the Erd Tree was to become dragons themselves. When Grandsax attacked the royal capital, he brought down the walls of Leyndell. This was the first time in recorded history these walls had ever been breached, and this started the war against the dragons. Various items throughout Elden Ring unravel the story of the war with the dragons, but in order to stay focused on the Draconic Tree Sentinels, we won't dig into this. Yet. The Draconic Tree Sentinels wield incredible power, and the reason for this is because they have most likely engaged in dragon communion. Their malformed armor bears dragon ornamentation and reinforces the connection between their power and that of dragons. These sentinels were already the strongest defenders of the Erd Tree, and in order to defend it from any and all threats, they took the power of the dragons for themselves. We can see the outcome of their communion with the magics these sentinels wield, but they also became dragons in a less literal sense, by taking trophies from those they slayed for their communion and fashioning them into equipment. The dragon Greatclaw is said to have been whittled from the claw of a great ancient dragon, wielded by grotesque Tree Sentinels who yet serve the Erd Tree. The claw is enwreathed with lightning and tears through the dragon's feeble descendants with ease. Again, we see how these sentinels fashion themselves into a force capable of slaying dragons to protect the Erd Tree. However, the item description also says they yet serve the Erd Tree, implying that eventually their dabbling in dragon communion could someday pull them away from their purpose. Now that we know who the Tree Sentinels are and where they draw their power from, the question remains, why do we continually find them obstructing our path to the Erd Tree? Unlike other boss enemies in Elden Ring, we only find the Sentinels in areas meant to halt our progression to our main goal. We believe this is intentional not from a game design standpoint, but from a lore perspective. The first Tree Sentinel we discover is immediately after we emerge into Limgrave. We can assume that most, if not all Tarnished, start in this same area, as Var waits here to see what new Tarnished he may be able to recruit to his cause. This means that the Tree Sentinel is likely to do battle with all of these new Tarnished as well. The Sentinels have dedicated themselves to the Erdtree. They are its rampart, and their goal is to destroy all who threaten it. After defeating Morgott, we learn that in order to become Elden Lord we must burn the Erdtree, and we believe it's likely that the Tree Sentinels, being the Erdtree's closest defenders, know this as well. This is why one of their order is stationed immediately outside of the area where Tarnished emerge into the lands between, to destroy them, shake their resolve, and dissuade them from following grace. Again, we find 2 Tree Sentinels on the road to Leyndell. They stand in front of a large doorway that leads to the road that will take us into the city. They attack as a team, trying to prevent us from making our way to the foot of the Erdtree, and are a formidable force to battle at the same time. Should we keep following this road, we reach the entrance to the city, this time defended by a Draconic Tree Sentinel, the strongest of their order we have faced up to this point. Only by defeating him do we make our way into the city. The next idea is only a theory, but we know thanks to the Magma Breath incantation that Dragon Communion can turn a person into a Magma Wyrm if abused. Those who have performed the Dragon Communion will find their humanity slowly slipping away. Once they've fully succumbed to their fate, they are left no more than Wyrms that crawl the earth. If we climb the scaffolding from Raya Lucaria to Leyndell, we face Magma Wyrm Makar. Makar will drop the Magma Wyrm Scale Sword if defeated, which tells us, it's said these land-bound dragons were once human heroes who partook in Dragon Communion, a grave transgression, for which they were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves. It would make sense that a Draconic Tree Sentinel would have been protecting a secret passage to the Altus Plateau, and the Magma Wyrm Scale Sword is another blade made from the remains of a dragon, just like the Dragon Greatclaw. There's no solid evidence that Makar used to be a Draconic Tree Sentinel, but the lore around these monsters does make it seem plausible. There is one more Draconic Tree Sentinel we can face in crumbling Fara Mazula. They guard the entrance to Malakath's boss room, and again, display an impressive strength that is not easily defeated, even by the most formidable Tarnished. The fact that there is a sentinel guarding this area reinforces the idea that these knights know that the greatest threat to the Erdtree is a Tarnished chasing the title of Elden Lord. As we attempt to burn the Erdtree, we are teleported to crumbling Fara Mazula, and from here, the only way to escape is by defeating Malakath, the Black Blade, and unbinding Destined Death. Enya tells us when asked about burning the Erdtree that, for the flame to burn the Erdtree, a sacrifice is needed of one who envisions the flame and can lead you to the rune of death. And the Finger Maiden crone at the Grand Lift of Roll tells us, the burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. Doing so will unbind Destined Death and slay the world itself. Both of these dialogues imply it is not enough to kindle the tree. The flame will not take hold until we unbind Destined Death, and we can only do that by getting past this final Draconic Tree Sentinel and facing Malakath. The Tree Sentinel's purpose, first and foremost, is to defend the Erdtree. These knights understand that the greatest threat to the tree is us, the Tarnished, those who wish to rip the title of Elden Lord away from Radagon, and can only do so by destroying the Erdtree. They try to stop us at every milestone along the way, but if we are persistent, we can overcome them and surpass their power. We hope you learned something new about the Tree Sentinels from this dive into their lore. Feel free to comment with any other theories you may have about this order of knights. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss our next video on the Black Knife Assassins. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Black Knife Assassins are an incredibly popular topic in the Elden Lore community, and we were fairly surprised that you all wanted to get our take on these enemies. While many other lore channels have taken a stab at their motivations and whom they ultimately serve, we're going to do our best to take you through what's known about these enemies for sure, and our theories on the more debatable lore points. Unlike our other videos, in order to properly cover the Black Knife Assassin's overarching hold on the events of the game, we'll need to approach this in a less conventional way, so strap in and let's begin our dive with Rogier. Rogier is a scholar first and foremost, and his topic of study is the history of the lands between. If we follow his questline and find a certain misshapen face at the bottom of Stormveil Castle, he gives us the following dialogue.
The misshapen corpse under Stormveil. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the Golden Age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blaidd, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way.
Thanks to Rogier, we know that the Black Knife Assassins are largely considered responsible for the Night of Black Knives, but he believes there is more to this plot hidden from the masses. If we follow his questline, we find the original hideout of the Black Knives, the Black Knife Catacombs, and after exploring this dungeon, we have a confrontation with one of their order. They move swiftly and react to our tarnish so quickly that it's hard to put any distance between yourself and your enemy. Once we manage to defeat our target, we are rewarded with the Assassin's Cerulean Dagger Talisman and the Black Knife print. The Cerulean Dagger tells us this charm is modeled after the darkly gleaming blades used in the Night of Black Knives, those which gave the demigods their first taste of death. And the knife print says, on the Night of Black Knives, someone stole a fragment of death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and imbued its power into the assassin's daggers. This mark is evidence of the ritual and hides the truth of the conspiracy. So to further uncover the truth of that night, not only was a shard of the Rune of Death stolen, but it was magically fashioned into the daggers of the Black Knife Assassins, which is how they were able to slay Godwyn. Of course, it doesn't look like the Black Knives deal in any kind of magic, so the question remains, who performed the ritual that imbued their weapons with the power of the Rune of Death and left behind the Black Knife print? Through Rogier's research, we discover that Ranni the Witch is responsible for the plot behind the Night of Black Knives, and that she worked with the Black Knife Assassins to bring this plan to fruition. There is a common misconception around the lore community that the Black Knife Assassins work directly for Ranni. However, there is no lore saying this in-game. The relationship between the Assassins and Ranni is much more likely one of a guild hired to perform a job, rather than pledging their allegiance to a single master. As evidence of this, the Black Knives have their own ringleader, Alecto, who is likely in charge of their operations. Alecto, Black Knife ringleader, can be found in the Ringleader's Everjail, in western Liurnia of the Lakes. She is a fierce enemy with a blade that steals our health as she attacks. It seems as though Alecto, who was certainly involved in the Night of Black Knives, was likely captured and imprisoned in this Everjail while fleeing the scene of their assassination. Upon defeating her, we earn Black Knife Tish's ashes, which seem to reinforce this theory. Tish was one of the assassins who, on the night of the plot, imbued her Black Knife with the Rune of Death, and slew Godwyn the Golden. She was the daughter of the Black Knife ringleader, Alecto, and was killed protecting her mother during their flight from the royal capital. So Tish died during the escape from Leyndell and was likely turned to Spirit Ash by her mother. Or perhaps she turned herself to Spirit Ash in her dying moments. There are various other items that give us small glances into the Black Knife Assassins, and while most state things that we already know from our examination so far, there are little pieces here and there to help flesh out the story. The Concealing Veil tells us it completely conceals the wearer's presence while crouching at a distance from foes, and it was part of one of the concealing veils used by the assassins on the Night of Black Knives. So now we know how these assassins were able to infiltrate Leyndell and get so close to Godwyn. The Black Knife tells us it was a dagger once belonging to one of the assassins who murdered Godwyn the Golden on the Night of Black Knives. A ritual performed on the oddly misshapen blade imbued it with the power of the stolen rune of death, which raises the question, was the weapon misshapen before or after it was imbued with the power of death? The Black Knife armor set is found on a dead assassin in the consecrated snowfield, and opens up some new possibilities from a lore perspective. We learn this armor was forged to make no sound, and that traces of power yet remain in its concealing veil, which muffles the sound of footsteps. We know how the concealing veil was used in the Night of Black Knives, but more interestingly, we learn that the assassins that carried out the deeds on the Night of Black Knives were all women, and rumored to be Newman, who had close ties to Marika herself. Does this mean that the Black Knives are of the same tribe as Marika, or perhaps that they worked with her directly? There has been a theory floating around the community that maybe Marika herself was responsible for the Night of Black Knives, and ultimately the death of her son. At first, this seems unlikely, until you take into account that Queen Marika banished Lord Godfrey and the Tarnished with the intention of eventually calling them back to the Lands Between when she needed them. Her growing mistrust of the Greater Will and its intentions, along with her Newman heritage and prophesied return of the Tarnished, all seem to give some credibility to this theory. Were Marika to hatch this plan, she'd need an Empyrean on the outside to follow through with the upending of the Golden Order. This is where Ranni comes in, appearing as the mastermind of the Night of Black Knives. Being a Newman woman herself, Marika would reach out to the Black Knife assassins, perhaps promising them a greater place in the next world order, or just riches, seeing as how the knives appear to be assassins for hire. Marika would also be a prime candidate for planning how to outsmart Malekith, her own shadow and half-brother. With Godwyn dead, Marika and Ranni could shift the blame of this event onto the assassins themselves, breaking all trust between them and ultimately imprisoning Alecto within the Everjail we find her. With Ranni on the outside following through with this plan by enlisting our Tarnished, and the Black Knife assassins taking all the blame, we begin to see how this theory could not only be plausible, but further explain the overall part the Black Knives play in the story. This betrayal by not only Ranni, but Queen Marika herself, would also explain why we find the corpses of many assassins at Ranni's rise after completing her questline. Their quest for revenge ended at the blade of Blaidd the half-wolf before he lost himself to the will of the Two Fingers. As we stated, this is all speculation, and we're not stating it as fact, just a theory we believe has some strong evidence behind it. With all of this said, there's still one more theory related to the Black Knives that needs to be addressed: Melina's association with their order. We're going to be diving heavily into speculation here, so please don't take anything we say as us claiming to know one way or the other. It's simply a dissection of what their association could be based on Melina's presence in our battle with Morgott. Before starting our fight with Morgott, we're able to summon Melina to aid in our battle. While this is already a huge surprise as we have only ever seen Melina as an observer when it comes to our struggles, what's deeply interesting is the way she fights. Melina's moveset is the exact style of the Black Knife assassins. She even uses a dagger in this battle. She moves with the same flowing steps and attacks in the same way as every Black Knife assassin we have faced up to this point. We're also able to find Melina's weapon, the Blade of Calling, just before entering the Forbidden Lands. It tells us it is the dagger given to the one who set out on a journey to fulfill her duty long ago. The power of its former owner, the Kindling Maiden, is still apparent. The one who walks alongside flame shall one day meet the road of destined death. This is the same final line that's spoken by Melina before lighting the fires of the Giant's Forge. What's more interesting is that this dagger, when laid over the Black Knife, has an almost identical shape, save for the misshapen blades jutting off of the main blade. Again, we ask, was the Black Knife misshapen before the ritual, or was it identical to the Blade of Calling and only changed after it was imbued with destined death? We're not going to dive into all of the speculations surrounding Melina, as this would be a massive video in its own right, but with these trails of evidence, it's fair to say that the connection between the Black Knife assassins and Melina goes deeper than any of us truly know. We believe she may even be an important figure in their order, or may have had a hand in the Night of Black Knives herself. The Black Knife assassins are found throughout the Lands Between in so many different areas that we believe it's possible that each assassin chose their own path after the Night of Black Knives. While many have stayed loyal to the Order, others have struck out on their own to find their own place in the lands between. These assassins are a thoroughly dissected area of Elden Ring lore, and we hope that even if we didn't bring anything new to the table, that our dive into their history has deepened your understanding or appreciation of these enemies. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on our next topic, the Knights of Zamor. We can't wait to see you again for more Elden Lore. The Knights of Zamor are an enigmatic set of enemies that we encounter in very specific areas of the lands between. We find the majority of the knights we can face in the Zamor ruins in the Mountaintop of Giants, while the ancient heroes of Zamor can be found within heroes' graves in the mountains and the Altus Plateau. So who are these knights? What is their purpose? And why are some of their people hailed as heroes and given extravagant burial grounds in the lands between? Let's find out. We can glean the most information about the Knights of Zamor from the Zamor set. Each piece tells us they were hailed as heroes in the war against the giants, and that these long-lived heroes clad in biting, freezing winds are said to have been the mortal enemies of the fire giants since time immemorial. So we know that even though these knights have a ghastly, almost undead visage, they're likely not reanimated corpses, but simply a people with what those in the lands between consider to be an extended lifespan. They're clad in biting, freezing winds, which means the frost magic they wield can actually be felt just by standing in their presence. Most importantly, they were heroes in the war against the giants that Mariga and Radagon fought so long ago. They all seem to wield the Zamor curved sword, which tells us they earned great renown during the war against the giants. The weapon was made with an apparent devotion to winter, and is styled after an icy wind and imbued with a powerful frost effect. Not only do these knights utilize the power of frost, they've embedded it into their weaponry. Their fighting style is very loose and flowing, utilizing a speed almost akin to the Black Knife assassins, and they take wide swings with their weapons, sometimes leaving behind ice that juts out to strike our Tarnished. While they are a powerful, difficult enemy that prepares us for what to expect from the Mountaintop of Giants, it is possible their current strength pales in comparison to what they could do in their prime. When Queen Marika and Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, were on the warpath, conquering the lands between, they saw the fire giants as an obstacle too large for them to tackle with their strength alone. During this stage of the war, they enlisted the aid of the Knights of Zamor, who, as we know, were no friends of the fire giants. Marika herself considered their strength great enough to add to her own forces, and with the help of the Zamor, all but one of the fire giants were exterminated. For their help in taking the Mountaintop of Giants for the Golden Order, some of the Knights of Zamor were hailed as heroes. We can encounter the ancient heroes of Zamor in two different tombs in the lands between, and we believe that one of these graves is not meant for the ancient hero of Zamor himself. He instead defends this holy tomb and the riches within. This is the Sainted Hero's grave in the Altus Plateau, likely the second time we will encounter any warrior of Zamor if we've been thoroughly exploring the lands between. The ancient hero residing in this tomb protects the spirit ashes of the ancient dragon knight Kristoff. He is known as an honorable knight of Leyndell, who was also a devout worshipper of the ancient dragons. His skills strike down foes with thunderbolts, the dragon's weapon of choice. After the first defense of Leyndell, Kristoff earned the hero's honor of Erdtree burial for the feat of capturing Godfroy the Grafted. It is likely the title of Sainted Hero's tomb is actually referring to Kristoff, and the Zamor hero defends him so that his ashes may remain undisturbed. The second tomb where we can encounter an ancient hero of Zamor is the giant conquering hero's grave. This grave seems to be dedicated to locking away secrets of the giants, as it is crawling with fire monks and even contains the giant seal. This item is described as a sacred seal depicting the one-eyed god of the fire giants, adorned with braids of red hair. Wielded by fire monks and prelates, this catalyst enhances giants' flame incantations. Once we reach the boss room of this tomb, we encounter an ancient hero of Zamor, and upon defeating him, we are rewarded with the Zamor Curve Sword and the Zamor Set. In this case, we think it's safe to assume that the giant conquering hero is the one we face in battle, as it would make sense for the tomb of a Zamor hero to rest above the Zamor ruins, and a member of this warrior tribe to want to lock away the secrets of their greatest enemies. The final ancient hero of Zamor we can find is easily the most mysterious. This hero is locked within an Everjail and is in fact the earliest possible Zamor warrior we can access. This Everjail is located in the Weeping Peninsula and requires a stone sword key. The big question here is, why would a hero of Zamor be locked away when we know they were Marika and Radagon's greatest allies during the war with the Giants? We think that the reason for his imprisonment may have to do with the item he drops upon his defeat, Radagon's Scar Seal. This is a powerful talisman that represents the lifelong duty of those chosen by the gods, and it grants incredible power to its user at the cost of survivability. There are two possibilities we can see for why this hero is locked in the Weeping Everjail. First, he may have been given a mission to protect Radagon's Scar Seal from those who would take it for themselves. By sealing himself in an Everjail, and even adding the additional layer of security by requiring a stone sword key, he would ensure the seal was protected, with one-to-one combat as his final stand. The second possibility is that after defeating the Giants, this ancient hero took the Scar Seal for himself, and as punishment was locked within the Everjail. Of course, then we must ask, why was the Scar Seal left with him and not taken from his possession? The Knights of Zamor are a mysterious tribe of warriors, and while Elden Ring doesn't give too much detail on their culture, aside from their hatred of the fire giants, they leave a lasting impression with their tall, lanky build and frost magics. If you have any thoughts or theories surrounding the Knights of Zamor or their ancient heroes, leave a comment and we can discuss them as a community. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our dives into your favorite enemies. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The story of Sorcerer Rogier is laid out before us while playing through Elden Ring. He is a scholar, a friend, and possibly a powerful warrior, though he doesn't seem the type. Rogier is one of the truly friendly NPCs we come across in the Lands Between, and while he is driven by a need to learn the true history of the Golden Order, he often shows concern for our Tarnished. Nowhere in his questline does it feel like we are being used or manipulated. We are simply helping a friend. So what is there to learn about Rogier aside from what we experience ourselves in-game? Let's find out. Rogier, by his own admission, is a sorcerer who aspired to be a scholar. When we first meet him, he claims to be looking for something in Stormveil Castle when he isn't hot-footing it from the troops, and shows genuine concern for why you are in the castle where Tarnished are being used as fodder for grafting. After divulging our purpose to him, he tells us he no longer sees the guidance of grace, but remembers what it felt like to be guided to the Lands Between so many years ago. Rogier offers to teach us what sorceries he knows, telling us, as a fellow Tarnished, once guided by grace, I'd love to help you out, if it please. This is likely the most pleasant interaction we've had with an NPC up to this point, and we don't see Rogier again until we defeat Godric and visit the Round Table Hold. After returning to the Round Table Hold, we can find Rogier on the balcony, where he acknowledges our victory over Godric.
You defeated Godric and claimed yourself a great rune. Looks like we both got what we wanted out of Stormveil, didn't we? Well done, friend. Something to mark the occasion. Go on, take it.
He then gives us Rogier's rapier, a +8 weapon, telling us he can no longer wield it due to his inability to move very well after returning from Stormveil. We learn what's behind his affliction after finding the face below the castle. Once we've found it, Rogier will tell us it is a sacred relic, and that it is to blame for the shape he's in now. I urge the utmost caution. Don't disturb the corpse more than necessary, he tells us. If we speak to D, Hunter of the Dead, after Rogier comes to the hold, he gives us some background on him.
Are you acquainted with a man named Rogier? You know, the piteous fellow hiding away on the balcony. He was a formidable spellblade in times past. Don't let his easy air deceive you. He was wise beyond his years, stout of heart and clear of mind. No more, though. You see him now, ravaged by thorns, muttering and rambling, like he's half dead already. I can't stomach to watch. Take well the lesson, friend. That's how you end up when seduced by those who live in death. When grace is sullied, it rots people from the inside. Breaks them.
So with the knowledge that the relic below the castle is responsible for Rogier's condition, D equating it with those who live in death, and an item called the Prince of Death's pustule, which can be found next to the face and is associated with Godwyn, we can safely assume the face below Stormveil is a piece of Godwyn the Golden himself, and by spending too much time studying it, Rogier has inadvertently sealed his own fate. As a short aside, just to dive more deeply into this face below Stormveil, we believe it is a piece of Godwyn, but not his actual face or body itself. Godwyn's body is found in the deep-root depths, and many are saying it doesn't make sense that his face is found in two places so far from each other. However, we believe there's an explanation to this. Godwyn's body has wrapped itself around the roots of the Erd Tree, and is spreading out across the lands between like a cancer. The face we see below Stormveil is part of Godwyn, but it's not his actual face. The Prince of Death's pustule has a similar face, as do crabs in the lands above the deep-root depths. It seems as though anything corrupted by death grows a face similar to the one below Stormveil, so this is more likely a growth jutting off from Godwyn's body, which is ever expanding along the roots of the Erd Tree. After having Rogier examine the black knife print, he informs us that Lunar Princess Ranni was behind the Knight of Black Knives, and he asks us to find her body, as it should bear the curse mark of destined death. According to Rogier, this would make his long search come to an end, and his research can finally be complete. It is at this point we learn the true reason why Rogier is pulling the threads of history. I'm afraid there's something I must tell you. Do you know of those who live in death? The very notion of life and death defies the Golden Order. By D's account, these defiled fiends must be expunged. But truth be told, I seek the curse mark to save them. You may find this peculiar, but I discovered something in my examination of the Knight of Black Knives. These souls have committed no offense. They have every right to life, only they happen to touch upon a flaw in the Order. So in the end, Rogier's studies started as truly selfless, a desire to save others from a dark fate. Rogier can expand on his relationship with D if we should ask. He tells us they're old friends who journeyed together, but their paths diverged, never to cross again, likely due to their differing opinions on those who live in death. He laments that if D knew his true goal, it would make him boil over with rage, or perhaps maybe pity for his old friend for believing he could change the fate of these undead souls. So Rogier knows D would not approve of his desire to save those who live in death, but cannot abide by his friend's singular focus of destroying them all. If we continue to follow his questline, Rogier will ask us to enter into Ranni's service in order to get close to her and find the curse mark, all while urging us to be careful and showing concern for our Tarnished. Unfortunately, it is not possible for us to complete this task while Rogier lives. After following his instructions and joining Ranni, we can speak with him again, where he confides in us. Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless sleep, and I have an inkling it could spell trouble for you somehow, so I just wanted to get the apology out of the way beforehand, since you're so scary and all. After this, Rogier falls into a deep sleep he never wakes from. Interestingly, he falls into this sleep at the same time Ranni falls to her slumber. It's unknown if there's a real connection here, as no lore points us towards believing there is, but it is a rather large coincidence. To learn a little more about Rogier, we can look at his equipment. Rogier's rapier tells us it is a piercing sword of superior quality, featuring intricate ornamentation, signature weapon of the sorcerer Rogier. High dexterity is required to wield the blade to its full potential, but mastery is a sight to behold, characterized by a flowing style which excels in successive attacks. So while Rogier makes it seem as though he's not much of a fighter, he was likely very skilled and was simply playing his cards close to his vest, not yet knowing our Tarnished well enough to know if we could be trusted. All of the armor in the Spellblade set has the same description. Glintstone Sorcerer Rogier's traveling attire, graced with an intricate, aristocratic decoration. Rogier spent his entire life behaving with utter detachment. No one noticed the anger, grief, regret, or fear that existed along with it. Knowing this, it's likely we are the first person Rogier has truly opened up to. Whether this is because we proved ourselves as a true companion, or because Rogier, close to the end of his life, saw us as a way to fulfill his life's purpose, we can't know for sure. I like to think the concern Rogier shows for us is genuine, and he's one of the few true friends we can make through our journey. A skilled sorcerer and possibly a strong fighter, Rogier was first and foremost a scholar, dedicated to helping those cursed by a plague they had no hand in. He studied and fought for others, and to uncover the truth of the past so the world could move forward in a more positive direction. True selflessness in the hope of bringing about a better world is rarely seen in the lands between, and while it ultimately led to the end of Rogier's life, his sacrifice helps us along our way to becoming Elden Lord. After all, how can we rule the lands between without a proper understanding of its history? Thank you for joining us for this dive into Rogier's story. If you have any thoughts on our favorite sorcerer, please leave them in the comments below. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you can be notified about our next video on the Fire Monks. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. We have learned something very important here at Square Table Gaming. It seems there are very few enemies in Elden Ring without a rich history behind them. When starting our research into the Fire Monks, we believed their story would be fairly straightforward, but the closer we looked, the deeper the rabbit hole went. Not only are these enemies guarding the Fell God's flame, but some of their group may be made up of those exiled by the Golden Order. So let's take a closer look at the Fire Monks and uncover the mysteries of their order. The Fire Monks' armor set tells us they are guardians of the Flame of Ruin, which was forbidden by the Erd Tree and said to be kept high in the mountaintops of the giants. Another piece of their armor tells us the grotesque face sculpted on the chest is said to depict the corrupt ancient god of the flame. Taboos transform into lasting obsessions by virtue of the fear that they inspire. There's a couple of different things to take away from this chest piece. Firstly, the grotesque face mentioned on the armor is a facsimile of the chest of the fire giant we fight in the mountaintop of giants. Second, the taboo of the flame of the fell god has become an obsession for the fire monks, which multiple incantations also allude to. Surge O Flame tells us the giant's flame is the flame of ruin, capable of burning the Erd Tree, and so, following the war against the giants, its ruinous blaze was sealed, and guardians were appointed to watch over it. And the incantations Flame Sling and Whirl O Flame tell us, fire beguiles those who look upon it. Those who would guard the flame would also come to worship it, and so the guardians of the flame are also its worshippers, respectively. So the Fire Monk incantations give us more insight into their order, showing how while their original intention was simply to guard the flame so that none may use its heretical power, over time they began to worship the flame and the fell god its power came from. We believe this change may be connected to the curse surrounding the giants and their power. The giant's red braid tells us every giant is red of hair, and Radagon was said to have despised his own red locks. Perhaps that was a curse of their kind. So the curse of the giants may be represented by their red hair, and every fire monk shares that same red beard. Perhaps the red hair that they share is a sign that they have been overtaken by the power of the fell god. As a contrast to this, the black flame monks, who were former fire monks enthralled by the god-slaying black flame, do not share their order's red beard. So we know the order the fire monks belong to was likely stationed in the mountaintop of giants by Queen Marika after the end of the war with the giants in order to guard the heretical fell flame from any who would use its power to threaten the Erd Tree. So why do we find them stationed in Liurnia of the Lakes? The monk's flame blade sheds some light on this by telling us the monks came to the land of Liurnia in pursuit of a fugitive who stole their fire. If you found these monks, it's very likely you first found the Malefactor's Everjail, where we can challenge Adon, Thief of Fire. With this in mind, it's likely these monks locked Adon in the Everjail as punishment for stealing their flame. Upon defeating him, we receive the incantation Flame of the Fell God, which tells us Arganthi, the chief guardian of the flame, had kept this incantation a well-kept secret until it was stolen by Adon. The fell god still lurks within the fire giants. So now we know the name of the man who leads the fire monks' order, Arganthi. Before wrapping up our analysis on the fire monks, we want to take some time to discuss the other members of their order. At the top, we have Arganthi, found at the top of the Guardian's garrison. He is the chief guardian of the flame and clearly thinks highly of himself, wearing the ruler's set and wielding a unique weapon, the one-eyed shield. This shield is said to depict an evil deity worshipped by the fire gods and supposedly destroyed by Queen Marika. Below Arganthi, we have the fire prelates, who the fire monks report to directly. It is said the cauldron perched atop the head of their armor was originally furnished with embers and would surge into flames when the wearer's faith reached its zenith. The rest of their armor tells us the weighty flames of the prelates symbolize the onus of their grave vows as guardians of the flame. Etch this sight upon thine breast of my thunderous gravity. So their massive girth is intentional and a symbol of their position. There's one more weapon associated with the fire prelates that tells an interesting story related to their order: the cranial vessel candlestand. Candlestand used in worship of Byrok, the most hallowed monk prelate of the Guardian's Flame. Concerned over the lazy arrogance with which the monks treated the flame, Byrok severed his own head as a lesson to the others, intending it to be used as a candlestand. His faith yet smolders from within the cranial vessel. So this prelate, in an effort to light a fire under fellow members of his order, literally cut off his own head. The best part of this weapon? It comes with an art of war that shoots fire from the top of the candlestand, meaning that the faith of the prelate willing to cut off his own head perseveres to this day. Lastly, below the fire monks, we have the Thornfire sorcerers, who in our opinion are the most interesting of the order after the fire monks. The Thornfire sorcerers are exiled criminals who follow the fire monks, but why were they exiled? A couple of incantations can answer this question for us. Fire's deadly sin can start to tell their story. Incantation originating from a deeply ominous prophecy. The prophet despaired, looking up at the Erd Tree, for soon the kindling would burst into flame, bringing ruin. The burning of the Erd Tree is the first cardinal sin. That is not the domain of mere men. After this, Catch Flame tells us it is an incantation originating from a sinister prophecy. The flame of ruin is anathema to the Erd Tree, but prophets sometimes glimpse it within the faith all the same. Sadly, when this occurs, their sole reward is banishment. So the Thornfire sorcerers did not originally belong to the same order as the fire monks, but after they glimpsed the future where we burn the Erd Tree, they were exiled from the lands between, and chose to follow those who worshiped the flame that granted them their prophetic visions. There are also the Flame Guardians inside of the Guardian's garrison, but it's hard to tell where they fall in this hierarchy. They drop no items, and no lore mentions them, and while they have strong flame incantations, they wield no real weapons, just a torch bowl with a small amount of flame. The Fire Monks are a fantastic example of how almost every enemy in Elden Ring has a story to tell. These large men who sling fire at our Tarnished actually have a distinct place in the overall lore of the lands between, and are tied directly to Queen Marika and her conquest of the Mountaintop of Giants. The more we dig into the enemies we face throughout this game, the more in awe we are of how much work went into crafting the history of the Lands Between. Be sure to comment with more enemies you'd like us to investigate. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell if you like the content we've been working on. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. So far at Square Table Gaming, we've tackled the lore of enemies that are fairly straightforward. Of course, there's been digging for motivations and history, but overall we've shied away from speculating too heavily and have relied on solid in-game descriptions to unravel their mysteries. However, not every enemy in Elden Ring offers us enough information to truly uncover their story. The Oracle Envoys fall into this category. These monstrous musicians are an enigma, but we have some theories that we'd like to share with you. There are 3 types of Oracle Envoys that can be found in the Lands Between: the standard version, the large Oracle Envoy, and the Oracle Envoy Giants. Each wields a horn the appropriate size for their frame and will attack by either slamming it into our Tarnished or casting bubble spells towards us. These horns are described as profoundly weighty, and they were originally instruments, but one that cannot be sounded by a mere human, or perhaps it's too early to sound the call. The larger they are, the longer their arms and necks become. They are pale of skin and have no legs, which leads us to believe they may be related to another race in the Lands Between, but we'll touch on this later. The most important thing to know about these enemies comes from the Oracle Envoy ashes, which can be found near the Haligtree town site of Grace. Spirits of a monstrous band of musicians who employ sacred arts. It is said that when Oracle Envoys appear playing their pipes, they do so to herald the arrival of a new god or age. So we know that they exist for a singular reason, to signal the coming of a new god or age, which explains why we only see them in 2 areas of the Lands Between, the city of Leyndell and Miquella's Haligtree. The Oracle Envoys in Leyndell can be found just after entering the city. Before you approach them, they are playing their horns out towards the Erd Tree, and do not stop until we take their attention away from their music. It is likely these enemies can be found here because Leyndell is the seat of the Erd Tree, and they are playing music to usher in a new age where soon someone else will become Elden Lord, and create a new path for the Lands Between. The fact that they attack us says to me that they don't know who will be the one to change the status quo, but they have an inherent understanding that a change is coming, and it's their job to announce it to the city. The other location we find the Oracle Envoys is Miquella's Haligtree. They sit along the branches, playing music likely to herald the arrival of a new god, Miquella. Of course, Miquella isn't literally a new god, but this would be more symbolic. The Envoys are playing to announce to the world that Miquella's revival is at hand, and perhaps too is their salvation. We mentioned earlier that we believe the bodies of the Oracle Envoys, as well as a comment from viewer Nick Perry, led us to a theory about what they actually are. In our opinion, the Oracle Envoys are another form of Albinauric. Their white flesh, lack of blood, missing legs, and their presence at the Haligtree implies to us that they may be an entirely separate generation of Albinauric, unlike the first, human-looking versions, and the second, frog-looking monsters. One of the reasons we believe this is the item description for the Envoy crown, the soft bundle worn on the head by Oracle Envoys, densely wrapped in several layers of cloth. No one knows what the cloth hides, but some claim to have heard a faint whimpering from inside. It must have been their imagination. We believe underneath of these head wraps is the large head of a second-generation Albinauric. Not much is known about the Albinauric, but we do know that the first generation were essentially man-made beings. The Albinauric blood clot calls them life forms made by human hands, thus many believe them to live impure lives untouched by the Erd Tree's grace. And the blood clot itself looks suspiciously like the silver tears we find in Nokrin. While we don't know who created the Albinaurics, we know that they are looked down on by those in the Lands Between connected to the Erd Tree. We know this due to Loretta, Knight of the Haligtree, who was seeking to find a place where Albinaurics could live in peace. She believed that the Haligtree was the only place they could find salvation. As for why Loretta wanted to lead them, the Silver Mirror Shield gives us a clue. The shape is said to imitate that of a sacred drop of dew, which inspired the absurd rumor that Loretta herself was an Albinauric. So perhaps the rumor wasn't as absurd as one would think. It's likely Loretta was leading them because they were her people, and it looks like some Oracle envoys were brought along for the ride. When it comes down to it, there isn't a lot of evidence to prove the Oracle envoys are actually Albinauric. We know that these man-made humans come in a variety of shapes and sizes, are pale of skin, and their first generation were created with legs destined to shrivel and die before their bodies. So our theory hinges on the Oracle envoys being another version of these creatures, made to serve and sing the exaltations of the Elden Lord, whoever that may be. If this is the case, it makes sense that they would follow Loretta to the Haligtree, seeking their salvation, ushering in the Age of Miquella. This particular video delved deep into theory crafting for the Oracle envoys. It's entirely possible they are unique creatures who only exist to usher in a new age or god, but the similarities between them and the Albinaurics made their stories feel a little more connected in the bigger picture. We're sure our community has their own theories about the Oracle envoys, and we encourage you to share them with us in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss our next topic, The Banished Knights. This particular request was so popular, we didn't include it in our latest poll. We know you want their story, and we're going to make sure you get as much information as we can dig up. Join us again next time for more Elden Lore. Since we started working on Elden Ring lore, no enemy has been more requested from our viewers than the Banished Knights. These knights are found throughout the lands between and show no singular allegiance. They fight for the lord that will have them and consider nothing heretical. If it can add to their power, the Banished Knights will utilize it. There's not a lot of information on where these knights come from or why they were banished to begin with, but we have theories and we're ready to share them. The Banished Knights are one of the few enemies in Elden Ring whose altered armor set actually provides us with different lore. The helm tells us it is a thick, full set of armor covering the entire body. This helm was worn by knights who, whether by misfortune or misdeed, were forced to abandon their homes. Perhaps the deep red scarf was used to block the winds, for on the outskirts, the winds bite with a stinging fierceness. The altered version of the helm, which loses the scarf and shows a small dragon statue that was hiding underneath, instead tells us these fierce warriors were each and all accomplished. Perhaps that is why, despite their territorial losses, they were still named knights. From this armor, we learn that the Banished Knights likely traveled from the outskirts to reach the lands between, and that they gained their knightly status despite their losses on the battlefield. One theory we have on these knights is that they're not as disconnected as they may seem. While the Banished Knights are found working under commanders and lords, we believe they first and foremost belong to their own order. The Banished Knights all share the same armor set, with a dragon's horn on the right pauldron, and use the same swords, halberds, and shields. Where would they get this armor if they were not first part of a larger group that later splintered out after reaching the lands between? Whether or not they still share this camaraderie is unclear, but we are certain they once fought under one banner. The Banished Knights seem to take on the skills of whatever area they are currently defending. When we face them in Stormveil Castle, they utilize wind-based skills that can push us aside when they slam their shield down, or allow them to dash towards us. Multiple Banished Knights found in areas that have to do with dragons can use fire against us in battle. Lastly, the Banished Knights at Castle Sol can cause frostbite to our Tarnished. It's likely that these knights have the versatility to learn whatever abilities thrive in the areas that they are stationed, but they seem to have a particular connection to Dragon Communion, as 2 of them can be found around the Cathedral of Dragon Communion in Caelid. It's unknown whether they adopted the dragon ornamentation on their armor after coming to the lands between, but we believe they may have dabbled in these arts before even Godwyn and his soldiers. We can obtain the spirit ashes of 2 different Banished Knights while exploring the lands between, Banished Knight Oleg and Banished Knight Engvall. These 2 were known as the Wings of the Storm, and they both attracted the notice of the Grace-Given Lord. We learned from Sir Gideon Ofnir that the Grace-Given Lord is actually Morgod. so yet again we see Morgott taking advantage of the greatest warriors he can find in the lands between. It was said that Oleg, having slain 100 traitors as the Lord's hand, earned the hero's honor of Erd-Tree burial. Banished Knight Engvall, on the other hand, rejected the invitation of the grace-given Lord, instead keeping watch over a masterless castle for many years, gaining renown as a hero of the fringes. So Engvall saw fit to remain in banishment despite Morgott's gracious offer, perhaps believing that he deserved a life on the fringes. We find a large number of banished knights in Castle Sol serving under Commander Niall. The veteran's prosthesis tells us, Commander Niall, veteran of Castle Sol, offered his prosthesis in exchange for the lives of defeated knights held prisoner. He went on to lead these men as an army of no nation. We believe these men were the banished knights he is currently commanding. An important note here, when facing Commander Niall in battle, he summons 2 spectral banished knights to fight by his side. Their commander inspired such fierce loyalty that it reaches beyond the grave. The last group of banished knights we can find are located in crumbling Fara Missoula, and to be completely honest, we have no idea how they got there. It's possible they were part of Marika's forces when Godfrey led his men to do battle with Dragon Lord Placidusax, but that's only speculation. We're also not sure that makes perfect sense, as these banished knights are actually patrolling the Dragon Temple area and are able to use the Flaming Breath spell. Perhaps they didn't travel to Fara Missoula with Godfrey. Perhaps they were already under the service of the dragons that originated from this sacred place. There's one other named banished knight that we haven't discussed yet, Edgar, Warden of Castle Morn. He's an interesting case, as he's the only banished knight that we see without his helmet. We know Edgar settled down in the lands between, was offered the role of commander by Godric the Grafted, and had a daughter, Irina. Some think Edgar's armor is just a palette swap, a standard knight's armor from software could use for this character due to the dragon horn on his pauldron being missing. But we believe that this slight change in his armor is meant to indicate his fealty to Godric, the lord who gave him such a high station in Castle Morn. To bolster this theory, Edgar fights with a +8 banished knight's halberd, a clear indication as to his life before becoming warden of the castle. Unfortunately, Edgar's story ends in tragedy like so many others in the lands between. With Irina's death, Edgar is corrupted by the frenzied flame and must be put down by our Tarnished, for which we are rewarded with his halberd and a Shabriri grape. There's one last detail concerning the banished knights we thought was worth mentioning, their possible connection to the Tarnished. While the imagery of knights on the fringes coming to the lands between already clearly parallels with our own journey to this land, it's worth noting that the armor we see in the Round Table hold just before entering Fia's chambers is the same as the banished knights. We can see the distinctive chest piece, a horn on the pauldron, and 2 variations of helmets, one with the dragon ornament and one without. We're unsure if this was simply a case of From Software using the most standard knight-looking armor, or if there's a deeper connection. What do you think? Whether by misfortune or misdeed, these knights were forced to abandon their homes and sent to the fringes, where they were forced to start anew with only despair for company. We believe the banished knights are a fascinating case of warriors in the lands between finding a place for themselves among the chaos of the Shattering. While they are in service to different lords, we believe their armor, weapons, and ability to adapt to the magics of the areas they defend speak to a larger order, one that allows them the freedom to serve whomever they please, with the understanding that they are part of a brotherhood of knights. If you think we missed any important details, leave a comment letting us know. Like and subscribe so you don't miss out on our next video, where we take on 3 smaller topics and give you the background of some enemies with less extensive lore behind them. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. When talking through possible topics for our Elden Lore videos, we realized there were enemies we found absolutely fascinating with little to no solid information behind them. The Wormfaces, Gargoyles, and Golems all provide us with very little context through in-game items, but we know there's more to them than meets the eye. For today's video, we plan to give you lore on these three enemies, as we thought there wouldn't be much to dig up on them. However, while doing research for the Wormfaces, we realized between their locations, mannerisms, and item descriptions, we found enough information to provide you with an entire video on just this enemy. While we're likely still going to package the Gargoyles and Golems together in another video, the Wormfaces deserve their own dedicated space, and we're going to give it to them. The Wormfaces are both one of the most disgusting and interesting enemies in Elden Ring. They can be found in only 3 places: the Woodfolk Ruins at the center of the Altus Plateau, at Mount Gelmir, and towards the bottom of crumbling Far Missoula. When you get close to these creatures, it seems like they are eternally ill, hunched over themselves, vomiting a black liquid, or even sobbing to each other. They are an unnatural humanoid shape, with elongated limbs, blackened skin, and no real head. It's more of a neck with worm-like tendrils spilling out, covering a gaping maw that can be used to try and eat our Tarnished in battle. When they do this, it looks less like they're chewing on our bodies, and more as if they're trying to suck something out of us. It would be fair to compare the look and actions of these enemies more to a leech than a worm. They sometimes carry wooden planks as weapons, but upon closer inspection you can see that these have been ripped off of caravans, likely the same destroyed caravans littering the woods they reside in. Even the lesser wormheads tower over us and create a horrifying, imposing threat that, depending on how confident you are, may be better to sidestep and avoid than to fight head-on. These creatures are undoubtedly tied to Deathblight. We can tell as much from the black liquid they vomit at us, causing this status effect to build up. We also noticed an interesting detail. Almost all of these creatures had gathered at one spot in the Altus Plateau, which just so happens to be directly above Godwyn the Golden's corpse in the Deeproot Depths. One can even be found kneeling before the minor Erdtree found in this location. We believe this indicates that they may worship death, or at the very least be drawn to it. This would also explain their presence in crumbling Far Missoula, as the Rune of Death lives here under the protection of Malekith, the Black Blade. We think it's likely that the Wormfaces actually originated from Far Missoula, and were brought to the lands between from the pieces that crashed below. The reason we believe this ties into our theory about their draw to the Prince of Death. We find a single Wormface at Mount Gelmir disguised as a putrid corpse, implying that the Wormfaces did not always reside on the Altus Plateau alone. It is likely they crashed all around the lands between, and at some point began a pilgrimage to where the root of Deathblight resides. Not necessarily being intelligent enough to know about the underground, they made their way to where they could feel his presence. Whatever turned this Wormface into a putrid corpse likely removed its ability to sense destined death, meaning it could not join in this pilgrimage, which is why it's the only Wormface in the lands between not found at the Altus Plateau. It's worth noting the Wormfaces in Far Missoula are slightly different from the variations we find below. Instead of wearing cloaks to hide their forms, they wear some kind of golden wrappings all around their bodies that gives them an almost mummy-like appearance. It seems clear that this clothing, if you can call it that, is specifically designed for the Wormfaces, and it's unclear how they received it in the first place. We believe this lends more credence to our theory of the Wormfaces originating from Far Missoula, as the cloth they wear in the lands between is much more makeshift and seems to be something they may just throw over themselves. There's one more theory related to the Wormfaces we wanted to dive into. We believe that they actually consume grace. One of the items the Wormfaces can drop is the gold-tinged excrement. The description of this item tells us it is someone's excrement. It has a golden tinge, often hidden in woods and thickets. Gold-tinged excrement is a highly stable substance. It doesn't dry out, nor does it lose its customary warmth or scent. For better or for worse, it remains as is. The only enemies that drop this item are tied to runes and grace in one way or another. The lesser rune bears are likely touched by grace in some way, as their fur shows runic symbols, and boars can drop the Old Fang, which links them to the primordial crucible. But why would the Wormfaces, creatures tied to Deathblight, drop an item that's likely infused with grace? We believe it's because they consume grace from trees and creatures that carry it within them. The large wormhead we find hunched over a minor Erd tree in the Woodfolk ruins can drop two interesting items when we defeat it. Killing this large wormface gives us the Crimson Spill Crystal tier and the Speckled Hard tier, items that would typically come from altars or defeating Erd tree avatars or ulcerated tree spirits guarding minor Erd trees. Why would this creature carry tiers tied to the Erd tree's power? We think this wormface either consumed this minor Erd tree's avatar, or it sucked grace straight from the tree itself. This also explains why their grab attack against our Tarnished is less of a biting attack and more of a sucking animation. They're trying to suck the grace directly from our bodies. This may be even more of a threat than it seems, as we know Deathblight was somehow able to kill Rogier permanently. We theorized this was possible because Rogier told us when we first met him, he no longer saw the guidance of grace. Without grace, we believe it's possible for a Tarnished to be killed permanently by Deathblight, and if a wormface could suck all of the grace from us, perhaps it could kill us for good. The Wormfaces are an odd set of monsters, even for Elden Ring. Their humanoid bodies and worm-like tendrils are the very definition of horror, and in our opinion, nothing else we fight in the Lands Between is quite as disturbing. The implications of an enemy that may feed on grace in order to spread death through the land adds a new layer to the consequences of Godwyn's death. These enemies can be seen praying to something in crumbling Farum Azula, and do not move until you get close to them. Perhaps they smell our grace and want to take the opportunity to steal it from us. Maybe now that Fia is working to return death to the Lands Between, the Wormfaces see a future for themselves, and they're praying to Godwyn. We hope you enjoyed our theories on the Wormfaces and what their possible purpose may be in Elden Ring. Please like, comment, and subscribe if you have any theories of your own on these disgustingly terrifying creatures. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Early in the days of Elden Ring, we were shown the epic battle between Malenia, the Blade of Miquella, and Star Scourge Radahn. After playing the game, we learned that this was the final battle in a war of conquest across the Lands Between. Radahn led his armies across the land, taking new territory in his name, while Malenia did the same. The motivations for this war are often simplified as both sides were vying for power, trying to become the next Elden Lord. But we believe it's more nuanced than that. Of course, both armies had the goal of total conquest, but their motivations were so much more than just power over the Lands Between. We believe that Radahn and Malenia both saw a future where only one ruler could rightly protect the world and do the most good. This clash likely led to the end of both of their dreams. Jumping back into the topic at hand, in order to understand Radahn and Malenia's motivations, it's important to talk briefly about each of these great warriors. We won't be going into enough detail to dedicate an entire video to each, but we want to make sure to properly set up the context of their struggles. Starting with Radahn, he spent his early years looking up to a lord of great repute. While he enjoyed what he believed to be the heroic implications of his own red hair, his true hero was not his father Radagon, but the Elden Lord Godfrey. Radahn's armor tells us the Golden Lion is said to symbolize Godfrey, the Elden Lord, and his beast regent, Sarosh. From his youngest years, Radahn was naturally captivated by the Lord of the Battlefield. He saw Godfrey's conquest of the Lands Between and the lion imagery of Sarosh as heroic, and sought to emulate Godfrey's radiance in his own life. A prowess for battle came naturally to Radahn, but in his studies of gravitational magic, he grew to understand a clear and present danger to the lands between, the stars themselves. We can learn his original intention in studying gravity magic from the remembrance of the Star Scourge, which tells us the Red Lion General wielded gravitational powers which he learned in Celia during his younger days, all so he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed. Thanks to Zuli, we know this tiny horse's name is Leonard. This isn't important to our theory, but it'd be a crime not to shout out Leonard when discussing Radahn. Radahn studied gravitational magic from an alabaster lord with skin of stone, who was likely one of the Onyx Lords, so named in reverence of their destructive power. Upon learning the collapsing star spell, Radahn told his master, "I thank you for your tutelage, for now I can challenge the stars." From this point on, Radahn started to hold back the stars themselves in order to prevent them from delivering more astral beasts to the lands between and destroying more of his home. He likely learned of their destructive power and the impact which sunk Nokrin, the Eternal City, into the underground, and wanted to prevent this from ever happening again. It's unknown if he was aware that by holding back the stars, he was preventing Ranni from fulfilling her plans to sever herself from the Two Fingers. But given his hero worship of Godfrey and his faith in the Golden Order, he likely would not have cared even if he did know. From here is where we can start theorizing why Radahn would war across the land for the title of Elden Lord, as we have a stronger understanding of what kind of person and lord he was. After the Shattering, it's likely that Radahn saw the infighting of the demigods. He saw a land with no lord, falling into utter disarray, and he decided to follow in the footsteps of his hero, Godfrey. Through conquest, Radahn could end the wars raging across the lands between, and unite the land under one ruler, a ruler who would do anything to protect his home, a ruler who was already using so much of his power in favor of others, holding back the stars and preventing catastrophe. Radahn would uphold the Golden Order by proving his strength and taking the title of Elden Lord, even though he was not an Empyrean and technically had no claim to the Elden Ring. So with an understanding of Radahn's character, we can see that this lore was likely not just a bid for power over others, but to him at least, was a righteous conquest intended to create peace in the lands between. Who better to bring about that peace than a hero, crafted in the image of Godfrey, who was already the scourge of the stars themselves? When it comes to Malenia, we are given much less information on her childhood, but we can still discern her motivations through what we can learn in-game. Malenia and her brother Miquella were born Empyreans, both capable of taking over the role of their mother, Marika. However, neither was able to truly do so because of the circumstances of their birth. The remembrance of the Rot Goddess tells us Miquella and Malenia are both the children of a single god. As such, they are both Empyreans, but suffered afflictions from birth. One was cursed with eternal childhood, and the other harbored rot within. Her great rune also tells us the blessing of this half-rotted rune reduces the healing power of the Flask of Crimson Tears, and yet, due to the infusion of Malenia's spirit of resistance, attacks made immediately after receiving damage will partially recover HP. Malenia is daughter to Queen Marika and Radagon, and her great rune should have been the most sacred of all, implying that without her curse, she likely would have been seen as the best possible vessel for the Elden Ring. Up until this point, to our knowledge, there have only been female Empyreans: Marika, the Glow-Eyed Queen, Ranni, and Malenia. However, Miquella, born a boy, was also considered an Empyrean, likely due to being Malenia's twin. His curse of eternal childhood essentially made it impossible for him to ever fulfill the role of an Empyrean, but that never stopped Malenia from revering her brother. All of her armor includes the following details: worn by Malenia, Blade of Miquella. Malenia awaited Miquella at the foot of the husk. My brother will keep his promise. He possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god. He is the most fearsome Empyrean of all. This shows us Malenia's faith in her brother, and is likely why she called herself the Blade of Miquella. Knowing all of this, it's very unlikely that Malenia ever even considered herself a proper ruler for the lands between. She may have seen herself as fulfilling the role of a shadow, such as Malekith or Blaidd, but for her brother. So now we have a firm grasp of Malenia's self-perceived role in her family. She lives to serve her brother as a knight, while Miquella seeks a way to free them both from their curses. It's said that Miquella plans to break their curses through the creation of his own Erd Tree, the Hewg Tree. He intends to use unalloyed gold to break their connection to the outer gods and forge a new destiny for himself and his sister, untainted by their influence. Miquella also believes this is the only way to right the many wrongs imposed on those residing in the lands between that do not fall in line with the Golden Order. In order to save himself, his sister, and those persecuted in the lands between, Miquella turned his back on the Golden Order, while Malenia followed her brother and continued to act as his sword. So now we know, Malenia likely holds no love for the Golden Order. If Miquella has abandoned it, she has no reason to follow it herself. With all of this known about Malenia, her motivation in the war becomes clearer. Again, like Radahn, she's not fighting to assert her power over others or the land. She's fighting as a knight for her brother, Miquella. Malenia believes that the only way to save the lands between is for Miquella to succeed in breaking his curse and become the true lord that the lands between deserves. A benevolent leader who cares more for the people of the land than for gods vying for control. It is Malenia's duty to watch over Miquella as his Hewg Tree works to break his curse. So when Radahn began his war of conquest, she likely saw facing him as the only way to ensure her brother would be safe to complete his work and break his curse. The most tragic thing about this is that Malenia leaving her brother's side is likely what made it possible for Mohg to steal him from the Hewg Tree and cease the progress he had made on breaking their curse. So the question now, who was right? Was Radahn truly a hero and the only person capable of bringing the lands between under one banner? While his soldiers were fiercely loyal to him, so too were Malenia's clean-wrought knights, whose bodies suffered from rot just by staying in her presence, but continued to fight for her, believing her cause noble and righteous. From Radahn's perspective, defeating Malenia was necessary to unite the world. However, from Malenia's perspective, stopping Radahn's conquest was the only way to keep Miquella's throne safe, so that he could one day sit upon it and bring true peace to all in the lands between, not just those following the Golden Order. In the end, the battle came to a stalemate, and while Radahn can clearly be seen as the more heroic figure after Malenia condemns the whole of Caelid to rot with her Scarlet Aeonia, it's important to remember that first and foremost, Malenia was Miquella's knight, not a warrior fighting for her own glory, but one who believed true peace could only come from a ruler willing to do away with the old and embrace something new. Caelid was a sacrifice that she would make to solidify Miquella's reign and a greater peace for all in the lands between. It's also possible she believed Caelid could be restored after Miquella reached his full power, given that he was going to cure her rot. We hope you enjoyed this dive into the motivations behind Radahn and Malenia's actions after the Shattering. While much of this may be considered theory crafting, we believe there is enough characterization in the lore of Elden Ring to support these claims for both lords. When talking about characters like this, it's important to remember that no matter which side you take, both were striving for what they believed would lead to peace. And while Malenia's actions doomed many, perhaps so too would Radahn's if he continued to follow the Golden Order and its strict ideas as to whose lives were acceptable and who should be done away with. This kind of video is a bit different from our regular lore dives, so let us know if you'd like to see more of these in the future by putting your thoughts and ideas in the comments below. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell to help us out with YouTube's algorithm. We can't wait to see you again for more Elden Lore. Today on Elden Lore, we'll be taking on two topics in one video. First, we'll be discussing the Gargoyles, both the Valiant and Blackblade kindred variations, and then we will be discussing the Golems that can be found throughout the lands between. While these two enemy types don't have any connection to each other, we did see a lot of viewer requests for both, and decided that while there may not be much lore about them in-game, we could still tackle these topics for you if we package them together. As it tends to go, the more we dug, the more interesting these enemies became. So let's get things started with the Gargoyles. The valiant gargoyles are found in a couple of different places in the lands between, and much like the tree sentinels, one is placed in our way when trying to reach the capital city of Leyndell. These enemies are on the larger side and have the capability to wield a wide range of weaponry, including twin blades, axes, halberds, and swords. They make big sweeping attacks and only seem to be placed in specific areas to defend the secrets of the Golden Order. Valiant gargoyles can be found on the road to Leyndell and defending the entrance to the deep-root depths where we can find Fia and the remains of Godwyn the Golden, while the Blackblade kindred variations can be found defending the Grand Lift of Rold and the Beast Clergyman. There are also half-formed gargoyles defending areas inside of the city. All of the different variations of gargoyles in the game are made from corpse wax. Their weapon descriptions tell us, just like the wielder, the missing parts have been mended with corpse wax, a patchwork of champions, which illustrates some disturbing implications about these enemies. They are literally built from the corpses of dead champions, melted down into corpse wax and repurposed so they can continue to serve the Golden Order. It's unknown who exactly has the magical capability or knowledge to do this, as very little is known about the creation of corpse wax, but we'd love to hear your theories. The ability Corpse Wax Cutter tells us it is a lost skill of ancient heroes. Lift the sword up high to release the power of corpse wax and launch it forwards as a blade-like projectile. So the power of these champions still resides within the corpse wax, and likely feeds the strength and knowledge of their lives into the gargoyles and weapons they are now a part of. The Blackblade kindred variations of gargoyles are slightly different from the valiant ones we can find. They're tied directly to the Rune of Death and Malekith, the Black Blade. It seems their purpose is to protect areas of the world that may have a close association with the power of death. One can be found outside of the Bestial Sanctum defending the entrance. It's likely he is here to keep any who wander into this area away from Geraint, the Beast Clergyman, who we know is actually Malekith the Black Blade, the once holder of the Death Rune. The other Blackblade kindred can be found at the foot of the Grand Lift of Rold, which leads us to the Mountaintop of Giants and the Fell Flame, which is our only way of releasing destined death and burning the Erd Tree. These gargoyles are different in their makeup as well. They not only use corpse wax, but a variation known as blackened corpse wax. The weapons they drop tell us they are wielded by valiant gargoyles mended with blackened corpse wax, such as the mark of those who serve Malekith, the Black Blade. So the wax used in the creation of these gargoyles and their weapons was somehow touched by the power of destined death, giving it a blackened appearance and possibly a stronger connection to the champions it once belonged to. We believe this to be the case because only the gargoyle's Black Blade is able to call upon the power of corpse wax to use the Corpse Wax Cutter ability, which fires the same projectile used by Malekith. So with all this in mind, we know the broken gargoyles are used to defend the streets of the city. The valiant gargoyles are meant to defend the road to Leyndell and the path to Godwyn's tomb, while the Blackblade kindreds are meant to defend areas associated with death. It seems as though these patchwork, corpse wax-infused monsters are trusted to keep us tarnished away from discovering some of the most important secrets of the Golden Order. While we don't know who exactly created the gargoyles, we know both they and their weapons are infused with the power of dead champions. This is yet another example of death and bodies being used to empower someone or something in the lands between. It calls back to our first experience with grafting, and the idea that taking the parts of those who are strong can make you yourself stronger. While death is the ultimate taboo in the lands between, it seems as though the ruling class have no issue with using its power for their own gain. When it comes to the golems, there's even less we can learn from in-game item descriptions, though they can lead us to some interesting theories. The golem's halberd tells us it's a great halberd of black stone crafted by a civilization now gone to ruin, wielded by the guardian golem. And the golem greatbow tells us this greatbow requires enormous strength just to draw, suggesting it was not designed for human use. From these weapons, we learn two things. First, that the golems are from a long-dead civilization, and second, that their weapons were likely not intended for human use, so they were created for the golems and no one else. While the idea of a long-dead civilization could mean a few different areas of the Lands Between, we believe this is referring to crumbling Farum Azula. The first golem we're likely to encounter is in Limgrave on a cliff not too far from the Stormhill Shack. When riding along this area, we can find many pieces of the golems lying around, and once we get close to the one looking the most intact, it springs to life and stands to face us. We believe the implication here is that these golems have fallen from the sky, and many of them did not survive the impact. The only civilization in the sky we're aware of is Farum Azula, so it stands to reason that that would be their original home. You can also see some aesthetic similarities between the architecture of Farum Azula and the armor of these golems, especially with the stone that they are crafted from. We can also find a significant number of golems walking around the mountaintop of giants, as well as parts and pieces of destroyed golems all around. If the golems had fallen from the sky as we theorize, it would make sense that more would land without being destroyed in the mountaintop of giants, as they wouldn't have as far to fall. These golems can be found protecting various areas and structures throughout the Lands Between, and while we know they are an advanced form of clockwork soldier from a long-dead civilization, they are likely not intelligent enough to decide what to do for themselves. Under our theory, we believe that after each golem finds themselves in the Lands Between, they would essentially wander around looking for purpose until someone or something gives it to them. This would explain why they eagerly guard various areas. The lords in charge of those territories likely learned of these golems seeking a purpose and provided them with one. It's possible our theory is off when it comes to the golems, as the number of destroyed parts lying around the cliffs near Stormvale and in the mountaintop of giants could also suggest they're simply remnants of the many battles fought there. In the mountains, the golems could have been used as part of Marika's forces in the war with the giants, and the pieces left over from Stormvale could be from one of the various sieges that had taken place there. That would call into question what civilization created these golems, but we found no strong evidence to suggest anything but Farum Azula. Where do you think they come from? The gargoyles and golems are both massive enemies in Elden Ring that are very satisfying to defeat. There's nothing quite like riding up on Torrent and bringing these enormous enemies to their knees. While the lore implications of both are mostly shrouded in mystery, we believe our theories are as close as we'll get to a complete answer with the information we have available. If you know something we don't about either the gargoyles or golems, please leave a comment letting us know. One of the greatest joys of making this content for you is to see the conversations our community is having so we can all come to a deeper understanding of the Lands Between and its many denizens. Please like, subscribe, and hit the bell to help us out with YouTube's algorithm. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The tapestry you can unweave by tracing the histories and motivations of the boss enemies in Elden Ring is nothing short of fascinating. We can shine light on the specific relationships between the demigods from sources we never would have expected. When we started our research on Commander Niall, we assumed we knew who he served based on the most straightforward items he was connected to. But again, we were forced to throw out our original assumptions as we uncovered more strings and followed them to our newest theories. Before we jump into our dissection of Commander Niall, we wanted to ask our community to take a second to help our channel with YouTube's algorithm by subscribing. With that out of the way, let's begin. Niall is the commander of Castle Sol. He commands spectral knights as well as the banished knights and exiled soldiers found throughout. We believe the veteran's prosthesis tells us the story of how he came to command his troops. Bladed prosthetic leg enwreathed with the power of lightning, instead attached to the fist. Commander Niall, veteran of Castle Sol, offered this prosthesis in exchange for the lives of defeated knights held prisoner. He went on to lead these men as an army of no nation. So we believe he took these soldiers and knights under his wing, creating his own army. This would explain why underneath the cloth of Niall's armor is the Banished Knights' armor. But why would Niall need an army if he already held the title of commander? When following Latenna's questline, we learn that the other half of the Haligtree Medallion, that will allow us passage into the consecrated snowfield is kept at Castle Sol. Right out of the gate, it seems as though Niall reports to either Miquella or Malenia, as these two are the most likely candidates to hide the medallion from those who would disturb Miquella's sleep. But his armor immediately throws this into question. Every piece of the veteran set has the same description lines. Old armor that has seen many battles, worn by Niall, the veteran general of Sol. Niall was a lone survivor who commanded spirits to defend his long-past master. This aging general could not die, nor did he have anywhere to fade away. So Niall's master is long past, which means it could not possibly be Miquella or Malenia, as Malenia is slumbering, awaiting Miquella's return, and Miquella is likely not dead, but also stuck in a deep slumber. While this may explain why he no longer has access to his old army, it does present the question, who does Niall serve? Within Castle Sol, we can find the Eclipse Shodel. This weapon is the storied sword and treasure of Castle Sol that depicts an eclipsed sun drained of color, one of the legendary armaments. It tells us that, in Sol, the sight of an eclipse inspires a dreadful awe, preventing an onlooker from averting his gaze. This Shodel also comes with the unique Ash of War, Death Flare, the description of which tells us it sets the lustrous sun ablaze with the Prince of Death's flames, inflicting the death ailment upon foes. Follow up with an additional input to bring down the armament, triggering an explosion. This means that the legendary armament associated with Castle Sol is directly tied to Godwyn the Golden, and we know from the veteran set that Niall is the veteran of Sol who has seen many battles. Between this, Niall's ability to control the spirits of the dead, just as we see Fia can do in our confrontation with her, and his ability to use lightning attacks, which are associated with Godwyn's Dragon Cold, we see strong evidence that Castle Sol once belonged to Godwyn the Golden, and at one time, Niall was his commander. While Niall likely once served Godwyn, it's possible he now works alongside Malenia and Miquella. We believe this not only because of the Haligtree medallion half, but also a ghost that we can find in Castle Sol. The ghost says, "Lord Miquella, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now, your divine Haligtree." We know that Godwyn is the soulless demigod, and Castle Sol was likely at one time his territory. So this leads us to believe he is the soulless comrade this ghost is referring to. This means that in some way, shape, or form, Godwyn and Miquella were allies. Now, if we accept this as true, it makes sense why Niall would want to help Miquella by protecting the Haligtree medallion. Perhaps there is hope yet that his former master can be restored. We believe there is further evidence of this connection from another commander we can encounter, Commander O'Neill. We find Commander O'Neill in Caelid in the middle of the bloom left over by Malenia and Radahn's historic battle. O'Neill is joined by ghostly exiled soldiers, much in the same way Niall has his spectral banished knights. Between their spectral companions and their identical armor, it's clear that at one point these two commanders were part of the same military force. Perhaps they still are in a way. When we defeat Commander O'Neill, we earn two items, the unalloyed gold needle and the commander's standard, both of which point towards O'Neill's current master. The commander's standard tells us a beaten red battle standard is furled around this time-worn halberd. Even after his lord was fled, Commander O'Neill continued to brandish this flag in the devastation of the rot-eaten field of battle. The sole veteran who remembers this battle with pride. While some may think O'Neill could have served Radahn, we believe the line, "after his lord fled," clearly implies that he served Malenia. While neither of the demigods ran from this battle, Malenia did fall unconscious and was carried away by clean-rot knight Finlay. Also consider that O'Neill has the ability to wield Scarlet Rot, and we can see definitively that he must have been serving Malenia. So if we accept the connection between O'Neill and Niall, we also have to accept the connection of who they may serve. O'Neill clearly served Melania at some point. It's likely he let go of his allegiance to Godwyn long ago and devoted himself to a new master, while Niall may be holding on to the hope that his allegiance may make it possible to someday reunite Godwyn's body and soul. Whether or not this is possible, we have no idea, but at some point, Miquella's followers believed there was a way to do this through eclipsing the sun and draining its power, and that belief must have come from somewhere. Commander Niall is a formidable enemy even without his spectral banished knights, and while it's easy to assume he's closely tied to Miquella after finding the Haligtree medallion, the breadcrumbs of lore that can be found through Castle Sol and his association with Commander O'Neill opens up a much larger picture of a commander trying his best to serve a long-dead lord the only way he knows how, by aiding his allies and trying whatever he possibly can to bring him back. We hope you enjoyed this dive into Commander Niall and what we can learn about him through the environmental clues throughout the Lands Between. Make sure you comment with any details you think we may have missed or any theories of your own. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss an episode. We can't wait to see you again for more Elden Lore. The Dragon Spear, Knight of the Round Table, Festering Fingerprint. These are all titles of the Tarnished who came closest to becoming Elden Lord before we made our way to the Lands Between. Vyke. Vyke is a fascinating character, used as the poster boy for Elden Ring with his image across the box art of the game. One of the most interesting things about him is that his lore leaves little to the imagination. We have enough documentation on Vyke throughout the game to paint a clear picture of who he was and his journey without too much theory crafting. While other lore channels have given us thorough dissections of Vyke, our viewers made it clear that they wanted our take on this character. In an attempt to bring something new to the table, we're going to be looking at Vyke a bit differently than we normally would. We're going to try to tell his story chronologically, from the first pieces of lore we can learn about him all the way to our confrontation with him in the Lord Contender's Everjail. Before we get started, don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell to help our channel with YouTube's algorithm. Now, let's explore the story of Vyke, beloved by the dragons, Tarnished Knight, and carrier of the Frenzied Flame. Vyke was originally known as the Dragon Spear. This name likely came from his signature weapon and his close ties to the dragons themselves. In times long before our Tarnished came to the Lands Between, dragons worked alongside Godwyn the Golden and his knights. One of these dragons, Lanciax, was the sister of Fortisax, and it's said that she took the form of a human to commune with his knights as a priestess of the ancient dragon cult. Vyke's Dragon Bolt is an incantation that allows us to utilize red lightning to boost our stats, and the description tells us, of all the knights, Vyke the Dragon Spear was the one Lanciax loved the most. With this in mind, it's likely that Vyke was originally a knight of the dragon cult that served Godwyn the Golden, as he was able to build a close relationship with Lanciax while she was in her priestess form. After the Shattering, the Tarnished were exiled from the Lands Between, and Vyke was almost definitely amongst those who awaited the call to return to their home. Once the call was heard across the lands and Tarnished started to return, Vyke joined in the rallying cry and was renamed Vyke, Knight of the Round Table. From here it's said that he came the closest out of any Tarnished to claiming the title of Elden Lord. It may be confusing that any Tarnished could claim to be close to gaining the title, as when we reach the Lands Between, we need at least 2 great runes to ascend to Leyndell, and when we fight our way through the lands, it seems none of the lords have been defeated. But Vyke would not be held back by this limitation. As a former knight of Godwyn and the Dragon Cult, it makes sense that he would know the only other route to entering the Altus Plateau without the Grand Lift. After reaching this golden land, he likely would have been seen as worthy of reaching the Erdtree. However, something happened that would change the trajectory of Vyke's fate forever. The fingerprint set tells us no other Tarnished was closer to the throne of the Elden Lord than Vyke, but without announcement, Vyke traveled far below the capital and was scorched by the flame of frenzy. Did he make his choice for his maiden, or did some other force lure him with suggestion? We encounter our very own temptation when it comes to the flame of frenzy in the form of Shabriri, using the body of our comrade Yura. We know Shabriri's goal is to bring forth the Lord of Frenzied Flame and cleanse the land in fire, but he doesn't lead with this. He tells us the frenzied flame below Leyndell is a way to save our maiden and forgo the need of burning her in the forge to set the Erdtree ablaze. It's likely Shabriri, in one form or another, offered the same guidance to Vyke, who, as a noble knight, may have seen the sacrifice of his maiden as an abhorrent act, even if it would secure his place as Elden Lord. Another possibility could be that Vyke learned of the Frenzied Flame and the necessary sacrifice of his maiden from the Frenzied Flame village. A ghost outside of this area tells us, "Ah, Lord Vyke, it seems that you are no lord after all. Then where is he, our true lord, our Lord of Frenzied Flame? We beg of you, incinerate all that divides and distinguishes." We believe this implies Vyke was not the one to turn this town to frenzy. They likely were already worshipping the flame. So in an attempt to spare a life he believed should not be cut short, in order for his own rise to power to proceed, Vyke took the only other route available to him, and met with the Three Fingers. Unfortunately, this would lead to his downfall, and his new title, Vyke, the Festering Fingerprint. Vyke's spear tells us it is singed and blistered by fingers. Like Vyke himself, it has been tormented by the yellow flame of frenzy from within. All of his armor shows the prints of the Three Fingers burned into them. It looks to be melted into his flesh, and his cape is tattered and worn. After accepting the frenzied flame, Vyke became a shadow of his former self. It's unknown why, but he was not able to contain the flame in the same way our Tarnished can if we choose to walk that path. Perhaps this was because he didn't have a guide to warn him that he must first strip off his armor. It may be his armor prevented him from fully taking in the flame. Regardless, Vyke fell to madness. We do not know what happened to Vyke's maiden. It's possible that the dead maiden we can find at the Church of Inhibition once dedicated herself to Vyke, but we can't know for sure. It's entirely possible that the madness that took him over forced him to murder the very woman he took the flame to protect. It's also possible that, much like Melina does if we take up the flame, she chose to leave Vyke after he cast aside the will of the Two Fingers. Perhaps, if she is the maiden we find at the church, she simply chose to end her own life, as her purpose of supporting Vyke was taken from her, and she saw no reason to continue living. Vyke the Festering Fingerprint became an invader, moving through time and space, destroying Tarnished with the frenzied flame, driven by an insatiable urge to burn everything to the ground and start anew. But that's not how his story ends. Even if our Tarnished finds this invader and defeats him, we're still able to face Vyke, the Round Table Knight, in the Mountaintop of Giants. It's possible the artwork on the box of Elden Ring is the moment Vyke fell to his knees, weary from battle, that allowed him to be captured and locked within the Lord Contender's Everjail. This would have had to be done by those loyal to the Golden Order, as no one else would have access to the lift within Leyndell that would take him to the mountaintop. So it's safe to assume the final order was given by Morgott to lock Vyke away so he could not be a threat to the Erdtree. The most interesting thing about this fight is that Vyke is no longer controlled by the Three Fingers when we face him. He's not the Festering Fingerprint. He's Vyke, Knight of the Round Table Hold, and he has access to the lightning magic entrusted to him so long ago by the dragon who loved him above all other knights. So perhaps his imprisonment wasn't a punishment, but a show of respect from Morgott to the knight who served his brother so well before the Shattering. Perhaps the Evergaol's dimensional properties severed Vyke's ties to the Three Fingers, much in the same way Miquella's needle can do for us. No matter the reason, this is the last time we see Vyke, the man who almost became Elden Lord, and we face him as a tarnished knight, not as a puppet of the Frenzied Flame. Vyke's fall from grace is a cautionary tale to all in the lands between. Sometimes the same qualities that make a knight a paragon of virtue and chivalry can lead to their own demise. For Vyke, the life of his maiden was likely worth plunging himself into the flame and ruining his chances of becoming Elden Lord, and it's up to us to decide if we're willing to make the same trade. We hope you enjoyed this exploration of the life of Vyke the Dragonspear, Knight of the Round Table Hold, Festering Fingerprint. Please leave a comment letting us know your thoughts on this legendary Tarnished. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss our next video taking a look at Shabriri, another man closely tied to the Frenzied Flame. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. May chaos take the world. These are the words spoken by those who have joined the thrall of the Three Fingers, those cursed to carry the Frenzied Flame. Many in the lands between believe that the Frenzied Flame started with the heretical beliefs of the merchants and the Great Caravan. But what if this were only a half-truth? What if the merchants who summoned the Frenzied Flame were manipulated, put in an impossible situation, locked away for crimes they did not commit, and they just so happened to find the perfect ritual for enacting their revenge? Seems a bit too convenient that the very stone plate that outlines how one can summon the Frenzied Flame was located in the very tomb the merchants were buried in. What if none of this was coincidence? What if there was a man orchestrating these events, all in an attempt to stoke the flame, to become chaos itself? We believe this to be the case, and that man's name was Shabriri. While telling you Shabriri's story, we will be including speculation as to his origins and actions. We don't intend to say that this is the absolute truth of the story, just the background we've put together based on the little information available, and both the written lore and environmental implications given to us in-game. Before we get started, don't forget to hit the subscribe button to help our channel with YouTube's algorithm. Now let's begin. Some time ago, we believe Shabriri may have been a scholar of the Golden Order, working towards a better understanding of the Fingers and their will. In his studies far below the capital, he found carvings and fingerprint designs that outline the goals of the Three Fingers. The fingerprint stone shield is described as a great stone shield with an intricately carved fingerprint design. Part of the tomb of an ancient god, the readerless fingers relayed their message through these imprints, said to be the very seeds from which frenzy first sprouted. It is likely this shield is simply a piece of what Shabriri studied in order to come to a full understanding of the Three Fingers. He saw their goal of cleansing the world in frenzied flame, to reset the sins of the Golden Order, and he understood their intention. In order to heal the world, it must first be taken by chaos. However, in order to summon the Three Fingers and the Flame of Frenzy, a sacrifice was needed. Shabriri, being swayed by his learnings on the Three Fingers and wanting to see the spread of chaos across the lands between, devised a plan to bring his god into the world. He would use the great caravan of merchants as kindling to spark the future. If Shabriri was respected in his time, possibly a scholar within the Golden Order, it's likely his words held some weight. So when he accused the merchants of the great caravan of heresy, the Golden Order took action. We believe the evidence behind this lies in the nomadic merchant set. These merchants once thrived as a great caravan, but after being accused of heretical beliefs, their entire clan was rounded up and buried alive far underground. Then, they chanted a curse of despair and summoned the Flame of Frenzy. It's very likely that the Curse of the Three Fingers could only be cast by giving up a vast quantity of life. When we find the subterranean shutting ground, it's filled to the brim with skeletal people, many dead, some wandering back and forth, all with the life seemingly sucked from their very bodies. This is also where we can find the fingerprint stone shield, and learn that this was how the Three Fingers imparted knowledge without finger maidens. Shabriri orchestrated the imprisonment of almost an entire people in the hopes that their anger and thirst for vengeance would give them the resolve to cast the Curse of the Frenzied Flame. Suddenly, chaos had entered the world, and Shabriri came closer to his ultimate goal. However, this course of action did not go unnoticed. Shabriri's woe tells us it is said that the man named Shabriri had his eyes gouged out as punishment for the crime of slander, and with time, the blight of the Flame of Frenzy came to dwell in the empty eye sockets. After the Three Fingers were summoned into this world, it's likely the Two Fingers felt their presence. From here, it would not be difficult for those within the Golden Order to figure out that these events all led back to Shabriri. We believe the crime of slander that Shabriri had his eyes gouged out for was his claim that the Great Caravan was practicing heresy. This would explain why, for the most part, the merchants are left alone to do business throughout the lands between. The lords knew they were manipulated, and decided to let those merchants that still walked the land live in relative peace. This may also finally explain why Eleanor of the Briar was sentenced to execution for hunting the merchants. It's very possible that having his eyes gouged out so the flame could manifest within him was also part of Shabriri's plan all along. He wanted to become one with chaos, one with the Three Fingers, and the Fingers recognized his devotion. One of the incantations we can learn is called Howl of Shabriri. It tells us it is an incantation originating from the Three Fingers, releases a maddening shriek that causes madness buildup in foes nearby. This incantation also causes madness buildup in the caster, and makes enemies more likely to target them. It is said that the sickness of the Flame of Frenzy began with Shabriri, the most reviled man in all of history. Once the Flame of Frenzy found its home within Shabriri, he was able to start spreading it through the lands between, little by little. This explains why he is considered the most reviled man in all of history. He had become so synonymous with the Flame of Frenzy that even the eyes of those afflicted with the curse had come to be known as Shabriri grapes. Perhaps it is because he was the first man to be taken by the frenzied flame, or maybe it's because the Three Fingers understood he was a channel for their will. But Shabriri has the ability to move his consciousness between bodies. Perhaps being an incarnation of chaos is what gives Shabriri this ability to move his consciousness into the bodies of those who have died. With this in mind, Shabriri could use this ability to manipulate Tarnished, who proved themselves as contenders for the throne, into possibly becoming the new Lord of Frenzied Flame. Shabriri, being attached to the Three Fingers, had truths revealed to him. He learned that in order to become Elden Lord, one must burn the Erd Tree, and the only way to do that was through the sacrifice of a maiden. Shabriri would use this as a bargaining chip, trying to use the gallantry of knights against them, tricking them into meeting with the Three Fingers in order to save their maiden. We believe this is likely what happened to Vyke. Shabriri convinced him to meet with the Three Fingers so he would not need to sacrifice his maiden, and unfortunately, it led to Vyke's downfall. Shabriri would try this again after meeting our Tarnished. He takes the body of a friend, Yura, in order to catch us off guard. If the warning of what needed to be done in order to become Elden Lord came from a comrade, we'd be much more likely to believe these words. Of course, he keeps his hands over his eyes in order to hide the flames he likely still carries in his sockets. While he makes a strong case for why we should burn ourselves instead of Melina, he can't help but give himself away when he tells us, "Burn the Erd Tree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world." If we have explored the Frenzied Flame village, we've heard these words before from a ghost who reflects on Vyke's failure to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. Clearly, this solution has more sinister undertones than Shabriri would like us to catch on to. Interestingly, our choices moving forward from here can teach us a bit more about Shabriri. Should we attack him while he is in Yura's body, he says, "What's this? Well, this is peculiar. This I did not expect. But if you do not care for lordship, I'm afraid you are of no use." This shows us how he sees our Tarnished, as just another vessel for the flame, one that can bring about his god. Should we defeat him, he cries out, "Shabriri is chaos incarnate. I cannot die. Ah, may chaos take the world." It's likely Shabriri's consciousness could just jump to another body. Thus, he cannot die. Also, should we choose to meet with the Three Fingers, we can travel back to where we found Shabriri and he will be gone, leaving behind Yura's armor set. Again, Shabriri no longer has any use for us. We did as he wanted, and he casts aside the body of our friend, likely so he can watch as we plunge the world into chaos. Shabriri is as close as we get in Elden Ring to evil incarnate. He cares only for his own ambitions, and was willing to commit genocide to become a vessel for his god. He turned himself into chaos incarnate, a physical manifestation of the frenzied flame, all to serve the Three Fingers and burn away the lands between. He manipulates others to achieve his goals, and will stop at nothing to watch the world burn. He truly has earned the title of most reviled man in all of history. We hope you enjoyed our look at Shabriri, his possible past, and his motivations for helping us become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. If you have any thoughts, make sure to leave a comment. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on our next video, where we'll be taking a look at another popular, if underdeveloped character from Elden Ring. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. We know the Tarnished existed in the lands between before the Night of Black Knives. They lived amongst the Golden Order, some as knights serving lords, some as sorcerers of glintstone studying in Raya Lucaria. It's easy to forget that many of the Tarnished do not come to be in the lands between as we did, fumbling for meaning and understanding. They have knowledge that we don't. They've experienced the lands between before, during its glory days, and they know its history better than we do. Today we're going to discuss two such Tarnished that know far more than we ever could. Two Tarnished who were amongst the first to visit the Round Table Hold after the Call of Grace started to summon our people. Companions who likely traveled the world together before returning to the lands between. Friends who chose vastly different paths, but ultimately came together again in battle. Vargrim, the Raging Wolf, and errant sorcerer Wilhelm. The story of Vargrim and Wilhelm likely begins before the Tarnished were exiled from the lands between. Vargrim established himself as a skilled knight during this time, while Wilhelm studied glintstone sorceries. How their paths crossed exactly is unknown, but thanks to the errant sorcerer robe, we know they were friends, and we believe it makes the most sense for both of their stories for them to have known each other before the exile. After Marika made her decision to banish the Tarnished from the lands between, it's likely Wilhelm was given a mission of sorts. The Hyrodos Glintstone Crown is one of the Glintstone Crowns bestowed upon Raya Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy. The crown was granted to scholars who engaged in nomadic study away from the academy. From this we can glean that the scholars of Raya Lucaria saw Wilhelm as an asset to their research, and wanted him to continue his studies outside of the lands between, in hopes he could uncover some new truths about the world beyond their purview. Who better for Wilhelm to travel with than another Tarnished, a friend who had shown his ferocity as a knight, Vargrim. The two likely traveled as a team, with Vargrim acting as the muscle while Wilhelm was able to strike from the shadows with his sorcery. Ambush Shard tells us the Celian sorcerers were assassins, and it's said that they often hunted their fellows. So we know Wilhelm would have acted as a strong support for Vargrim's more physical style. Upon being called back to the lands between, Vargrim and Wilhelm arrived at the Round Table Hold together, which explains why they are both described as one of the first Tarnished to arrive at the Round Table Hold. We believe this is where their stories diverge, where each of these Tarnished chases their own destinies, and their friendship is severed, if temporarily. We will start our dissection of this time in their lives with Vargrim. As the Raging Wolfhelm tells us, Vargrim earned his nickname from the white wolf pelt that adorns his helm, so we know that his title is tied to wolves, but it goes deeper than this. Vargrim did not just embody the strength of wolves in the lands between, he saw the deeper connection between wolves and power in his homeland. The Raging Wolf armor tells us, according to the old legends, wolves are the shadows of the Empyrean. Vargrim aspired to such a state himself. Vargrim understood the power of Malekith the Black Blade, Marika's shadow, the power to wield the Rune of Death, and decided that if he would follow the guidance of grace, those are the footsteps he would walk in. The question remains, if Vargrim the Raging Wolf was to be a shadow, whose shadow would he be? To what Empyrean would he dedicate himself? We believe we can determine this by the weapon he wields, the Godslayer's Greatsword. The Godslayer's Greatsword tells us it is the sacred sword of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, who controlled the Godskin Apostles before her defeat at the hands of Malekith. The black flames wielded by the Apostles are channeled from this sword. Vargrim understood both his destiny as a Tarnished, to pursue the throne of Elden Lore by defeating the demigods themselves, but he also saw how futile this could be without a means to properly destroy them. In order to put a true end to the demigods and take their great runes for himself, Vargrim looked to the power of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, the Empyrean who originally wielded death itself before the rune was given to Malekith. This Empyrean has no shadow, so that is who Vargrim would become. Though he would never meet his lord, he would take up her power in the form of the Godslayer's Greatsword, and use the black flame to bring true death to the demigods, acting as the Gloam-Eyed Queen's shadow, protecting her legacy through the power she once wielded herself. Now that we have some background on Vargrim, we can discuss the actions of Errant Sorcerer Wilhelm after returning to the Lands Between. It's very likely that after his return, he attempted to visit Raya Lucaria to report on his time away. He found his school to be in ruins, likely a shell of its former self, and discovered what had happened during his time away. From here, he was left with few options when it came to what to do next. As a Cillian sorcerer who worked best from the shadows, it's unlikely he could pursue great runes and try to become the next Elden Lord, but perhaps there was another way he could figure out his next move. The Errant Sorcerer robe tells us Wilhelm was a silent seeker of sorcery who had gone so far as to make contact with the primeval current. Wilhelm was led by guidance into confrontation with his friend Vargrim, and it's said that he was then taken prisoner in the Round Table Hold. Wilhelm reached out to the primeval current in an attempt to learn what the future may hold, and whatever truth was shown to him led to a confrontation with Vargrim, the Raging Wolf. Perhaps he saw the darkness of the future, the abyss, just as Lusat and Azor had, and the futility of the mission to become Elden Lord became apparent to him. Upon sharing his findings with his friend, Vargrim's dedication to his purpose led to a split in their friendship, and Wilhelm's imprisonment within the Round Table Hold. It's unknown how much time passes between these events and Are Tarnished coming to the Lands Between, but at some point, the friendship between Vargrim and Wilhelm was mended. We can fight these two in the Round Table Hold itself, which implies that they may have mended their friendship while Wilhelm was kept prisoner. If we choose to follow the Volcano Manor questline, Knight Bernal will eventually present us with a letter, a special invitation to hunt some of the first Tarnished who sat at the Round Table Hold. He tells us, "If you should accept, I'll next see you on the field of battle." This letter leads us to believe that Vargrim still aspires to become Elden Lord, and perhaps with their friendship mended, Wilhelm now supports him. Should we follow the directions in the letter, we head to the fortified manor within Lanedell, an exact copy of the Round Table Hold we know. And upon invading this Tarnished world, we can do battle with Vargrim, the Raging Wolf, and his companion, Wilhelm, the Errant Sorcerer. It seems as though these two came to an understanding. Vargrim still wanting to destroy the demigods in the name of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, and Wilhelm wishing to prevent the Abyss from swallowing the world, and they now fight side by side as companions again. Unfortunately for them, our Tarnished, along with Bernal, are there to stop them in their tracks. While Vargrim the Raging Wolf was used in much of the advertising leading up to Elden Ring, traces of his story are few and far between in the actual game. Whether this is due to original plans that fell through, changes in development, or maybe even future DLC that will dive more heavily into the Tarnished that came before us, it's impossible to know. From here, we can only speculate with the information we have on hand who the Raging Wolf was, but one thing is clear. The strongest lore threads we have are his dedication to the Gloam-Eyed Queen as her shadow, and his friendship with a sorcerer who glimpsed the primeval current, but did not follow it to his demise as others had before him. We hope you enjoyed this look into Vargrim the Raging Wolf and the errant sorcerer Wilhelm. It was fun trying to weave together the story of these two based on the information available in-game. While we believe Vargrim may have some deeper lore that could be explored in future DLC, what do you think? Leave a comment letting us know. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell to help us with YouTube's algorithm, and stay tuned for our next video. We're currently discussing the possibility of a live chat with you, our audience, to give you some background on how we create our Elden Lore videos, and to get your ideas on future topics you'd like to see us tackle. Let us know if you'd be interested in joining us, and don't forget to come back for more Elden Lore. The Lands Between has a number of famous Tarnished who have created legacies for themselves. Vyke, the man who came closest to becoming Elden Lord, the ever-brilliant Goldmask, Gideon Ofnir the All-Knowing, and many more have their names exalted for their achievements. However, there is one who may have come even closer than Vyke to becoming Elden Lord. This Tarnished, hand in hand with his maiden, may very well have made his way to the mountaintop of giants, further than any before him, but because of the tragedy that befell him on that mountain, he chose to slip into the shadows, to curse the radiance of grace, and to stop all those who would follow the path of the greater will. This Tarnished chose a new path, the path of the recusant, and dedicated himself to the hunt. We are talking, of course, about the War Master himself, Knight Bernal. When we first meet Knight Bernal, he is in the War Master's shack and asks if we're there to take up the fight and follow the guidance of grace. Whether we tell him yes or no, he's cordial and wants to pass on to us the knowledge of his battle arts. He thinks as a good and proper Tarnished, we can make good use of his knowledge as an instructor. Bernal is very welcoming, likely the first Tarnished we meet who's prepared to help us for the small cost of a few runes. He shows his face and wields a Zweihander, exuding the aura of a battle-hardened instructor who's been around the Lands Between enough times to know what we need to learn in order to survive. Little did we know at the time, this calm, inviting presence is merely a facade, a shadow of a man long since gone. In order to discover who Bernal was before we came to the Lands Between, we only have a few threads to follow. After we obtain 2 great runes, finger reader Ensha tells us, "I had my doubts, but look at you. Only once before have I seen 2 great runes together. Look there, the fingers shudder with exuberance." So we know that only one other Tarnished has presented 2 great runes before the fingers. While it's easy to assume this was Vyke, we have compelling evidence to show it was actually Bernal. The Beast Champion armor tells us, beasts are drawn to champions and to lords, and this armor befits a champion worthy of becoming a lord, and this is what Bernal was, until his maiden threw herself into the fire. If the Beast Champion armor is to be believed, Bernal and his maiden made it all the way to the forge on the mountaintop of giants, which is only accessible with 2 great runes and the rolled medallion. How Bernal had access to the rolled medallion, we don't know. However, one thing is clear, his maiden gave her life to light the Erd Tree ablaze. And it didn't work. Bernal had both his maiden and his purpose stripped from him in that moment. He played by the rules of the Greater Will, and for some reason, he was denied the reward of his quest, the title of Elden Lord. This opens up a larger question. Is it even possible for a Tarnished to become Elden Lord? If our maidens can't light the flame, what's the point of our journey? Why are we led by grace to struggle through the lands between and take the title of Elden Lord, when it's impossible for our maidens to burn the tree? Of course we know that Melina has the power to achieve this goal for us, likely due to her connection with Marika, but during this time, the Tarnished are simply following the guidance of the finger readers and their maidens. Bernal was left on that mountaintop, having the ability to convert runes into power stripped from him, all because he followed the guidance of grace. It's likely that sometime after this, he received a letter of invitation, beckoning him to come to the Volcano Manor. After coming to the manor, Bernal would have met with Tanith and been introduced to the purpose of the Recusants, to rise up against the Erd Tree and fight the tide by hunting Tarnished who still hold true to the call of grace. Bernal, after experiencing the greatest betrayal a Tarnished could possibly imagine, would see the futility in anyone trying to become Elden Lord, and would find renewed purpose in the mission of Rykard and Volcano Manor. If the Tarnished are being misled into questing to become the Elden Lord, Bernal would open their eyes through force and put an end to their pilgrimage. He became a Recusant, a hunter of Tarnished, and a good one at that. Bernal was such an efficient hunter of Tarnished, he was even granted a legendary armament, the Devourer's Scepter. This weapon is, in the shape of a serpent devouring the world. It will one day become the very symbol of the Lord of Blasphemy, a vision of the future, briefly seen by Rykard in his final moments before being devoured by the Great Serpent. Bernal had come to carry the symbol of the Lord of Blasphemy itself, and would use it to crush those who follow grace, just as he once did. When we meet Bernal in Volcano Manor, he's surprised by our presence, saying, "What in heaven's name are you doing here? The Volcano Manor is a pit of recusants that spit at grace and hunt our own kind. I hope you understand the weight of my words." Should we tell him we understand, he goes on to wonder if following the path of grace led you to your decision, and warns us the path we now walk is one of blasphemy that can only end in a violent death. Upon completing our first mission, he recognizes us as a recusant through and through, and reintroduces himself as Bernal, a recusant just like you, and offers to teach us even more battle arts. He then goes on to explain, to take power and make it his own, the recusant must hunt his own kind. To raise the flag of revolt against this sanctified pillaging, we recusants must become the most wretched of predators. So Bernal now has new purpose, to take power, make it his own, and one day wield it against the Greater Will. After we defeat Rykard, we can speak to Bernal once more, and he tells us he bears us no ill will. The strong take, such as our code. He goes on to say even Rykard was prepared to meet a wretched end when he first took blasphemy upon his very flesh. While he believes Volcano Manor is no more, Bernal also sees this as the perfect time to rise against the Erd Tree. He has fought many battles, killed many Tarnished, and taken their purpose from them, just as the Greater Will did to him, and he is ready to strike back. The final words we hear from Bernal are these: "O Greater Will, hear my voice. I am the recusant Bernal, inheritor of my brother's will, and you will fall to my blade. We refuse to become your pawns. Consider this fair warning." While we believe the brother he's referring to is Rykard, we don't think this implies any family ties, simply a term of endearment for the man who started Volcano Manor and gave Bernal new purpose. Like many we encounter in the lands between, the last time we speak to Bernal is not the last time we meet him. Should we make our way to crumbling Farum Azula, Bernal will continue to aid us, stepping in to help during the Godskin duo fight if we so choose. However, it's likely this is another facade put on by this recusant, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. While we make our way to the Old Lord's Talisman, We can be invaded by recusant Bernal. He will attack us with the ferocity of a man betrayed by his companion. By choosing to burn the Erdtree and actually succeeding, we've shown Bernal that we do not truly tread the path of the recusant. We are chasing the title of Elden Lord, and in his eyes, playing right into the Greater Will's hands. For a man like Bernal, who experienced the betrayal of having his maiden taken from him and being denied the throne, this is another deep betrayal from someone he likely considered a brother or a sister, and the only way to resolve it is through blood. A recusant through and through, Bernal meets his end at the hands of our Tarnished. A violent end to the path of the recusant, just as he promised. Bernal is yet another tragic figure in the lands between. He followed the promise of the Two Fingers, completed the quest he was tasked with, and was rewarded with nothing but death and disappointment. It's no wonder he would turn to Rykard in Volcano Manor after he experienced such a devastating failure through no fault of his own. For Bernal, the path of the recusant was the perfect way to strike back against the Greater Will, to end its game of toying with the Tarnished and making empty promises. In the end, it depends on us whether or not his purpose was fulfilled. Thank you for joining us as we dissected the story of Knight Bernal, the Recusant. Please comment with your thoughts on this character and his motivations. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on any Square Table Gaming projects. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. While most of the characters in Elden Ring have rich backstories, some are simply an enigma, and we don't think there's a better way to describe Ensha of the Royal Remains. This character never says a word throughout the game, but his actions speak volumes as to what motivates him. If we simply play through Elden Ring without paying attention, the edgiest Tarnished we know is simply a man standing against a wall until he unceremoniously attacks us upon returning to a slightly different version of the Round Table Hold. However, should we take a closer look at the many smaller conversations we can have with NPCs around the world, we gain a better understanding of Ensha's actions and just how depraved he can be. This Tarnished is first seen standing against the wall outside of Gideon's study. When we try and speak to him, we're met with silence and maybe a turn of the head. The way he looms in the Round Table Hold is disconcerting. While Gideon welcomes us into his study in order to speak of the Shardbearers, this man's presence outside of the room makes him feel like a bouncer, ready to drag us away should we displease Gideon. In fact, we don't even know this person's name until we speak to Nefeli Lu in the same area. She tells us Gideon Ofnir is her father, and he's in his study, the room Ensha's guarding just over there. So now we have a name to put to the skeleton-armored individual outside of the office, Ensha. Up to a certain point, this is all we see of Ensha, a silent guard protecting Gideon and observing the actions of anyone within the Round Table Hold. However, should we continue our quest, his true nature becomes apparent. Upon visiting the Albinorg village for the first time, we can see the destruction that has taken place. There are enemies everywhere and an omen killer ready to attack us on sight. We can speak with a ghost that says, "The village is done for. Please, even if it's just you, Old Albus, hide well and still your breath." Something befell this village, and we get our first hit when speaking with Nefeli Lu, who also happens to be here. She tells us this is the oppression of the weak, murder and pillage unchecked, a waking nightmare made by men, and explains that she saw much of the same as a child, and now, as a grown woman, seeks to avenge those affected by such atrocities. It's not until we find Albus hiding in the village behind magic that makes him look like a big pot, where we get an idea of who may have carried out this attack. When speaking with Albus for the first time, he tells us, "Wait, then you're not one of them? Well, what a relief. Oh goodness me, I am Albus, an Albinoric, as you can see. We are finished. The whole village is finished. The cursemongers have destroyed everything. Not one that remains has their wits about them. So he first blames the Cursemongers, which is a vague enough term that it could truly mean anyone. But if we choose to attack and kill Albus, he says something else. I will never give this up, not to your kind, you merciless brutes. Let the curse take everything. He mentions our kind, so that would mean whoever these Cursemongers are, they were led by a Tarnished. If we choose to speak with Albus instead of attacking him on sight, he gives us half of the Haligtree medallion and tells us if we should meet the young Albinoric Latenna, then please give it to her. Another breadcrumb on the trail. The next piece of the puzzle comes from the finger reader Crone at Raya Lucaria Academy Bridge in Liurnia. Should we have her read our fingers, she will tell us, Miquella's favor can be yours, slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. The all-hearing slaughtered, but alas, it was for naught. But all you need do is snatch it from the big pot. Pity the poor, poor fool. So now we know whoever led the slaughter on the Albinoric village is known as the All-Hearing, a title not unlike that of Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. Should we choose to return to the Round Table Hold at any point after receiving half of the Haligtree medallion, we're brought to a darker version of this area than we are accustomed to. Soon after we arrive, we are invaded by Ensha of the Royal Remains. His attack is completely unprovoked, and his punches drain the life from us should we allow ourselves to be hit. He can also cast Rock Sling and Collapsing Stars, gravitational magics we don't see any other Tarnished use. After defeating Ensha, we are rewarded with his armor set and his weapon, both of which can shine at least a small amount of light on who he was. The Royal Remains helm is a helm graced with gold human bones, worn by the unspeaking adherent of Sir Gideon the All-Knowing. It is said that the bones belong to an ancient lord, the Soulless King, the Lord of the Lost and Desperate, who was known as Ensha. And the clinging bone is a horrific weapon made of a hardened skeletal arm, wielded by Ensha of the Royal Remains, fitted by placing one's hands into the fist's grips until they dig in. O clinging creature, a king relinquishes not the hand. So between these two items, we know that the clinging bone is likely the actual bones of the Soulless King, and that Ensha has taken his name, possibly due to his armor containing the rest of the bones of this ancient king. After all, they are the Royal Remains. This king is not mentioned anywhere else in Elden Ring, and while Godwyn is known as the Soulless Demigod, he is never referred to as Ensha, so we don't think a line can be drawn here to connect them. The Soulless King is a piece of lost lore, a fleeting figure at some point in the history of the Lands Between. After our battle with Ensha, we are teleported back to the Round Table Hold we are all familiar with, and once we speak to Gideon, he tells us, "Oh, my apologies for that nasty business. Ensha got rather ahead of himself, it seems. As his master, I'd like to express my regret. And now Ensha is slain and gone, finished forevermore. Ah yes, by way of apology, allow me to tender some advice. In regard to the half of the secret medallion you possess, find the Albinoric woman. She hides in a cave to the west of the Lasciar ruins, which jut from the mist-shrouded lake of Liurnia. She knows the location of the medallion's counterpart, I am sure." So Gideon seems to be remorseful for Ensha's actions, so much that he gives us a lead on the other half of the medallion. But the question remains, why would Ensha attack us, and what does it have to do with the medallion? Once we find Latenna the Albinoric, we can see she is sitting by a large wolf that has been slain. She says to us, "Foul Tarnished, what do you want? I told the all-hearing brute that I possessed no such medallion. Or have you come to take more from me? Was my other half not enough?" That name comes up again, the All-Hearing, and with what we've been able to piece together, it seems that this was Ensha. He was the one who attacked the village of Albinorics. Ensha was seeking the medallion in order to gain access to the Haligtree. He murdered an entire village seeking it, and even attacked Latenna, murdering her wolf, her other half, when she refused to tell him where it could be found. From here, it's no large leap in logic to see who was truly behind these heinous acts. Gideon Ofnir charged Ensha with the destruction of the village, and the attack on Latenna. He even sent Ensha after us to take the medallion half we discovered, all to satisfy his lust for knowledge, to learn that which he could not without reaching the Haligtree. Nefeli can even confirm this when she tells us, I can no longer trust in my father. To think he'd order his men to enact such tragedy. Where is the justice he purports in that? In the end, Ensha is nothing more than a hitman for Gideon Ofnir, and that's all there really is to this Tarnished. With that said, there's one small note we'd like to add while discussing him. On the box art for Elden Ring, we can see 3 figures defeated around Vyke while his sword is plunged into the ground. One being Witch Hunter Jaren, and another being Ensha. Now that we know Ensha is nothing more than Gideon's hitman, it's likely that after Vyke was taken by the Frenzied Flame, Gideon saw the danger he posed to the world with his capability to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame, and sent Ensha to murder him. As we can see, Ensha was defeated, but if you subscribe to our theory on Vyke, was ultimately part of the group that wore Vyke down enough that he could be locked within an Everjail. This is another example of Ensha's fingerprint on the greater lore of Elden Ring, even if it is small. While Ensha's story is rather straightforward, and some may argue unfulfilling, it goes to show that not every Tarnished takes charge of their own fate. Ensha came across as an enigmatic man who may have had ambitions of his own, but in the end was nothing more than a hitman for a master with a complete and utter disregard for life, should it stand in the way of his quest for knowledge. We hope you enjoyed this overview of what we can learn about Ensha of the Royal Remains throughout Elden Ring. Leave a comment letting us know if you think there's anything more to the Tarnished that we all know as the ultimate edgelord. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Many of the enemies we encounter in the Lands Between can come across as palette swaps. The various knights we fight have similar weapons and almost identical armor, aside from the colors indicating which faction they belong to. While each of these enemy types has their own lore and backgrounds, you're likely to start riding past and ignoring them after spending some time in Elden Ring's world. However, even among this more monotonous enemy type, we can find one variant that raises some eyebrows. The Mausoleum Knights sport very similar armor to the other knights we find. However, there are some key differences, such as the wings protruding from their back, and the fact that they are ghostly and headless. So who are the Mausoleum Knights? Why are they seen so infrequently through the Lands Between? And why don't they have heads? Today, we're going to find out. In order to understand the Mausoleum Knights, we first need to learn more about the Wandering Mausoleums. These large structures can be brought down to earth by our Tarnished if we scrape off what looks like ghosts or soul-shaped curse marks from their feet. Upon doing this, we can enter the mausoleum and use the grave inside to create a new remembrance of a boss we've already defeated. This tells us what they can do from a gameplay perspective, but from a lore perspective, these buildings are a little more complicated. The ghost at the Church of Pilgrimage says, "The mausoleum prowls, cradling the soulless demigod. O Marika, Queen Eternal, he is your unwanted child." So who is the unwanted child? Each mausoleum houses a casket, so do they each contain an unwanted child? When we rest at the capital outskirts, Melina tells us spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here and asks if she should share them with us. In Marika's own words, "Hear me, demigods, my children beloved. Make of thyselves that which ye desire, be it a lord, be it a god, but should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices." With these two pieces of dialogue, we can understand a few things. First, Marika has children aside from the demigods we fight in-game that may have carried great runes. Second, she sees any of her children who do not make something of themselves as sacrifices. And third, the demigods housed inside these mausoleums are soulless, much like Godwyn the Golden. We think it's safe to assume that any demigod who was given a true death has a walking mausoleum associated with them, so we know at least 7 demigods were considered soulless, given true deaths, and had their bodies entombed. It's possible the mausoleum in the Deep-Root Depths may actually be for Godwyn the Golden, but we also know he was given an Erdtree burial laid at the foot of the Erdtree. This is also a bit confusing because of the two places we can find Godwyn's corpse, but it's possible that since he had to become soulless, a mausoleum would have been created in his honor. So when we talk about the Mausoleum Knights, we're talking about knights who have dedicated themselves to defending the corpses of their old masters, now housed within mausoleums that wander the lands between. The bulk of what we can learn about these enemies comes from their armor descriptions. The Mausoleum Knight armor set tells us it is armor worn by headless knights who endlessly guard the wandering mausoleum. The wing-shaped ornaments on its back evoke the Deathbird, a self-inflicted curse that ties the spirits of these knights to the land, having willingly beheaded themselves so that they may serve their masters in death. So these knights, in a kind of ritual, self-afflicted curse, cut off their own heads in order to make themselves deathless, and able to defend their mausoleums for all eternity. Interestingly, they carry very bland weaponry, such as the Knight's Greatsword, Partisan, and Greatbow, but their shield can give us a little more information on them. The Eclipse Greatshield is described as a metal greatshield painted with the sun in eclipse, carried by the headless Mausoleum Knights. The eclipsed sun, drained of color, is the protective star of the soulless demigods. It aids the Mausoleum Knights by keeping destined death at bay. This calls back to something we discussed in our Commander Niall video. The ghost of Castle Saul says, "Lord Mikola, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless," which we believe was directed at Godwyn the Golden remaining soulless. It seems there's a clear thread between eclipses and staving off destined death, and the symbol helps to keep these beheaded knights in the world of the living, defending their masters. We're able to find the ashes of one of these Mausoleum Knights in the Tomb Sword Catacombs. Lutel the Headless is described as the spirit of a headless knight who leads the Mausoleum soldiers, wields a lance and robed in death, and hurls spectral lances at foes. Lutel sacrificed her life so that in death she could continue to protect a soulless demigod until their revival, earning her the hero's honor of Erdtree burial. While these soulless demigods seem to be failures in the eyes of America, we think it's possible that the particular demigod Lutel was intended to defend may have been Godwyn. After all, none of these other gods, to our knowledge, were given the honor of Erdtree burial, so it would make sense for Lutel to be buried alongside Godwyn. This does raise another question. How was Lutel turned to Spirit Ash if her curse kept her undead? And second, why are her ashes found so far from the Erdtree? What does our community think? While these enemies are typically found near walking mausoleums, there's one that can be found far from these structures. It guards the entrance to the Black Knife Catacombs, which is incredibly curious. Why would a Mausoleum Knight be stationed outside of the headquarters of the Black Knives? Perhaps this particular knight is looking to avenge their fallen master, Godwyn the Golden, by hunting down the leftover Black Knives. Or maybe they're being called by the Black Knife print, the mark that had the power to slay Godwyn, the last thing to make contact with his soul before it was taken from his body. These enemies may seem straightforward, but the implications of their dedication to soulless gods contained within the walking mausoleums opens up a lot of questions about the lands between. What was the world like before the Shattering? How many children did Marika have before Godfrey? And how were they made soulless? Were their souls fed to the Erdtree? Is that why these soldiers await their revival? Who knows what the answers may be, but clearly we don't have enough information in-game to be sure. Thank you for joining us for this dive into the Mausoleum Knights. While it seems like we may have hit a dead end when looking at the lore surrounding them, who knows? Perhaps future DLC could deal with the soulless demigods, and how exactly they became that way. Leave a comment letting us know your favorite knight enemy in the game. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our theories and speculation. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Here at Square Table Gaming, we do our best to make sure we're paying attention to what our community wants. If you've been subscribed for a while, you know we regularly ask you to share what characters and enemies you'd love to learn more about. Sometimes what happens is that the characters we're researching don't have enough story associated with them to support an entire video on their own. With that in mind, we decided to do something a little different. Welcome to the Tarnished Files, where we're going to dig into some of the Tarnished we've been asked to cover in bite-sized lore segments where we give you as much info as we can based on item descriptions and in-game context. Old Knight Istvan is one of the few wizened Tarnished who survive to this day, which immediately links him to what is likely the first item we'll find in the game, the wizened Tarnished Finger. This item is a finger of corpse wax, so emaciated the bone is visible. It is a relic of those who came before, left to help those who would come after. It seems as though the goal of the wizened Tarnished is to help those in need, and engage in jolly cooperation. Those who did not survive their time in the Lands Between made sure to leave their fingers behind so future generations of Tarnished could help each other achieve their ultimate goal. And it seems Istvan, one of the few survivors, still holds true to his mission. We can summon Istvan to help us at the coastal cave where we face the demi-human chief, a tough battle for any new Tarnished to take on alone. Istvan's armor is all scaled, the corroded metal is reinforced with rock-hard scales, making it highly effective against non-physical attacks. The age of his armor and the need to reinforce it with scales shows us how long Istvan has been on his journey, and while he doesn't seem to have made much progress, his adaptability is clearly how he's lasted so long in the Lands Between. He wields the Dismounter, a difficult-to-handle weapon that demands much of the wielder's strength and dexterity, but with practice and ability, can serve as a versatile weapon even on horseback. He's been training with this sword long enough to wield it effectively, and even uses the Ash of War Gravitas, a skill that thrusts the armament into the ground to create a gravity well. In addition to dealing damage, this attack pulls enemies in. So while he is likely not an Alabaster Lord himself, he has mastered a skill of the Alabaster Lords, likely without their instruction. Old Knight Istvan may not have the charisma of our classic collaborator Solaire, but knowing his mission is to help other Tarnished above all else does make him a friendly face we can depend on. Unfortunately, in order to become Elden Lord, we may have to put an end to our new friend. During the Volcano Manor questline, the first Tarnished we are asked with hunting is Old Knight Istvan himself. Whether we're truly dedicated to the recusants, or simply using them to get to Rykard's Great Rune, in order to move forward, we have to kill our cooperator. And after researching Istvan, I have to admit, I feel a little worse about it now than I did when I fought him initially. Next, we have Anastasia, Tarnished Eater. This recusant can invade us in 3 different areas of the Lands Between: near the smoldering church in Limgrave, as you approach the corpse stench shack in Caelid, and while exploring the consecrated snowfield. She wears the clothes of a finger maiden, which to a desperate Tarnished, brought to the Lands Between maidenless, may seem like the perfect opportunity to start on the path to becoming Elden Lord. Unfortunately, once they get in close, she reveals her true nature and attacks with her butchering knife. This weapon's description teaches us everything we need to know about Anastasia. Huge carving knife made to cleanly butcher the human body, signature weapon of the ogress Anastasia, known to have eaten countless Tarnished while disguised as a finger maiden. While the name Tarnished Eater may seem like a title representing just how many Tarnished she has slain, it's important to remember that she is a recusant, and we all know how Rykard grows in strength, by eating his warriors. It's possible Anastasia is aware that in order to grow stronger, one must literally eat their enemies after defeating them. This gives her title and use of the butchering knife a little more context should it be that she is literally a cannibal. For those of you who think this may be an outlandish claim, let's not forget, after we defeat Rykard and return to his throne room, we can find Tanith feasting on his corpse in order to take his power, so that Rykard may live again through her. It's no large jump in logic to say that a Tarnished recusant who goes by the title of Tarnished Eater may just live up to that name. Just make sure you take out Anastasia fast after she invades you, or you may end up on the menu. Since we just talked about a hunter of Tarnished, let's pivot and discuss a cooperator. Great Horn Tragoth is known as a famed knight of assistance who makes his way across the lands between, helping Tarnished who have hit a snag in their adventure. We're even able to summon him for 3 separate fights: the Draconic Tree Sentinel, the Magma Wyrm, Makar, and Starscourge Radahn. His armor description tells us, countless Tarnished facing adversity in the lands between have survived thanks only to the Great Horn One's aid. And the Bull Goat's talisman tells us, bull goats are associated with the stout and mighty Tragoth, said to be unflinching in combat, now a silent comrade to those who fight. Again, we have a Tarnished who has made his top priority helping others reach the throne. Tragoth is so powerful he wields the Giant Crusher, a hammer made from a boulder used in the war against the Giants, one of the heftiest weapons in the entire Lands Between, which speaks to how long Tragoth has been a warrior, dating all the way back to the war against the Giants. This weapon tells us, after the Giants were quelled and man turned against man in violence, this weapon was all but forgotten. Man has grown feeble in comparison to his forebearers. So Tragoth is clearly a powerful Tarnished, preferring to utilize a hefty weapon. Unfortunately, again, we are forced to do battle with Tragoth should we follow the Volcano Manor questline. While the recusants of Volcano Manor say they hunt all Tarnished, they certainly have an affinity for attacking those who have made it their mission to help others. Lastly, we wanted to take a look at Mad Tongue Alberic, the only Tarnished able to invade you within our version of the Round Table Hold. Should we jump off the balcony, this Tarnished invades, giving us a reverential bow before attacking with his scythe, ice magic, and the heretical Priors of Sin sorcery. This is a difficult encounter for a new Tarnished, and should we defeat him, we are rewarded with the Taunter's Tongue, which allows your world to be invaded without any furled finger cooperators present. And it also shortens the interval between windows of opportunity for invasion. The context of who Alberic is and why he's carrying an item that makes it easier for you to be invaded isn't discovered until well into Elden Ring, after reaching the version of the Round Table Hold that exists in Lanedale. After reaching this version of the hold, we enter to see a corpse sitting below the balcony, and upon inspecting it, we receive Alberic's set. Multiple pieces of this set provide us with the following insights. Set with red glintstones, said to be formed by the blood of sacrifices. Strengthens thorn sorcery. Alberic was an aloof yet disturbed heretical sorcerer, said to have been driven mad by jeering tongues during his service to the Round Table Hold long ago. There are a couple of different ways to interpret the jeering tongues driving him mad. One line of thought is very literal. Due to his dalliances in heretical sorceries, he was looked down on by other Tarnished of the Hold, and constantly berated for dabbling in arts forbidden by the Golden Order. This would lead him to start invading other Tarnished worlds. Another thought could be that the jeering tongues were a symptom of learning his heretical sorceries. Perhaps learning these aberrant sorceries had an effect on Alberic's mind, and the jeering tongues were all in his head. We think it's clear to see that the Taunter's Tongue dropped after defeating him is his own, and the little power it has left draws invaders to our world. We hope you enjoyed this dive into the Tarnished Files, a look at NPCs that are of great interest, but may not have enough lore on their own to support a long-form video. Be sure to comment with any other Tarnished you want to know the backgrounds of, and we'll see if there's enough information to make them into their own video. If not, they'll be added to the next round of the Tarnished Files. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on any Square Table Gaming content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Imagine for a moment that you are part of a grand legacy. You are the product of a fearsome warrior, one known through the lands as nigh undefeatable. But you were born sickly, and found yourself unable to move from a single spot while your illness eats away at you. One day, a strange person walks up to you and offers you a cure for your illness. What then? What does your life become, and what do you do with this opportunity? Will you live for yourself, or will you restore the dignity of your predecessor? These are the questions faced by Millicent, adoptive daughter of Gowry, descendant of Malenia, and heir to the Scarlet Rot. Today we're going to take you through her story and try to understand where Millicent came from, her goal, and the goals of Gowry and her sisters. We're going to start with our theories on Millicent. We believe that while Malenia is her mother, Millicent is more of an offshoot than a daughter. When Malenia chose to unleash the Aeonia in her battle with Radahn, she tossed aside her pride and left pieces of herself across the battlefield in the form of the Aeonia petals. We believe Millicent and her sisters were born from the leftover bloom of Malenia's Aeonia. Much like a plant leaving a seed, we believe each sister contains a piece of Malenia's will given physical form. Millicent is literally the pride Malenia shed in order to defeat Radahn, the piece of her that held her Scarlet Rot at bay, and we hope to portray this through her story. When we reach Sellia, town of sorcery, there's a shack that we can visit. Inside is a man named Gowry, who has a proposition for us. Should we accept, he says,
"Then you are willing to lend a hand, are you? I need your help to heal a certain young girl. Her name is Millicent. You will find her beyond Sellia, resting at the church atop the cliff, stricken by the rotting sickness."
In order to learn Sellia's secrets, we must defeat General O'Neill, take the unalloyed needle, and help Gowry save this girl. When we return, he tells us the secret of Sellia, and we learn that the needle is in need of repair. We can rest at the nearest site of grace, and upon returning, he says,
"I have awaited your return. The needle is repaired. Now it will forestall the rotting sickness, I'm sure. Will you give it to the girl, Millicent? I will reward you in kind." Millicent rests at the church atop the cliff beyond Sellia, the town yonder, tended to by the witless pests who worship her, or rather her rotting sickness, as a god. A wretched fate, indeed. The poor girl, she never wished for any of this. Do you find it peculiar that I would show such concern for the girl? Well, I'm the one that found her, a mere babe in the swamp of Aeonia. She is one of my dear daughters. But the rotting sickness erodes one's memory. I doubt that she remembers the first thing about me. Oh, I must be getting old. I didn't always worry so much.
It's then we can solve the puzzle of Sellia and make our way to the church, where we find Millicent sitting against a wall. Every breath is labored, as if she does not have long to live, and when we speak to her, she tells us of the Scarlet Rot and warns us to stay away. Her curse is not to be meddled with unless we wish for an early grave. We can offer her the repaired needle in order to quell her disease.
Ask that I stab myself with the needle to quell the Scarlet Rot. But how? Never mind. I've decided I would rather trust you than simply continue to spoil from within. Would you mind averting your eyes for a moment? Well, that was easier than expected. But why do I feel so...
It is then that Millicent falls unconscious. After we rest at the site of grace nearby, we see her standing tall, no longer breathing heavily, having tied her hair back.
I hoped to see you again. My apologies for when last we met. I fainted before I could even thank you. everything is as you said. Since inserting the needle, the scarlet rot has ceased to writhe. Even the nightmares have abated. And now, though I can scarcely believe it myself, I can move as I please.
She gives us her thanks and a token of her appreciation. As far as we can tell, we've succeeded and Millicent's life has been saved.
Considering leaving. On a journey, with the needle buried in my flesh, I've started to recall, but dimly, my destiny. It's all thanks to you. My name is Millicent. I pray fate permits us meet again.
We can try to tell Gowry that his daughter is safe, but upon reaching his shack, he's gone, and Millicent stands by his chair.
Oh, hello again. Something about this place felt familiar to me, so I decided to pay a visit. Hoping to find someone here, but I've only found emptiness. Perhaps, before my departure, I needed someone to say farewell to. Well, never mind that. I must focus on my journey, for which I have you to thank. I must stay strong.
Should we visit the shack again, we can see Millicent has left and Gowry has returned. Upon speaking with him, he says,
You noticed, did you? Indeed, Millicent did visit this hovel of a home. It seems the memories eaten away by the rotting sickness yet remain, but faintly. However, she has no need of me anymore. No, she must embark on her journey and stare her fate in the eye. I mustn't impede. As I've aged, I've found the best way to aid the young is to be forgotten.
Gowry shows a great amount of concern for his daughter, wanting her to succeed in her journey, but fearful of the dangers that await her. Should we choose, we're able to keep helping her along the way. The next time we cross paths with Millicent, it is at the Erd Tree Gazing Hill in the Altus Plateau.
We meet again. In truth, it's been smooth sailing for me. The scarlet rot has stilled since last we met. As such, I've been able to continue my journey. Though rather vexingly, I realized that if I still had my sword arm, I could have aided you in battle.
She walks the path of Melania after her battle with Radahn, the path followed by Cleanrot Knight Finlay as they carried her back to the Halig Tree. The road ahead is full of danger. Thankfully, Millicent has us to help her along the way. Should we give her the Valkyrie's prosthesis, she can continue on her journey.
Giving me this arm, thank you. I am in your debt yet again. I think, if the arm serves well enough, it might be possible for me to wield a sword again. If the arm serves well enough, it might be possible for me to wield a sword again. Perhaps then I can aid you in battle.
After aiding Millicent by providing her with a new sword arm, we can return to Gowry again, where he lights up at this course of events.
You gave Millicent a golden arm replacement. This is a wonderful development. Thank you for your kindness. Now, Millicent may fully realize her true warrior's potential, like her beautiful mother. The girl, Millicent, she is a bird, green and undeveloped, waiting to flower into magnificence. What a wondrous day that will be. In truth, before her, I'd never seen a bard of such superior quality. She might very well outshine her sisters.
After this conversation, we're able to purchase the Pest Threads incantation from Gowry, and he will regale us with a new tale.
You have an interest in rot incantations? Then you might like to learn something of the history of Melania, goddess of scarlet rot. Queen Marika and her king consort Radagon were blessed with twin demigods, and Melania was one of them. She was born an Empyrean carrying the Scarlet Rod. An Empyrean is no mere demigod. In the age of the Elden Ring and Queen Manica, the precious Empyrean was born, a new god to forge a new order. Since Malenia fought Radahn, and the great scarlet flower blossomed in Aeonia, I have dedicated myself to her, and to the resplendence of the Order of Rot, the cycle of decay and rebirth.
From here we start to see Gowry's facade slip. Perhaps he's not the doting father wishing for his daughter's success that he's made himself out to be. He uses flower terminology to refer to Millicent. She is green, underdeveloped, a bud. It would make sense that he refers to her with this flower terminology as he found her in the Aeonia. The way he talks about her as a flower instead of a person leads you to believe that maybe his true intentions are something darker. Now that Millicent has a new arm, she's able to fight the Godskin Apostle with us at Windmill Heights. She fights with a unique version of the Shamshir that has the waterfowl dance art of war, an ability directly related to Malenia. Upon our victory, we can speak with her at this site of grace.
We meet yet again. The arm you gave me truly is a thing of wonder. It feels just like my own. Even handling a sword. Perhaps it is foolish to say this to you of all people, but I am sure of my skill with the sword. Thus, I would have you call upon me in battle again, should you ever have the need. I would have you call upon me in battle, should you ever have the need. It is the only way that I can express my thanks.
We meet with Millicent again near the ancient Snow Valley ruins in the mountaintop of giants.
We'd meet in such a place. What could your purpose possibly... No. I know well enough who you are. And what I know is good enough for me. Call upon me again, in battle, should you have the need. I'm searching for a fort to the north of the ruins. I heard the master of the fort was given a medallion that allowed him to visit the Hewg tree. Indeed, I believe that is where Malenia will be found. The Hewg tree is hidden somewhere in these northern lands.
She is still on the path to finding Malenia, making progress alongside us as we make our way to the Hewg tree. Once we find our way to the prayer room at Elphael, Brace of the Hewg tree, we can speak with Millicent again, and she reveals the true purpose of her quest.
When we meet, I can only surmise our purposes are aligned. In which case, allow me to explain myself. I am of Malenia's blood, but in what capacity I know not. I could be sister, daughter, or an offshoot. Whatever the case, though, I am certain of a kinship between us. There is something I must return to Malenia. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self that allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot, the pride she abandoned, to meet Radahn's measure.
While Gowry calls Malenia Millicent's mother, Millicent is not sure of their true connection. She only feels that a part of Malenia lives inside of her, possibly the best part, her pride as a warrior. This line is where we started to formulate our theory. With everything given to us, it truly seems as though the Aeonia quite literally gave birth to Millicent and her sisters. From here, Millicent cannot proceed in her quest unless we defeat the ulcerated tree spirit just before the Drainage Channel site of grace. Once we defeat this enemy, we're given a choice. Do we help Millicent in her next battle, or invade and have her die at our hand? Before making this decision, we can finally learn the full truth of Gowry's intentions if we visit him one more time. When we reach him, he seems to be crying, and upon speaking with him, he says,
It's just, I realized that I'd soon be saying my goodbyes to Millicent, and my eyes began to well. She is to meet them very soon, her sisters, and when she does, she'll be defeated, surely, and begin to flower. Which is why, if you happen to be present for the girl's fight with her sisters, I ask that you side with the sisters and kill Millicent. It must be done by your hand, no other. Millicent trusts you, rather deeply in fact. Sever that trust. Nurtured by betrayal, her bud will flower most vividly. When Malenia ascends to godhood, Millicent too shall be reborn, as a scarlet Valkyrie. You can't tell me you don't wish to see it? The superior bud that is Millicent becoming the finest of flowers? I beg of you, kill her, with your own two hands.
At last, all is laid bare. Gowry is no father. He is a manipulator, working to create a new Scarlet Valkyrie, the second coming of the goddess of rot, Malenia. Should we choose to kill Gowry at any point, this concept is driven home by the reveal that he is simply a kindred of rot. And after returning to the shack, he is there again, alive and well. The man Gowry is nothing more than a face any kindred of rot can wear, meaning their entire religion likely orchestrated the events of Millicent's journey. Should we choose to invade Millicent, we will fight alongside her sister Mary. This battle is fierce, and even with the two of you, Millicent is a force to be reckoned with. After we defeat her, she realizes our intention all along was to bring her to this point, and force her to become a Scarlet Valkyrie. And after her defeat, we see a new, small Aeonia has bloomed in the area, likely where she waits to become her new self. However, if we help Millicent, we're brought into an epic confrontation with her sisters. We finally meet all four of Millicent's sisters in this fight. Mary, the eldest, who wields a halo scythe. Maureen, the second sister, who wields a tree spear. Amy, the third sister, who wields two flowing curved swords. And Pollyanna, youngest sister, who wields a blade of calling and casts incantations. This crowd control battle is difficult even with Millicent's strength by your side, but as strong as each sister is, none were quite a match for Millicent, which is likely why she is the only one of them capable of becoming a Scarlet Valkyrie. This fight is not only a struggle over whether or not Millicent will lose her identity, but a show of the true strength of Malenia's pride. This pride is so powerful that with a little help from our Tarnished, it can defeat all of the other pieces of Malenia that are pushing it to once again give up control and become a monster. Millicent, Malenia's pride, fights to maintain her personhood, pushing back against the tide of rot. After this battle, we can speak with Millicent one last time.
Hello. Thank you for lending your hand. Without your help, I could not have defeated that quartet. I feel as if I've been in your debt from beginning to end. Thank you. With your help, I was able to live as my own person, if only in passing. But this is where things end. I paused to even tell you, but I took out the needle myself. Tell whoever put you up to this that if I am to flower into something other than myself, I would rather rot into nothingness as I am. Please, let me pass alone. The scarlet rot writhes now, worse than ever. Soon, I won't be more than a mound of flesh, curse-laden, untouchable. I wouldn't want such a thing to bring you harm.
Millicent only had two options in front of her: lose to her sisters and succumb to the Aeonia, or return Malenia's pride to her, which would likely end in her disappearing from the world. She instead chooses to live as herself, to throw away her legacy and any possibility of becoming a new being altogether. She chose a death at the hand of the Scarlet Rot, but she's content in knowing she was bound to no one else's will. Thanks to our Tarnished, Millicent was able to live and journey as an individual, and in the end, this physical manifestation of Malenia's pride refused destiny and forged her own path. We can speak with Gowry one last time after Millicent chooses to die rather than become his new Scarlet Valkyrie, where he says,
Millicent, my daughter, why would you take out the needle? You were so close, so very close, to becoming the fairest of all flowers. Would you disown us, too, as your mother did? We, children of the Scarlet Rot. Millicent, Malenia, do you detest us so utterly?
What Gallery and the other kindred of Rot never understood was that the Rot was no gift to Malenia or Millicent. It was a curse upon their lives, and one they'd have sooner lived without. They had no intention of bringing about an age of rot, and likely truly despised those who did. In the end, Millicent was able to resist the kindred of Rot and choose her own path because she is quite literally Malenia's pride. The same pride she wanted to return that allowed Malenia to contain the Rot until she unleashed it against Radahn lives within Millicent, and in choosing to let herself die rather than lose her identity to either the Rot or her mother, she showed our Tarnished the strength of that pride. Unlike her mother, Millicent would not become a monster. She would defy destiny the only way she could, at the cost of her life. We want to be clear that these theories are only that, theories that could fill the gaps in Millicent's story. While we don't have much in the way of concrete evidence to back up these claims, we believe the way Gallery refers to Millicent in flower terms may be more literal than it seems, as is Millicent's desire to return Malenia's pride to her. What do you think of the missing pieces in this story? How would you fill the gaps? Thank you for joining us as we dove into the story of Millicent, the daughter of Malenia. We hope you enjoyed the formatting of this video, as it's a little different from what we normally do on our channel. Let us know if you like this style of following the questline and including our theories throughout, and if you think we should do this for more quests through the game. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. In our time journeying through the lands between, we encounter many others on their own quests. Some have grand designs for the world, others a personal vendetta they intend on seeing through to the end. Still more are simply trying to survive in a harsh world as best they can. We believe this best describes our friend Boc, a demi-human capable of speech. Boc is a tender soul who throughout our time together finds purpose in being of service to someone he believes to be worthy of ruling the lands between as Elden Lord. He may not be able to aid us in battle, but he helps where he can by providing us with the utmost in Elden fashion. While Boc's story is one of a downtrodden artisan finding purpose in serving a lord of his choosing, there are also things we learn about him that open up his story the smallest bit. He had a deep connection to his mother, a seamstress who taught him his craft. This is where we began to theorize. Who could this woman have been? Perhaps she was human. None of the other demi-humans utilize human speech, and Boc's timid, polite nature does not seem to be something he'd have learned from a demi-human tribe. So let's take a look at Boc's story, his road to finding purpose in our service, and we'll lay out our theories about who Boc's mother may have been, and a connection he may have to another timid NPC who can experience the kindness of our Tarnished. We first meet Boc near the telescope south of the Agheel Lake North site of Grace in Limgrave. While exploring the area, we can hear someone calling after us. The voice is at its loudest in front of a small tree, and should we attack, it vanishes, leaving behind a small, frightened demi-human.
What'd you go and do that for? Oh, yes. I remember. Some clod turned me into a tree. You were just breaking the spell, weren't you? Thank you. The name's Boc. I was pushed out of the cave. Told not to come back. Not ever. Then I ended up as a tree. Lucky you came along, really. Oh, what a shame. When they threw me out of the cave, they took everything I owned. And so this is all I have to express my thanks. I hope you can forgive me. Or, well, if you can afford to wait for a while,
I could sneak back into the cave and bring back something of actual value. Well, then I'd be of some real use to you, I reckon. Right, but I'll need a moment. I'm frightened of them, so I have to gather myself. My knees start knocking, just thinking about that god-awful cave on the shore.
He talks about a cave on the shore which is not far from where we ourselves entered the lands between. And while he is scared of those who stole his prized possession, he's ready to put himself in danger just to show his appreciation for the small kindness of removing the spell that was placed on him. We can visit the cave ourselves to check on Boc. After all, he doesn't seem to be the fighting type. Our suspicions are confirmed when we enter the coastal cave and see him beaten, lying by a site of grace.
What are you doing here? You must leave this place at once. They'll rush in and beat you to a pulp. You'll end up just like me.
Fortunately for Boc, we don't fear the demi-humans waiting inside. We can brave the darkness of this cave and retrieve his prized possession for him, a simple sewing needle.
Is that what I think it is? You got it back for me. My sewing needle. What made you go and do a thing like that? My mum was a seamstress, and that sewing kit was all I had to remember her by. I always wanted to be just like sweet old Mum. Then I suppose I can't just curl up and die, can I?
This is the first mention of Boc's mother, a seamstress skilled with her hands who left him her sewing kit. Given her profession, we think it's fair to assume that Boc's mother was likely human. After all, Boc speaks the common tongue perfectly, and the rags we see most demi-humans wearing clearly weren't made by a true seamstress, unlike Boc's clothing. We can encounter our new friend again at the lake-facing cliffs site of grace.
Good to see you, Master. Do you remember me? Boc the demi-human. You helped me before and retrieved my sewing needle. Please, Master, allow me to serve you as your seamster. I can't make nothing from scratch, but I'm happy to make adjustments to your garments. Master, I was wondering, do you ever make adjustments to your garb yourself? I would, well, rather you let me do the job when possible, please. I don't ask anything in return, you know, and, well, I am your personal seamster after all.
Boc wants nothing more than to aid us however he can. The small bit of kindness we showed him was so deeply appreciated that he has essentially entered into our service. The next time we find Boc will be after resting at the East Raya Lucaria gate. Boc is again waiting for us, ready to alter our garments however we see fit. However, if we have any clothes of the demigods with us, Boc has something new to say.
Master, my apologies. Your wardrobe includes the garb of the old demigods, and I'm afraid I can't make adjustments to them. My mum told me once that a royal seamster would do them up in a jiffy. Just wait, Master. Before long, I'll be that good too.
This dream can be realized instantly if we visited the Church of Vows and found the gold sewing needle. We can give this to him as a gift.
Is that a gift for my undeserving self? Thank you kindly. But what on earth could it... Oh, what amazing! I've never seen a golden needle. Not in all my life. With a spectacular royal crest to boot. Are you certain that this is for me? Oh, I can hardly believe it. Have faith in me, Master. I'll polish my craft enough that I deserve this golden gift. I'll be the golden seamster, Boc. Now I'll be able to sew anything. Even the threads of the demigods.
Again, we perform a simple act of kindness for Boc, and he's eager to get to work on the clothing of the demigods. But we can also ask about his mother, and whether or not she'd be happy for him.
Do you think that Mum would be pleased if she knew that I'm as good as any royal seamster now? Oh, it's still not enough. I need to learn how to sew from scratch like her.
Upon resting at the Altus Highway Junction site of Grace in the Altus Plateau, we can meet with Boc again, but this time he has a request for us.
Master, may I ask you something? Would you mind if I called you Lord? I heard that you and the other Tarnished seek the throne of the Elden Lord. Well, I know that you will be the one, and you'd make just the manner of kind-hearted lord that I'd wish for. So please, if you would, allow me to call you Lord. You don't say. Thank you. Thank you. My lord, my lord, my lord. Please become Elden Lord. And please let I, Boc the Seamster, remain at your side.
It's clear from this point on that Boc feels he has truly found purpose in working as our tailor. He really believes we will be the next Elden Lord, and he feels ecstatic to be by our side. The next time we find Boc is at the East Capital Rampart site of Grace, where he is in awe of the Erd Tree. It's likely the first time he's ever been this close to it, and we doubt he ever believed he'd find himself in this position.
Lord, did you see it? The Erd Tree. I don't really have the words for this, but I was so dazzled. I felt something stir in my breast. The Erd Tree is waiting for you, my lord. I know it, I do. I feel it in my bones. Oh, please, take the throne of Elden Lord.
It's then we have a new dialogue option, which will have Boc contemplate rebirth and Renala's power.
Lord, have you ever wished you might be born again? Well, they say that Renala of Rea Lucaria has the power to help people be reborn. Oh, me? Reborn? Oh, look at me. When you're this ugly, well, being reborn, it would hardly make a difference, I'm afraid.
This is the point where the quest can go in two different directions. Should we have a larval tear on hand, we can give it to Boc in order to fulfill his wish of being reborn.
My lord, what's this? Oh, it can't be. For my rebirth? But these are precious. Are you certain that it's for me? Oh, my lord. How did you know? It was my only wish that I might honor you with a decent appearance. My lord, it shouldn't take me long. I'm off to see Renala of Rea Lucaria. I'll be reborn, fresh and new.
Even our Tarnished is concerned about the implications of doing this, as our option for continuing the conversation is, please wait. It turns out we were right to try and stop Boc from following this course of action. Should we visit the Rea Lucaria Grand Library after giving him the larval tear, we can see someone new, kneeling on the ground behind Renala. It's a man, with pale skin, wearing nothing but a loincloth and a familiar hat. Should we talk to him? He says nothing. He seems incapable of being able to respond to us. If we rest again, this man is now lying on the floor, dead. The juvenile scholar Robe tells us, their rebirth is not without imperfections, and thus do they repeat the process, eventually becoming utterly dependent on it. Rebirth is as sleep to them, and with each awakening, memory fades into oblivion. From this we learn two things. Those who undergo rebirth may be doomed to a very short-lived life without constant rebirth, and that with each rebirth, they lose their memory. Knowing this, along with the telltale sign of his cap, we know the freshly reborn man was Boc. He succeeded, but without fully comprehending the implications of what he was doing, it cost him his life. Of course, that's only one way the story can go. When Boc shows interest in rebirth, we have another option available to us. We can tell him how beautiful he is to us using the "You're Beautiful" prattling pate. Should we do this, Boc says,
I just hear my mum speaking. Thank you very much. Mum was always the only one who said I was beautiful. And now, my dear Lord, let me hear her voice. Please, if I may dream just once, do you feel the same way my mum did, my lord? Do you think I'm beautiful, despite these looks? Oh, my lord, my dear lord, I, Boc the Seamster, am forever in your service. May the throne of Elden Lore be yours.
Boc will never again pursue rebirth after hearing how much we care for him. Our words, the words of his mother, get through to him and help him understand the beauty within him beyond his appearance. Knowing what we do about Boc's mother, we have a theory on who she could have been. It's easy to assume she was just a normal woman living in the lands between, who somehow had a child with a demi-human. But we believe we actually know her name, though it's impossible to meet her. We believe that Boc's mother may have been Daedakar, the woman depicted by the Daedakar's Woe talisman. This talisman bears a disturbing likeness of a woman whose skin was flayed. She smiles with a serene tenderness. It is said that this woman, named Daedakar, indulged in every form of adultery and wicked pleasure imaginable, giving birth to a myriad of grotesque children. This talisman is dropped by Raya at the end of her questline, which implies that it may have been a depiction of her actual mother, who gave birth to Raya in some kind of ritual, as she tells us. But we believe the specification that she had a myriad of grotesque children opens up the possibility that she was a mother to many. The serene, tender smile of the talisman is reminiscent of the warmth implied in Boc's stories of his mother. It would also make sense that if she was taken and flayed, she'd have left her sewing supplies to Boc. The talisman says that she indulged in adultery and wicked pleasure, but we have to keep in mind, the Lands Between does not take kindly to non-humans, and they would see someone who did as a heretic worthy of scorn. Should Daedakar be Boc's mother, it's another example of the people of the Lands Between committing heinous acts against those they deem living outside of the Golden Order, their intended way of life. Interestingly, all of this would mean Boc and Raya are half-siblings, and both may not be as alone in the world as they think they are. In the end, Boc is a loyal companion who follows us through the Lands Between, ready and eager to serve. Some may feel the runes saved by utilizing his services may not be worth the effort of following his quest, but those that do make a point of helping Boc achieve his dream may be granted with one of the few happy endings Elden Ring has to share with us. Boc can become the man he always wanted to be, the master seamster to the Elden Lord, and learns to see the beauty beyond his appearance. Thank you for joining us as we explored the story of Boc the Beautiful. While our ideas about Boc's mother definitely fall more into the realm of theory crafting, we believe it would make sense and serves to tie together more characters, while also giving an explanation as to why this talisman exists at all. What do you think of Boc's quest? Who do you think Daedakar was? Comment letting us know. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on any of our content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. While there are many enemies in the Lands Between that can be found throughout its different regions, some are confined to specific areas of the map. When we find our way to the secret area beyond Volcano Manor, we can find one of these enemy types. The man serpents are exactly that, serpents given a more humanoid form. They wield specific weapons crafted within Mount Gelmir, and they fight for their god, who wishes to devour the world. How did these man-serpents come to be? Why do we only find them in Mount Gelmir? And what is their connection to Raya, the only female serpent we can find on our journey? Today, we'll be diving into the lore behind these creatures, and we'll be starting with Raya. If we're not traveling too far off the beaten path, it's likely we first encounter Raya at Liurnia of the Lakes. She's missing a necklace and wishes to enlist us in helping her get it back from another Tarnished. She does not ask us to kill the man, but simply leaves it up to our discretion how we handle the situation. Upon completing our task, she thanks us and gives us her name, Raya, a woman in service of Lady Tanith of the Volcano Manor. She then asks us to seek out the manor by making our way to the Altus Plateau. Once we do, she's waiting for us, and upon taking our hand, we are transported to Volcano Manor. After completing our first mission for Tanith, we can speak with Raya and she will ask us if we have ever heard strange sounds, like breathing and the slithering of scales just beyond the walls. She seems alarmed that something in Volcano Manor may not be as it appears, but holds firm that her mother, Lady Tanith, would never lie to her. After this, it's possible for us to meet with Raya again, only this time she looks a bit less human. We can speak to a large serpent in one of the rooms of the manor where she reveals to us that she is Raya. She assumes a human form and human name in order to make others feel at ease. She believes people are cruel, and she would scare anyone who saw her in her snake form. Her true name is Zorias, and she has been told she was born by the grace of a glorious king, and Lady Tanith, her mother, cherishes her snake form. While she's proud of what she is, she still fears being judged by the outside world, but believes we are different and thanks us for accepting her. Now that we know Raya is actually a serpent, the truth of Volcano Manor starts to bleed through. We can speak with her again and she tells us how her mind never ceases to churn of late. The noises she's heard in the walls were real. In the pitch black of the night, she saw something slithering and enter the room next to hers. She believes it was a serpent, just like her, but to her knowledge she's a singular being, born by the grace of a god, unique, just as her mother told her. She asks that we investigate and find the truth. Has the Volcano Manor, no, her mother Tanith, been lying to her all along? She must know. From here we can find the truth of Volcano Manor. It opens into a larger area, a town full of lava and monsters. There are man-serpents everywhere, and they will attack our Tarnished on sight. They don't have the tender intelligence of Raya. They're much more feral, defending their land and trying to keep us from advancing our way through the town. When it comes to determining the origins of these creatures, there's one item in the game that actually clears it up very succinctly. The man-serpent ashes tell us. It is said that long ago, the elder serpent that dwelled on Mount Gelmir devoured a demigod, and the birth of the man-serpents followed. So now we know that the man-serpents didn't exist until the god-devouring serpent ate Praetor Reitgard. The question remains, how would this event make it possible for the man-serpents to come into this world? For that, we need to continue our way through the town hidden within Volcano Manor, until we face the Godskin Apostle. After defeating this boss, we gain the Serpent's Amnion, which is described as the amnion from the mother's womb which cradled the poor unwanted offspring of a repellent birthing ritual. It will never dry out, remaining damp indefinitely. We can then take this item back to Raya, where she tells us, "I remember this sin, distinctly. Funny, isn't it? I'm certain of it. I was born inside this. It's a part of my birth mother. You have my gratitude. Thanks to you, I am no longer afraid. I want to know, how was I born and met Lady Tanith? One day I hope to call her mother once again, this time from the bottom of my heart." So Tanith is not her birth mother, which means she is also likely not the mother of the man-serpents. We can discover who is later in Raya's quest, after finding her in the Volcano Manor dungeon. She goes on to tell us,
It's you. I'm afraid there is something I must tell you. I was an unwanted child, born not of grace, but of a hideous ritual. Something that can never be accepted. Not by men, nor serpents. Even Lady Tanith shouldn't accept me.
She then goes on to ask us to kill her so she does not bring further shame to Lady Tanith or the Manor. After this, Raya's quest has 3 different paths. We can kill Raya, speak with Tanith to receive a tonic of forgetfulness, or simply refuse to kill her. No matter which path we choose, we will eventually meet the end of Raya's quest and be rewarded with a talisman, Daedakar's Woe. This talisman is the visage of a flayed woman, smiling warmly. It tells us, it is said that this woman named Daedakar indulged in every form of adultery and wicked pleasure imaginable, giving birth to a myriad of grotesque children. The fact that Raya drops this item implies to us that Daedakar was her actual mother, and possibly the mother of all man-serpents. These creatures did not exist before Rykard was eaten, because they couldn't. The god-devouring serpent needed Rykard in order to reproduce and create this new form of life. Raya may have been the last serpent born, as the Amnion was clearly removed from Daedakar, either before or after she was flayed, for mothering the man-serpents. This is also why we only find the man-serpents on Mount Gelmir. They cannot exist anywhere else in the world because they were all born in the Volcano Manor. They are the forces of the god-devouring serpent, of Rykard, and they will not travel out into the world until they're ready to make their move against the Erdtree. Raya believes she's unwanted due to being born through a ritual, but we think that this is debatable. While she may have been unwanted by Rykard or the other man-serpents, the warmth with which Tanith discusses Raya is clear when she asks us to be kind to her and speaks of the purity of her heart. We see this again when she wishes to defend her from the truth of her past. Tanith truly does consider Raya her daughter, and hid the truth of her past from her to protect her from being blamed for her heritage, a female serpent, a creature which was not meant to exist. Raya and the man-serpents only exist due to the fusion of the god-devouring serpent and Praetor Rykard. It was only after this unholy, blasphemous act was taken that it was possible for the man-serpents to exist in the world. They lived to serve their father, to act as his army, for when he's ready to take over the lands between. That is their sole reason for existing. And yet, among them, a single female was born. Raya, or Zorius, was the exception to this rule. She was not born to fight. She was born of a hideous ritual that likely led to the death of her mother, and was given purpose by an adoptive mother who saw her beauty despite what the man-serpents believed. Raya became the Volcano Manor scout, one of the most important roles in the manor. Without her, there would be no new Tarnished joining them, no warriors proving their worth and being fed to her father, Rykard, to grow his power. Without Raya, the Volcano Manor ceases to function properly, and Tanith believes she was worthy of this honor. Thank you for sitting down with us today to discuss Raya and the Man-Serpents. The lore surrounding these humanoid serpents is easily missed and little explored due to their singular location in the lands between, but we wanted to shine a light on them in order to show another angle of how the Volcano Manor plans to achieve their goals. Devouring the world is all well and good, but Rykard will need his own knights to fight the forces of the other demigods, and it seems that's who the Man-Serpents were meant to be, at least until the birth of Raya. Let us know if you think we missed anything related to the Man-Serpents in the comments below. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any Square Table content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Albinarchs are a race of man-made humans living in the lands between. They can be found in a few places such as the Albinarch village and Volcano Manor, and anytime you come across them, it's clear that they are one of the most persecuted people in Elden Ring. The Albinarchs have had their village destroyed by Ensha on the orders of Gideon Ofnir while searching for the Haligtree Medallion, and the people we find in the Volcano Manor have been experimented on with hideous growths all over their bodies and a feral demeanor which shows how they have had their humanity stripped from them. It's rare that we find an Albinauric interested in speaking with us. In fact, there are only 2 in the entire game. Albus, the old man disguised as a pot in the Albinauric village, and the topic of today's video, Latenna. Today we're going to discuss Latenna's purpose, and what it could mean for the future of the Albinaurics. We said before that the Albinaurics are man-made humans, but what does that mean? The Albinauric blood clot tells us, Albinaurics are life forms made by human hands, thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erd Tree's grace. They were created with no connection to the Erd Tree, so they live outside of the Golden Order, a sin against those who believe in its tenets. They are tied to the Eternal City and Celestial Dew, as the Albinauric shield tells us. Its ornamentation represents the primordial drop of dew from which they are said to have been created. The Celestial Dew item itself tells us it is a hidden tear found in the Eternal City, also known as a night tear. Once upon a time, the stars of the night guided fate, and this is a recollection of those times. This would tie the dew to the Mimic and Silver Tears, which also brings us back to the Albinaurics. We believe it's possible they were created using the Silver Tears, which would explain their silver blood. Whoever their original creator was, they either cast the Albinaurics aside or died, leaving them to fend for themselves in the lands between, which has not been going well. So we know that the Albinaurics have no connection to the Erd Tree, and are likely more closely connected to the moon and stars based on their connection to the Eternal City and Celestial Dew. But they were imperfect, which can be seen plain as day on any Albinauric. Their legs shrivel and die well before the rest of their bodies, making it impossible for them to get around effectively by themselves. When we meet Latenna for the first time, she refers to her wolf as her other half, and when fighting Albinaurics in the consecrated snowfields, we understand why, as they ride their wolves, effectively using them as replacement legs. Now that we have a background on what the Albinaurics likely are, we can properly discuss Latenna and her purpose. Upon meeting Latenna, she wants nothing to do with our Tarnished, saying she told the all-hearing brute she possesses no medallion. But if we've spoken with Albus and he's entrusted us with his half of the Halictree medallion, she begins to trust us as well.
Do you speak true? So old Albus entrusted his medallion to you. Then I've no choice but to trust that this was his dying will. Let's try again. I'm Latenna, an Albinauric, the same as old Albus. My apologies for my coarse words earlier. I presumed the worst. Seeing that you're another Tarnished like that all-hearing brute, I hope that you will forgive me. The medallion's better off in your hands anyway. Would you consider doing me a great service? I must go back. There is something I must do, even if I must say farewell to my wolf lover. Will you show me the way? To the land of Miquella's Halictree. If you accept, I would gladly apprise you of the whereabouts of the medallion's other half.
So she's willing to tell us that her quest takes her to Miquella's Halictree, but she doesn't go into any detail on why. From here, she shares that the other half of the medallion is in Castle Sol, and bids farewell to Lobo. She says she will join us on our way, but how can she do that when she has no way of moving from the spot Ensha and Gideon have stuck her in? By turning herself into Spirit Ash. Upon reaching the mountaintop of giants, something interesting happens. Latenna, as Spirit Ash, actually speaks to us. Do you hear me? It is I, Latenna. We're almost there. Castle Sol lies just off to the north, where the other medallion is housed. It will grant passage to the land of the Halictree. She can do this again once we reach the consecrated snowfield.
Do you hear me? It is I, Latenna. We have reached the land of Miquella's Halictree. Where Lobo and I began our travels. It's entirely thanks to you that I'm so close to home. These great snow-laden lands stretch far to the north, and beyond the ancient bowers.
So we learn something new about her quest, and Albinaurics as a whole through this dialogue. She mentions that she started her quest here, so she was clearly traveling to the Albinauric village through the lands between in search of something. Also, a keen-eyed observer will notice that all of the Albinaurics in their village in Liurnia look to be men, while all of the Albinaurics we encounter on Wolfback in the consecrated snowfield seem to be women, just like Latenna, and are clearly the physically superior warriors. This means Albinauric men and women separated themselves from each other for some reason. The pieces start to come together when we reach the apostate derelict, and Latenna speaks again in front of a large, unspeaking Albinauric woman.
O young yet towering sister of ours, let the birthing droplet in and create life for us, for all the Albinaurics. Thank you. I finally fulfilled my purpose. Our young yet towering sister will give us hope. Now that nothing is left unfinished, I will join you in battle to the bitter end. And when the fighting is done, then you may lay me to rest. Beside Lobo, my dear wolf.
Out of nowhere, we learn that Latenna was carrying something called the birthing droplet, that when presented to the large Albinauric woman will somehow create life for her people. We can learn this woman's name only if we chose to kill Latenna upon first meeting her, as she says, "Oh, Philia, take the birthing droplet." So her true mission is made clear. She left the consecrated snowfield to retrieve the birthing droplet for Philia, and bring it back to ensure the future of the Albinaurics. It's very likely that the Albinaurics, being man-made humans, cannot reproduce as normal people would. They have no use of the lower halves of their bodies, and while there does seem to be some kind of gender line, the men and women are separated, living in two completely different lands. The women had the strength to follow Miquella to the Hewg tree, but for whatever reason the men stayed behind. We believe that Philia is the only Albinauric capable of giving birth to the next generation of their people, and the men of the Albinauric village somehow cultivated this birthing droplet. It was then Latenna's mission was to take it from them back to Philia, but Gideon's interference made it impossible to complete her task, effectively dooming the Albinaurics. That is, until our Tarnished found Latenna. While there are larger mysteries at work here, such as where Philia came from, why she's so much larger than the other Albinauric woman but considered younger, and how any of this came to pass at all without the original creator of the Albinauric's help, we believe we've discovered Latenna's true purpose, and the series of events that must have taken place before she met our Tarnished. Latenna is a hero to her people. By placing her faith in us and giving up her own life to complete her quest, she's ensured a future for the Albinaurics, no matter what shape that may take. Perhaps the greater fate of the Albinaurics will be explored in a future DLC, so we can see what comes next for these downtrodden but determined people. Thank you for joining us while we discuss the Albinaurics and the true purpose of Latenna's quest. This particular quest line is severely improved by proper context around what the Albinaurics are, their place in the world, and the challenges they face with their imperfect bodies. We're hoping that if a Miquella DLC is ever announced, we'll get to learn more about these people, as they followed him to his Hewg tree to escape persecution. Be sure to leave a comment with your thoughts on the Albinaurics, Latenna, or Philia. Like, subscribe, and ring the bell so you always know when we're putting out new content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Here at Square Table Gaming, we've already done lore dives into the two biggest players when it comes to the Frenzied Flame, Vyke and Shabriri. The Tarnished who inherited the flame and had his bid to become Elden Lore tragically end, and the man who stoked the flame, helping to bring its physical form into the lands between. While these two show us both how the Frenzied Flame began its spread across the land, and how it vied for power, there is a third character in Elden Ring closely tied to the flame. She is quite possibly the first to ever hold the title of Finger Maiden to the Three Fingers, Hyetta. Through her questline, we help her achieve her goal of becoming a Finger Maiden. However, the most interesting thing about her as a character is that her quest cannot begin until the tragic death of another woman who looks and sounds exactly like her, Irina. Today we're going to take you through this questline and offer our theories on the ties between Irina and Hyetta. When making our way past the Bridge of Sacrifice on the Weeping Peninsula, we meet a young woman named Irina. She wears a blindfold and tells us how she was chased from her home in Castle Morn, sent away in secret by her father when the servants attacked in a frenzy. During the attack, she couldn't really tell what was happening as she's always had poor eyesight, but she knows that by staying, her father has put himself in danger. She hands us a letter she's written asking her father to meet her so they can leave together, and asks us to take it to him so they can be reunited. After we make our way to Castle Morn, we can present the letter to her father, Edgar, and after running a quick errand for him, he leaves to find his daughter. Tragically, when we make our way back to Irina, Edgar is kneeling over her dead body. It seems as though while we were away, the Misbegotten who attacked her caravan returned and ended Irina's life. Edgar is devastated and vows revenge on those responsible. He will hunt them down one by one and put an end to them for taking the life of his innocent daughter. There's nothing more we can do for Irina from this point on. However, curiously, the end of Irina's life triggers another event in the lands between, the arrival of Hyetta. Hyetta looks identical to Irina in every way aside from the cloak she wears over her shoulders. Not only do they have the same face, they have the same voice, and they're played by the same voice actress. She tells us she's journeying to find a distant light, and that she too has always had weak eyesight, but when she eats Shabriri grapes, she can feel a distant light in the back of her eyes, which will lead her to her true duty as a Finger Maiden. The similarities between Irina and Hyetta cannot be overstated, to the point where it seems as though they could be the same person. However, if we make our way back to the spot where Irina died, her corpse is still there, covered in blood, undisturbed. We'll dive into our theory on the connection between these two later on. Hyetta can be given Shabriri grapes on 3 separate occasions, at the lake-facing cliffs site of Grace, on the western side of the Purified Ruins, and at the Gatetown Bridge site of Grace. Each time we learn a little more about her and the quest she is on. During our first encounter with her, after giving her a grape, she tells us, "Oh, many thanks to you. Now I can feel the distant light once more. You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you." This comes off very much as something a Finger Maiden might say, as we never truly meet one. It's hard to know for sure, but she is playing the part well. After giving her a grape at the Purified Ruins, she muses on how we are different from most who aid her in her pilgrimage.
You're not like the others who give me grapes, are you? They rest their trembling hands upon me. Howling wordlessly, they gently stroke my eyes. Their frail fingers, emaciated. Yet still, they give me the grapes. But you seem somehow firmer.
It is all too apparent, Hyetta does not know what Shabriri grapes are, or where they come from. She tells us this herself the 3rd time we meet her, saying,
That aside, I wonder what Shabriri grapes really are. Delectably tender and sweet, yet searing. What a sight they must be to behold.
It's then that we're able to tell her exactly what she's been eating. The Shabriri grape is described as a yellow oozing eyeball of the infirm. The surface is shriveled and the inside is squishy, not unlike a large overly ripe grape. We can find 2 of these grapes near ghosts who howl about offering their eyes to a maiden to show her the light. The first is just past the throne in Stormvale Castle, while the other is near the Purified Ruins, where we find a 2 Fingers heirloom talisman in a chest. The 3rd grape can only be obtained by meeting an old friend at the Revenger's shack. Once we reach the shack, we do battle with Irina's father, now known as Edgar the Revenger. He's no longer the knight he was. He is now a man driven mad by vengeance, only concerned with slaughtering those who took his daughter from him. After defeating Edgar, we earn his grape and see just how far he had fallen, chasing vengeance to the point where he accepted the power of the frenzied flame, rotting him from the inside, turning his eyes into grapes. Once we tell Hayata where the Shabriri grape comes from, she's disgusted.
No. That's not possible. Not all of those people. Their own... So those noises I heard were... Sorry. I'm alright now. Don't mind me.
She retches as we walk away, unable to hold back after learning she's been eating the eyes of those who were helping her along the way. We can speak with her again after resting nearby.
Is that you over there? I've gleaned something very important indeed, thanks to you. The reason why it was eyes I had to eat, the distant light, is far and frail, so faint it can't be seen by the naked eye. But with everyone's eyes together, it appears. Finally, it all makes sense. I'm certain now. I will be a finger maiden. I've gleaned something very important indeed, thanks to you. I'm certain now. I will be a finger maiden.
She has quickly come to terms with what she's been doing. Her resolve is strong. Hayata is willing to do whatever must be done in order to become a finger maiden and fulfill her purpose. We meet her again at Bellum Church, where she asks us about fingerprint grapes.
Hello. Is that you over there? Have you ever heard of fingerprint grapes? They're special grapes which only grow on those who've been clasped by the burnt fingers. I would truly love to try one. The distant light seems far closer than before. But I can't sense a thing from the usual grapes anymore. Please, could you donate a fingerprint grape to me? Without one, I don't know. I feel like I might go mad.
Hayata is not doing well. She seems off-kilter, and it seems as though the only thing that can help her is a fingerprint grape. The only way to obtain this item is to fight someone who has been physically touched by the flame of frenzy. And the only person to ever survive an encounter like that is the legendary Tarnished, Vyke. Upon obtaining his grape, the description tells us it's the eyeball of the knight Vyke, inflamed yellow, seared with a repulsive fingerprint burn, akin to those that marred his entire body. If offered to the blind maiden, it will lead her to the source of the distant light, allowing her to become a finger maiden. We can present Vyke's eye to Hayata, and she says,
Oh, a fingerprint grape. Tried and true. What a wondrous thing. A fingerprint grape. Oh, how sweet. Yet, how it burns. Thank you. I've composed myself again. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. I'm sure I'll be a finger maiden. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. I'm sure I'll be a finger maiden.
After receiving the fingerprint grape, we can speak with Hayata again at the Frenzied Flame prescription, outside the doors of the Three Fingers.
So you're here as well, are you? I realized as we've talked, I'll be a maiden, and you, surely a lord. Go to the door ahead. After divesting yourself of your possessions, it will surely open, and the Three Fingers will welcome you. May the flame of chaos find purchase within you. Go to the door ahead. After divesting yourself of your possessions, it will surely open, and the Three Fingers will welcome you. Go to the door ahead. After divesting yourself of your possessions, it will surely open, and the Three Fingers will welcome you.
We then have a choice. Do we accept the Flame of Frenzy or not? The only way to advance Hayeda's quest is to walk through those doors. Once we do, we can speak with her again.
The flame of chaos has nestled within you. Could you please rest your hand upon me? Burn me with the flame to make me your maiden. Oh, it burns. My eyes, they're melting. Thank you. I have touched them. The words of the three fingers. As your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is came from the one great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls. But the greater will made a mistake. Torment, despair, affliction, every sin, every curse, every one born of the mistake. And so, what was borrowed must be returned, melted all away with the yellow chaos flame, until all is one again. Those who gave me grapes howled without words, saying they wished they were never born. Become their lord, take their torment, despair, their affliction, every sin, every curse, and melt it all away. As the Lord of Chaos, no more fractures, no more birth.
In the end, Hayeda achieved her goal and became the first maiden of the Frenzied Flame, though it cost her everything. After she divines the words of the three fingers, we can return once more and find she is burned away to nothing. All that remains of the first maiden of the three fingers is embers in the place she once stood. The biggest mystery of Hayeda is how exactly she's connected to Irina. They share the same face, voice, and clothing, but both exist in the world at the same time. How is this possible? The easiest explanation for their similarities comes from Shabriri. We know he has the ability to take the bodies of others on the brink of death, as he did with Yura. His consciousness then lives on through them, and he's able to walk amongst us. Perhaps the same thing has happened to Irina. Is it possible Hayeda's consciousness has taken Irina's body and uses it to fulfill her purpose? However, there's an issue with this theory. It's that when Shabriri takes Yura's body, he takes full physical control. Irina's body never leaves the place where she died, so a spirit couldn't be puppeting her. Our theory is that Hayeda and Irina are the same person, but in a more roundabout way. We believe that Irina always had the potential to be a maiden of the three fingers, but was sheltered from that possibility by her life in Castle Morn. The weak eyesight from birth between both Irina and Hayeda points us in this direction. Upon her death, the fingers saw their opportunity and manifested Hayeda into being, a perfect copy of Irina, with an insatiable urge to follow the light behind her eyes. What dying means to the people of the lands between is tough to nail down. When someone dies, presumably their essence returns to the Earth Tree, and they live again through this process. Our theory hinges on the idea that due to her potential to be a maiden of the Frenzied Flame, the three fingers were able to intercept Irina's soul and use it to create Hayeda, a woman with vague memories of a childhood with poor eyesight, and a need to seek out her destiny as a finger maiden. This theory has no concrete evidence to back it up, but we can see no other way for these two characters to exist in the lands between at the same time, short of FromSoft simply forgetting to remove Irina's body after Hayeda's quest begins. Thank you for joining us to discuss Hayeda, the Maiden of the Frenzied Flame. and her connection to Irina. We believe there's no way to know for sure what the exact relationship is between these two characters, but we hope our theory presents a reasonable story. What do you think the connection between Hayeta and Irina is? Leave a comment letting us know. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss a video. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Last month we put out a video focusing on various Tarnished in the Lands Between and speculated on their history with the small amount of in-game lore we had access to. Today we're going to open that book once more for a second look at the Tarnished Files. We will be discussing Riley the Idol, Recusant Henricus, Blackguard Big Bogard, and Lionel the Lionhearted in an attempt to further flesh out all of the players in the Lands Between and see if we can draw connections between these individual Tarnished journeys and the greater story of the Lands Between. Elden Ring's lore goes deep into the history of these lands, but we think it's just as important to understand the stories of those living in this world, and this series is one more way to explore that. While some Tarnished in the Lands Between can be encountered in multiple areas, both as summons and invaders, Riley's an exception. The only way we ever meet this character is by invading his world during the Volcano Manor questline. It would be easy to push this Tarnished aside and assume he's no one special. After all, he only exists as fodder for the Recusants, right? But if we know anything about the Manor, it's that they don't target random Tarnished. Everyone they send you to assassinate seems to play a big part as a cooperator, someone who helps other Tarnished on their journey to follow grace and become Elden Lord, but not Riley. We can gather why the Manor may want him dead through clues associated with his armor and the items he drops. Our first clues come from the Confessor set. Each piece tells us it's worn by church confessors. The churches outside of the Lands Between, dedicated to the teachings of the Two Fingers, send confessors out to follow the guidance of grace. The confessors are loyal servants to the Two Fingers, ready to hunt down and quietly dispose of their enemies. So right off the bat, we know that Riley was an assassin of sorts for the Two Fingers, possibly one hunting those who strayed from their teachings, like the Recusants. His weapons reinforce this notion, as he uses Crepus's Black Key crossbow and the Scorpion Stinger. Crepus's crossbow is the weapon of Crepus, who served the Two Fingers from the shadows of the Round Table as the head confessor, and the Scorpion Stinger is a dagger fashioned from a great scorpion's tail, glistening with scarlet rot, a ceremonial tool used by heretics, crafted from the relic of the sealed outer god. Riley also uses Black Key bolts, which are used in Crepus's Black Key crossbow, an assassin's tool of exquisite craftsmanship. The intricate spiral tip bores deep, injecting scarlet rot far into the flesh of its target. So it seems the confessors were allowed to dabble in heresy if it meant destroying enemies of the Fingers. The fact that Riley uses these items has led to a popular theory that he actually is Crepus, simply using a fake name in order to keep his movements secret. This can be further speculated as upon death he drops the Crepus's vile talisman, which is described as a small mysterious bottle with a dark mist sealed within. Eliminates all sounds made by the wearer during movement. A ritual implement used by Round Table Hold assassins. There was a time when Tarnished who had strayed from guidance feared nothing more than utter silence. While the idea that Riley is Crepus may hold water, we can't say for sure we think this is true. After all, the Confessors were a group of Tarnished who carried out these assassinations on behalf of the Fingers. It's likely they all used the same armor, weaponry, and talismans as members of their order. Perhaps Riley was the last true confessor in the Lands Between, and that's why we were sent to kill him. Next up we have Recusant Henricus, possibly the worst spy in the Lands Between. This large man wielding a large mace can be encountered north of the Stormhill Shack. While defeating him will yield the Hammer Talisman, that's not important when looking at who he was as a character. We know from his title that he is a Recusant, but one look at his armor makes it abundantly apparent where his loyalty lies. He wears the Eye surcoat, which is described as a brown surcoat draped over chainmail. The insignia emblazoned on the front marks out the wearer as the eyes and ears of Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. So clearly, Henricus is not loyal to the recusants at all. He works for Gideon Ofnir, keeping tabs on the recusants of the Lands Between, and likely Rykard himself. This surcoat can be found after we defeat Rykard inside of his arena. Henricus was clearly one of the Tarnished that Rykard decided to devour in order to grow his own strength, but we believe the fact that his surcoat was left behind was very telling. It's likely that Rykard knew from the start that Henricus didn't believe in the mission of the recusants, or turning against the Erd Tree. When we find the surcoat, what it says to us is that Rykard finally decided Henricus was ripe enough to be devoured, and upon meeting him, Rykard stripped the symbol of his true master from his body, and made him one with himself, just as he did to all those devoured before. Really, Henricus has no one to blame but himself. What kind of spy wears the well-known symbol of their leader directly on their chest for all to see? We're going to go out on a limb here and say Henricus was not very bright. Blackguard Big Bogard is an interesting case, as he presents himself as nothing but a petty thug, but harbors some deeper aspirations that he never truly articulates to us. We speak with him after he's stolen Raya's necklace, and should we choose to get it back for her peacefully, Bogart warms up to us right away. He loves his prawns and is happy to sell them to us, saying he's never met someone with a taste for prawns he couldn't trust. When we make small talk with him, he says, "You're Tarnished too, ain't ya? Can't you see it then? The guidance of grace, I mean? I can't see it at all no more. Makes no bloody sense anyway. Why some no-name shithead like me gets called to the Lands Between. Cruel bloody joke, you ask me. Maybe something went tits up with it. Maybe it's been broken for a good long time. The Erd Tree, I'm saying." So he seems to think very little of himself, but if we follow his quest, we learn more. We can meet Bogard at the outer moat in the royal capital, where he tells us he was once trapped in a gaol with the Dung Eater, and he was forced to watch him perform his curse on his friend. He makes it clear that the Dung Eater is a monster, something we know all too well if we follow his questline. Unfortunately, our friend is fated to endure the same kind of torture he saw performed in the past. When we speak with Bogard again, he says he believes the Dung Eater is nearby, and upon reloading the area, we find Bogard bloodied and tied to a chair, where he says,
"Serves me right. Fitting bloody end. For a jumped up little shit with big ideas. Help me out. Would you, mate? I don't want to get cursed. Just let me die. I don't want to live like this."
He then dies and we receive a seedbed curse. This is immediately followed by the Dung Eater invading us. While Bogart did have a seedbed curse upon him, we believe that by defeating the invading Dung Eater here, we may have saved our friend from the curse. It's known that Dung Eater needs to defile a body after its death to complete his ritual, so by stopping this, maybe we did save Bogart from the fate he dreaded. As a final note, after his death, we also receive the Blackguard's Iron Mask, which tells us it's an iron mask forced onto convicted prisoners, worn by the Blackguard Big Bogard. To Bogart, the mask made him all the more threatening and helped him get what he wanted, but it was also a mirror of his emptiness. So while he acted like he had no big purpose, he felt a deep emptiness that he likely tried to fill with these big ideas he mentioned before his death. Unfortunately, we never get to know what those ideas truly were. Last but not least, we have Lionel, the Lionhearted. We can only encounter him twice throughout Elden Ring, once during the Radahn Festival, and again when we face Fia's champions. We can find his armor when searching the capital city. It's on a bed in a small church alongside the deathbed dress. Every piece of Lionel's armor tells us, when this chivalrous, dauntless knight met Fia, who had been driven from her home, he declared himself to be her father. So we know Lionel took Fia under his protection, making her family, and likely protected her against those who wanted her dead for her heresy against the Golden Order. By finding his armor on a corpse in this church, it begs the question, how could a dead man have helped us during the Radahn festival? We theorize that he was a projection of Fia's champion, determined to see Radahn's defeat. But why does he want Radahn dead? Unless we defeat Radahn, we can never make our way to the resting place of Godwyn the Golden, meaning Fia could not make it there either. If Lionel is aiding us in battle during this fight, and he's already truly dead, that would mean it's actually Fia trying to help us defeat Radahn, so she can finally make her way to Godwyn. So while we never meet Lionel as a living, breathing Tarnished, we can easily see how his strength influenced the Lands Between, both in his protection of the deathbed companion, and in his help fighting our way through Radahn as one of Fia's champions. The Tarnished throughout Elden Ring really do come in all shapes and sizes, with deep motivations driving them through their quests. There's not a single throwaway character that we've found when it comes to this game. Everyone has a reason for their existence in the overall narrative of the world, and while they may not always add much, it goes to show how deep this world building truly is. If you have a particular character you'd like to see explored in the next Tarnished Files, leave a comment letting us know. Also, tell us if you think there's more to any of the characters we've discussed in this video. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. When making our way through Stormveil Castle, we can meet a number of NPCs. We start out speaking with Gatekeeper Gostok, who gives us advice on how best to approach the castle. This interaction is soon followed by meeting Rogier, who is prepared to help you as best he can by teaching you the magics he has available. Finally, we meet Nefeli Loux, who shares in our purpose of defeating Godric and is prepared to join the fight should you have her. This character is introduced by telling her most recent enemy that they were a fine warrior, and she hopes the winds take them to a higher place. She's a warrior who believes in respecting those she does battle with and recognizing their strength after their defeat. The best way to describe Nefeli is honorable, and today, we're going to take a look at her journey through the Lands Between, as well as the implications of her connection to the first Elden Lord, Godfrey, or as he was known before he took the throne, Horaloo. Your first time meeting Nefeli, you may not catch the significance of her surname if you're not paying attention. She carries the name Loux, meaning she has a direct connection to an Elden Lord, Godfrey, or as he was once known, Horaloo. While they share the same surname, it's likely that Nefeli is not directly related to Godfrey, but rather belong to his tribe of Tarnished. While all Tarnished can trace their lineage back to this tribe, Nefeli is much closer than any other we meet, given that she was still within the original tribe before coming to the Lands Between. It's likely she followed the call of grace out of the Badlands themselves in order to find her way to the Lands Between, and much like the other Tarnished we meet, in time, she lost the ability to see grace. It was then Gideon Ofnir saw the potential of Nefeli. Though she was a mere axe-wielding barbarian, her youthful credulity served his purposes, so he took her in as his daughter. As the daughter of Sir Gideon Ofnir the All-Knowing, Nefeli fought to see her father take the throne of Elden Lord. He told her that should he take the throne, he would never allow the downtrodden to be cheated again. He presented himself to her as a noble man who would make the ideal king for the Lands Between. When we see Nefeli in the Round Table Hold, she believes her adoptive father can help us in our quest.
Yes. I wonder if you've met my foster father. He's in his study. The room Ensha's guarding just over there. If you haven't already, I advise you introduce yourself. Father is leader of the Round Table. I'm sure talking to him will be worth your while.
She inherently trusts that her father has the best of intentions when it comes to helping the Tarnished complete their purpose. But after seeing more of the world, doubt starts to set in. We next meet Nefeli Loux in the Albinauric village. She's surrounded by the suffering of the people who called this place home, and she feels a sense of righteous purpose being here. When we speak to her, she says,
It's you. Well, What do you make of it? What's happened to this village? I witnessed a sight much the same in my infancy. The oppression of the weak. Murder and pillage unchecked. A waking nightmare made by men. But this time, I'm a woman grown. And though the suffering cannot be undone, I can still mete out justice. Justice to the oppressors. Let the scars I carve remind them. I am Nefeli Lu, warrior.
This exchange tells us a lot about who Nefeli is. She sees herself as a warrior for those who cannot fight for themselves, and if she's too late to protect those being oppressed, she will make sure to avenge them. With that said, this also tells us a little about the Badlands Nefeli comes from. The world outside of the lands between is mostly a mystery, but clearly the Badlands is not a place you want to find yourself. It sounds as though the oppression of the weak, murder, and pillage unchecked are a way of life in the Badlands. Clearly, if the rumors of the first Elden Ring DLC are true, we have our work cut out for us should we visit this place ourselves. In the Albinarg village, we can summon Nefeli to help us defeat the Omen Killer surrounded by the corpses of the village residents. While this helps her claim vengeance for those who had their village destroyed, it does put her at odds with her father, Gideon. Nefeli had no idea that her father ordered the destruction of the Albinarg village in order to get his hands on a Haligtree medallion piece, and upon interfering with his work, he decided he no longer needed Nefeli in his employ.
You know already, do you? Right. It's true. My father cast me out for indulging my emotions, forgetting the mission, punishment for offing his pawns. Lord Gideon has offered me guidance all my life. I would have done anything for him, to place him on the throne of Elden Lore. And yet though it was not my intent, I betrayed him. And I can no longer trust in Father. To think he'd order his men to enact such tragedy. Where is the justice he purports in that? He once told me that if he became Elden Lore, he would never allow the downtrodden to be cheated ever again. Was he simply lying to me? No. How could I say that? Father has always given me his guidance. And now, I've lost it.
Nefeli is completely lost without the guidance of Gideon. However, there is something we can do to remind her of the warrior she once was, long before she came to the lands between. If we return to the Chapel of Anticipation, where our journey began, we'll find that a door that was previously locked is now open, and we can make our way to a spirit ash known as the Stormhawk King, which is described as ashes of a hawk revered by all others as sovereign back in the days when Stormvale's winds still raged like no other. This ancient monarch is proud, however, refusing to answer anyone's summons. Those who paid attention during the battle with Godric or the Omen Killer may notice that Nefeli wields the Stormhawk Axe, which is a battle axe designed to resemble a hawk with its wings comprising the blade, signature weapon of warriors who strive to remain one with the storm, despite being so far from their place of birth. Their hearts are proud, and thereby easily undone. We can see the connection to Nefeli here. Her proud heart was undone by the betrayal of her foster father, but more importantly, it seems she's a warrior of the storm, and when it says these warriors are far from their place of birth, it's fair to assume that means the warriors of the storm originated from Stormvale Castle. Given Nefeli's surname Lu, this may mean that all Tarnished can trace their roots back to Stormvale. We can give Nefeli the Stormhawk King's spirit ashes, and they seem to break her of her despair.
I'm not like Roderica. I don't feel the presence of spirits, let alone see them. Still, this ash, it reminds me of my first hawk. Thank you.
After this, Nefeli disappears from the Round Table Hold, and we can only meet her again if we make our way back to Stormvale Castle. Upon returning to Godric's throne, we can see Nefeli standing tall, and if we've completed Gostock and Kenneth Height's quests as well, they stand on either side of her. Upon speaking with Kenneth, he tells us,
Ah, nice to see you after so long. Safe and sound, I take it, yes? Good. Ah, quite. I have indeed selected a new ruler. Lady Nepheli is strong and just, worthy of the burden of Limgrave's lineage. Such is the sincere opinion of I, Kenneth Height, no less.
So Kenneth believes Nepheli has what it takes to lead Stormveil Castle and return it to its former glory, which was lost long ago. Upon speaking with Nepheli, she fills us in on how she found herself here.
Been some time. I must thank you for your aid. I told Father I would be with him no longer. I remembered the vow I took when I first became a warrior, so many moons ago. This land is much like the one from which I hail. I will call upon the storm to drive away the foulness that has settled on the winds. Again, I am Nepheli Lu, warrior. Some call me by the title of Lady, but I remain the same woman underneath, though I have now abandoned my former guidance. I cannot express how much you've helped me. Should you become Elden Lord, I would gladly lighten your burden. Farewell, fellow warrior. I will remain to summon the storm, but your guidance and your fight surely lie elsewhere.
Nepheli has found her place as the new Lord of the Storm, and while she no longer fights to elevate someone else to the throne of Elden Lord, she is prepared to help us lead the Lands Between from her new station once we complete our quest. While this is where Nepheli's quest ends, there is another possible outcome. Much like Gideon, Seluvis sees the strength of this Storm Warrior and wants to take it for himself. During her hour of despair, we can give Nepheli Seluvis' potion, and she will eventually become one of his puppets. We can even take this puppet for ourselves and use Nepheli as a summon for the rest of our quest. We think this speaks to her strength. Two of the biggest schemers in the Lands Between saw a potential for great power in Nepheli Lu, and wanted to control her either through manipulation or enslavement. The funny thing is, by helping Nepheli reclaim her purpose in defending the weak, she ultimately takes her rightful place in Stormveil Castle, and pledges herself to our rule as Elden Lord. It turns out if you want to utilize the strength of this warrior, the best way to do it is by being a lord worthy of her fealty. Who knew? We hope you enjoyed this look at Nepheli Lu. While there isn't too much to theorize on when it comes to this character, we believe her connection to the Storm and Hoarah make her story worth following. There's definitely more to be discovered when it comes to how exactly Hoarah's tribe of Tarnished are connected to Stormveil Castle, but maybe we'll find out in the new DLC. Leave us a comment with your thoughts on this warrior of the Badlands. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Here at Square Table Gaming, we've talked about the Bloody Fingers and their goals. However, there is one amongst their group that our community has asked us to dive into more than any other. This Tarnished hails from the land of reeds and wields two blades, a wakizashi in his left hand, and in the right, the infamous Rivers of Blood. This man traveled the world looking for worthy opponents to test his skills against, and upon reaching the Lands Between, found a land full of challenges. This man became a legend in his own right, a name feared throughout the lands, a swordsman of unparalleled strength, wearing a wooden mask depicting an old man baring his teeth. This man was known as the Bloody Finger, Okina. Today we will be discussing this demon of a swordsman and taking a look at his place in the Lands Between. The Land of Reeds is known for the prowess of their swordsmen. They primarily study katanas and polearms, and what little we can learn of their home is disturbing. The Land of Reeds' helm tells us, "The Land of Reeds has long been locked in a miserable civil war, during which time it has remained alienated from the cultures of its neighbors. Little wonder that the entire nation has succumbed to the blood-soaked madness, or so it is said. So the Land of Reeds is embroiled in war, a breeding ground for particularly skilled swordsmen. Those tarnished that have found their way to the Land of Reeds seem to have made a name for themselves, as the ones who answered the call of grace are feared across the lands. One of these men was known as a demon, but he may have lived a much more noble life before reaching this place. The man known only as Okina was once lauded as a great swordsman across the Land of Reeds. We can discern this from the description of the white reed set, worn by the Inaban, head disciples of the great swordsman Okina. The Inaba traveled in pursuit of not only the master who abandoned them, but also proper deaths, won honorably through hard-fought combat. To be a white reed is to seek death, fitting for the Inaba, who desired nothing more than to die by the sword. So Okina once had a school of disciples under his tutelage. It's possible he may have even led these forces in skirmishes within the Land of Reeds. After all, in a nation under constant civil war, an elite group of swordsmen likely saw battle often. However, the longer Okina studied the Blaidd, the more he questioned why he was fighting in this land. What was the point of this war? And why was he using his time to sharpen others' skills when he could focus on himself? The name Okina is not the true name of this swordsman. That name has been lost to the ages. The Okina mask tells us it is a wooden mask that depicts an old man baring his teeth, the source of the sobriquet of the great swordsman of the Land of Reeds. The word sobriquet essentially means nickname, which tells us Okina is the name of the mask, not the man, and was taken as a nickname by this swordsman. It goes on to tell us, the more he sharpened his mind, the more the absurdities of the world came into stark relief, and so Okina renounced it all and rose to a higher plane. There was only himself, his katana, and its mastery. Before long, Okina became a demon of a swordsman. We believe it's likely that this change in his demeanor, this decision to renounce the earthly world and focus only on battle, may have been made before Okina even reached the Lands Between. At this point, the Call of Grace would simply be an invitation to test his skills against the most powerful beings he had ever known to exist. No mere men, but the gods themselves. Okina took with him two weapons into the Lands Between, a wakizashi and the infamous Rivers of Blood. Weapon of Okina, swordsman from the Land of Reeds, a cursed weapon that has felled countless men. The wakizashi is a short sword with a tempered pattern on the blade, a weapon unique to warriors of the Land of Reeds. While others use this sword as an auxiliary weapon, Okina used it in his offhand so as to further draw blood from his opponents. It's due to the literal rivers of blood Okina himself spilled throughout his life in pursuit of proving his strength against the strongest opponents he could find that Hewg, Lord of Blood, took such a keen interest in him. The description of Rivers of Blood tells us, when Hewg, the Lord of Blood, first felt Okina's sword and madness upon his flesh, he had a proposal: to offer Okina the life of a demon whose thirst would never go unsated. After reaching the Lands Between, it's possible that, like us, Okina was met by White Mask Vare. While there is never any mention of Okina having a maiden, it's possible his reputation for letting blood preceded him, and upon meeting the man, Vare immediately stoked his interest in Hewg, the Lord of Blood, and the mission of the Bloody Fingers. Seeing this as a way to test his blade against Tarnished throughout the Lands Between, he would have taken Vare up on his offer and begun slaughtering those whose worlds he invaded, striking down warrior after warrior, adding to the pools of blood from which Hewg drew his strength. Perhaps his intention was to make Hewg as strong as possible before he could meet him in battle, as if he were fattening a pig for the slaughter. After enough Tarnished fell to his blade, he was presented with a talisman, the Lord of Blood's exaltation, and was able to travel to the Mohgwyn dynasty to face this so-called God of Blood. A fierce battle ensued between Hewg and Okina, where Okina was able to lay his blade against Mohg's flesh. Upon feeling the sting of his blade and the madness hiding behind these eyes, covered by a wooden mask, Hewg, either out of respect or possibly desperation, offered him a gift. Okina would become Mohg's blade, the personal swordsman of a god, and he would give him the life of a demon. A bloody finger feared above all others as the greatest swordsman in the lands between, wielding a weapon infused with the cursed blood of Mohg's palace. We believe after this battle, Okina's blade, so aptly named Rivers of Blood, was given the Corpse Piler ability by being infused with the blood of Mohg himself, effectively making Okina even more of a force to be reckoned with. While it's likely that Okina did not see himself as truly beholden to anything but his pursuit of the sword, he did see the opportunity for new power, and any power he could utilize would bring him that much closer to true mastery of his blade. We can encounter Okina in only 2 places in the lands between. The first is before we have any way of knowing of his connection to Mohg. During the Radahn Festival, we can summon a number of powerful warriors to fight by our side against the Star Scourge himself, and among their ranks is Okina. As we know, Okina's purpose is to fight the strongest warriors he can find, to push himself to the absolute limit in his pursuit of power and mastery of the blade, and who better to test his skills against than a literal legend, Radahn. While we're sure he would have preferred to fight this god one-on-one as he did with Mohg, the terms of the Radahn Festival made this impossible, as all warriors were allowed to pursue the general at once. The only other time we can encounter Okina is in the Mountaintop of Giants near the Church of Repose. This is where Okina waits to invade those strong enough to make their way to the Giant's Forge. He springs his attack as we approach the church, a building meant to be a place of rest for weary travelers, which he has turned into a trap for any who have proven their strength to make it this far through the lands between. We believe Okina knows to invade Tarnished in this place thanks to Mohg. It would make sense that Mohg, being a member of the royal family, would know that the only way to become Elden Lord was to light the Tree ablaze, and the only way to do that was with the Giant's Forge. By bestowing this knowledge to Okina, he essentially gave him a foolproof way to find the strongest opponents he possibly could. Of course, this doesn't exactly work out for Okina, as he must do battle with our Tarnished, and ultimately, we take his cursed blade for ourselves. Then again, perhaps this is what Okina would have wanted. His disciples, the White Reeds, sought an honorable death through battle. Their purpose was to fight until they had nothing left, and perhaps, before he was twisted into the demon that we now know him as, this too was Okina's purpose, the pursuit of strength and an honorable death, which he finally finds at our hands. Thank you for joining us today as we explored Okina, the Bloody Finger, swordsman of the Land of Reeds. For better or worse, Okina and his blade, Rivers of Blood, have left an indelible mark on the world of Elden Ring, especially within its PvP community. That aside, Okina has piqued our interest in the people of the Land of Reeds. This land is wildly interesting, and we'd love to learn more about its everlasting civil wars. Perhaps the people of this land are closer to us than we know. After all, Corpse Piler does utilize animations from Sekiro. Hopefully future updates will pull the curtain back on this land, maybe even letting us visit it ourselves. Comment letting us know what your theories about the Land of Reeds are. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Lately, we've been focusing our Elden Lore videos on various Tarnished and NPCs, but we haven't forgotten the vast number of enemies that piqued both our and the community's interest. We received a comment on our last video from TC calling out a particular enemy we had taken interest in during previous research, but never followed up on. After some digging, we found that while there isn't a lot of written explanation for their existence, if you pay attention to the smaller details in the world around them, there's an interesting story behind this seemingly innocuous boss enemy, and possibly even a connection to the Albinaurics. Today, we're going to talk about the Dragonkin soldiers, where they come from, how they were made, and the use of context clues in determining their origins. The Dragonkin soldiers' name almost seems as if it could be a misnomer. Their bodies are much more human than dragon aside from their heads and almost skeletal wings. They also seem to be draped in some kind of cloth, almost as if they were wearing clothing, which seems odd considering that all of the dragons we encounter in the game are unclothed. There's very little we can learn about these enemies from their appearance alone, aside from this fact. They are clearly not dragons, and overall have a more humanoid form than any dragon we can encounter in the lands between. So the question becomes, how exactly are they kin to dragons when it seems as though someone placed a dragon head and decrepit wings on a large human body? There are a couple of theories that we've seen that we'd like to talk through before getting into our own. First is that the Dragonkin soldiers are what's left over after someone engages in dragon communion one too many times. It makes sense that overindulging in dragon communion would create a half-human, half-dragon. However, the lore in-game does not support this theory. If we look at the Magma Wyrm's scale sword, it tells us, it said these land-bound dragons were once human heroes who partook in dragon communion. A grave transgression, for which they were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves. This lays out clearly that when someone pushes dragon communion to its absolute limits, they don't become a hybrid, they become a Magma Wyrm. Thus, this theory can't be the truth behind the Dragonkin soldiers. Another idea is that these hybrids could be the result of humans and dragons commingling during the early years of Godwyn's dragon cult. This could be supported by Lansseax's glaive and Vyke's dragonbolt, which tell us Lansseax was the sister of Fortisax. It is said that she took the form of a human to commune with the knights as a priestess of the ancient dragon cult. And, of all the knights, Vyke the Dragonspear was the one Lansseax loved the most. While various magics can tell the story of how dragons and humans lived in some form of peace within Godwyn's dragon cult, none explicitly say that these two forms of life were able to be together in any way that could create hybrid children. While this is certainly up for debate, we believe the various item descriptions related to the Dragonkin themselves can put this theory to rest. Upon defeating the Dragonkin soldier of Noxtella, we are granted the Frozen Lightning Spear incantation. The description of this magic tells us, the Dragonkin were born in the Eternal City, where they knew no sky, no true lightning. Instead, ice lightning was their weapon. So it seems as though it's not possible for the Dragonkin to have been born of the commingling between dragons and humans, due to their being born in the Eternal City. However, now that we know where they were born, the question comes back around to how. We believe that these towering enemies were actually created in the same way as the Albinaurics, through the use and experimentation of silver tears by the citizens of Noxtella. There's one particular line of flavor text that can be found on the Dragonscale Blade that we believe solidifies this theory. The Dragonscale Blade reads as follows: a weapon made by sharpening a gravelstone scale, thought to be the source of ancient dragon immortality, into an unclouded blade. Alas, the Dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality, and perished as decrepit, pale imitations of their skyborn kin. So we know that this blade, or really any dragon scale weapon, is made through the sharpening of gravelstone scales, the source of a dragon's immortality. And there are only 4 enemies in Elden Ring that can drop these scales. The first, of course, is the Farum Azula dragon. This makes perfect sense. An eternal dragon would drop the scale. Second is the Azula Beastman. Again, these beastmen live amongst the dragons. It's not unreasonable for them to have harvested stray scales. Third are the miners of the Yulo Annex Tunnel. This is definitely more interesting as they are mining a tunnel known for extraterrestrial beings that came from the stars. Finally, there's the final enemy, the Silver Tear. But not just any silver tear, only the variation that explodes in lightning. So we know that Gravelstone is connected to dragon immortality. The Dragonkin were born in Noxtella, and the Dragonkin never truly attained immortality. We believe this is because they were imperfect, much like the other race we know that has close ties to, and was possibly created from, Silver Tears, the Albinaurics. While relating the massive Dragonkin soldiers to the Albinaurics may seem like a stretch, there is one more contextual clue to their relationship. The Dragonkin soldiers cannot stand on their legs. There are only 6 Dragonkin soldiers in Elden Ring. 1 in the Siofra River, 1 in the Eternal City, 1 in the Lake of Rot, and 3 spiritual Dragonkin in the consecrated snowfields. None of these soldiers are able to properly use their legs. This ties together the idea that they were created through the use of a silver tear, and why they were never able to achieve immortality. Life forms made using silver tears are all imperfect, and the telltale sign of this is their lame legs. Not to mention, what would the spirits of Dragonkin soldiers be doing in the consecrated snowfield, if not seeking out others it would consider kin? Not dragons, but other beings created through the use of silver tears. We believe all of these small clues come together to form a picture of Dragonkin soldiers being made for the explicit purpose of the Eternal City harnessing the power of dragons for their own personal use. However, because the scientists or magicians of these cities never figured out how to create pure beings through the use of the silver tear, the Dragonkin are another imperfect life form, and oddly, a cousin to the Albinaurics. This means the Dragonkin soldiers are likely no more after we defeat the few that can be found in the lands between, as unlike the Albinaurics, they have neither the means or intelligence to create a new generation. Thank you for joining us today as we shared our theories on the Dragonkin soldiers. We believe our line of thinking is sound and feel strongly that the various clues we've tied together create an airtight narrative on the history of these enemies. We also wanted to get your feedback and thoughts on whether or not we properly debunked the other prevailing theories. Comment with your thoughts on the Dragonkin soldiers, and let us know if you think we're off base. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our lore content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. In Elden Ring, we can find From Software's newest incarnation of the Moonlight Greatsword, now known as the Dark Moon Greatsword. It's the prize for one of the most popular quests in the game and acts as our tarnished wedding ring to solidify the marriage between ourselves and Ranni the Witch. This sword is a staple of From Software games, being included in all of their major releases in some way, shape, or form, Sekiro excluded. It's one of the best Easter eggs in the From Software basket, and every iteration of the sword offers its own lore and implications to the game it's housed within. For today's Elden Lore, we're going to take a look at this weapon on a larger scale, beyond the scope of Elden Ring, and out into the FromSoft catalog. The Moonlight Greatsword can trace its roots all the way back to the Kingsfield games, From Software's original role-playing game. In these games, the Moonlight Sword is more or less necessary to defeat the final boss and restore peace to the world. It was not a lore-heavy weapon by any means, but it solidified itself as a staple of the series and an important piece of From Software history. The sword was first referenced outside of Kingsfield in the Armored Core series in 1997 with the LS-99 Moonlight, but would go on to be referenced in multiple other Armored Core games, as well as Ninja Blade, Enchanted Arms, 3D Dot Heroes, and Otogi. However, the most likely place many From Software fans came across this sword was in 2009 with the original Demon Souls. In Demon Souls, we can find this iteration of the Moonlight Sword, known as the Large Sword of Moonlight, in a huge swamp within the Valley of Defilement, behind the Leechmonger Archstone. The blade is surrounded by leeches in a mound of mud, and we pull it from the ground as if it were the sword in the stone. The description of this sword tells us, the legendary large sword that reflects moonlight, widely known in association with Moonlight Knight Vito. It's one of the few revelations from God. The blue crystal blade is composed only of light, so it's impossible to block with a shield. Also next to the sword is a corpse holding a hero's soul. It's likely this is the corpse of Vito, the original owner of the sword, and possibly a member of the group led by Lady Estrella that escaped into this area. The blade itself was considered very strong in Demon Souls for those who worked with pure faith builds, as it dealt magic damage and had piercing abilities, giving it respectable damage output even in New Game Plus. Many first-time players flocked to this sword due to its shield penetration, ease of use, and easily understood build. While it is known as one of the few revelations from God alongside the Ring of Serene Prayer and Astrale, there's nothing else to this weapon in Demon Souls. It's just incredibly cool. When we move into the world of Dark Souls, the Moonlight Sword becomes the Moonlight Greatsword, and has a significantly more direct tie to the world of Anor Londo. We can only obtain the Moonlight Greatsword during our battle with Seath the Scaleless. If we focus on attacking his tail, we can cut it off, effectively making this iteration of the sword a literal piece of a godly dragon. The description reads as follows. This sword, one of the rare dragon weapons, came from the tail of Seath the Scaleless, the pale white dragon who betrayed his own. Seath is the grandfather of sorcery, and this sword is imbued with his magic, which shall be unleashed as a wave of moonlight. So this version of the sword is directly tied to the magic of the original sorcerer, the traitorous Seath. This iteration of the sword is the first to come with a magic projectile wave that can be shot from the blade. Instead of physical damage, the blade itself deals magic damage and scales heavily with intelligence, making it a fantastic choice for any build utilizing high int. However, to get the most out of this weapon, it's best to go with a pure int build. This blade is one of the 4 dragon weapons, and one of the only weapons of the game that can be obtained by attacking a particular part of a boss, along with Crossbeard Priscilla's dagger. It exists to show the sheer magical power of dragons, and allows us as a player to harness that power and make our way to the flame. In Dark Souls 2 and 3, we are met with interpretations of the Moonlight Greatsword. However, the in-game descriptions imply that while it's not the exact same sword from Dark Souls, they are both made from what remains of Seath the Scaleless. The connective tissue between these games can sometimes be muddy, but the existence of this blade across the entire trilogy helps to drive home that we are playing in the same world, following the unbreaking cycle of lighting the flame. In Dark Souls 2, the description of the blade says, "The blade of this greatsword shines with the brilliant rays of the moon. In the oldest legends, rarely spoken of today, it's said that the sword was born of a great white being. The strong attack unleashes its strength, launching a wave of moonlight." Clearly, the great white being referenced here is Seath the Scaleless, and the weapon retains the ability to shoot a wave of magic. This time around, we can only obtain the sword in New Game Plus, as the necessary soul does not drop from the Duke's dear Freya when we defeat her the first time. In New Game Plus, we obtain the Old Pale Drake's soul, which says, "This once magnificent soul continues to exert influence over the land, even after the eons have reduced it to these remnants." Another tie to Seath, as this is clearly all that remains of his soul, and we can use it to create the weapon that was once a part of his very body. In Dark Souls 3, the descriptions tell us the Moonlight Greatsword is a legendary dragon weapon associated with Seath the Pale Drake. Charge strong attack to its limit to unleash Moonlight Wave. Osiris, the consumed king, was infatuated with the search for moonlight, but in the end, it never revealed itself to him. So somewhere in the time between Dark Souls 2 and 3, Seath's name was rediscovered in the history of Anor Londo, and we even learned that Osiris took an interest in the blade, but was never able to find it for himself. This makes sense, as upon fighting Osiris, he bears the strongest draconic resemblance to Seath. The only way to obtain this version of the sword is by having Ludleth transpose the soul of consumed Osiris into the blade. The soul tells us, Osiris went mad trying to harness his royal blood for a greater purpose, leading him to the heretics of the Grand Archives, where he discovered the twisted worship of Seath, the Pale Drake. So not only did he worship Seath, but it's likely his own royal blood retained traces of this dragon, making it possible for the Moonlight Greatsword to be born anew. As an aside, this is not the only instance of the Moonlight Greatsword in Dark Souls 3. In Dark Souls 3, the Ringed City, we can use the soul of Dark Eater Midir to obtain a spell called Old Moonlight. The description of this spell reads as follows: a memory of an old sword found deep within Midir. This sorcery uses souls to grant form to the thought and attack with it. Attacks are coupled with light waves, and sustaining the stance before attacking increases their speed and potency. The sword is named after Moonlight, but it's slightly different than the one fashioned of the Pale Drake Seath. Perhaps it is rooted in an older memory from not long after the beginning. The implication here is that this spell, which is clearly in the shape of the Moonlight Sword, is not the one we know throughout Dark Souls, but is tied directly to Kingsfield. Whether this is a clever nod to the history of the Blade, or perhaps a tongue-in-cheek way to further tie together the FromSoft universe, we'll never know for sure. Next up, we have Bloodborne's interpretation. Interestingly, two versions of it technically exist. We can obtain the main version, the Holy Moonlight Sword, only in the Old Hunters DLC. Upon meeting the legend himself, Ludwig the Holy Blade, we do battle with his monstrous form. Partway through the fight, he raises the sword and sees the brilliant light emanating from it. This seems to bring him back to his senses to a degree, and he uses the blade against us in his second phase. To our knowledge, this is the first time the Moonlight Sword is used against us as players, and we can only obtain it after defeating Ludwig. Upon claiming the sword, we can read its description. An arcane sword discovered long ago by Ludwig. When blue moonlight dances around the sword, and it channels the abyssal cosmos, its great blade will hurl a shadowy light wave. The Holy Moonlight Sword is synonymous with Ludwig the Holy Blade, but few have ever set eyes on the Great Blade, and whatever guidance it has to offer, it seems to be of a very private, elusive sort. So in this iteration, it's almost as if the sword itself can speak to its wielder. It has some level of sentience that we, unfortunately, cannot experience for ourselves. One of the major notes here in our opinion is that the Holy Moonlight Sword has no true origin. It was simply found by Ludwig. So who knows where this version of the sword truly came from? Another fun tidbit: while this sword is only obtainable in the DLC, we have essentially a fake version of it in the main game under the name Ludwig's Holy Blade. This weapon is described as a trick weapon typically used by healing church hunters. It's said that the silver sword was employed by Ludwig, the first hunter of the church. When transformed, it combines with its sheath to form a greatsword. The healing church workshop began with Ludwig, and departed from old Gehrman's technique to provide hunters with the means to fight more terrifying beasts, and perhaps things still worse. This sword is clearly made to look like Ludwig's actual Holy Blade, and the heavy sword variant mimics the look of the glowing blade. It's a fun Easter egg to learn that this weapon that I, personally, used through the whole game actually derived its look from the Holy Moonlight Sword. Finally, we have Elden Ring's take on the Moonlight Sword, the Dark Moon Blade. This weapon is obtained at the end of Ranni's questline. After placing the Dark Moon ring on Ranni's finger and speaking with her, we're rewarded with this sword. The blade tells us it is a Moon Greatsword bestowed by a Carian queen upon her spouse to honor long-standing tradition. One of the legendary armaments. Ranni's sigil is a full moon, cold and leaden, and this sword is but a beam of its light. Our interpretation of this blade is that it acts as her response to our proposal. This sword is our wedding ring. We wield it in the name of Our Lady, as we have now become her lord. The Ash of War that comes built into this version of the sword is called Moonlight Greatsword, and allows us to throw magical waves from the sword, much like in its other Soulsborne iterations. Again, this blade was given a place in the overall lore and story of the game, tying it directly to Carrion royalty, and even changing the light of the sword from green to blue, in order to reinforce both the Dark Moon title of the blade and its connection to Carrion royalty. The Moonlight Sword has been on a wild ride from the beginning of From Software all the way to Elden Ring. It's amazing to see this weapon make it through all of these games, and it's always fun to speculate if and where we'll find it whenever FromSoft launches a new title. The decision to tie the sword to Ranni and the Carrion royal family in Elden Ring to us reinforces how FromSoft would like us to think the true ending of Elden Ring is the one in which we help Ranni achieve her goals. But that's just speculation on our part. We know this episode took us well outside of the realm of Elden Ring, but we wanted to take the opportunity to explore the many stories around this historical weapon. Comment letting us know what you thought of this step outside of Elden Ring lore into the greater world of FromSoft games. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss our content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Those who have kept up with the lore community in Elden Ring know the story of Diallos Haslo. VaatiVidya created an incredible Prepare to Cry that took us through his story in the Lands Between, as well as the stories of Alexander and Jarburg. While this video painted a picture of Diallos' arc through Elden Ring, it didn't touch on who Diallos truly was, and one of the major influences in his life, his brother, Juno Haslo. Juno is the older brother of Diallos, and he took on the responsibility of representing House Haslo, being the face of the family's strength, because he believed Diallos could never hold that burden alongside him. Today we're going to explore the relationship between these two, as well as the oath of House Haslo and the weight it carried for its bearers. House Haslo's motto, "The tale of House Haslo is told in blood," had a significant impact on the brothers throughout their lives. For Diallos, it was aspirational. He longed for the day he would tell the tale of House Haslo, but for Juno, it was a duty. Haslo's helm is a twin-tailed silver helm decorated with flowery adornments, symbol of the head of the revered House of Haslo. It tells us, Juno Haslo had a younger brother who was all talk and no trousers. His inability to commit to action was such that Juno inherited the Haslo legacy without resistance, granting him the freedom to shower his little brother with adoration. So Juno decided early on that his indecisive little brother should not have to bear the burdens of House Haslo. He wanted to shield this boy from the brutality that may come from taking action to preserve the reputation of their home. While some may believe Juno thought little of his younger brother, it seems as though he bore his brother no ill will. Rather, his goal was to make sure that Diallos would never have to live a life marred by spilling blood. Juno went on to leave House Haslo, making his way to the Lands Between, called by grace. It's clear that he went on to make a name for himself as a fearsome warrior. With 2 whips by his side, Juno proved his mettle time and again against those wandering the lands, but it provided him with no solace, no sense of purpose. He soon began to see that bloodshed begets only bloodshed, and the credo of his house weighed on him. He continued to tell the tale of House Haslo in blood, and it left him disillusioned to his purpose. Juno, with 2 Haslo's petal whips by his side, made his way to the mountaintop of giants, deciding to live in seclusion, away from any who would challenge him, so he no longer had to fight to prove his worth. It's unknown if he received this letter before or after deciding to sequester himself, but Haslo's armor tells us the story of his relation to Volcano Manor. This armor is described as garish silver armor decorated with red embellishments, passed down through the Haslo family. When Juno Haslo received an invitation to the Volcano Manor, he discreetly refused. I have already walked many a road drenched in blood, yet never would I consider myself a champion. Juno made it clear that he had no intention of continuing his bloody crusade through the land. He was done fighting. He was no champion. He was simply a noble, trying to fulfill his duty, and it left him with the stark realization that all his fighting and bloodshed ultimately led to nothing. It's likely the Volcano Manor saw this Tarnished, who defeated no demigods, but was known as a force to be reckoned with, and thought they could utilize his strength for their own purposes. But his refusal of the call did not sit well with them. This next piece of the story falls squarely into the realm of speculation. Hoslow's armor says it's passed down through the family, and the pedal whip is a work of art handed down through the generations of the illustrious House Hoslow. But when we meet Dialos, he already wears his house's armor and carries the whip. With this in mind, we believe the Juno of our world is already dead, killed by the Volcano Manor. Perhaps, behind the scenes, this is what led Dialos and Lanya to the Lands Between, both wanting to avenge Juno after receiving the armor and whip. However, Dialos' indecision led Lanya to chase the recusants on her own, and ultimately got her killed. While we can face Juno ourselves on the mountaintop of giants, we do so through an invasion. As we know, invasions take place across time and space. We enter a new dimension to fight our targets. So this would explain how we're able to assassinate the eldest son of House Hoslow, while still keeping this story intact. Regardless of why you believe Dialos came to the Lands Between, all of his equipment explains why he should not have. Dialos' mask tells us it is a replica of a twin-tailed silver helm with flowery adornments, only without the twin tails. Dialos Hoslow had an older brother who was a stern, self-possessed man of few words. His achievements made him seem out of reach, and so the younger aspired to be like the older, yearning for the day he would tell the tale of House Hoslow in blood, knowing full well that it would break his brother's heart. Even though Juno coddled his brother and avoided pushing him to become a warrior, Dialos still lived with dreams of grandeur, of following in his brother's footsteps. Another piece of equipment Dialos carries, the Distinguished Great Shield, is described as a great shield featuring sumptuous ornamentation used by the scions of great families. Due to their excessive size, these shields were at times seen as the hallmark of little lordlings who were too timid to earn a few nicks and scratches. Again, we see how Dialos was not prepared for this journey. Juno's decision to take on all of the responsibility of the Hoslow name and allow his younger brother to be an untrained braggart turned Dialos into a noble incapable of truly taking action, scared of the consequences of battle, with dreams of being a great warrior. Throughout his quest, Dialos makes convictions and throws them away on a whim. He likely came to the Lands Between in the first place to avenge his brother, but sits in the Round Table hold, too cowardly to explore the lands. This leads to Lanya taking it upon herself to do so, and being murdered in the process. Dialos then swears to avenge Lanya, but is taken in by the Volcano Manor, who likely thought Dialos may have been as fierce a warrior as his brother. A little flattery and the promise of renown was enough to get him to change his convictions and give up on his quest for vengeance. After we put an end to the manor, Dialos says, "It's just as my noble brother says, I'm a complete fool. I can't believe I thought I could become a champion." Choosing to wallow in self-pity at the realization that he gave up on avenging his friend and sullied the name of his house by not answering their transgressions with blood. Finally, he finds himself in Jarburg, where in a way, he heeds his brother's advice and renounces the credo of House Hoslow. He chooses to protect the denizens of Jarburg as their potentate, his soft hands finally put to use in helping those under his protection. His story will not be told in blood, but in peace. Unfortunately, as we all know, Dialos' story comes to a bittersweet end. He falls defending Jarburg, and while many died, he did manage to save Jarbairn. House Hoslow's story is again told in blood, but this time, it is blood spilled in defense of the innocent, not in a battle for the sake of superiority. In the end, Diallos finally does get to live the kind of life his brother wanted for him, one of nobility through service instead of bloodshed, even if it is short-lived. The Hoslow brothers tell a story of family, of meeting the expectations of those around you, and wanting better for those you care about. While Juno believed he was saving his brother from a life of hardship by allowing him to live a life devoid of battle, Diallos likely could have been better helped by stern tutoring from his brother. On Diallos' side, if he had heeded his brother's warnings from the beginning, Lanya may yet live, and he needn't have died in battle. Of course, Diallos dies a hero, which we believe Juno would have been proud of, and Diallos himself did finally obtain the glory he was always seeking. Thank you for joining us as we discuss the Brothers Hoslow. Do you think we missed anything in this story? What do you think of our theory on Juno's death? Comment letting us know your thoughts. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell if you want to see more lore dives like this one. Unfortunately, life has been a little chaotic, and between work, the channel, and my wife and I starting a Stranger Things podcast, the Hawkins Hellfire Collective, this series is likely going to be moving to a once-a-week cadence for the foreseeable future. With that said, we're hoping it will lead to more intricate lore dives with even deeper research. Thank you again for your continued support, and we look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. In a time long before we reached the lands between, there existed two boys, twin brothers, separate in body and mind, but sharing one soul. They were shunned by society as freaks, unnatural for their unseen connection, and likely due to its effect on their appearance. They were white of hair and pale as ghosts, and they never spoke a word to each other. They longed for acceptance in a world that turned them away. Then, one day, they found the Golden Order and took solace in its radiance. This was the only establishment that did not turn the brothers away, the only place that did not judge them as reprehensible beings, and perhaps even saw beauty in two people bound by one soul, a concept with which they were familiar. These brothers came to be known as D, Hunter of the Dead, and D, Beholder of the Dead. While they never stood together on the battlefield, they fought for the Golden Order in their own ways, and today, we will tell their story. Through most of the game, we follow the story of D, Hunter of the Dead, whose actual name is Darian. He wears the twinned armor set, which is described as armor depicting entwined twins of gold and silver. The two known as D are inseparable twins. They are of two bodies and two minds, but one single soul. Not once did they stand together. Not one word did they speak to one another. Perhaps this armor longs to find its way to the other D. The armor depicts two bodies, with the silver one emerging from the stomach and chest of the gold, and a gold arm tenderly holding the silver body. What this implies is that Darian is the brother of Gold, the warrior, who is holding and protecting the silver brother. He is the warrior or hunter, while his brother is the beholder, unequipped for battle. This explains why when we meet D, the Beholder of Death, he's unarmed, unarmored, and protected by a magic barrier. He was never meant to be a warrior. That was the realm of his brother. It's also worth mentioning that D, Hunter of the Dead, is most likely a name nodding to Vampire Hunter D in a clever little reference from Software. The first time we encounter D, Hunter of the Dead, is in the Round Table Hold. If you speak with him, he'll warn you about those who live in death, clearly showing little confidence that a newly arrived Tarnished like us can handle a battle against their forces, or the Mariner. If we speak to D in Limgrave, he's standing over a fresh corpse, seemingly giving them some kind of last rites. He says, "There's no mistake, is there? Death has left its mark once again. I'm sorry I cannot give you your proper rights, but at least you did not join those who live in death. Your soul will return to the Erdtree in time. Honeyed rays of gold deliver this spirit." From here, we get our first implication of what makes those who live in death so dangerous and blasphemous to the Golden Order. If you join those who live in death, your soul cannot return to the Erd Tree, making you an abomination in the eyes of the Golden Order and its hunters. Dee again warns us not to go forward into the village. It has been touched by death, and we should not risk ourselves doing battle with their forces. However, if we do brave the attack of the Mariner and weed its death root, Dee's tune changes. Should we show Dee our prize, he calls us fools, but with a talent for weeding deathroot, and offers to introduce us to Gurranq, the beast clergyman. Apparently, Gurranq is Dee's master in weeding deathroot for the Golden Order, and he's been looking for a replacement to take over the job. Dee has his own business to attend to, and we've proved ourselves a worthy successor to his work. Should we continue speaking with Dee, he elaborates on the matter he needs to attend to.
The mark of the centipede here in the village. An ill-omened symbol that should not be. Someone or something threatens the sanctity of the Golden Order and must be eradicated.
Should we join Gurranq and weed deathroot for him, Dee sees us as a brother in arms against those who live in death, and is much friendlier towards us. We can discuss his beliefs on why these dead things are blasphemous to the Golden Order, and he'll inform us of Rogier's past as a Spellblade, along with warning us of his fate due to studying those who live in death. Should we also speak regularly with Fia, the deathbed companion? She gives us a weathered dagger that she wishes returned to its owner. It was once a special weapon of gold and silver intertwined, but is now worn down and marred by a black gash. And if we present the dagger to Dee, he claims to know who it belongs to, and thanks us for bringing it to him. Given what we can learn later about his brother, we believe this dagger belonged to Dee, Beholder of the Dead. Unfortunately for Dee, Hunter of the Dead, giving him this dagger seals his fate, as it leads to a confrontation with Fia, where she takes Godwyn's Hallowbrand from him and ends his life. This is the end for Dee, Hunter of the Dead. However, if we take his armor, the story of these brothers continues. Dee, Beholder of the Dead, can be found at Nokrin, the Eternal City, east of the Great Waterfall Basin's Site of Grace, against the railing of the balcony, just outside the Valiant Gargoyle boss arena. We can learn his name if we chose to fight his brother upon meeting him, where upon death he mentions Devon. Devon is surrounded by a magic barrier and is unable to speak very well. If we received Rogier's letter, it tells us, Dee has a younger brother. I heard he sleeps in a deep sleep in the aqueduct beside the Eternal City of Nokrin, and it said he stood before the Prince of Death, not far beyond that spot. Keeping in mind that the weathered dagger was destroyed by what looks like the Rod of Death, we believe Devon found Godwyn and tried to end him, but had his mind shattered by those who live in death. His brother, after finding him, protected him in a veil of magic, always intending to destroy Godwyn and save Devon. We can bring Devon back to his senses by giving him his brother's armor. This seems to fill him with purpose, and he disappears from the spot where we found him, not to be met again until we finish Fia's questline. Should we reload the area, we find Devon standing over Fia's body, and he says,
Prince of Death, take a good long look. See the wrath of the Golden Order, the Order's justice writ in blood. This is what's become of your precious witch. Naught but expired meat and bone. This is a proper death, O Prince. Look at this rotten whore. No more children can be got from this useless flesh. Behold, your mother is dead. This is revenge, you witch, and you ghoul. This is the wrath of Dee.
Hello. The rotten witch is dead. The Golden Order unsullied. Now I can look my brother Darian in the eye. Honeyed rays of gold. deliver my spirit. Darian, now I have no regrets. Honeyed rays of gold, deliver my spirit.
It's then we learn Dee the Hunter of Death's true name, Darian. We then have a choice. We can either attack Devon for killing Fia, where he accuses us of being responsible for Darian's death, or we can simply leave the area, and should we come back, the twinned armor set sits where Devon stood, along with the inseparable sword. We believe that due to their one soul, one brother cannot truly live if the other has died, so Devon likely took his own life in order to return to the Erd Tree and be reunited with his brother. The metals used to represent the brothers have a deeper meaning that we're not quite sure how to describe. The use of gold for Darian is clearly meant to portray his devotion to the Golden Order, and he uses incantations like Litany of Proper Death, which is described as one of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists, used by hunters of those who live in death, creates an image of order, dealing holy damage to nearby foes. This incantation is especially damaging to those who live in death. Any felled by this incantation cannot be revived. The role of the hunters is to stamp out defiled reason, all for the perfection of the Golden Order. So it's clear that Darian fights for the Golden Order and uses skills reserved for the Hunters of Death to preserve its brilliance, but Devon is a little more confusing. Devon too is meant to be a proponent of the Golden Order, and makes this clear in his final words to us, but he's represented by silver. Interestingly, along with the incantations that Darian uses, he can also use Discus of Light. One of the incantations of the Golden Order fundamentalists produces a ring of light and fires it forwards. The ring of light returns to a position close to the caster before disappearing. This incantation can be cast repeatedly, a gift from young Miquella to his father, Radagon. As we know, Miquella is closely related to unalloyed silver, which he uses to separate himself from the Golden Order. Perhaps Devon being portrayed by silver is implying that he held some kind of special affinity for Miquella before his split from the Golden Order. But it's also worth noting, Devon's found in Nokron, a city that deals with silver in multiple capacities. Perhaps the twinned armor set, the weathered dagger, and the inseparable sword were made with gold and silver to indicate that one brother, Darian, would fight for the Golden Order above ground in the golden light of the Erd Tree, while Devon would fight for the Golden Order below ground, surrounded by silver. Thank you for joining us while we discuss the story of Dee the Hunter and Dee the Beholder. We know we move back and forth between story and theory, but that's what these lore dives are all about, connecting the pieces where we can to see if we can craft a larger story from what the game gives us. If you have any theories on the Brothers Dee that we didn't touch on, let us know in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on our next lore dive. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Welcome back to the Tarnished Files, where we take a look at some of the Tarnished you can find within the Lands Between, whose lore may not necessarily support an entire video on their own. Today we're going to be taking a look at Magnus the Beastclaw, Dolores the Sleeping Arrow, Preceptor Miriam, and Inquisitor Giza. Magnus, Miriam, and Giza can only be found in one specific location each, while Dolores can be missed entirely if we don't follow Celavis's quest. We hope that by diving into these characters, we can help build a deeper appreciation for the many stories that can be found throughout the Lands Between, and further flesh out the world of Elden Ring. Magnus the Beastclaw is a bit of an enigma in Elden Ring. He can only be encountered in the Wraithblood ruins by invading his world. He looks like a barbarian, wielding a massive hammer with spikes, and uses beast incantations that can only be obtained by studying under Garronk, the Beast Clergyman. With this in mind, we believe it's possible Magnus may be connected to Garronk, and by extension Dee sharing in his duty to weed Deathroot. There isn't really anything to support this, but the use of these incantations does seem to point us in that direction. This gets a little more confusing when we look at his weapon, Great Stars, which is described as a huge bludgeon with 3 stars at the striking end. Though primarily a striking weapon, the star spikes cause blood loss. A blood-stained star is an ill omen, a fact not lost upon those against whom this weapon is brought to bear. Its description seems to imply that Magnus's purpose is either to stand with or against the Blood Star. If we take his location, the Wraithblood Ruins, into account, we know that it hides a sanguine noble and a treasure chest containing the Bloody Hellas. Finally, it's important to note that we can fight Magnus to fulfill a portion of White Mask Vari's questline that needs us to invade other players. With all of these contextual clues in mind, we believe Magnus was a warrior who traveled to Garrock to learn his bestial skills and use them to fight against Mohg's forces. This would explain his presence at the ruins. He was seeking out the Sanguine Noble here, and the reason Vari wants us to kill him, to protect others working under the orders of Mohg. His weapon, the Great Stars, is ironic. He covers his great stars in blood, which represents an ill omen to those he hunts. Next, we want to talk about a Tarnished we never actually get to meet in the game. She can be bought as a puppet from Celavis if we follow his questline, by giving Nefeli Lu his potion, or she can be found on Pydia's corpse if we chose to support Nefeli. This puppet's description tells us Dolores was one of Celavis's favorite puppets, used to summon the spirit of Dolores the Sleeping Arrow, spirit of a handsome archer who dressed in the style of a man. Called the Silent Hunter by some, she fires St. Trina's arrows from her shortbow. Dolores once belonged to the Round Table Hold, where she was both a critic and a friend of Gideon the All-Knowing. It was because of her that he and Celavis went their separate ways. So while we never meet Dolores in the flesh, she's had an impact on the relationship between 2 big players in the Lands Between. She was a critic and friend of Gideon, which means she must have been held in high regard if Gideon allowed her to be outspoken against him. And she is the catalyst for the feud between Gideon and Celavis. To us, this description implies that Celavis saw her dissension of Gideon's methods, and decided to stop this by turning her into one of his puppets. Upon learning this had happened, Gideon cast Celavis out of the Round Table and cut ties with him out of loyalty for his now dead friend. There is another possibility, that Gideon and Celavis conspired together to remove a voice of dissension from the Round Table's ranks. We see from her weapon that Dolores had an affinity for St. Trina. Perhaps she believed following the path to Elden Lore was a fool's errand, and a true change would come with Miquella. This would certainly go against Gideon's plans, and removing her would be to both his and Celavis's benefit. We can't know for sure, but we'd love to learn more about this Tarnished whose only lore comes in the form of her puppet. Preceptor Miriam can only be found in the Carrion Study Hall. Whether or not she is Tarnished is up for debate, but for the sake of the Tarnished Files, we're going to assume she is. She can cast various Carrion magics, and unlike other battles we have with the Tarnished across the Lands Between, she's able to teleport away from us, sending various spiritual enemies after us as she retreats and attacks from afar. This battle can be grueling if done the way the game intends, as she will constantly be casting towards you while sending waves of enemies your way. For defeating Miriam, you receive Magic Downpour. One of the sorceries of the Carrion royal family summons a mass of magic that fires projectiles over a wide area, said to have been taught by the Crystallians, to mark the swearing of the Old Concord. We can encounter Miriam again if we invert the Carrion Study Hall, where she again tries to fight us from afar, constantly casting Loretta's Great Bow. If we manage to defeat her a second time, we receive the sorcery Lucidity. One of the sorceries of the Carrion royal family, alleviates buildup of sleep and madness. The Carrion Knights never waver. The term preceptor essentially means teacher. This means that Miriam was likely a teacher to those who served the Carrion royal family. She was the holder of royal sorceries and would teach the Carrion Knights all she knew so they could better protect Rennala and Ranni. She wears the Mask of Confidence, which is described as a mask with the mouth sewn shut with gold thread. When Radagon married Rennala, he ordered the Carrion magic preceptors to don these masks, to make it clear that all of their matters were to be kept strictly private. At some point, she was placed in the Carrion study hall in order to protect the royal family's secrets. While the secrets she's protecting in the regular version of the hall would likely boil down to magics and tomes within the library, in the inverted study hall, it seems likely she was placed there by Ranni to protect the path towards her physical body. Lastly, we're going to talk about Inquisitor Giza. In a previous video, I joked that he only existed so that players could experience the new version of the Whirligig saw from Bloodborne and Elden Ring, and I stand by that statement. But with further research, we've uncovered some interesting details. We can meet Giza in Volcano Manor when we head upstairs to the dining hall. He doesn't say a word, he spawns in and immediately attacks our Tarnished. It's not a particularly difficult battle, and once we defeat him, we receive Giza's wheel. This weapon is described as a great iron wheel lined with flesh-flaying blades, device of torture used by Inquisitor Giza. As the wheel spins, it causes severe pain and blood loss. The design was adopted for use as the iconic weapon wielded by Iron Virgins. We believe the term Iron Virgins refers to the Abductor Virgin enemies we can encounter through the game, and after looking into them, we found that when we face them as a boss, they drop the Inquisitor's Girandol. This weapon is an instrument of torture used on nobles behind the curtain at the Volcano Manor of Mount Gelmir. Its numerous spikes pierce the flesh, then singe the wounds with flame. The smell of burnt blood induces despair in the victim, a candlestick conceived by a thorough mind. The term Inquisitor means literally a person who asks questions, but in this context it clearly means a torturer after information. Between the Giza wheel and the Inquisitor's Girandol, we see the tools of Giza's trade, and when exploring the Volcano Manor town, we find a building full of Albinaurics in cages. To us, they seem to be victims of torture. We believe this is where Giza would do his work, torturing the Albinaurics, trying to learn the whereabouts of Miquella. After all, Rykard's goal is to devour the gods, and in order to do that, he needs to know where they are. We believe this was Giza's position within the manor. He would torture those brought before him for information on the gods, and report his findings back to Tanith, who would then relay this information to Rykard. Perhaps Giza is the reason the Volcano Manor knows where to find their targets. Between the wheel and the Girandol, it's unlikely anyone would stay tight-lipped for long. Thank you for joining us again for the Tarnished Files. We hope our theories and findings on the Tarnished through the Lands Between helps to further your enjoyment of the world of Elden Ring. We say this a lot, but it's incredible to see how there truly are no characters in Elden Ring with no context behind them. Between environmental clues, weapons, armor, and drops, you can always learn something new about the enemies you face. During your time in the Lands Between, did you find anything we didn't mention about any of these Tarnished? Let us know in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our lore videos. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Elden Ring is full of religious zealots ready to cut you down for any number of reasons. No matter where you go, you'll be finding enemies of different factions and beliefs that want nothing more than to put an end to your quest to become Elden Lord. With that in mind, it makes those we meet at the Round Table Hold, especially the Tarnished we come to trust, much more interesting. We can speak with them and essentially tell them what they want to hear regardless of our goals, making them our allies. One such Tarnished is met the first time we visit the Hold, Brother Corrin. Today we'll be discussing the story of this man, his beliefs, and how his quest to find truth and spread the word of the Golden Order ultimately reveals him as a hypocrite. Brother Corrin is a man of the cloth who explores the secrets of the Golden Order. We first find him at the Round Table Hold, where he's happy to meet a new Tarnished and is ready to teach us the incantations he has at his disposal. He does not travel the land fighting to become Elden Lord himself, but in his own words, "If a Tarnished of the Round Table Hold should become Elden Lord, I might counsel them, ensuring order regains its proper form, righting rule over men." It seems Corrin's motivation, above all else, is to ensure the Golden Order is kept pure in its original form, essentially religious fundamentalism. We can see this when bringing him prayer books. If we bring him a book related to the Golden Order, he's positively giddy, wanting to teach us what the book has to offer. But if we bring him any other form of magic tome, he says, "That is a work of heresy. Its incantations bear no lineage from the Are Tree." Very well, I'll take it off your hands. While he'll still teach us these incantations, he's not happy about it. After some time, Brother Corrin tells us he's decided to follow the noble Goldmask, who we may explore in a future lore video. In order to do this, he must leave the Round Table Hold. His goal, so he says, is to study with Goldmask and gain a greater understanding of the Golden Order. Once we find Goldmask in the Altus Plateau, we can let Corrin know and he will join the famous philosopher, becoming his scribe, seemingly giving up on researching the Golden Order himself so that he may work under his master.
Master is always deep in contemplation, while I frantically attempt to record his wisdom, the movement of his finger, and though I am yet to comprehend even the daintiest morsel of his wisdom, I know that this is my life's calling. The Golden Order has bestowed me, talentless as I am, the great duty of documentarian.
From here, he interprets Goldmask's thoughts by reading the motions of his finger. How this is done exactly, we're never told, but perhaps the movement of a finger can be used like a language, and that is how the finger reader crones are able to interpret the will of the two fingers. Eventually, Corrin and Goldmask reach the Colosseum above the royal city, where Goldmask hits a roadblock in his contemplation. Corrin does not take this well.
Master, whatever is the matter, please, I implore you, continue. Continue your reflections, your rhythms. I must be the one to record them. What matters this issue of Radagon, really? The Are Tree, heart of the Golden Order, lies before our very eyes. Why must these qualms come to you now? We were on the very cusp.
He tells us how Marika is considered the one true god of the Golden Order. But while Goldmask was communing with the Are Tree, the name of her husband, Radagon, also appeared. He then goes on to lament his inferior mind for being unable to help interpret what the Are Tree is trying to tell Goldmask. From here, it's up to us to discover the truth about Radagon and report back. We do this by casting Law of Regression in front of a statue that reveals the secret. Upon learning that Radagon is Marika, we can report to Goldmask, whose finger begins to move once again, to the delight of his acolyte.
What did you do to the Master? Well, not that I'm complaining. Master's finger moves again, resuming his cogitation. More than good enough for me. I haven't the words to thank you. So I'd like to pass this on to you instead. A glimpse into the heart of the Golden Order. Documented by yours truly. To think that Radagon was Marika herself. Or at least, such is all I can interpret from the rhythm and calculus of his finger. How would such a thing even have been possible, I wonder? Sadly, I cannot comprehend it myself. Do you have a fuller understanding of the matter? Oh. Well, either way, I can continue my documentation. In truth, it matters very little whether I understand the Master's thoughts or not. I am merely his scribe. It is my sole and unwavering purpose.
While Corrin seems so sure of his purpose, his faith is about to be tested when we find him again at the Stargazer's Ruins Bridge. Upon finding the two on the bridge, we can see Goldmask is still searching for the truth behind the Golden Order, and Corrin is less than enthused with what he's found.
Been gripped by a terrifying thought. The rhythms and calculus of the Master's finger betray a suspicion of the holism of the Golden Order, a conceit, I am afraid, that cannot be overlooked. Oh, but how could this be? I dread to even entertain the possibility, but somehow I cannot cast aside my doubts about the Master. Tell me, have I simply lost my head? Only, if the Master were true to the Golden Order, why would he think to breach this forbidden mount of fire? Oh, Master, put my mind at ease. Dispel these fearsome thoughts. I want to place my trust in you, to be your scribe.
Goldmask has glimpsed the truth, that the Golden Order is not perfect or divine, and that a change in the status quo is what the Lands Between needs in order to move forward. A new Elden Lord is needed, and the Elden Ring must be repaired with new ideals, an idea that Corrin cannot accept. It's at this point we can offer him the tonic of forgetfulness, which will allow him to forget that his master speaks blasphemy, and revealing his cowardice, he will take it in order to stay blind to the truth. Should we avoid offering Brother Corrin the tonic of forgetfulness, we can find him once more after making our way through crumbling Far Missoula. Upon speaking with him, he says,
It's you. I finally come to understand. The Master was nothing more than a madman, enchanted by a vain and ruinous delusion. He rejected the perfection of the Golden Order, seeking to supplant our glorious faith with his own. Could there be a more pitiable comedy? Look at it. The culmination of perfection, burning before our very eyes.
He renounced Goldmask and chose to ignore the truth, proving himself not only a zealot of the Golden Order rather than a scholar, but a hypocrite who's willing to push aside truth and knowledge contrary to his beliefs in order to live under his own biases. Corrin never wished to discover the truth. He wanted someone to confirm his ideas. He wanted to be told he was right about the Golden Order, that he understood it implicitly. He needed someone he considered wiser than himself to confirm what he already believed. And when faced with the truth that his beliefs may be wrong, he cast aside his master and duties as scribe. In the end, whether we offer him the tonic or not, Corrin chooses to live in ignorance, either as a man searching for his lost master, or a man who shuns truth in order to cling to his own beliefs. We can come to understand Corrin's zealotry a little better by looking at his robes. Robe of Corrin the Cleric. Even after exile, Corrin refused to recant his prophecies, and for this, he was blessed with the guidance of grace. Since then, the cartwheel draped on his neck has served as a reminder that true guidance awaits those with iron wills, those with unwavering faith. So Corrin believed that holding on to his prophecies even after being exiled from the Lands Between is what made him experience a call to grace. In this way, he believed himself special or better than other Tarnished, when the truth of the matter seems to be that grace chooses the Tarnished at random. Through his suffering, he believes he was given a gift. Of course, in time, that gift faded away just as it did for so many others, and Corrin likely thought that if he just believed hard enough, someday he would find it again. We hope you enjoyed this journey through the story of Brother Corrin, a Tarnished of little renown and little integrity, a man who threw himself into the role of scribe for a great scholar, but cast aside his duties the moment his beliefs were questioned. He's an interesting case in Elden Ring, as most of the NPCs we interact with, over time, seem to either grow or meet their end, as with Dialos and Yura respectively. But instead of character growth, we see regression through his questline. Let us know your thoughts on Brother Corrin in the comments. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Welcome back to Square Table Gaming, where we're going to celebrate spooky season with 5 episodes of Elden Lore based solely on aspects of Elden Ring that we find scary, disturbing, or flat out disgusting. For today's topic, we're going to explore an area of the Lands Between that many have found deeply unnerving when first finding it in the Altus Plateau. It's a village of mirth and celebration, where the residents will ignore you as you enter their space. The deeper we dove into this village, the more we came to understand that our instincts were spot on. We should feel unnerved, because Dominula, the windmill village, is where many gods likely met their end, long before we came to the Lands Between. When we first come to the village, we are met with older women dancing around their wooden posts. These women are known as celebrants, and are likely the namesake of the village, as Dominula means, Little Mistress. They can be heard laughing and enjoying the eternal festival that seems to be in full swing. While their visage and glee is enough to put us on edge, the descriptions from their garments add to the unease you feel around them. Ceremonial garb worn by dancers at the festivities in Dominula, the village of windmills, faintly bloodstained. There's even another version of their clothes we can find that has blue embellishments. It tells us, use of this garb dyed in a stunning blue is only permitted for young maids who play the central role in the festival. So those wearing blue have a special place in the festivities, and through a conversation with a spirit in the village, we get an idea as to what that may be. Upon speaking with this spirit, he says, "I hear a festive melody. No, don't skin me. My hide is filthy, I swear." This line alone sheds light on the festival. This merriment and dancing is a precursor to one thing: skinning the village's victims alive. By looking at each variant of the celebrant enemy, we can learn more about their customs. The celebrant harvesters are the women dressed in blue. They carry 2 sickles, and now, knowing that they have a special place in the festival, we believe this means they are the ones who actually do the skinning. The descriptions on all of the celebrant weapons tell us that they are decorated with flowers and many colored fabrics, ceremonial tool used by dancers during the festivities of Dominula, crafted from human bone. The sickles are used to skin the village's victims, and presumably, the bones of those victims are used to make more sickles. Apparently, they use every part of the corpse. The other celebrants seem to each have their own role in the festival. The celebrant gardeners wield the rib rake, which may have been used to drag their prey to the spot where they would be skinned. Celebrant butcher wields a large cleaver, which would have been helpful in taking apart large chunks of their victim to make the skinning easier. Lastly, we have the celebrant thresher and grenader, both of which wield a unique weapon, the celebrant's skull. Contrary to what the name suggests, this is not the skull of a celebrant. The description tells us this is a large bludgeon decorated with flowers and many colored fabrics, ceremonial tool used by dancers during the festivities of Dominula Windmill Village. The striking end is a skull too large in size to be human. So this weapon was perhaps used to kill their victims after the skinning and cleaving were over. But if the head is too large to be human, where did it come from? If we travel to the top of the hill, all the way through the village, a boss appears next to the windmill, a godskin apostle. All of the pieces fall into place upon seeing this enemy. Dominula, the Windmill Village, is the site where gods were butchered and skinned in order to provide the Godskin Apostles with their garb. These celebrants likely served the Godskin Apostles long ago, skinning the many lesser gods across the lands between, and creating the Godskin Apostle and noble clothing. In fact, we believe the Godskin Apostle we fight at the top of the village may have even instructed them on how to properly skin the gods. We think this due to the weapon he drops after being defeated, the Godskin Peeler. Its description calls it a unique twin blade wielded by Godskin Apostles, characterized by its disturbing design. One end features a sickle for slicing attacks, while the other boasts a winding spike for boring into flesh. Given its title as a peeler, we think this apostle taught the celebrants how to skin the gods with their sickles, and started the never-ending festival that now rules the village. As we've discussed before, the gods that once roamed the lands between have dwindled significantly to only those with close ties to the Golden Order. In our video about the Mausoleum Knights, we dove into how we think it's possible Marika had many children we know nothing about and are currently long dead, and the Godskin Apostles themselves support this idea. Otherwise, whose godskin are they wearing? Assuming this is true, there are no more gods for the celebrants to skin, but still they continue their festival, ready to draw in any who cross their village and hear the levity, the sounds of those celebrating. Perhaps the skulls wielded by the celebrants that are too large to be human in nature once belonged to these lesser gods. Once their bodies were raked, their limbs cleaved, and their skin flayed, their heads were used as weapons to bludgeon those who resisted the process. This would also explain why all of the celebrant weapons have the ability to draw runes from others upon each hit. If these weapons were made from gods, perhaps some trace of their power remains, and they seek runes to increase their wielder's strength. To the west of the village entrance, we can find multiple grain silos, one infested with large rats, one guarded by demi-humans, and one with celebrants dancing around the corpses of nobles. The Inhuman one has an interesting theory on the purpose of this area, which basically boils down to the rats contaminating the village's food supply and causing their madness. However, we have another idea what these silos are used for. We know that the women of Dominula skinned the gods and men that entered their village as part of their festivities. Their bones were used for weaponry, and their skin for godskin garb. But what did they do with the leftover remains? They can't be seen in the village, as any corpses we find are unskinned. But what if they had a storage place for the leftover viscera of their festival? What if they disposed of their victims' remains within the windmills? This would explain why giant rats congregate outside. They're hungry. This theory is bolstered by the pile of corpses being burned at one of the silos. Perhaps we're interrupting the final phase of their ritual. Burn the flesh and dispose of the bodies. We'd be remiss if we didn't mention the visual similarities between the celebrants, their rituals, and the movie Midsommar. While we could have sworn that we saw an interview at some point where Hidetaka Miyazaki sang the movie's praises, we could not find it again while doing research for this video. While it's possible he drew inspiration from this movie with their cult-like clothing and customs, it's just as likely these aesthetics came from the broader concepts of Swedish midsummer traditions. It's also possible this aesthetic could be a callback to The Wicker Man. Thematically, this would make more sense, as in that movie we see a man being sacrificed to the gods, while in Dominula, the gods themselves are sacrificed for the betterment of their community. The horrors of Dominula the Windmill Village feel out of place in Elden Ring. Of course, it makes sense that the Godskin Apostles would have had to have the gods skinned somewhere in order to make their robes, but the concept that this was done in a happy village, celebrating an eternal festival, with dancing and music feels somehow out of place. The levity of a celebration is not found anywhere else throughout Elden Ring, And we think that the most unnerving thing about this village is that it breaks with the atmosphere of the lands between. This land is in a state of decay. We are seeing the Erd Tree long past its prime, and many of the gods we do battle with are merely shadows of their former selves. Radahn is a mindless monster, not a brilliant general. Godric is a crazed madman stealing the limbs off Tarnished, convinced they will make him stronger. Rennala is obsessed with her cycle of rebirth, and cares not for anything outside of her library in Raya Lucaria Academy. There is no revelry in this land. There is no dancing and songs. And the inclusion of these things in Dominula unnerves you before you even know the history of the village. A brilliant way of injecting some terror into the lands between. Thank you for joining us on our first dive into the scarier enemies and locations throughout the lands between. We really love taking a closer look at Dominula, and we hope you enjoyed getting the story behind this spooky town. Next week, we'll be discussing the Finger Creepers, an enemy likely to grab your attention and hold on tight. If you have any thoughts or theories on the Windmill Village or its celebrants, let us know in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on our next video. We'll see you next time for more Elden Lore. What terrifies you? Are you scared of demons or ghosts? Does possession make you uncomfortable? Perhaps body horror is what unnerves you. When thinking about what enemies in Elden Ring were the scariest or most unnerving, there was immediately one that came to mind due to its shocking appearance and unnaturally swift movement. In various areas of the lands between, we encounter the Finger Creepers. They come in various shapes and sizes, but no matter the form, they will almost definitely catch you off guard. While their visage is on brand for a world obsessed with fingers, there's very little to be said about their lore, until you dig deeper. Today, we're going to explore the mysteries surrounding the Finger Creepers. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more of our content. Now, let's begin. The Finger Creepers are grotesque hands that will chase and attack you by skittering across the ground. They drop no weapons, and are best used for farming somber smithing stones. The many fingers coming from the base of the hand itself leads us to believe they have been grafted together by someone, making them man-made creatures. This would make sense as they seem to have no mouths, no bodies to speak of, no need to eat to survive. They will relish in ambushing our Tarnished, falling from walls and areas they blend into, or springing to life from the ground below us. They have the ability to cast magic from their ringed finger, so they can attack us at a range, making them not only terrifying, but deadly regardless of your build. They evoke the movement of spiders in the way they scuttle towards our Tarnished at high speed. They attack with large, sweeping motions, making it difficult to evade them, and they typically attack in packs, rarely on their own. These enemies could easily be written off as another way to showcase the lands between's obsession with fingers, personified as a creepy obstacle for our Tarnished to overcome. However, we only find them in very specific areas of the world. The Finger Creepers are only found at Caria Manor, the Carian Study Hall, Mount Gelmir, the Mountaintop of Giants, Flame Peak, and outside of the cell containing the loathsome Dung Eater. These locations hold the key to unraveling the mystery behind the Finger Creepers, along with the only weapon in Elden Ring that makes any mention of them in its description, the Ringed Finger. The description of this weapon tells us it is a bludgeon made of an enormous finger sheathed in several heavy rings, thought to have been cut from an ancestor of the Finger Creeper. Some life yet remains in this legacy of an ancient act of blasphemy, as evidenced by the barely perceptible warmth it still exudes. This gives us our first lead on the investigation into these creatures' origins, an ancient act of blasphemy. When we talk about blasphemy, the obvious candidate for discussion is Praetor Rykard. After all, he's the Lord of Blasphemy, and the ringed finger looks as though it could have been cut directly from his hand. This would lead us to believe that all finger creepers are tied directly to Rykard's hands. However, as Zuli the Witch pointed out in her dissection of these creatures, the models of the hands don't match perfectly, and the original weapon description calls out Rykard instead of the finger creepers. So is the answer that these creatures were given a new origin during the continued work on the game? We don't believe so. Rather, the updated description adds context to the overall story of how these terrifying hands came to be. When looking at the various areas that the finger creepers can be encountered, we see the idea of Rykard's involvement being reinforced. Caria Manor and the Carian Library hold his sister and secrets of his family. It makes sense he'd have made sure there were defenses set up in order to protect Ranni. The finger creepers of Mount Gelmir defend the road to Volcano Manor, Rykard's home. And where better for a Lord of Blasphemy to consolidate power than on the way to the Forge of Giants? The cauldron needed to perform the ultimate act of blasphemy against the two fingers, the burning of the Erd Tree. When it comes to the finger creepers outside of Dung Eater's cell, this could be another defensive maneuver by Rykard. The one place he and his extended family see eye to eye. The Seedbed Curse is likely going too far, even in the eyes of the Lord of Blasphemy. But while all of these areas show us the connection these enemies have to Rykard, there's another connection that may not be immediately apparent, one directly tied to the Giants. We know from the Troll Knight's sword that the Trolls were called into service when the Queen invoked an oath they swore. The Trolls are treated as true Knights of Caria and fight arm in arm with their human comrades. And when looking at the Sword of Night and Flame, we learn it is the storied sword and treasure of Caria Manor, one of the legendary armaments. Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the fire giants their neighbors. So before the war with the giants, it seems Carian royalty had a strong connection to them. Perhaps the reason that the finger creepers' fingers aren't a perfect match to Rykard's is because they were never meant to be. The finger creepers aren't discarded hands of the Lord of Blasphemy. They're the hands of the dead giants, grafted together and reanimated by Rykard to do his bidding. This theory perfectly explains why the ringed finger would say it was cut from the ancestor of the finger creepers. It doesn't mean that the weapon is literally descended from the creatures with no ability to reproduce. It's simply a finger of Rykard's, the man who animated these creatures, making him their ancestor. We believe that through the years, Rykard used his knowledge of blasphemous magics to reanimate the hands of those trolls and giants who fell in the service and friendship of the Carian royal family. It's also possible that given his knowledge of blasphemous arts, Rykard would have utilized grafting in their creation, explaining the many fingers coming from just one hand. Interestingly, the frozen corpses of giants we find at Flame Peak actually reinforce this theory, as they seem to have had their hands cut off at the wrist. This explains the colossal finger creepers we find there. They were once hands of the largest giants in the lands between, struck down at the height of the war. With this theory in place, we shed light on the history of the finger creepers, and even reconcile the rewritten lore of the ringed finger. By using the environmental clues around the finger creepers themselves, we believe this makes the most sense as to their origins. Rykard has all of the blasphemous knowledge necessary to bring these horrific creatures into existence, and they can be seen as yet another avenue of his army, alongside the manserpents and the recusants of Volcano Manor, to help him with his bid for power over the lands between, even if he does seem to utilize them mostly for defense of his own territories. So what do you think of our theory on the mysterious origins of the terrifying finger creepers? Let us know in the comments if you have any theories of your own, or found anything to support our claims that wasn't mentioned in the video. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell to make sure you don't miss out on any of our spooky October lore content. Join us next time when we explore the wildlife left behind in the rotting wasteland that was once the flourishing land of Caelid. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. During October, we focus on the macabre. Monsters, demons, and things that go bump in the night. One of the most popular topics for this time of year is zombies, the undead, rotting corpses shambling after their prey. Rot is a natural occurrence after death. Time will take its toll on what was once living. But what happens when a land without death feels the effect of rot? We know Radahn became a mindless creature after overexposure to Malenia's rot. But how did the wildlife react to this change in their environment? What happens to the creatures that cannot die when they're exposed to a plague that breaks down their bodies and minds? Do they simply decay into nothing? Or do they adapt? Today we're going to look at a few different creatures roaming the land of Caelid, and look at how the rot has affected them. If you like our content, don't forget to subscribe. We have more spooky videos throughout the month, and we can't wait to bring them to you. Now let's dive into what lurks in Caelid. The first creature we wanted to take a look at is the horrifying giant dogs we find throughout Caelid. For whatever reason, these creatures have adapted to the land. They're not particularly decayed or hampered by the rot around them. They have evolved to have enormous heads and hind legs, and their mange has spread, leaving very little hair on their bodies. At this point, they're beginning to resemble dinosaurs as opposed to canines, but they still retain their dog-like features. These dogs can even be seen feasting on various corpses or searching for food, which shows us they can not only survive the rot, but they can actually consume it without killing themselves. Why is it that these giant dogs are able to survive the rot? We think we have an answer. There is an enemy that can be found in many areas of the lands between, the Rotten Stray. The Rotten Stray ashes can be found on the corpse of a dog, and tell us more about these creatures. Spirit of a stray dog corrupted by the scarlet rot. Though it is only a small creature, it is as violent as it is nimble, and its fangs fester with poisonous rot. So we know these dogs already carry the corruption of scarlet rot. Logically, we can assume that a creature that is already carrying this disease within it would not be affected in the same way as those who have never been exposed. Perhaps when the rotten strays that were already present in Caelid felt the effects of Malenia's Scarlet Aeonia, they simply gained strength from it. After all, in the various lores of FromSoft games, the stronger one becomes, the larger they tend to be. There is one unique giant dog that can be found in Caelid, just outside of Gowry's shack. It wears a spiked collar and will not attack unless we come too close to its territory. What makes this particular dog different from any other in the game is that it has the ability to spray scarlet rot from its mouth, afflicting our Tarnished with the disease. We believe this goes to show how these dogs feed off of their attachment to the rot. As the one likely tended to by Gowry as his personal pet, has evolved further than any other. Knowing that Gowry is actually a facade the Kindred of Rot use, we can assume this dog is simply further along in its evolution than the others we encounter. It is also worth mentioning that these giant dogs can be found in the Mountaintop of Giants. This could be seen as a contradiction to our understanding of their origins. However, we have to keep in mind that aside from Caelid, the Mountaintop is the closest land with dogs to have a concentrated amount of rot nearby, housed within Miquella's Haligtree. Our next enemy encountered in Caelid is unaffected by rot, and may have been created specifically because the sorcerers of Sellia feared what would happen to them should they journey out into the lands themselves. The Avionet soldiers are puppets designed specifically by the Celian sorcerers. They wear the marionette soldier bird helm, which is described as a metal helm formed in the likeness of the face of a bird, worn by Avionet soldiers, crafted to serve the sorcerers. The construction of this helm is remarkably crude. For a doll, the only thing that matters is that it does not break. These enemies can also drop Kuko glintstone, which makes it clear that they were imbued with magic and brought to life through sorcery. While the story behind Celia and its ghostly inhabitants could be a video on its own, we think these Avionet soldiers are a good example of adapting to a life surrounded by rot. They were made with the intention to have some kind of protective force moving through the vetted lands. We can encounter them close to town, guarding the areas dripping in rot, but they take no damage from it. Being constructs, non-organic beings, the rot does not affect them the same way it does our Tarnished. We can even find spirit ash of these enemies in Raya Lucaria Academy that clarifies their purpose. Spirits of marionette soldiers with avian features, they were created to serve a sorcerer. Equipped with long haft scythes, they also attack from the skies by lobbing firepots, can sometimes malfunction when damaged. Further proof that they were created by Celian sorcerers. Perhaps their equipped firepots were meant to be used strategically against the rot itself, as we know that the rot is susceptible to flames. Another reason we think these enemies were crafted like birds comes in the form of the giant crows. These crows seem to have a natural resistance to scarlet rot, as they can thrive feeding on the corpses of the dead in Caelid. Perhaps this is where the Avionet soldiers' resistance to rot comes from. Lastly, we wanted to talk about decaying Exikes, the only rot-infected dragon we can find in Elden Ring. Near the Caelid Highway south side of Grace, we can find this decaying, scarlet rot-afflicted dragon, defending the nearby Temple of Dragon Communion. His flesh is pure white, having lost any pigment it once had, and what's left of it is tearing, showing the rotting muscles beneath. His mouth pours scarlet rot, and it looks as though his eyes are completely rotted out, leaving empty sockets. All along his body, wings, and horn, you can see what looks like white branches growing, possibly the same fungus we can see blooming from areas infested with rot. He is a sad sight, a majestic dragon who was likely caught in the fallout of the Aeonia bloom, now a barely living force knowing only vengeance. The only item in-game discussing Exikes is his spell, Exikes' Decay. This is a superior incantation of Dragon Communion, channels the power of Exikes, the Decaying, transforms caster into a dragon to spew scarlet rot breath from above. Exikes, Dragon Communion Revenger, did not forget his hatred, even as he succumbed to the scarlet rot. Given this explanation, it seems likely that before Exikes was brought to this lowly place, he hunted those who engaged in Dragon Communion. Exikes was a revenger, taking the lives of those who killed his brethren for their power, and waited for them at the Temple of Dragon Communion, a place they'd have to visit to make use of the hearts ripped from the dragons they defeated. Perhaps it was this burning hatred that keeps Exikes alive and fighting, still defending this sacred temple as the rot eats him from within. Not only did he refuse to yield to the Aeonia's power, he harnessed it for himself, as another method of punishing those who wish to gain the power of dragons. The dangers of Caelid are apparent from the moment we step foot into this area of the Lands Between, but the dread we feel upon seeing these fetid, rotting enemies is something new we were not likely to experience before this point. The curse of the scarlet rot, eating away at the denizens of a land without death, is disturbing on its own, but the fact that some creatures can thrive here, or even harness the power of the rot, is terrifying. Whether it's the soldiers designed to resist it, the dogs who have learned to live within it, or the dragon cursed to bear its power, the scarlet rot is a power to fear in the Lands Between. We hope you've enjoyed our small look at the fauna of Caelid. Make sure to comment with your favorite enemies to fight when you visit these rotten lands. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on any of our spooky content. In our next episode, we're going to see what we can learn about an enemy the community hated thoroughly in the early days of Elden Ring, the Tree Burial Watchdogs. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. When exploring the many catacombs and graves of Elden Ring, we come to expect certain enemies. The imps will always appear ready to ambush our Tarnished from the shadows, either grabbing on to stab us with their forked hatchets or leading us into traps we've yet to discover. While these enemies are a nuisance, we can easily adjust our tactics and quickly learn to watch our step as we make our way to our prizes. Of course, these imps are only the beginning of the golem-like constructs we will encounter. Early in the life of Elden Ring, players found a boss enemy that caught them off guard. These enemies became known as notoriously difficult until we discovered more spells and weaponries to help us face them, as well as an unexpected tactic to draw their attention away from us. We are of course talking about the Tree Burial Watchdogs, the stone enemies powered by magic with faces that strike fear into new players. In today's Elden Lore, we're going to explore these enemies and try to determine their origins and their purpose. If you've enjoyed our spooky content through October, or just want to support the channel, please consider subscribing. And with that, let's begin. The Tree Burial Watchdogs are a terrifying sight to behold the first time we come across them. They look as if they were inanimate statues until they begin their assault on our Tarnished. Only certain parts of their bodies show any kind of movement while the rest of them stays static, like a toy whose arms and legs can move while the torso remains in the same position. While they're called watchdogs, their features are more feline, having cat-like tails which show the magic they've been infused with at the tip, as well as elongated faces with sunken eyes and large ears. There's another variation of these creatures that have 3 faces, all identical, which can breathe fire or ice depending on the magic they utilize. Not only are these faces demonic and terrifying, should you find yourself attacking one of these watchdogs from behind, they can turn their head around 180 degrees, staring you down as you fight for your life. The purpose of these watchdogs is simple: defend the catacombs, the tombs of those who were given an Tree burial. As we know, Tree burial is reserved for those who have earned the right to be buried at the foot of the Tree. It stands to reason that any roots of the Tree would count as the foot of the tree, as these watchdogs are found in various locations across the land. One would assume that the ashes we find after defeating these enemies would be those of the people buried here, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The ashes of the noble sorcerer, a group of demi-humans, a Caden sellsword, and a mad pumpkinhead can all be found at the foot of these roots. None of these ashes provide description text that tells us these once living beings were worthy of Tree burial, so why are they being defended by the watchdogs? Our theory is that these warriors served whoever is buried beneath these roots, so not only do the watchdogs defend the remains of those buried, but their most personal effects as well, including the ashes of their loyal servants. When we fight these constructs, they can wield one of 2 weapons, the Watchdog's Greatsword and the Watchdog's Staff, both of which we can obtain in-game. The Greatsword's description tells us it is the stone greatsword wielded by Tree Burial Watchdogs. Though decorated with the Watchman's Eye, the pupil was taken by grave robbers and is now hollow, leaving this sword a mere lump of stone. This implies that at some point these weapons may have been more than simply stone swords, possibly utilizing magic when they still had their pupil. Unfortunately, we cannot confirm this, as every sword we see in-game has the empty hole where the pupil should be, and there's no mention of the Watchman's Eye anywhere else in Elden Ring. The Watchdog's Staff is described as a large stone staff embedded with glintstone, wielded by Tree Burial Watchdogs who protect catacombs. The Watchdogs, battered and broken over their lengthy tenure, rule the catacombs and are even said to command the Imps. This gives us a couple of important insights, namely that the Imps actually act on the orders of the Watchdogs, and that the Watchdogs have been defending their catacombs for so long that they're no longer in their prime. What's more important to understanding the history of these constructs is not the description of the staff, but the unique skill that accompanies it. Sorcery of the Crozier. This skill channels magic into the glintstone to activate an ancient sorcery, producing floating magic projectiles that chase enemies automatically. This is our only insight into where the Watchdogs may pull their magical power from: glintstone. With their use of glintstone in mind, we can start to theorize about the origins of the Tree Burial Watchdogs. The foremost scholars of glintstone studied at Raya Lucaria Academy, and after Rennala's marriage to Radagon, an accord was struck between the Golden Order and the scholars of the Academy. Perhaps these constructs were created on the order of Queen Marika or Radagon to defend the remains of those who were deemed worthy of Tree burial. Raya Lucarian sorcerers would have had the knowledge and the resources to create these defenders, and equip them with the magic necessary to fight off those who would disturb these holy resting places. If we take this a step further and include the Imps that take orders from the Watchdogs as another layer of security for these catacombs created by the scholars, it suddenly makes sense why the Imp head masks raise certain stats when worn. They raise the stat associated with the magic that brought them to life. For instance, the Fanged Imps were infused with bestial strength, and so the Fanged Imp mask does the same for our Tarnished. One hole in this theory may be the presence of lesser burial watchdogs in the Giant's Mountaintop Catacombs, Giant Conquering Hero's Grave, and Consecrated Snowfield Catacombs. However, we know that the Zamor were allies to Marika during the war with the Giants, and she kept a presence in the mountaintop through the Fire Monks. It's a reasonable assumption that she may have provided her allies with access to resources they didn't have before, such as the lesser burial watchdogs created by the scholars of Raya Lucaria. This would also benefit Marika, as these watchdogs will be defending the secrets of the mountaintops, an area locked away from the rest of the lands between. An interesting note about the Tree Burial Watchdogs is that they and the golems are affected by crystal darts in the same way. When throwing crystal darts at either of these enemies, you can actually trigger something within them that causes them to stop attacking you, and instead attack the closest living thing to them. Many players use this tactic to help with the boss battle against two Tree Burial Watchdogs, forcing one to attack its partner and make the fight more manageable. It's unclear what this tells us about the connection between these two constructs. It may simply be that the crystal found within the mines of the lands between has this effect on any inorganic creature fueled by magic. However, we can also speculate that perhaps the scholars of Raya Lucaria based their plans for the Tree Burial Watchdogs off of the golems, studying these larger constructs in order to create their own. The Tree Burial Watchdogs have a horrifying visage and move their bodies in disturbing, jerking motions. But the true terror of facing these enemies is doing so before you are ready. Being a new player, making your way through a dark catacomb, only to find yourself facing off against this powerful construct, is nerve-wracking and often infuriating. Sometimes the scariest thing in Elden Ring is knowing you may not be recovering your runes before the watchdog puts you out of your misery. We hope you enjoyed this dive into the background of the Tree Burial Watchdogs. Like and subscribe if you learned anything new about these enemies, and don't forget to comment with your thoughts. Join us next week as we put out our final spooky season lore video. We've saved the worst for last, because in our next video, we'll be diving into the most gruesome, disgusting, loathsome creature in the lands between, the Dung Eater. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. When it comes to the question of who is the most evil character we encounter in Elden Ring, there is only one true answer. Many characters we encounter as antagonists live within their own set of beliefs that may run counter to ours, and we would consider them evil, such as Gideon Ofnir or Rygardt the Lord of Blasphemy. However, each of them sees a justification to their own actions. This ranges from perpetuating the status quo to trying to overturn the influence of the Greater Will and usher in a new age for the lands between. While every faction is seen as a villain to someone, who is evil is largely a matter of interpretation. There is, of course, an exception to this idea, and he is the topic of our final spooky lore video for October. Today, we discuss the loathsome Dung Eater, his motivations, and the purpose of the Seedbed Curse. Like and subscribe if you've been enjoying the Elden Lore series, and let's begin our exploration into the depraved mind of the most vile Tarnished to ever walk the lands between. To understand the loathsome Dung Eater, we first need to understand his goals. The Omen Helm gives us background on who he was. A malformed helm resembling an omen with its horns cut off, worn by the Dung Eater. Their form is a vision of the landscape of his mind and of his appearance as he wished to see it. The heart of an omen without the body to match. Could there be any crueler existence? What does it matter then if the curse claims all? So we see that the Dung Eater has an obsession with the omen, those who were cursed with horns due to being touched by the primordial crucible at birth. It's important to consider that the omen were once seen as blessed due to their strength, and they did not come to be referred to as cursed until Marika established the Golden Order. The Erdtree creates a cycle of reincarnation where souls return to its roots to be born again. However, the omen cannot return to the Erdtree due to their connection to the primordial crucible, so it stands to reason that the Golden Order would see them as an impure form of life, untouched by grace, and unable to interact with its god. The Dung Eater wished to be an omen, to wield their strength, but was born a Tarnished, so his goal is to bring the blessing of becoming an omen to others. Upon meeting the Dung Eater for the first time at the Round Table Hold, he says to us,
Have you ever felt the curse? With your whole being, the pox upon life itself, feared and despised by all. The reviled blessing. Apparently not. You are but a lamb, a stranger to defilement, ignorant of your own ignorance. You no longer interest me. I've been long without peace. Don't spoil my quietude. I asked you not to disturb me. Be thankful of the hold serenity. It is all that keeps your death and defilement at bay.
His talk of defilement is aggressive at the very least, and he makes it clear that he is no friend to our Tarnished. If we speak with our companion, Blackguard Big Boggart, he tells us about his experience with the Dung Eater.
There's something I should probably tell you. You heard of the Dung Eater? He's a madman. Has it out for everyone. Curses him. Goes round in his rank armor and all. You see him though. Stay, well, away. I was in the same jail as him once, so I know firsthand. He's a god-forsaken monster. Not just some petty thug like me. He's a killer. Kills people. And curses the souls. Does all sorts of shit to the corpses. To keep them cursed forever. I ain't seen nothing more disgusting in all my years. I ain't never been more scared neither. Rooted to the bloody spot while he did that. To my friend.
We don't get an explanation of what he does to people in order to curse them, but when we find our first Seedbed curse, we see what's left of his handiwork. In Leyndell, we can find a corpse sitting in a chair with a bloody rag over its lap, and on it, we find a Seedbed curse. This item is described as a curse grown on a corpse killed and defiled by the Dung Eater. A tender pox afflicted with omen horns. The Dung Eater cultivates the Seedbed curse on corpses, By doing so, he prevents dead souls returning to the Erd Tree, leaving them forever cursed. One of the most loathsome things found in the lands between. The game does not tell us exactly how these seedbed curses are formed, but thanks to Zully the Witch, we have an idea of From Software's intent, and it circles back to how the Dung Eater received his name. In Japanese lore, the soul is housed within an organ known as the Shirikodama, and this organ is found in a particular place in the body. The Dung Eater likely tears this organ from his victims' bodies, explaining the bloodied lapcloth, and consumes it, preventing their soul from ever returning to the Erd Tree. Interestingly, something Roderika tells us when the Dung Eater arrives in the hold bolsters this theory. She says,
I need to warn you about something. A little while ago, someone started lurking in the wing on the opposite side of the round table, and I can hear, from all the way over there, the howling and wailing of spirits in fear of a curse. I can even hear the repulsive twisted malice in itself. A plethora of spirits in an unceasing cacophony. I can't even imagine. How much suffering inflicted to who knows how many souls. Not even the grafting caused anything like this to happen. You should keep your distance. I know you're strong, but please.
This implies that Roderika can hear the souls eaten by the Dung Eater screaming out in agony, severed from the cycle of rebirth. This explains why the seedbed curse grows on the corpses of those he defiles, and why the curse itself seems to have horns reminiscent of the omen. Should we talk to the Dung Eater after we find our first seedbed curse, his dialogue changes.
No. Wait. You have felt the curse. I can smell it on you. The box, yet tender. Apparently my seedbed is ripe and waiting. 'Twas a brief respite, I must say. Go and unshackle my corporeal flesh, trapped in the sewer jail below the capital. I can kill you and defile your corpse. Then the pox will truly be your own.
By obtaining a seedbed curse, he may see us as a like-minded individual, someone who may embrace defilement. When we find his physical body in the sewers of Leyndell, he's screaming to let him out. He must eat more and defile more, everything that matters to us for generations to come. We can then tell him to leave his jail, and instead of thanking us, he continues.
Who are you? I've been here long enough. I will kill again, and defile each corpse with care. Just to be sure that when they're reborn, they'll be cursed, along with their children, and their children's children, for all time to come.
We can then travel to the outer moat of Leyndell to face him in battle, but there's an unwelcome surprise as well. The Dung Eater has defiled our friend, Big Boggart. Fortunately, it seems he's not dead yet, so Dung Eater has likely not finished cursing him by consuming his soul. Unfortunately, he does die in front of us, and we are forced to stave off the Dung Eater's attack. He wields the Sword of Milos, which is described as a sinister greatsword fashioned from a giant's backbone. Meets out wounds like a lopsided saw blade. Milos was undersized for a giant, and was viewed as sullied and terribly grotesque. Dung Eater likely feels a connection with his weapon much in the same way he does with the Omen, strength in deformity. We can defeat the Dung Eater to take the sword for ourselves, and this likely also keeps Boggart from being fully cursed, as his soul is never eaten. After his invasion, we can speak with the Dung Eater again.
There you are. You warded off my blessing, despite the curse stirring within you. No one has succeeded in that before. How? I thought. Then it hit me that you are, in fact, me. And I am the Dung Eater. It is my flesh that must receive the blessing. Give me your blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse, again and again, until it is done. Until a cursed ring coalesces that may one day defile order itself. Countless I have killed, and countless I have defiled. And soon the fruits will be born. Hundreds will be reborn cursed. And they'll bear thousands of cursed children, who bear tens of thousands more. A few of those will be born just like me. And they'll kill and defile and bless in my stead. The rotten fools. My fate was the grandest, most brilliant of them all. My corporeal flesh lies in the sewer jail beneath the capital. Give it your blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse, until a curse ring coalesces that may one day defile order itself.
Again, Dung-Eater sees a form of kinship between us. Our Tarnished can carry the seedbed curse without succumbing to it, which in his mind shows that he's found someone worthy of helping him complete his quest. He wants us to collect 5 seedbed curses and defile him with them, thus infusing his soul and all the souls within him with the curse and forming the mending rune of the fell curse. If we do as the Dung-Eater said, he cries out in agony and anticipation.
A curse upon them all. They'll be born cursed, all of them, along with their children. And their children's children. For all time to come. Unleash upon them a cursed blessings to war!
We are then left with his mending rune. The rune itself is described as a loathsome rune gestated by the Dung-Eater, used to restore the fractured Elden Ring when brandished by the Elden Lord. The reviled curse will last eternally, and the world's children, grandchildren, and every generation hence will be its pustules. If order is defiled entirely, defilement is defilement no more, and for every curse, a cursed blessing. So by using this rune, we then return all of the souls eaten by the Dung-Eater to the Erd-Tree. However, when they are reborn, they will come back as omen, disconnected from the tree. If the cycle of defilement persists and Dung-Eater's prophecy of others like himself comes true, then eventually, all of the land will be defiled, and the omen will be all that is left. Interestingly, this means that eventually, given enough time and generations, the Erd-Tree itself will wither and die, unable to feed on the souls of omens. The branches will wither to nothing, breaking the Greater Will's hold on the lands between. The Dung-Eater's ultimate goal is interesting because it would essentially reset the mindset of those living in the lands between. The blessing of being born an omen, which then became a curse in the eyes of the Golden Order, would then become the norm. This begs the question, if everyone is born an omen, is being an omen truly a curse, or just the next progression of life in the lands between? While the outcome of his plans may be understandable, even preferable to some players who wish to see the persecution of the omens come to an end, the means by which the Dung-Eater pursues his goals are vile, brutal, loathsome, and evil. He spreads his curse across the lands between, even in areas he should not be able to reach, such as the brace of the Halig tree, and he leaves pain and suffering in his wake. While removing the greater will and stopping the persecution of those with ties to the primordial crucible may lead to a better future, the defilement with which he tries to achieve his goals speaks to the inherent madness and evil lurking within the Dung Eater. Does he truly care about the omen, or does he simply want to spread his curse to as many as possible? That is for you to decide as future Elden Lord. Thank you for joining us for our dissection of the loathsome Dung Eater, and throughout the month of October while we focused on spooky lore across the lands between. Leave a comment letting us know what you thought of the Dung Eater's plan. Did you side with him, or did you fight back against the defilement? Join us again as we explore the lands between and dive into the lore of its inhabitants. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. In trying to decide who or what we'd look into for our first post-spooky season Elden Lore, we went back to your comments to see what you wanted us to explore. Among the various enemies and NPCs, we noticed a number of people asking for one character in particular. In truth, we've already touched on her story when talking about White Mask Varhe and the Bloody Fingers, and we weren't sure there was much more to say. But after researching dialogue and paying attention to her attacks during our battle at the Second Church of Marika, we found threads that we believe flesh out her story. We are of course talking about the Drake Knight herself, Eleonora, the Violet Bloody Finger, and her relationship to Yura, the Bloody Finger Hunter. Like and subscribe if you've enjoyed any of our Elden Ring content. We look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comments. The story of Eleonora starts long before we can encounter her in the lands between. Our friend and ally, Yura, the Bloody Finger Hunter, is the first and only character we encounter who discusses her. After helping him defeat the Bloody Finger Ravenmount assassin, he tells us,
"I may not have much time. I'm dying to see you. Eleonora. Violet Bloody Finger. Yes, I've been tracking Eleonora for quite some time. She is the deadliest of all Bloody Fingers. She's felled many an old hand already, but in spite of her cessblood zealotry, Eleonora is a proud knight. If she comes for you, do not think twice. You must flee. There is no shame in self-preservation."
It is clear that Yura, the man who hunts Bloody Fingers and brings them to their demise, holds Eleonora in high regard, a curious thing for him to do given his disdain for cessblood. His armor may shed some light on these feelings. The Iron Casa tells us, the man once known as Yura kept a woman in the deepest reaches of his heart. The only woman we know Yura shows any fondness for is Eleonora, which leads us to believe at one point these two were allies, or possibly something more. If we follow Yura's quest, we eventually meet him again at the Second Church of Marika, where he lays on the ground beaten and bloodied. He says,
"It seems I am no match for you, but I've learned a thing or two myself. You see, I've sliced the finger off. Please. Please, Eleonora. Yield to the cessblood no longer. Do not stain the immaculacy of your sword. Your flesh. Your fire."
While Yura could not defeat his friend, it seems as though he did manage to cut off her bloody finger in an attempt to release her from the influence of Hewg, the Lord of Blood. Unfortunately, this does not stop her from invading our world to do battle with our Tarnished. It is in this fight that we get more clues to the truth of Eleonora's past. She wears the Drake Knight set, which is described as black iron armor worn by Drake Knights, features the spoils of a dragon catch as an emblem of pride as both dragon hunter and partaker of communion. From birth, Drake Knights speak not a word. They spend their lives pursuing the strength of dragons, for its sublime beauty and inspiration of awe. So Eleonora is a Drake Knight. Her goal in life was to hunt dragons for their hearts, and use them to attain strength through dragon communion. This can be seen in our battle with her as she uses Grail's Roar and Aghil's Flame incantations. Her role as a Drake Knight also speaks to her past with Yura. When we meet Yura at a fire by Aghil Lake, he warns us about the dragon up ahead. Should we choose to do battle with this dragon, we unlock unique dialogue related to dragon communion.
Beautiful work, felling that dragon, and as such, there's something you might like to know. The heart you brought back. It's used in dragon communion. If you should find yourself overcome by hunger for the heart, yearning for its strength, then seek the decrepit church on the little island off the western coast. You must not forget, though, those who partake in dragon communion will one day shed their humanity, their hunger for dragon, their yearning only worsens until the floodgates burst, unleashing eternal torment. The strength of a mighty dragon. Magnificent, but deadly. It's no surprise that dragon communion is ruinous.
This is not only our first opportunity to learn about dragon communion, but it leads us to believe that Yura saw the effects of communion firsthand. Given that Eleonora never speaks, it's likely that Yura saw her downward spiral after engaging communion again and again. He watched her humanity leave her until her lust for power turned her toward another source. Eleonora's weapon of choice is a polearm, described as a twinned naginata found in the land of reeds. Her mastery of the sword was such that her onslaught was likened to a whirlwind, but now her legacy is stained by accursed blood. We believe that this weapon was a gift from Yura, as it seems unlikely a Drake Knight would originate from the land of reeds, and at one time, it likely was not stained in blood. What if Eleonora, in her lust for power after engaging in dragon communion one too many times, was approached by White Mask Vare and offered a new source of power, the blood of Hewg, infused into her weapon? All she need do is join his forces as a bloody finger. So it was that Eleonora became known as the Violet Bloody Finger, succumbing to the cessblood, and the man who loved her, Yura, began his hunt to bring her to justice. Another point of interest when it comes to Eleonora is the item she drops upon her defeat, the Purifying Crystal Tear. This tear is described as a crystal tear formed slowly over the age where the Erd Tree's bounty falls to the ground. It can be mixed in the flask of wondrous physic. The resulting concoction purifies the curse from Hewg, Lord of Blood's terrifying rite of blood. Perhaps Eleonora was not as far gone as we all thought, if she carried the key to resisting Hewg's curse with her at all times. Taking a look outside of the Lands Between, the name Eleonora rang a bell for me personally, and I couldn't put my finger on why. It turns out this name is actually the title to a short story by Edgar Allan Poe. In this story, both Eleonora and the narrator live in the Valley of the Many-Colored Grass, an idyllic paradise full of fragrant flowers, fantastic trees, and a river of silence. Eleonora also suffered from a sickness that would come to take her life, and while the rest of the story does not draw any parallels to our characters, we believe the first half does. Perhaps the River of Silence is the origin of the Drake Knight's vow of silence, and the sickness can be parallel to Eleonora's addiction to dragon communion. Also, the title of the Violet Bloody Finger seems to have no origin in-game, as she wears no violet armor, and her eyes are distinctly blue. Perhaps this title comes from this quote from the story. The star-shaped flowers shrank into the stems of the trees and appeared no more. The tints of the green carpet faded, and one by one, the ruby-red asphodels withered away, and there sprang up, in place of them, 10 by 10, dark, eye-like violets that writhed uneasily and were ever encumbered with dew. As the narrator moved on from the loss of his love, the land changed and violets grew. Perhaps so too did Eleonora's bloodlust come from her pursuit of power, earning her the Violet moniker. Her naginata now encumbered with Mohg's due, the blood of her victims. If we put all of these pieces and clues together, they paint a picture of two traveling companions, making their way through the lands between, battling dragons and sharing an adventure. Eleonora started her journey with purpose. As a Drake Knight, she always knew her goal was to slay dragons and take their strength as her own. Perhaps, in those early days, Yura was simply a swordsman who found someone worth fighting beside, and as his affection for her grew, so too did his concern for the toll Dragon Communion took on her. Eleonora, on the other hand, while she may have enjoyed the company of a friend with stories of a foreign land she would never come to see herself, ultimately knew her purpose was to gain strength by any means necessary, to continue fighting and killing dragons. This led her to the service of Mohg, her fall to the Cessblood, and eventually, her murder of an old friend. We hope you enjoyed our interpretation of Eleonora and Yura's story. We're confident we found enough evidence to back up our ideas about their history together, but what do you think? Did we miss anything? Do you believe that these two once shared a strong bond? Or did Yura perhaps come to admire Eleonora from afar? We can't wait to hear your thoughts in the comments. Like and subscribe if you've enjoyed our lore content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. For today's Elden Lore, we wanted to tackle not just a character, but a certain creature's representation throughout Elden Ring. We've seen some animals, such as wolves, have deeper ties to the Empyreans, such as Blaidd being given to Ranni and Malekith being given to Marika. Even Radagon had a red wolf of his own, capable of using glintstone sorcery that he left with Rennala. These wolves act as protectors in one capacity or another, creating a theme to their involvement in the lands between. But there's another type of animal we often see in the game that seems to have ties to a time even before the Erd Tree. We're talking, of course, about dogs. Wait, no, sorry, turtles. We're talking about turtles. Today we're going to learn what we can about how turtles are represented in the lands between. From the smallest spirits to the Turtle Pope themselves, Muriel, Pastor of Vows. Like and subscribe if you've enjoyed any of our lore content so you don't miss out on our next episode. Now let's see what the turtles can reveal to us about the past of the lands between. First, it's important to mention the turtles we find as general wildlife across the land. Upon killing them, we can receive turtle neck meat, which is described as a splendid lengthy cut of turtle neck meat, material used for crafting items, considered an especially nutritious ingredient in the south of the lands between. However, in the game's beta there was additional context stating, turtle meat is said to boost virility, but none in the lands between seem to have much appetite for it these days. In the lands between, the urge to reproduce has waned long ago. It sounds as if turtlenecks were used as a sort of aphrodisiac in the time before the Erd Tree. We feel confident in saying this was during a time before the Erd Tree because of the line, "The urge to reproduce has waned long ago." It shows us how the land has stagnated. People are not born through natural means in this world as we find it. Their souls are consumed by the Erd Tree in a cycle of rebirth that ensures nothing stays dead for long. In this world of stagnation, there is no need for reproduction. However, that doesn't mean that the people of the lands between had no use for turtleneck meat at all. We can craft pickled turtleneck meat, which increases the rate at which we recover stamina. The item description reads, turtleneck meat pickled in a bitter medicinal solution temporarily boosts stamina recovery. The nutrients churn through the body, practically boiling out endless power. So rather than utilize turtleneck meat for its original purpose, the denizens of the lands between have found a way to utilize that boost in stamina to aid them in battle. This is what turtles are reduced to in the current landscape. They are nothing more than a source of meat to help soldiers stay in the fight longer than they otherwise would. But it's clear that at some point, these animals were also seen as wise and were perhaps more revered for their intelligence. In a few different areas of the world, we find magically sealed towers: Kellen's Rise, Testu's Rise, and Iridius's Rise. Each tower is protected by a barrier that can only be broken by seeking 3 wise beasts. With this in mind, we set out to find these beasts and learn that they are spectral turtles that must be attacked in order to open the way forward. Once we can enter these rises, we receive a magical prize associated with the Carian royal family and Raya Lucaria. From 2 areas, we receive memory stones, and in another, we find the spell Ranni's Dark Moon. This tells us that not only did the sorcerers of Raya Lucaria once hold the intelligence of turtles in high regard, but Ranni herself respected them enough to create these spectral turtles to protect a spell taught to her by her own mother, Queen Rennala. We can also see this association with the Turtle Talisman. A talisman in the shape of a green turtle raises stamina recovery speed. Turtles are known as a nutritious ingredient, symbolic of inexhaustible power. However, those who hold turtles to be wise creatures consider the practice of eating their meat to be barbarous. So while others saw turtles as a source of nutrition and strength, clearly the Carians who saw the intelligence of these animals saw the rest of the land as barbarous, killing and eating creatures deserving of respect. This assertion is bolstered by the sheer number of turtles we can find surrounding Kellen's Rise and across the Moonlight Altar. The question then becomes, where does the Carian association with turtles come from? And for that answer, we need only look to everyone's favorite turtle pope, Miriel, Pastor of Vows. Miriel is found in the Church of Vows residing over this sacred place, and upon talking to them, they begin to unfold the story of the church.
You're tarnished, aren't you? I welcome you to the Church of Vows. I am Miriel, steward of this sacred chamber. My apologies for the unseemly state of affairs. Do you know the origin of this place? How it came to be known as the Church of Vows? Well, that is a shame. But who can blame you? The shattering has caused us, all of us, to lose sight of something very dear. It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erd Tree and the Moon were joined by the matrimonial bond between red-haired Radagon and Rennala of the Full Moon. And so our church holds in view the monuments of both houses, the Erd Tree of the capital and the Academy of Raya Lucaria.
After further interactions with Miriel, different dialogue options open up, where they can tell you all about the history of Radagon and Rennala.
Wish to know more of Lord Radagon. Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Rennala in battle, he soon repented his territorial aggressions there, and became husband to the Carian queen. However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lore, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Rennala to return to the Erd Tree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Rennala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord. You know, it's said that Lord Radagon harbored a secret. A famed sculptor of the Erd Tree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature, when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbors his secret too.
Clearly, Miriel is the keeper of truths long since forgotten or ignored, and poses questions that we theorize they already know the answer to. Based on what Miriel tells us, we believe that Radagon was split off from Marika for the express purpose of doing battle with Rennala. If this is the case, it means that Marika, after seeing Radagon do battle with Rennala, saw a marriage between the two as the best possible way to solidify her power in the lands between. We can learn more about the past from Miriel if we ask about Lady Rennala.
To know more of Lady Rennala. She is Queen, head of the Carian royal family, and governor of the Academy of Rea Lucaria, the great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Radagon left her, and then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library. In the end, Lady Rennala was left alone, cradling the amber egg Lord Radagon bequeathed her. Now she devotes herself to it through forbidden rite, the grim art of reincarnation. You would do well to remember, severing a vow, strongest of bonds, has consequences ever more dire.
With the knowledge bestowed to us about Radagon and our own theory in tow, it seems as though it may have been Marika's plan all along to have Rennala become reliant on her new husband, just to call him away from her, leaving the amber egg, knowing it would drive Rennala's obsession, and removing the Carian royal family's claim to power in the lands between, by driving its matriarch mad. If we happen to be carrying any celestial dew, Miriel reveals the power of the Church of Vows to us.
Possess any celestial dew, then I would like to share my knowledge with you concerning the miracle of this Church of Vows. Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Rennala. The Order of the Erdtree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven. This miracle blesses the Church to this day, and so you need only follow Radagon's example to restore any bond, however strained or severed, to its rightful state of harmony.
With the power of Dew, we can reverse any antagonizations we've had against NPCs throughout Elden Ring. While it can't restore the dead, it can repair any relationship. To us, Miriel's explanation of Radagon cleansing himself and swearing his love to Rennala makes it seem as though not only was Miriel there when it happened, but may have even officiated their wedding ceremony. This raises yet another question. Why would Radagon leave Rennala without again cleansing himself in the Celestial Dew? If it had the power to repair their relationship, why not utilize this? We believe that he and Marika made a conscious decision not to do this, in order to ensure Rennala was driven mad by the Amber Egg, the repercussions of a vow broken. We've spent some time going over the story of Radagon and Rennala, and gotten away from Miriel a bit, but we believe their first-hand knowledge of these events is important to showing why turtles are seen by the Carians as wise. One such as Miriel, who has lived a life so long we could scarcely guess their age, holds so many secrets, and has experienced so much of the history that we, as Tarnished, can only feebly piece together through the clues we find in the world. While we can't determine how old Miriel may be, we believe that their attitude towards the various magics of the world speak to their incredible age.
Oh, was there something you needed? You are free to show yourself around. I would serve as your guide, only my legs aren't what they used to be. If you find anything of use, you are free to take it with you. Unless, perhaps, you are in search of instruction, in which case I will share all that I know.
We are then able to present them with any book of magic or scroll that we find, and they tell us,
"What have we here? Very well, let us both learn together. Heresy is not native to the world. It is but a contrivance. All things can be conjoined."
Miriel sees no form of magic or learning as heretical. In the eyes of this ancient turtle, neither the Carians nor the Golden Order are antithetical to each other. Miriel has likely seen ages pass attending to the Church of Vows. They have seen leaders come and go, and believe through their vast experience that there is no such thing as heresy. No matter where one pulls their knowledge from, it can exist alongside universal truths and knowledge uncovered by others. Perhaps this is why turtles are considered so wise. They can trace their roots back to a time before the Lands Between was in this sorry state, and they see a truth no others can, that these forces need not stand against each other. All things can be conjoined. In other words, they are all very good dogs. Interestingly, Muriel believes that the power of Celestial Dew can somehow heal the world, and it's a shame that we don't get to pursue an ending in Elden Ring where their dream comes to fruition. Muriel can tell us,
Faith does not waver. The miracle rooted in these grounds will once again mend the world, and this time its bounty will not be squandered. If you would be Elden Lord, Tarnished, I hope that you too will share my faith.
They specifically ask our Tarnished to remember these practices should we take the throne, but we're never really given the opportunity. Perhaps this is an avenue for future DLC, where the Lands Between can be set right by the wisdom of the turtles. In the end, it seems the turtles may once have been more than simple animals, hunted for their flesh in order to stir virility in those who eat them. Perhaps there were once many more like Muriel, spreading truth and knowledge through the lands. Maybe the walking mausoleums themselves are the remains of once great turtles, now gutted and used as magical constructs to protect the remains of unknown demigods. Unfortunately, there's no way to know for sure without additional context that we'll likely never receive in the future. We hope you enjoyed this look at the history of turtles in the Lands Between. Are you the person who wrote the first Behold Dog message in Elden Ring? If so, please reach out, we'd love to interview you. Leave a comment with your thoughts on Turtle Pope and the history of Radagon and Rennala. Like and subscribe if you liked our analysis, and please come back for our 50th episode, where we'll be revisiting the enemies that helped our channel find its feet and start growing into what we are now, the Crucible Knights. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Throughout our first 50 episodes of Elden Lore, we've tackled individual characters and monsters throughout the Lands Between, and even dug into the backgrounds of some lesser-known Tarnished you interact with in-game. During the hours and hours of research put into these individual topics, a question kept gnawing at the back of my mind. We know many of the characters we meet are Tarnished. We ourselves play as a Tarnished of no renown. But what exactly is a Tarnished? The easy answer comes at the very beginning of the game. The Tarnished are those spurned by the grace of gold and exiled from the Lands Between. They are described as ye dead that yet live, which implies we are all undead. But is that true? It's possible not every Tarnished is built the same, and today we're going to discuss what it means to be Tarnished, and why our perceived inconsistencies may contradict our initial impressions, and how our true goal was subverted long ago. It's common knowledge at this point that Lord Godfrey was known as the first Tarnished. He was the first warrior to lose the blessings of grace. His armor tells us the age of the Erdtree began amongst conflict. When Godfrey was lord of the battlefield, he led the war against the giants, faced the Stormlord alone, and then there came a moment where his last worthy enemy fell, and it was then, as the story is told, that the hue of Lord Godfrey's eyes faded. One reading of this description tells us that after having no more worthy foes to face, Godfrey simply languished in his superiority. He saw no challenges in front of him, became complacent, and lost the fire that was once seen in his gaze. But a much more literal reading can pinpoint this as the moment Marika stripped him of his grace and cast him out of the Lands Between. If we approach this from Marika's point of view, perhaps she only ever took Hoarah as her husband and turned him into the Elden Lord Godfrey in order to use his strength and consolidate her power. In their time together, he gave her 3 sons, Godwyn the Golden, and the Omen twins, who were considered abominations in the lands between. If Godfrey was only ever a tool to be used in order to put the Golden Order on top, then it makes sense that Marika, upon seeing her final enemy fall, would strip her husband of his grace and cast him aside, effectively creating the first Tarnished. If we visit the Third Church of Marika, we can hear the echoes that still linger there, and they give us insight into the exact conversation between Marika and her Lord Godfrey.
In Marika's own words, my lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance.
This implies that all of the Tarnished we know of were once warriors of Godfrey, and were banished in the same breath as the first Elden Lord himself, but we're not sure if this adds up. We know that Vyke was a member of the Dragon Cult, and of all the knights, Vyke the Dragon Spear was the one Lanciax loved the most. So Vyke was a knight in service of Lord Godwyn at the time of Godfrey's exile, which makes it odd that he would have his grace stripped away. Perhaps it was not only Godfrey's direct forces, but any who served him in the early days of his reign, even if they had since moved on to the service of other lords. If we make our way to the Church of Pilgrimage, there are more echoes that pick up where the previous one left off.
In Marika's own words, then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed, return to the lands between, wage war, and brandish the Elden Ring, grow strong in the face of death. Warriors of my lord, Lord Godfrey.
While the first echo felt confrontational, this one comes across as almost inspirational. Marika is telling the Tarnished that they will be needed one day to brandish the Elden Ring, to wage war in her lands, and to come out victorious. It's almost as if Marika was already having her doubts about the Greater Will, the Fingers, and the Golden Order, and she was setting us up as her insurance policy. The line, "Perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance," is also suspicious. While we know there are few, if any, Finger Maidens left when we enter the lands between, every Tarnished is supposed to have their own maiden to lead them and advise them on how to serve the Golden Order. This prophetic line implies that Marika would prefer we use the battle prowess learned outside of the lands between to guide us, instead of the advice of our future maidens. All in all, it seems as though we Tarnished were planned from the beginning to act on Marika's wishes. This idea is reinforced by our friend, Smithing Master Hewg, who is imprisoned in the Round Table Hold by Queen Marika to act as our blacksmith, and tells us that his purpose was to create a weapon able to slay a god, and he promised Queen Marika it would be done. We believe every Tarnished may be able to trace their lineage back to Godfrey's forces, but were not all members of his original warriors. The Remembrance of Horror tells us, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was robbed of his grace, becoming Tarnished, he took with him his kinsfolk and left the lands between. After the long march of the Tarnished came to an end, Godfrey divested himself of kingship, becoming a simple warrior once more. At some point during their long march, the Tarnished branched out from their lord, inhabiting other lands. We can say this confidently due to the existence of Nefeli Lu, a descendant of Lu's tribe after divesting himself of the name Godfrey. If all Tarnished stayed with Godfrey after the march, we would all share his surname. With that said, it seems as though the Tarnished went on to spread through the world, with some finding themselves in the land of reeds, such as Yura and Okina, and others starting noble families and bearing children who would one day find their way back to the lands between, such as Roderika and the brothers Hoslow. One thing we can say confidently is that every Tarnished we meet, whether they knew of their lineage or not, died at some point in order to regain their grace, and hear the call of the lands between. While it seems as though our original purpose was to wage war at the behest of Queen Marika, likely to put an end to the Golden Order, the Fingers decided to usurp our purpose and have us fight on their behalf. We know that Marika opposed the Greater Will and the Fingers when she shattered the Elden Ring, and her dialogue to the Tarnished makes it clear that she had plans for us long before the shattering. But Finger Reader Enya tells us grace was extended to us because none of the demigods could become Elden Lord, implying that it was the Two Fingers, not Marika, that provided us with our grace. Multiple incantations also offer descriptions of the Two Fingers speaking to us, such as Lord's Heal, which says, "Tarnished, O Tarnished, seek the Erd Tree and stand before Marika, its queen. Become the Elden Lord." The incantation Urgent Heal tells us, the Fingers have high hopes for the Tarnished, that even if they should be wounded, should they fall, they will continue to fight for their duty. And the Coded Sword best implies that the Fingers have subverted our goals when it says, "Champions would gather at the Round Table Hold in days long past, when the Two Fingers were masters of oration, their flesh yet full of vigor." It seems as though the Two Fingers knew of Marika's plan to have us return to the Lands Between and brandish the Elden Ring for ourselves, but they conveniently left out Marika's reason for wanting us to take the throne. To their own ends, the Fingers provided the Tarnished with maidens, those that could turn runes into strength, and would lead them on their journeys to become Elden Lord. While there are no truly living maidens left in the world, once we find our way there, it's clear they were intended to be our wranglers. They would lead us to the throne of Elden Lord, but only to fulfill the plans of the Fingers. However, some among the Tarnished would lose faith for one reason or another, and the maidens started to disappear. After fighting long and hard to no avail, some Tarnished realized they could no longer see the guidance of grace, and their faith in the Fingers waned. Some joined the Recusants, hunting their own, believing their purpose a cruel joke that should be abandoned, and others joined the Mohgwyn dynasty as Bloody Fingers to fight back against the Fingers and bring about an age of blood. Those who chose to become Bloody Fingers needed to soak a rag in the blood of a maiden, which explains why no maidens are left to empower the Tarnished. We theorize that Marika is ever watching her Tarnished. Each is given the opportunity to see the guidance of grace, but should they prove themselves unworthy, unable to defeat the demigods and gather their runes, the small amount of grace they were given fades, and so too does their immortality. This explains why Tarnished can be killed for good, while we constantly revive. Once their grace has faded, they no longer serve a purpose. They're of no use to Marika or the Fingers, and they are free to die their final death. This leads us to our Tarnished, one of little renown, no titles or history, perhaps even someone who had no knowledge of their Tarnished heritage. We died for one reason or another, and find ourselves called to the Lands Between. But unlike any before us, we have a chance encounter with a character whose insight will forever change these lands. Torrent. For whatever reason, Torrent has our measure from the beginning, and convinces Melina we are someone worthy of putting their faith in. We are the only Tarnished in the Lands Between that still has access to the ability to turn runes into strength, thanks to this mysterious woman who claims that she can hear her mother at the base of the Erd Tree. The story of the Tarnished is one that is given from different perspectives throughout Elden Ring. Who we are, our purpose, is ultimately in our own hands, but the history behind our fall from grace and return to the lands is shrouded in half-truths, whispered from opposing forces, each hoping to use us to their own ends. While we may never know Marika's true intention for our people, it's clear she wanted us back in the Lands Between long before the Two Fingers saw our worth as warriors and possible successors to the Elden Ring. We can only hope the mysteries surrounding the Tarnished are revealed as we make our way into the Badlands with the release of Elden Ring's first round of DLC. Thank you for joining us as we provided our thoughts and ideas behind the history of the Tarnished. What do you think of our interpretation of this history? What are your theories on our purpose? Do you believe we are tools of Queen Marika, meant to end the Golden Order, or do you trust the words of the Two Fingers? Comment letting us know. Like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video and want to be updated whenever we put out a new episode. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Very few characters in the early days of Elden Ring rose to the level of prominence seen by our favorite potboy, Iron Fist Alexander. While his story and that of Jarbaern have been tread many times by various lore channels, they offer surprisingly little in the way of what the purpose of the living jars may be, outside of the plainly explained goals of a warrior jar. One need only take a look around Jarberg to see that not every living jar is cut out to be a warrior. Jarbaern himself seems to want to keep his potential to be a warrior jar under wraps, as he asks you not to tell anyone. So if every jar is not cut out to be a warrior, what other purpose could they serve? Today we are going to dissect what exactly the living jars are, and provide our theories on what their role may have been before the Shattering, as well as where we think they stand now. While we'll try to stay away from the well-swum waters of Alexander and Jarbaern's stories, we will call out important notes we can learn from interacting with them. In order to develop an understanding of the living jar's place in the Lands Between, we must first understand what these creatures are. During one of our many meetings with Alexander, he tells us,
I was created to be a warrior vessel. Many great warriors reside within me, ever dreaming of becoming a great champion. It's my destiny. And the reason for which I quest. It is my ordeal, you could say. To test myself, to better myself, to fell ever greater foes. And then, one day, we'll be a single great champion. The greatest of them all. What do you think, eh? How do you rate my chances?
The most important thing we learned from this conversation is that Alexander was created, not born. The living jars are not natural beings, they're constructs created by someone to fulfill a purpose. Should we kill Alexander early on, we receive the warrior jar shard, which tells us, scraps of stewed flesh cling to the shard, and tatters of ornaments can be seen mingled within the slime. Relics of ancient royal warriors, perhaps. There's nothing particularly new to learn from this description, but it does specify that the remains found within belong to an ancient royal warrior, whereas regular living jar shards make no such claim. The average living jar shard only says, such fragments command a high price due to the magical power locked within. This leaves the living jars unfortunate targets for poachers. To us, this lays out clearly that not all jars are focused on gathering the remains of warriors, so they must have had some other purpose, removed from that of the warrior jars. So we have two questions in front of us. Who created the living jars? And for those that weren't warriors, why were they created? Many jars can be found across the Lands Between that are benign until you invade their space. These areas include Stormvale Castle, Raya Lucaria Academy, Caria Manor, the Giant's Mountaintop Catacombs, and the Ariza Side Tomb. But what's more interesting is where you can find the remains of living jars. Strewn around various minor Erd trees we can see jars, smashed and broken, drained of their insides. While we know that poachers and perfumers hunt the jars, thanks to the Iron Jar Aromatic, which tells us it is an art that requires fragments of hunted noble jars, depraved perfumers are plainly in league with jar poachers. We think it's unlikely that this would simply be a dumping ground for their remains after the poachers got what they wanted. For one thing, it seems like what they find so valuable about the jars is their outsides, not their innards. So why are these shattered jars littering the tree's base? Perhaps there's a clue on the living jars themselves. If you look at the seal found at the top of every living jar, you'll see a depiction of the Erd Tree. This, to us, implies that whoever made the jars likely did so in order for them to serve the Golden Order. Who exactly this was is up for debate, but given that we find jars in both Raya Lucaria and Lucaria Manor, we're inclined to think they were brought to life by the magics of the Carian royal family. The point is, how could these jars best serve the Golden Order? Perhaps by taking the common folk of the lands between to their final resting places. We know the jars are full of corpses, all strewn together, and we know that not everyone earned the privilege of Erd Tree burial. If we assume that the jars, before the shattering, walked the land, scooped up the dead, and brought their remains to their final resting place by a minor Erd Tree, this would not only explain why there are broken jars all around them, but would also present an alternate purpose for the Erd Tree avatars. These jars are all smashed, and the avatars carry large weapons that seem perfect for destroying jars. This would effectively end the life of the jar, their purpose fulfilled, while at the same time feeding the Erd Tree with less worthy souls. It seems as though this purpose was lost after the shattering. For whatever reason, jars are self-aware, which we doubt was the case in the early days of their creation. We believe there are only two types of jars, the ones which deliver corpses to the minor Erd Trees, and the warrior jars, meant to gather up the remains of great warriors, possibly those worthy of Erd Tree burial. We believe they lost their original purpose due to how we meet them through the lands between. They're never found wandering the world. They seem to have their own niches carved out for themselves, areas of castles or tombs where they are left alone. Of course, they even have their own town, Jarburg, which seems to be a place where they live peacefully, without a care in the world, outside of finding a new potentate and avoiding poachers. The companion jar talisman even tells us, though the jars are brought to life by human flesh and blood, they are all rather kindly folk. Perhaps they were made to be better than their innards. Whatever spark of self was set off within the jars, it leads them to want to live lives of peace and tranquility. With that said, there's another aggressive form of jar we can find as a summon when completing the Oriza side tomb. The soul jars of Fortune Ashes tell us. These reckless spirits sacrifice themselves to vanquish their summoner's foes and explode upon death. Though their bravery is admirable, their explosions can harm friend as well as foe, and they will also immediately explode on contact with fire. Tell the others. Tell them how brightly a fire jar burns. So these living jars are self-proclaimed fire jars, prepared to sacrifice themselves in battle to protect their summoner. We believe it's likely that these jars found purpose in defending their brethren from poachers and perfumers, who were after the jars for their innate magical being. They may not have been warriors, but their sacrifices would give the other living jars a fighting chance, or the time needed to run away from those ready to murder them for their shards. These jars, knowing they were no warriors, chose to preserve the peace of their brethren by sacrificing themselves, a noble act to say the least. While we're discussing the purpose of the jars, we feel it's important to mention the great jar that sits in front of the Colosseum in Caelid. It says not a word, but sets enemies to fight us and have our Tarnished prove their worth. After completing its challenge, we're given the Great Jar's Arsenal Talisman, which tells us, the Great Jar grants this talisman to their warriors. Carry as much as you can, grow big and strong. We believe the existence of this Great Jar may actually lend credence to our idea of their creation being tied to a time long before the Shattering. The matches held within the Colosseum likely took place during Godfrey's time as Elden Lord, which means we can trace the roots of these creatures back at least that far. Perhaps this jar was made to test those who wish to make their way into the Colosseum, and the reason it's grown so large is because it continues to take in those who fight and die behind its walls. Interestingly, it seems that at one time, warriors may have wanted to become one with the warrior jars. The puppet jar rite tells us the story of a man who wished to be one with the champions within a warrior jar. Spirit of a man who wished to become the innards of a living jar, a jar-hurling specialist who throws all manner of pots and jars. The warrior jar once told the nameless man this, You are not yet ready to join the warriors inside. No, you must apply yourself, better yourself, and one day I will return for you. This warrior jar could have been Alexander. It certainly sounds like his tone of voice. And it's sad to know that Jarrite was turned into a puppet before he could fulfill his quest. Ultimately, though, it's hard to parse out to what ends a warrior jar gathers strength post-shattering. Maybe once it was to provide Erdtree burials, but now it seems to be a matter of becoming the strongest warrior one can possibly be. Unfortunately for Alexander, even with the strength of Radahn's remains inside of him, he was no match for our Tarnished. We know he consumed at least some piece of Radahn through his shard, which says, "Scraps of stewed flesh cling to the shard, and tatters of ornaments can be seen mingling within the slime." Relics of a red-haired champion, it would seem. Still, both Alexander and Radahn can now live on through Jarbaern, after we give him Alexander's innards. Perhaps this is another form of the cycle of death and rebirth in the lands between, even if the Erdtree itself is left out of the equation. Thank you for joining us as we talk through our theories on the history and purpose of the living jars. Do you have any ideas of your own about why so many broken jars litter the base of the minor Erdtrees? Who do you think created the jars? Let us know in the comments. Like this video and subscribe to the channel if you learned anything new or just enjoy our form of storytelling. It'll also ensure you don't miss any in our series of Elden Lore content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. There are many Tarnished in Elden Ring who attack you on sight. Anastasia Tarnished Eater, Okina, Bloodyfinger Nereus. It's not at all unheard of for Tarnished throughout the lands between to put their own goals before that of their mission, to become Elden Lord, but these attackers are clear in their pursuit of our Tarnished. They do not pretend to be our comrade or confidant. They have their mission and we have ours. To manipulate and bend our quest to their own will while pretending to be a friendly face. That is the kind of underhanded tactic that will have you labeled as a true villain amongst the Tarnished. Today we are going to explore Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. Who is this legendary Tarnished? What is his ultimate goal? And how are we tied to his plans and schemes? The first time we see Gideon Ofnir is during the opening narration to the game. We're introduced to noteworthy Tarnished, Horalu, Goldmask, Fia, Dung-Eater, and finally, Gideon Ofnir. The narrator says his name with a fervor saved for those who are highly revered in their communities. We see Gideon in his casket, surrounded by silver ears and holding a box full of silver eyes. This is clearly before Gideon has had his grace returned to him, and he's the only Tarnished we see given a place of respect in his burial. His resting place has his scepter on one side and the symbol of the Eye Surcoat on the other, while cobwebs built up on the corner show us that this casket was never actually closed. It seems as though Gideon was revered enough for his followers to make his eventual resurrection as easy as possible for him. Simply wake up, take weapon in hand, and get back to work unraveling the mysteries of the lands between. For Gideon, death was nothing more than a nap between study sessions. It can be assumed that Gideon wasted no time upon his awakening and made his way straight to the Round Table to continue his studies. His Scepter of the All-Knowing is described as a scepter in the form of a hand grasping a pearl. The pearl stands for the world, the heavens, and an eye, representing the many forms of knowledge, never fully attainable. Even knowing that, the All-Knowing's hand grasps for it. From this we can glean the importance Gideon puts on knowledge. He believes that only by becoming all-knowing could he truly ascend to the throne of Elden Lord. What separates Gideon from other Tarnished is his means of attaining his knowledge. Gideon comes across as a man who gains his understanding of the world through research, digging through ancient texts, and to some degree, this is likely true. We see his library packed with old tomes, and he has many across his desk that have clearly been read. However, books and scrolls are not his only means of acquiring information. Gideon, unlike other Tarnished, does not travel outside of the Round Table Hold. He has people who do that for him. It is well documented that Gideon has an extensive network of spies across the Lands Between reporting to him. Ensha, his right-hand man, carries out his operations and leads his forces wherever Gideon dispatches them. Henricus is an example of one of Gideon's men on the inside. He can invade our Tarnished as a recusant, but he wears the Eye surcoat. The insignia emblazoned on the front marks out the wearer as the eyes and ears of Sir Gideon, the All-Knowing. His armor shows us that Henricus's true allegiance is to Gideon, and that his time as a recusant is likely a ruse to gather as much information as he can on Rykard. With his network of Tarnished, Omen Slayers, and other forces, Gideon learns all he can without ever leaving the safety of the Round Table. Upon reaching the Tarnished haven ourselves, Gideon is dismissive of us. He grows tired of seeing Tarnished make their way to the Lands Between only to fail time and again. He says he's sick and tired of them. These namby-pamby Tarnished think us no more than a shelter from the rain. It seems as though he does not believe any who have come through the Round Table as of late are worthy of his time or attention. They have no use to him, so he has no use for them. The exception to this would be his adoptive daughter, Nefeli Lu. Nefeli tells us how Gideon took her under his wing. She believes he can bring about a new world as Elden Lord, where the suffering she experienced as a child will never affect those under his reign. It is through her story we can see the callousness of Gideon Ofnir, as after she learns of his attack on the Albinauric village, he casts her aside. A woman he called daughter was nothing more than a disposable tool. Gideon had a use for her strength, and maybe even took an interest in her due to her surname, Lu, but ultimately, he can't control her through deception, so he has no need for her. We ourselves are made a puppet of Gideon's if we choose to work with him after having our conference with the Two Fingers, and become true members of the Round Table Hold. He asks that we exchange information in a mutually beneficial way. He will point us to the Shard Bearers, we will take their runes and report to him anything suspicious or new that we might learn. The information we can bring him proves his own ignorance to the areas of the Lands Between where he has no spy network and refuses to travel himself. But before we discuss that, let's take a look at Ensha. Ensha is Gideon's personal bodyguard, and while he doesn't speak to us, he has a larger role to play in our relationship to his master. After leading the attack on the Albinauric village that Gideon instructed, Ensha left behind Pidia, a man we can meet with in order to obtain half of the Haligtree medallion. It was Ensha's job to procure this medallion, but in his failure, he saw opportunity. His fervor to complete his mission had him attack us after returning to the hold, and after we defeat him, Gideon comes across as completely unbothered. He tells us Ensha got ahead of himself, implying that the attack was always coming. Ensha simply acted too soon, before he gives us a half-hearted apology. From here, Gideon asks us to find the Albinauric woman, who has the other half of the medallion. It seems as though in his eyes, Ensha is no great loss, if an even stronger warrior can bring him the answers he's looking for. As we progress this quest and others through the Lands Between, we learn of the demigods Gideon didn't know the locations of, Miquella, Melania, and Hewg. Once we find the consecrated snowfield, we can relay this information to Gideon, who wonders about the fate of Miquella, who it seems he assumes is dead. We then face Melania, and upon hearing Miquella was removed from the Haligtree, he says, "How vexing that the All-Knowing didn't have the full story." It bothers him to have been wrong about Miquella's fate. Upon defeating Hewg, we can relay to Gideon Miquella's location. He'll thank us for the intel and tells us that as long as Miquella sleeps, all will be well, as Miquella is the one demigod who is truly a mystery to him. After giving him each piece of intel, Gideon provides us with a spell known only to him, showing us that while he doesn't leave the hold, he truly does possess ancient knowledge that he hoards for himself, only willing to exchange it to further his goals instead of providing it to all of the Tarnished of the Round Table as their leader. Gideon does not gain knowledge in order to help put any Tarnished on the throne, only himself. Upon burning the Erd Tree, Gideon is unfazed, simply saying that if it is necessary to become Elden Lord, then let the tree burn. He will memorize the knowledge of his library and be on his way, allowing the Round Table to burn behind him. We then meet Gideon again in the same place we once fought a spectral vision of Godfrey himself. He stands there, greeting us, and says,
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to struggle. Unto eternity.
This seems like a confusing turn for the All-Knowing, as he told us before that his own desire was to become Elden Lord, but his armor sheds some light on this. Knowledge begins with a recognition of one's ignorance, the realization that the search for knowledge is unending. But when Gideon glimpsed into the will of Queen Marika, he shuddered in fear at the end that should not be. Gideon, in his search for knowledge, believes he understands the truth of Queen Marika's intent, that we struggle forever, fighting uphill to take the throne, only to be cast aside again and again, so that the current state of the lands between is never disturbed. This is an assumption on Gideon's part, and there is evidence we can find with the help of Melina that helps us to interpret Marika's will to be something else entirely. Check out our video on the history of the Tarnished for more information on that. But Gideon, with his pompous attitude, cannot accept that anyone can have a greater understanding of the truth behind the throne than the All-Knowing himself. Upon his defeat, he even says,
I know in my bones, a Tarnished cannot become a lord. Not even you. A man cannot kill a god.
This obviously is proven false, as we immediately go on to kill a god. Sir Gideon Ofnir was a man unwilling to get his hands dirty until he absolutely had to. He grew his influence by becoming the leader of the Round Table Hold, a title we don't know how he attained, and may even have been self-appointed. He developed a network of other people to do his dirty work for him. As a ruler, he'd have likely been a monster if his actions throughout Elden Ring are anything to go on. His lust for the throne bolstered his lust for knowledge, and his fervor for being all-knowing led to him making assumptions without verification. After deciding he understood the truth behind Queen Marika's intentions, he forgot the words he once espoused, that knowledge begins with the recognition of your own ignorance, and that the search for knowledge is unending. Gideon decided he knew best, that he was the authority, and in doing so, he challenged us, believing his truth stood above all else, and in the end, he was struck down so that we could ascend. Thank you for joining us for this dissection of Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. We hope you enjoyed this look at his background, story, and our thoughts on the motivations behind his actions. Did you find any details about Gideon's influence in the lands between? Should we have discussed the eye motifs found throughout the lands? While we think many are unrelated to Gideon, are there any that you think are? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our Elden Ring content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Our Tarnished walks the path of Elden Lore alone, save for Torrent and Melina. We may find companions in Tarnished like Rogier and Roderica, but ultimately, the only help we receive is indirect, through the kindness shown by our confidants, or the exchange of runes for various goods. While we may summon cooperators, no one walks this path alongside us. However, that was not always meant to be the case. While we try to stay away from discussing cut content as if it should be taken as true lore, there's one quest that fleshes out a significant character we only get to see in the final game when we fight them, or when we summon them to fight at our side. Today, we are going to discuss Asimi, the Silver Tear, or as most of us know her, the Mimic Tear. Upon making our way to Noxtella, the Eternal City, we can do battle with these formless blobs of silver that attack by creating shard weapons made from their own silver bodies. These are known as the Silver Tears. The story of these creatures begins with the Nox, the denizens of the Eternal Cities. Their armor tells us, long ago the Nox invoked the ire of the Greater Will, and were banished deep underground. Now they live under a false night sky, in eternal anticipation of their liege, of the coming age of the stars, and their Lord of Night. The Nox carry the Nox Flaming Sword, a grim weapon wielded by the swordsmen of the Eternal City. This shodel has a blade as fine as a needle. Forged from the liquid metal of a silver tear, it is thoroughly tempered until hardened. Here's where we saw the first use for the Silver Tears. Originally, they were a simple metal, a resource of the Eternal City discovered after they were driven underground. However, over time, the Nox came to understand that the Tears were more than a resource. They had the potential to form a new life. The Silver Tears we encounter are experiments of the Nox, an attempt at creating life. They drop their husks, which are described as hardened husks shed by a formless life form known as the Silver Tear, found in and around the Eternal City. The Silver Tear makes mockery of life, reborn again and again into imitation. Perhaps one day, it will be reborn a lord. This is a curious idea. Why would these formless creatures even have a chance of becoming a lord? We find out in Nocrun, when we come across a tier with an interesting ability, it can create an exact copy of our Tarnished. This spirit takes the form of the summoner to fight alongside them, but its mimicry does not extend to imitating the summoner's will. Mimic Tears are the result of an attempt by the Eternal City to forge a lord. With the knowledge that the Nox were waiting for the Age of the Stars and their Lord of Night, we can safely assume they were the ones to experiment on the Silver Tears until they created a form of life with the ability to mimic those with the potential to become a lord. This is seen not only with the Mimic Tear, but also with two random Silver Tears that take humanoid shape when fighting them on the rooftops. There's also a stray Mimic Tear that can be found on our way to the Hewg tree, which shows that these creatures have their own will. For whatever reason, this Mimic Tear found its way far from the Eternal Cities and made camp at the end of a dungeon, protecting a piece of Deathroot. This is a fairly cut and dry explanation of the Silver Tears and the Mimic Tears. Where things get interesting is the cut quest concerning a particular tier named Asimi. As far as we can tell, this cut quest was found by Reddit user MetaKetoWeta. Before talking through the quest and its implications, we wanted to credit this discovery. From the dialogue uncovered, it seems as though Asimi was a Silver Tear we would have encountered somewhere in the lands between, but likely not in either of the Eternal Cities. Asimi asks you to spare her life. As she has grown intelligent, she can speak, ponder, even fears death. She offers our Tarnished power if we breathe her in and take her inside us, carrying her along as a companion in our journey. We believe that our Tarnished would have met her above ground because a piece of her dialogue has her calling out the sound of running water, the sound of her home, and she asks us to take her to the Eternal City. It's at this point that the flattery starts. Asimi starts referring to us as a good lord host, and she begins to tell us she is parched, thirsty for the chalice that resides somewhere in her homeland. She promises us additional power if we drink the liquid from the chalice in order for us to become a perfect whole. This implies that the chalices will somehow fuse us, so that we are no longer a vessel, but two beings existing as one. After drinking the chalice, she informs us that another exists in the other Eternal City, and we must seek it out as well. After we drink from this second chalice, it is implied that there would be some kind of a cutscene showing our Tarnished passing out or falling asleep. From here, there is some kind of a falling out between our Tarnished and Asimi. Ah, are you awake? We've become a perfect whole. There is nothing to fear. I will merely follow in your footsteps, living only as you would have yourself, and I vow that I will perfect your form. Ah, how could you?
I was you and only you. We were one, together. Please, I only want to live. I only wanted you to become Lord. While this dialogue implies we may then kill Asimi, we believe it is more likely there is some kind of response we could have made to their statement that caused this verbal falling out, as there is more quest dialogue that seems to take place sometime later. Once we find her, Asimi tells us she wishes we didn't, and you could have become Elden Lord, and I could have become Sovereign Eternal eventually. This then leads to our final confrontation with the Mimic Tier. For additional context, this character showed as an item in your inventory after taking them into your body, where their description read, an Asimi that is infected a Tarnished, an intelligent silver sludge. Asimi infect the body of Tarnished, granting the host power. Also, Melina had unique dialogue that would trigger if you visited a site of grace after allowing Asimi to hitch your ride. Is there another person inside of you? Did you want that to happen? I sense no malice. Do as you think best. Hello, other you. I am Melina, and I have an accord for this person. We might be together for some time. Pleased to meet you. For us, this conversation with Melina solidifies our eventual confrontation with Asimi as a tragedy. Asimi's dialogue could come across as very suspect. The Mimic Tier assures us that she means us no harm, but comes across as a parasitic organism. The item description describing her as an infection would lead you to believe she has only her own interests in mind. However, Melina senses no malice in her. With this in mind, it seems as though Asimi was true to her word when she told us we could both serve as Lord. If she, like the Mimic Tier we meet in the final version of the game, was created by the Nox to be the Elden Lord, then it's natural that she'd want the throne, but she says clearly that she wants us to have it during our lifetime. Presumably, Asimi sees our relationship as more symbiotic than anything else. She lends us her strength as a summonable ally, and once we have taken the throne, had our time as Elden Lord, and died of natural causes, she could then step in, wearing our face, our form, and reign as an eternal sovereign. We double our strength and get to take the throne. Asimi takes over after our death, a win-win for both parties involved. It's unclear why the quest must end with a final battle against Asimi, and without additional context we'll likely never know, but it's a shame such an interesting character was scaled back so far as to become nothing more than a repeatable boss fight and a powerful summon. Knowing Asimi's story also adds a new context to the Mimic Tier we find in the final game. When we summon this Ash to help us in battle, it doesn't require us to use our magic. We instead sacrifice health in order to call upon them. Originally, we believed this was a way to allow all players the opportunity to have the Mimic Tier fight alongside them, even if they went full Oonga Boonga. But with the knowledge that the tier originally came not from the Spirit Caller's bell, but from inside our tarnished body, this makes much more sense. We have to sacrifice a piece of ourselves in order to give the Mimic Tier form, a symbiotic relationship, much like we would have seen if we were able to experience Asimi's story. So what do you think of the cut Mimic Tier storyline? There's a lot of speculation about the greater implications of Asimi, the way she speaks, and her reference to our union as making us whole. Some even believe this could somehow recontextualize the relationship between Marika and Radagon. But given that it will likely never be canon in-game, we shy away from that idea. Like, comment, and subscribe with your thoughts on the Silver Tiers and the Mimic Tiers. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.
In a previous episode of Elden Lore, we took you through the story of Brother Corrin, and talked about why we believed his pursuit of knowledge was nothing more than a hypocritical quest to prove his own ideals were right. It was during our time with Corrin that we can advance the story of Goldmask, a Tarnished unlike any other. Goldmask devoted himself wholly to the pursuit of knowledge. His aim was to commune with the Erd Tree itself in order to fully understand its goals and the truth of the Golden Order. In some ways, Goldmask can even be seen as a foil to Sir Gideon Ofnir, one seeking knowledge through text and treachery, while the other communes straight with the source of their ideals. Goldmask's story is fairly straightforward, but his ultimate truth is ill-defined. In today's Elden Lore, we hope to share our thoughts on what Goldmask hopes to achieve through the creation of his Great Rune. Goldmask is first mentioned as one of the illustrious Tarnished from the opening cinematic of Elden Ring. It seems that he was not only famous to those who studied the Golden Order like Brother Corrin, but to the greater Tarnished community. In fact, at some point, Goldmask even had a tribe of disciples who followed in his footsteps to learn what they could from this man who communed with the Erd Tree using the old language of the fingers themselves. His bracelets and waist strap tell us they were made in the image of Erd Tree branches, minimal adornments made by Lord Goldmask's disciples. Those disciples have long since left him. So while he was followed by those who saw him as brilliant, eventually these acolytes moved on, likely due to Goldmask's inability, or perhaps disinterest, in speaking outside of the language of the fingers. He himself didn't care about these adornments that were made for him. Goldmask's rags are described as worn rags that just barely cover the body. Lord Goldmask felt no draw to the vain excess of clothing. What use is finery to one who seeks greater brilliance? He was the type of religious academic who shunned all material things in order to focus on the task at hand, understanding the Golden Order. There was, of course, one exception to Goldmask's indifference towards adornment, the radiant gold mask. When we collect it for ourselves, the description calls it a mask designed to resemble a blazing golden halo, created and left behind by Lord Goldmask, a staunch pursuer of Golden Order fundamentalism. Its striking design represents both the brilliant inspiration that once showed upon him and the vision of a ring that he will surely find at the end of his pursuit. To you who seek to shine as I do, wear it well. He created his mask to be a symbol of his pursuit of knowledge, and possibly as a torch to be passed down to someone new who could further his research, should he fall during his quest. In any case, the gold mask itself was more than an ostentatious piece. It was a way of showing others that Goldmask had little interest in the self, and was much more concerned with unraveling the ultimate truth of the Golden Order. In following Goldmask's quest, we encounter him communing with the Erd Tree using the language of the two fingers, which utilizes only the use of finger movements to communicate. Interestingly, this conversation does not seem to be one-sided. Corrin acts as Goldmask's scribe, scribbling down his learnings as he speaks with the tree, so it must be answering him back. At a certain point above Lanedale, Goldmask hits a crossroads. He can't understand what the Erd Tree is trying to tell him. He can't grasp why Radagon's name would come up when discussing the one true god of the Golden Order, Marika. Through our own investigation, we learn the truth of this by discovering that in some way, shape, or form, Radagon is Marika, and Goldmask is then able to continue his pursuit of knowledge from the tree. However, this new revelation seems to change something in Goldmask. Corrin tells us he's found an issue with the holism of the Golden Order. Goldmask, who once believed the Golden Order to be infallible, is now beginning to see cracks in his religion. The most interesting thing about this is that unlike his scribe, who refuses to believe what he's hearing, Goldmask decides it's his responsibility to fix the Order. The last time we meet Goldmask, he's no longer living. After we unleash destined death across the land, we can find Goldmask slumped against a cliffside, and in his lap lies the mending rune of perfect order. The item is described as a rune discovered by the noble Goldmask, used to restore the fractured Elden Ring when brandished by the Elden Lord. A rune of transcendental ideology, which will attempt to perfect the Golden Order. The current imperfection of the Golden Order, or instability of ideology, can be blamed upon the fickleness of the gods no better than men. That is the fly in the ointment. So Goldmask's final thesis was that the gods themselves were responsible for the imperfection that exists within the Golden Order. But what is this fickleness mentioned? There are many examples of the fickleness of the gods in Elden Ring, but we're going to call out what we believe are two very strong cases. First, it is known that Carian magics were once believed to be heretical by the Golden Order. The study of glintstone and its utilization to power magic was not of the Erd Tree and was considered impure by the Golden Order. However, after Radagon's marriage to Queen Rennala, it became acceptable to study these magics. They were absorbed into the Golden Order, and were no longer considered heretical, The question here is, was it fickle to accept this new form of magic just to consolidate power? Or was it fickle to brand it heretical because it didn't fall in line with the idea of Erdtree superiority? Second, we have Marika's shattering of the Elden Ring. Marika was the god of the Golden Order, and we shouldn't need to explain why her betrayal of her station would be seen as fickle, even if she had good reason. Now that we know what Goldmask meant by the fickleness of the gods no better than men, the question becomes, what will the Mending Rune of Perfect Order do? Or rather, what was Goldmask's idea of perfect order? This is where theories abound. Some in the community feel that this Mending Rune is an extension of the Golden Order, that it would essentially remove free will from those in the Lands Between. How better to solve the issue of fickleness than to remove it altogether? If no one can choose to be fickle, then we have order. Our thoughts fall outside of this realm, though, because of the way that the Mending Rune's description reads. It's not fickleness as a whole that's the root of the issue, but the fickleness of the gods. If we subscribe to this reading of the Mending Rune, suddenly the issue with the Golden Order is not its inherent concepts, but the way in which the Order was managed by those in power. According to Corrin, the Golden Order itself was founded on the idea that Marika is the one true god. But if we were to remove Marika and her fickleness from the equation, that means we remove her arbitrary biases as well. With this in mind, things like the persecution of the Omen and the Albinaurics are no longer inherent to the Golden Order, and the study of Carian magics is likely to be forbidden again. The Golden Order would focus only on those things that fall in line with the Erdtree, including the Crucible. This may seem counterintuitive, given what we know of the Golden Order's disdain for all things linked to the Crucible. However, the Order's blind eye toward the link between the Crucible and the tree would no longer be an issue. We know these two are tied together due to a number of item descriptions, but we believe the best example of this comes from Redditor Dragonmaester, who found that the Elden Star's incantation uses the primordial Crucible insignia upon casting. This legendary incantation is the most ancient of those that derive from the Erdtree, creates a stream of golden shooting stars that assail the area. It is said that long ago, the Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast into the Lands Between, which would later become the Elden Ring. This spell ties together the Elden Beast, the Crucible, and the Erdtree, showing that all three together have a place in the Age of Order. What this all comes down to is an understanding that Goldmask's Age of Order would simply remove any of the imperfections in the Golden Order tied to Marika's personal biases, or exceptions to the Order's rules. While in some ways it would be more strict than ever, falling back on the worship and the study of the Erdtree alone with no exceptions, in other ways it would be more open and understanding toward all life that springs from the Erdtree, including the Omen, as the Crucible and the Erdtree are unequivocally linked. While we believe this to be the way the Mending Rune of Perfect Order would affect the Lands Between, we know that this is only one of many possible answers based on different interpretations of the Golden Order and Goldmask's intentions. We'd love to read your interpretations as well in the comments. Thank you for joining us this week for our dissection of Goldmask and his understanding of the Golden Order. What do you think Goldmask took away from learning the truth about Marika and Radagon? Is his perfect order meant to free us or enslave the lands? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Like, subscribe, and click the bell so you never miss out on the latest episodes in our Elden Lore series. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. What does it take to be seen as a formidable force in a place like the Lands Between? When there are monsters the size of small homes roaming the lands and demigods vying for power, what strength then does an army truly have? When men like Radahn and women like Malenia could fell an entire army with one swing of their blades, how do you become known as a force to be reckoned with? by fighting as if you have no future, like every battle could be your last, by fighting like the Clean Rot Knights. In today's Elden Lore, we're going to take a look at Malenia's elite guard, the Clean Rot Knights, where their loyalty lies, their place in the history of the Lands Between, and the story of the only named Clean Rot Knight we can find in Elden Ring, Finlay. The Clean Rot Knights are found in many places through the Lands Between, but where many of us likely had our first experience with them was in the fetid lands of Caelid, where they remained after the epic clash between Malenia and Radahn. In order to gain an understanding of who these knights were, we can look at their armor and equipment. Their armor tells us they were celebrated for their undefeated campaign in the Shattering. The Clean Rot Knights vowed to fight alongside Malenia, despite the inevitable, if gradual, putrefaction of their flesh. Their acceptance of their fate made these battles fiercest of all. So right out of the gate, we have two important facts about these knights. One, that their campaign during the Shattering was seen as undefeated, which many Radahn fans would likely argue against, and two, that these knights are all afflicted with a scarlet rot. To further solidify their victory over Radahn's forces, we can actually look toward the Redmane Knight armor, which tells us, when they were driven to defeat by Malenia's scarlet rot, the Redmane Knights burned the crest on the left breast of their armor to indicate their resolve. You can still argue that the battle between Malenia and Radahn was essentially a draw, with Malenia falling into a deep slumber, and Radahn losing any sense of humanity after being so thoroughly afflicted by the rot. But when it comes to the battle of their armies, it seems set in stone that the Clean Rot Knights were considered the victors over the Redmanes. We can still see this fierce battle raging on if we visit the war-dead catacombs in Caelid. It seems as though the massive amounts of dead left in the wake of this war were not necessarily given a proper burial. Their spirits live on in these catacombs, endlessly at war with each other. You can see the ferocity of the Clean Rot Knights on display in these catacombs, as not only are their spirits difficult enemies for our Tarnished to fight, but they seem to take on multiple Redmanes at a time. A one-on-one battle between a Clean Rot Knight and any of Radahn's forces would certainly end in their defeat, so they have to use numbers against their rotted foes in order to have even a chance at victory. The armor of the Clean Rot Knights talks about their campaign during the Shattering. While there isn't much information on the specifics behind each battle during this time, we know a few things. Firstly, these knights fought under Malenia, who called herself the Blade of Miquella, so interestingly, in truth, they were fighting not only for their lady, but likely also to put Miquella on the throne, as that was Malenia's purpose, to see her brother rise to power. As to why they were participating in this great war to begin with, we don't have a clear answer. Miquella and Malenia seem to want to create a new path to the Lands Between, which may not even require an Elden Lord. However, with the other demigods warring and taking runes for themselves in a bid for power, it's possible Malenia took the Clean Rot Knights to battle in order to snuff out the ambitions of her family and make room for her brother's ultimate rule. This would make sense, as we know she and her forces did battle with Godric, bringing his castle to its knees, but didn't kill him or take his great rune. Their campaign seems to have been more about paving the way for their future ruler than consolidating power on their own. We can see the tie between the Clean Rot Knights and Miquella in the items that they have the possibility of dropping upon defeat. The lesser Clean Rot Knights actually have a slight chance of dropping both Miquella and Trina's lilies upon their death. If we look at the description of Trina's lilies, they tell us they are a symbol of faith in Saint Trina that dulls the senses, preventing agitation. Perhaps these lilies were given to each knight as an additional ward to keep them from feeling the effect of the rot during battle. If their senses are dull to the constant pain they must be in, that would help them to fight more fiercely. To us, this is further confirmation of the undeniable tie between Miquella and Saint Trina. This is not all, though. The Halo Scythe, carried by some Clean Rot Knights, ties them to Miquella's power as well. War Scythe of the Clean Rot Knights, who fought alongside Malenia, Blade of Miquella. This was the weapon of commanders in Malenia's army, and the half-halo blade deals holy damage. The specific holy damage mentioned comes in the form of their unique Ash of War, Miquella's Ring of Light. This ability produces the very same rings of light that Miquella gifted to his father, Radagon, in the form of incantations. When looking at them in this light, it seems the ferocity of the Cleanrot Knights comes not only from their connection to Malenia's rot, but the power of Miquella as well. So we've established the strength of these knights and the source of their power, but the question still remains, how do they survive so long while afflicted by scarlet rot? Thankfully, this has a straightforward explanation. The Cleanrot Spear tells us it is the Spear of the Cleanrot Knights who fought alongside Malenia, Blade of Miquella. The winged golden blade deals holy damage. The diminutive shield is blessed with an incantation that wards off rot. It would seem that this tiny shield attached to their spears actually keeps the effects of the rot at bay, at least slightly. With our established connection between Miquella and the Knights, it would be safe to assume Miquella was the one to imbue the shields with this ward, especially since we know one of his ultimate goals was to cure Malenia of her rot, and he had studied every possible way of making this a reality. The Cleanrot Knights can be found in various areas of the land that have been affected by the Scarlet Rot, but one of the most important in our eyes is the Shaded Castle. This castle was once a place where the Golden Order would send those who broke the rule of law to be executed. While its reputation may have once been strong within the Order, the head of House Murray became obsessed with Malenia and pledged himself only to her. This saw Rot take the land while Cleanrot Knights came to make camp in the castle. One of them can even be found protecting a prosthetic arm we can retrieve from Millicent. While the Murray family lost control of the castle after the failed execution of Eleanor of the Briar, the bell-bearing hunter, it seems as though the knights still maintain their posts. Even though the castle has a new master, he doesn't seem interested in starting a feud with the most powerful knights in the land. This is the legacy of the Cleanrot Knights. They followed two of the current Empyreans into glorious battle, defeating every enemy that stood in their path. And while this speaks to their strength, there was one among them whose dedication to their lady and journey to deliver her home safely speaks to their valor. Cleanrot Knight Finlay is a shining example of the strength and dedication of these knights. When we find her ashes, we learn they are legendary ashen remains, and that Finlay was one of the few survivors of the Battle of the Aeonia, who in an unimaginable act of heroism carried the slumbering demigod Malenia all the way back to the Hewg tree. She managed the feat alone, fending off all manner of foes along the way. We know the toll the Battle of the Aeonia took on not only Malenia, but the land of Caelid. The wasteland left in the battle's wake has created one of the most dangerous landscapes the Lands Between has to offer. With that in mind, it is impossible to imagine that not only did Finlay survive that battle, but she was able to carry Malenia all the way back to the Hewg tree by herself. But according to lore, this is exactly what happened. In order to understand the gravity of this achievement, it's important to consider just how far Caelid is from the Hewg tree. Finlay would have had to carry an unconscious Malenia out of Caelid, through Limgrave, then make her way all the way from Liurni of the Lakes to the Altus Plateau, a land under the watchful eye of Morgoth the Omen King. We have to assume that in order to reach the consecrated snowfield, Finlay must have had to parley with the forces of Leyndell, as there's no way through without entering the city. From there, she needed to brave the snowy terrain until reaching the portal to the Hewg tree, all with Malenia in tow. After her arrival, Finlay was likely met by the residents of Miquella's home, who could help her get Malenia to the inner chamber. This is a journey we ourselves make, but the circumstances are wholly different. We conquer the lands with the strength of Tarnished, able to gather great runes and turn runes into strength. Finlay was one knight, carrying her god on her back, and through sheer force of will, she survived and brought Malenia home. Regardless of your feelings on Malenia, Finlay was clearly a hero to those who believed in the promise of Miquella and the Hewg tree. The Cleanrot Knights are a force to be reckoned with, and we hope you enjoyed our exploration of their story. What do you think of their reputation in the Lands Between? Was it earned? Or do you believe their association with Malenia built them into something more than they actually were? Comment letting us know. Personally, I would love more detail on the journey of Finlay from Caelid to the Haligtree. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell if you enjoyed our content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Last week, we explored the history of the Cleanrot Knights and found that in the Battle of the Aeonia, they were considered the victors against Radahn's forces. While their victory in this battle is impressive, it's even more so when you consider the sheer strength they were up against. We speak not only of Radahn himself, but of his elite soldiers and knights, the Redmanes. Among the Knights of the Lands Between, Radahn's were unique in that they held incredible strength and dedication to their lord. The Redmanes were said to hold no weakness, and until their confrontation with the Cleanrot Knights, they were likely considered the strongest in the lands. Today we're going to dig a little deeper and learn what we can about the Redmanes and the reputation they cultivated as Radahn's elite soldiers. As you may have expected, the Redmanes derive their name from Radahn's red hair. The Redmane Knight helm is described as a helm worn by knights who fought by General Radahn's side. The red plume is a symbol of Radahn's pedigree as Lord Radagon's son, the mane of the proud red lion, and the Redmane surcoat depicts a red-maned lion raising a sword in the image of Radahn. Thus they were Redmanes, and all proved they were worthy of the name. While the exact criteria for becoming a Redmane are unknown, it is likely that there was more to it than simply pledging fealty to Radahn. These soldiers had to prove they were worthy, and if we understand Radahn, it's most likely that this was done on the battlefield. Interestingly, neither the Redmane soldiers nor knights carry unique weapons. The soldiers all have the same swords, and the knights use the same spears and swords as other knights found in the Lands Between. One thing that does differentiate them from, say, Godric's knights or the Kukos is their use of the great bow. This weapon is an enormous great bow larger than any man, and cannot be drawn with any ordinary level of strength. This shows us how these knights possessed incredible physical prowess, as they are able to not only wield these weapons, but also attach gravity magic to them as well. Aside from this, the Redmanes also have access to the flame of the Redmane's Ash of War, a skill of the Redmanes, who fought alongside General Radahn, produce a powerful burst of flames in a wide frontward arc. This is one example of their prowess with fire, which they likely developed after the fall of Caelid. By looking at the Redmane Knight armor, we can see the fate they suffered after their defeat at the hands of the Cleanrot Knights. Armor worn by knights who fought by General Radahn's side. When they were driven to defeat by Malenia's Scarlet Rot, the Redmane Knights burned the crest on the left breast of their armor to indicate their resolve. Alas, dear home, I shan't see you again, for our duty is to remain here, a bulwark against the blight. You might think that this plan to act as a bulwark against the blight came from Jaren, Radahn's guest general, but it seems as though after the defeat of their lord, the Redmane Knights took it upon themselves to be the wall between Caelid and the rest of the Lands Between. They utilized fire and even developed their very own type of fire pot in order to keep the Scarlet Rot from spreading anywhere else. They likely saw this as continuing their lord's will, as he stood against the Rot himself. In fighting to keep the land outside of Caelid safe, it was as if they were still fighting for Radahn. These knights cannot be found anywhere outside of Caelid, likely due to their pledge to keep the rot from spreading. We can only encounter them in a few areas, such as a small camp near the smoldering wall site of Grace, inside Fort Gale, and in Castle Redmane itself. And by both the state of Caelid and their dwindling numbers, it's fair to say that they're losing their ongoing battle against the rot. Even so, they press onward, defending their territories, and leading the Redmane soldiers in the controlled burning of areas of the land that have become too overgrown with infection. In fact, it seems as though Fort Gale itself may be the last line of defense between Caelad's spreading rot and Limgrave, and it does not appear to be going very well at all. When we visit the war-dead catacombs, we can see what has become of the Redmane soldiers and knights who fell in the Battle of the Aeonia. Many were likely put to rest improperly due to the sheer number of dead, because we can find their spirits locked in an eternal battle with both the Clean Rot Knights and whoever is foolish enough to set foot in their resting place. We believe they were put to rest improperly because the rot has reached this place as well. Below the main hall of the catacombs is a deeper floor with fetid rot pooled on the ground. Whoever was thrown in here likely had their remains rot away to nothing, and their spirits would have no way of returning to the Erd Tree, hence their presence doing battle above. Interestingly, there are a few who have escaped this terrible fate and have been laid to rest in a different way, being turned into spirit ashes. First, we can find the Redmane soldier ashes within a chest defended by a number of spirits. When using these ashes, you summon 2 soldiers. Both spirits wield fiery weapons to perform powerful skills. Such is their valor, and they will immediately attack after being summoned. General Radahn's soldiers were all reputed to be masterful warriors, and it was popularly said that the Redmanes knew no weakness. For whatever reason, possibly to retain some trace of themselves, these 2 soldiers were turned to spirit ash before being laid in the catacombs. Second, after defeating an ulcerated tree spirit, we gain the spirit ashes of Redmane Knight Oa, spirit of a mighty knight versed in the use of a great bow, a valiant warrior who will attack immediately after being summoned. The longest-serving member of the Redmane Knights, Oa studied techniques to manipulate gravity alongside Radahn. May use a rain of gravitational arrows in response to a war cry, but only once. From a gameplay perspective, he's unique in that he will actually respond to our war cry with a gravity attack, and instead of following us through a dungeon, he will instead patrol the area we summon him in. But more interesting is that in life, he shared a personal relationship with Radahn. Oa was likely the very first Redmane Knight. As we know, Radahn studied gravity magic in his youth, making Oa the only known childhood friend of Starscourge Radahn. Perhaps he didn't die in the Battle of the Aeonia at all, and this was his resting place, long before it was known as the War-Dead Catacombs. The Redmanes are an interesting case. They have every right to leave their post after their defeat at the Battle of the Aeonia. Their lord is now a mindless monster. He's not the man they once served and charged into battle alongside. But instead of choosing to leave Caelid for greener pastures, they used the strength earned during their service to Radahn to keep the rest of the lands between safe from the fallout of their lord's clash with Malenia. Unlike the treacherous Kukos or the Leyndell Knights who only care about their city, the Redmanes work to keep others safe. This is how they choose to honor Radahn, by brandishing the lion's crest on their armor, surcoats, and shields, content to die a horrible death at the hands of the rot if it means they can do their duty in slowing the spread, and giving the rest of the lands between more time before it inevitably comes for them. Thank you for listening to our dissection of the Redmanes. What do you think of the elite force behind Starscourge Radahn? Do you have a favorite knight set from the various factions of the lands between? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on our next deep dive into the many enemies we face throughout Elden Ring. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. When we discuss Mohg and his Dynasty of Blood, it's usually in the context of White Mask Fare's questline and the Bloody Fingers. But the Tarnished under his employ are not Mohg's only forces. He also has foot soldiers in the form of the Albinaurics that have made their way to him, theoretically either in search of Miquella or the Formless Mother. Above those Albinaurics is the topic of today's video, the Sanguine Nobles. These enemies are rarely found outside of the Mohgwyn dynasty, but can appear from pools of blood whenever they see fit. Their movements are swift, they can parry our Tarnished, and they are out for blood, causing hemorrhaging with all of their attacks. The Sanguine Nobles are something of a mystery in the Lands Between, so let's try to unravel their story together. One of the most interesting things about these enemies right out of the gate is that their name is a bit of a misnomer. The Sanguine robes tell us the grand metallic pattern on the shoulder is a signifier of the noble rank they intend to claim upon the advent of the new dynasty they are working to install. So the Sanguine nobles are not actually nobles at all, they simply plan on taking that title of nobility once the Mohgwyn dynasty rules the Lands Between. With that said, within their ranks, they seem to be fairly high on the totem pole. When searching Mohg's palace, you can find one of these enemies leading Albinaurics in prayer, presumably to the Formless Mother, the outer god worshipped by Mohg. This is one role of the Sanguine nobles, to act as leaders to the sheep of the Mohgwyn dynasty. When looking at the Sanguine hood, we learn more about their mission. Hood of dyed black cloth featuring gold embroidery, worn by the nobles who served the Lord of Blood. Known to strike from pools of blood, these assassins are missionaries come to share the gospel of accursed blood. Their title of missionaries is a bit different from what we'd expect from the term. They don't seek to inform or convert Tarnished to the ways of the accursed blood like Vare does. Their mission is to act upon seeing us and immediately try and take our blood for their lord. They wield the perfect weapon for accomplishing this task, the Bloody Hellas, an ominous piercing sword with a winding blade, carried by the noble servants of the Lord of Blood, designed to bore into flesh, causing severe blood loss at the wound. The extracted blood trickles gracefully down the length of the blade. By taking our blood for themselves, they add to the power of Mohg's River of Blood and bring the Mohgwyn dynasty one step closer to fruition. There are a few locations where we can encounter these enemies outside of the Mohgwyn Palace, but none are without good reason. Firstly, we can be ambushed by a Sanguine noble at the Rose Church, the very church where we become a bloody finger at the behest of White Mask Vare. This noble will attack once we enter the church, possibly acting as a bodyguard for Vare, the dynasty's best recruiter. Next, we have the Wraith Blood Ruins, where a Sanguine noble defends a chest containing a Bloody Hellas. This is also where we can encounter Magnus the Beastclaw. Presumably, if we fight him in order to become a bloody finger, we're preventing Magnus from attacking this particular noble he seems to have tracked down. Also, a Sanguine noble can be encountered at the Second Church of Marika, a location that's been taken by Mohg's dynasty, as we can not only fight a noble here, but also Bloody Finger Eleonora. Lastly, there is another Sanguine noble in the consecrated snowfield, but we'll talk about him later. Within Mohg's palace, we can find the previously mentioned noble leading the Albinaurics in prayer, but we can also find them throughout the mausoleum. These Sanguine nobles defend the way to Mohg himself, acting as guards to prevent any from seeing their lord. Interestingly, they also seem to keep a merchant imprisoned within the mausoleum. It's hard to say exactly why they would do this instead of killing him and adding his blood to their master's river, but we have two theories. First, they may see his blood as impure due to the effect of the frenzy flame that it seems all merchants keep within themselves. Or second, they simply prefer to allow him to live, as he sells one of the Sanguine noble's favorite items, blood roses. These roses are the only thing the nobles have a chance of dropping upon defeat. Perhaps this merchant serves as the source of their roses, their calling cards. He does seem to have over 300 of them currently on hand. The Sanguine noble hoods, cloaks, and waistcloths hide most of their physical body from us, which can make it hard to determine their species. However, upon close examination, you can clearly see the horns typical of an omen. The omen, by and large, have their horns removed at birth, which kills most of them, and those that survive are shaped into monsters who utilize brute strength, but the Sanguine Nobles are different. These omen have all of their horns intact, and rather than relying on strength, they attack with speed and precision. Their finesse is what allows them to draw blood from their enemies. The question now is, how did all of these omens come to be born outside of the Golden Order, where they could grow without having their horns removed? There is no clear in-game explanation for why the Sanguine Nobles still have their horns. As far as the lore of the Lands Between tells us, the only omen to have their horns left untouched were the children of Marika, Morgott and Mohg. This leads us to a theory we believe could make sense of this inconsistency. The only place the Sanguine Nobles could be born that would not see them have their horns removed is Mohg's palace itself, and the only omen around who could father these nobles is the Lord of Blood. If the Sanguine Nobles are all children of Mohg, their untouched horns would make perfect sense, as would their claim to nobility. While Mohg himself is a secret to the Lands Between, his children would of course be granted titles should Mohg ever take the throne. So we know that the Sanguine Nobles are omen, and we have our theory about their parentage. But what about the first enemy we encounter to wear the Sanguine Nobles set? This would be Bloody Finger Nereus, who, while clearly a tarnished bloody finger in service to Mohg, wears the clothes of these omen upstarts. Nereus even wields the Reduvia, which Sanguine Nobles are able to throw for ranged attacks against us. With the context of their aspirations in mind, it seems likely that Bloody Finger Nereus considered himself among their ranks. Perhaps Nereus came to live in the service of Mohg in exchange for his future noble title. This gives him a personal motivation for becoming a Bloody Finger, a path to nobility for one without noble blood. In order to obtain the Sanguine Noble set for ourselves, we face another Bloody Finger with no name, simply going by Sanguine Noble. This Bloody Finger wields 2 Reduvias and can be encountered in the consecrated snowfields. Perhaps this noble is how Mohg found his way to the Haligtree so he could abscond with Miquella. With the addition of Nereus and this unnamed Tarnished, we can see that Sanguine Noble may not need apply only to the omens, but to any who wish to take the title under the rule of Mohg. Perhaps we ourselves could become Sanguine Nobles, should we serve our Lord Mohg well enough, and choose nobility as our prize for our service. The Sanguine Nobles are an interesting case of what a fledgling dynasty in the Lands Between looks like. They work in the shadows along with their lord, rarely leaving the palace grounds, only doing so to secure their interest above ground. They travel through the use of their accursed blood and remain distant and mysterious, but their goal is simple: complete control of the Lands Between for the glory of the Mohgwyn dynasty. It's thought-provoking to consider that should we choose to become Bloody Fingers, we are technically on the same side as these omen nobles, seeking to take what they believe they are rightfully owed. Perhaps one day, Miquella will awaken, and the Mohgwyn dynasty will come, and on that day, the Sanguine Nobles will finally have their dreams fulfilled, living above ground with the respect and reverence they believe they deserve. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the Sanguine Nobles. What do you think of these omen beset by accursed blood? Do you think they can trace their roots directly to Mohg himself? Or do you think they avoided having their horns removed some other way? We look forward to reading your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our latest lore videos. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. You could consider knights a dime a dozen in the Lands Between. we can encounter Godric's Knights, Knights of the Cuckoo, Landell Knights, Redmane Knights, the list goes on. Every demigod essentially has their own form of knight aside from Hewg, who lives in the shadows and thrives on secrecy. So this raises the question, does Rykard have his own knights? In his current form, you can consider the recusants his equivalent force, but what about before he set his plots into motion? What about the time when Rykard ruled over Mount Gelmir as a demigod of the Golden Order, before he committed the ultimate blasphemy and fed himself to the god-devouring serpent? As it turns out, before he founded the recusants, before he built up his serpent army, Rykard did have knights under his employ, the Knights of Gelmir. These knights go almost completely unseen throughout Elden Ring, which raises the question, what happened to them? Why is it that their armor is only seen once on a particular NPC, and why can we never do battle with these knights ourselves? In today's Elden Lore, we're going to explore the Knights of Gelmir, and take you through our theories on why we never encounter them on our journey to become Elden Lord. The only true description of the Gelmir Knights comes from their armor set. This armor can only be found within the Gelmir hero's grave, guarded by a Bloodhound Knight. Given that Bloodhound Knights are loyal to their masters, we can assume this Bloodhound was either placed here by Praetor Rykard, or was subservient to the knight likely buried in the casket behind the corpse we loot the armor from. The Gelmir Knight helm tells us it is the helm worn by knights once loyal to Praetor Rykard. Its crest of red feathers symbolizes Rykard's pedigree as Lord Radagon's son. And their armor tells us it is armor worn by knights once loyal to Praetor Rykard. It bears an emblem that none wear any longer, standing as it does for a lord that fell from lofty ambition into gluttonous depravity. As the lord lost his dignity, so too did these knights lose their master. If we subscribe to the idea that the Bloodhound Knight watching this armor was once in service of the Gelmir Knight this corpse looted the armor from, it could paint a picture of a knight who earned a burial in the Gelmir hero's grave, and a grave robber, hoping to capitalize on the now disbanded Gelmir Knights. We learned one thing for sure from this armor. The Gelmir Knights, in some way, have disbanded, which is why we never come to find them in the Lands Between. The only member of the Knights we can truly encounter is an apparition within Volcano Manor. This apparition will appear at random when visiting the Volcano Manor. He kneels on the ground just past the drawing room, muttering to himself,
"Someone please kill him. That horrendous serpent. Praetor Rykard."
Should we speak with him, he says,
"You're tarnished, here to put the demigods to the sword. Then please, kill the great serpent, the one that devoured Praetor Rykard. I left the serpent-slaying spear in the Lord's chamber. Worthy tarnished, brandish the spear and run him through. The great serpent, that unspeakable monstrosity. Praetor Rykard's ambitions, though blasphemous, marked him a worthy sovereign, but they were reduced to gluttonous depravity once he gave himself to the serpent. Whatever that thing is, it is no longer Praetor Rykard. Someone must kill him to spare him and his ambitions from further dishonor."
It would seem this Gelmir Knight once tried to put Rykard's ambitions to rest himself, as his corpse can be found with the serpent-slaying spear. This ghost is all that remains of the Gelmir Knights, and we have two different theories as to where they may have gone after they lost their master. Our first theory ties directly to the man we find in Volcano Manor. As this nameless Gelmir knight explained, he saw the serpent devour Rykard, and he left behind the serpent-slaying spear in order for someone to put his lord out of his misery. It seems unlikely that one man would come across this spear on his own, and the description of the serpent hunter backs up this line of thinking. Weapon that serves as both greatsword and spear, thought to have been used to hunt an immortal great serpent in the distant past. It manifests a long blade of light when facing such a creature. When their master's heroic aspirations degenerated into mere greed, his men searched for a weapon with which they might halt their lord. With that description in mind, it all but confirms the attack on Praetor Rykard where this knight lost his life was not a one-on-one battle. After seeing Rykard's ambitions reduced to gluttonous depravity, eating the strong and taking their strength for himself, the Gelmir Knights felt a sense of duty to end the life of the serpent that murdered their lord, in an attempt to restore some dignity to Praetor Rykard and do away with the thing he had become. Of course, if this was the plan, we know how it ended. None survived and all were devoured, becoming one with the serpent and their lord, except for a single knight, the wielder of the serpent-slaying spear and the ghost residing within the manor, begging any who would listen to finish the battle the Gelmir Knights started and bring dignity back to Rykard through his death. Our second theory is based on an odd detail found on the back of the Gelmir Knights' cloaks. Their cloaks harbor the same sigil that is found on the Distinguished Great Shield, a shield closely tied to Diallo's Hoslow. We know that the scions of House Hoslow used armor, helms, and weapons with close ties to their lineage. It would make sense that their shield too would be an heirloom of their family. With this in mind, it leads us to believe that the crest found on this shield of the Hoslow family ties their origins directly to the Gelmir Knights. Perhaps some of the Gelmir Knights that served Praetor Rykard were actually tarnished, and once their people were banned from the lands between, they settled elsewhere and traded their armor for noble houses. The crest would follow along with them, someday becoming a symbol of House Hoslow, carried by Diallos when he made his return at the behest of Grace. Perhaps this is one of the reasons Diallos is so easily flattered into becoming a recusant and joining the Volcano Manor, and the same reason his brother Juno decided to reject their offer. Diallos, not knowing his family history and dreaming of victory in battle, was easily persuaded by Tanith that his place was among the servants of the lord his family originated from, while Juno understood what Rykard had deteriorated into. It's possible that both or neither of these theories are true. While lore does suggest that the Gelmir Knights stood against Praetor Rykard, it's possible they simply fell into obscurity, as they had no lord to follow. However, we believe the clues left behind in the form of the nameless apparition, his spear, and the Distinguished Great Shield are intentional breadcrumbs left to help us paint a picture of what may have happened to Praetor Rykard's original guard. One thing is for certain: should we defeat Rykard, the last Gelmir Knight in the lands between can finally be at rest, as his spirit will vanish from the Volcano Manor, and the only thing left behind will be a simple reward for our efforts: the My Thanks gesture, a token to the Tarnished who helped him fulfill his purpose. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of the Gelmir Knights. These particular knights have very little true lore that can be uncovered by simply gathering items, and it was fun trying to determine what their story could have been through the context clues of obscure symbols. What do you think happened to the Gelmir Knights? Were they all devoured in their desperate attack against the god-devouring serpent? Or did some splinter off to create houses of their own? Also, who was the nameless apparition in Volcano Manor? And why wasn't his soul devoured like the rest? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. We can't wait to read them. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our lore and theories. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. FromSoft games have a way of telegraphing the pure strength of the enemies you encounter on your journey by their size. Large stature like that of Margit, Radahn, Horlu, or Radagon tends to imply strength. We lowly Tarnished are the height of an average person, while the knights we face tower over us, and the dragons that rain fire from the sky make us feel utterly insignificant. That is, until we gain the strength and prowess necessary to defeat these enemies, regardless of their intimidating size. Much like other Souls games, in Elden Ring, it seems as though stature is much more than a way for the game to imply enemy difficulty or grandeur. Within the lands between themselves, those that harbor great strength tower over those that do not, and societally, they tend to rank above those that are physically smaller than themselves. So what happens to those who are born in this society that happen to be short in stature? They're doomed to a life of ridicule for their size. So what do? Well, what else can they do, besides band together, forming a military force of their own that bends to no lord and focuses on themselves? If the land will not offer them dignity and a space free from ridicule, well then they'll have to create their own. They will form a militia. The vulgar militia is made up of those in the lands between born with the unforgivable malady of being short. Their ashes give us our best look at the origins of the vulgar militia. Used to summon the spirits of 3 vulgar militiamen, spirits of the vulgar militia who wield long-hafted, serrated hatchets. These brutal weapons are particularly effective at causing blood loss to opponents. In the lands between, the small were scorned, and so they formed their vulgar militia as a means to make a living, albeit in ignominy. For whatever reason, the people of the lands between scorned those who are short, which is confusing to say the least. As far as we can tell, the vulgar militia are not misbegotten. They're not omen, as omen are not only born with horns, but typically grow to be towering heaps of muscle. And they're not living in any way that is antithetical to the Golden Order. They're simply small people, perhaps unfit to act as knights or armed forces. Essentially, lords had no use for them, so they were simply cast out. While they've created their own community by banding together as a militia, their small stature seems to still be an area of self-confidence among their ranks. The vulgar militia helm is described as a helm worn by lean, mean, and filthy militiamen. The upwards extension serves to create an appearance of larger size, however slightly. The vulgar militia is aware of their limitations. They're not particularly intimidating, and these helms were likely constructed as a way to add some gravitas to their appearance. Their limbs are long and not particularly muscular, a stark contrast to the taller enemies we face. It seems likely that this is why they tend to rely on bleed damage to defeat their foes. The vulgar militia saw is a weapon comprised of a saw blade attached to a long grip. Brandished by the vulgar militia, its serrated edge is very effective at inflicting blood loss. The saw is said to also be used to cut up bodies to feed the militia, but there are no first-hand witnesses to confirm the dire rumor. We believe that the stories of the militia feeding on their victims may be another tactic they employ to instill fear, regardless of their diminutive size. Their use of long, sweeping attacks with poled and chained weapons is one way they make up for their size, but another is their use of stealth and clever ambush tactics. In certain areas where you find the militia, it's much more likely that they will find you. Smoke appears, obscuring your view, and you're forced to take them on with little visibility. They use this to their advantage, attacking from all sides in an attempt to bring down their prey before it has a chance to fight back. This is an effective tactic for those who are frail of body but wield long arms to fell their foes. Another key concept to understanding the vulgar militia is their locations throughout the lands between. You don't tend to find them randomly roaming open landscapes, and their weapons and armor offer an explanation as to why. The Vulgar Militia Shodal tells us the Vulgar Militia are the undecorated stewards of rancor, scorched battlefields that none dare approach, and forbidden domains better forgotten by the rest of their world. And their armor says, freshly singed battlegrounds effusing with the stench of death, forbidden lands that will be excised from memory of history. This is where the Vulgar Militia serve, as untiring, unsung watchkeepers. So the militia tends to stick to areas others would not. They likely pillage what they can from the dead and make their camps where typical residents of the lands between fear to tread. They can be found in dangerous mining caves, the jail caves, where rot has made its home, and the forbidden lands on the way to the Grand Lift of Rold. All places many would consider inhospitable. However, possibly the most famous location that can be found is what we believe may be their base of operations, outside of the Bestial Sanctum in Caelid. Many know this area as one of the earliest rune farms discovered in Elden Ring. It could reliably farm thousands of runes by riding Torrent and defeating Vulgar Militiamen before they had a chance to fight back, but we believe there's much more to this area. Outside of the Bestial Sanctum stands a Black Blaidd kindred, and should we catch its attention, it will attack our Tarnished. However, it seems to take no issue with the Vulgar Militiamen within its eyeline. This, to us, suggests that the militia is meant to be here. They're not seen as a threat or intrusion to this place, and there's a skill the militia uses that backs up this theory. When battling the Vulgar Militiamen, they can use the Beast Claw incantation against us, which is described as an incantation taught by Garank, the Beast Clergyman. Creates beast claws that rend the land with shockwaves. This incantation represents the fury of Garank, his bestial nature returned, as much as it does his restless agitation. This incantation can only be learned from Garank in exchange for Deathroot, so at some point, the militia must have weeded Deathroot for the Beast Clergyman, just as D, Hunter of the Dead, and our Tarnished have. Finally, there's one last tie between the militia and Garank. The Vulgar Militia seems to wield some fledgling form of destined death. When fighting the militia, they will sometimes attack with the same red and black flame we face when fighting Malekith, the Black Blaidd. This power is tied directly to Malekith himself, and is not the black flame that we see wielded by the Godskin Apostles. The red tint of these attacks solidifies not only the tie between the Vulgar Militia and Garank, but Garank and Malekith, for those who still believe they are two separate entities. This revelation leads to another possible goal of the Vulgar Militia that's never addressed in-game, but we believe makes sense given the context. As we know, the militia is found in scorched battlefields, and acts as watchkeepers to freshly singed battlegrounds, effusing with the stench of death. If we consider that the militia must have a personal relationship with Garank, given the sheer number of them surrounding and protecting the Bestial Sanctum, as well as their use of the Beastclaw incantation and red-black flame of destined death, perhaps the Vulgar Militia found their purpose in weeding Deathroot for Garank, in order to continue wielding his power. They make their bases in these fresh battlegrounds, putting themselves in areas most likely to produce fresh crops of those who live in death. By keeping themselves in proximity to creatures with the likelihood of producing Deathroot, they can gather more for Garank, return to their base, and be rewarded with additional power. In this way, the Vulgar Militia, the diminutive castaways of the lands between, can grow in strength despite their small stature, and continue to strike fear into the hearts of those who would look down upon them. The Vulgar Militia is another example of a marginalized group in the lands between, but what's interesting about this one is that it would not exist at all without the inherent prejudices of the Golden Order. Unlike the Omen and the Misbegotten, hated for their ties to the Crucible, and the Albinarchs, hated for being an artificial form of life with no tie to grace, the members of the Vulgar Militia were shunned for nothing more than being too short. They're a band of highwaymen that only exists due to an unfound prejudice, an example of the people of the lands between being responsible for the birth of their own boogeymen. Thanks to this short-sighted prejudice, travelers must always watch their backs, as you never know when the vulgar militia may be lying in wait, ready to ambush those fool enough to make their way through their territory. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the vulgar militia. What do you think of these fearsome, dangerous, deadly, tiny little guys? Do you have any theories as to why height is seen as a symbol of status in the lands between? Where did you first encounter the militia? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on the next episode in our series of enemy deep dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Crumbling Far Missoula is still a hot topic of debate in the Elden Ring lore community. How exactly this space operates, whether it be outside of time or simply decaying, has long eluded us without additional context. The appearance of Gurranq as both the beast clergyman and Malekith within this space makes it clear that something is going on that we can't fully explain using our current understanding of the world. However, one thing we do know is that in the past, Far Missoula was once a thriving city of beastmen, acting as the guardians of an ancient dragon's mausoleum. We can assume that at some point Godfrey visited this place to do battle with its inhabitants, as we can find his elite force, the Crucible Knights, still stationed here. But who was it exactly that he did battle with? In our research, we've come to believe that the leader of Far Missoula's beastmen and the enemy that fell to Godfrey was none other than Sarosh, Lord of Beasts. At first it may seem like a stretch to suggest that Sarosh originated from Far Missoula, but there are actually many breadcrumbs we can follow to reach this conclusion. One such item is the Beastclaw Great Hammer, which is a great hammer with a striking end modeled to resemble 5 beastly claws. The black nails protruding from golden fur are said to represent Sarosh, Lord of Beasts, who went to become King Godfrey's regent. This weapon is given to us by Gurranq, our teacher of bestial incantations. Not only does it call out Sarosh directly, but it also mentions 5 beastly claws. These claws are mentioned in another weapon's description, the Cinquedilla, short sword given to high-ranking clergymen of Far Missoula, raises potency of bestial incantations. The design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. Between the mention of the 5 fingers in the Beastclaw Great Hammer and the confirmation from the Cinquedilla that this 5-finger symbology is tied directly to Far Missoula, we have our first connection between this land and Sarosh himself. We can also look to the Beastmen for further confirmation of this connection. The weapons they're able to drop again allude to the superior intelligence of the Beastmen that is now associated with Sarosh himself. The Beastman's cleaver is a curved greatsword of colossal size, forged of dull iron and wielded by the Beastmen of Far Missoula. The blade is incredibly heavy but well balanced, comparatively easy to wield for the damage it delivers. It's clear the Beastmen possess knowledge beyond human ken. And the Beastman's curved sword is a curved sword forged of dull iron wielded by the Beastmen of Far Missoula. The blade is heavy but well balanced, comparatively easy to wield for the damage it delivers. These provide some context around Far Missoula's Beastmen and help to confirm the intelligence mentioned by the 5-fingered terminology directly relates to their species. With this in mind, we can start to form a picture of Sarosh as the leader of these Beastmen long ago. Now that we have some evidence that the title Lord of Beasts refers to Sarosh being the leader of the Beastmen of Far Missoula, we have additional context for his battle with Lord Godfrey. Sarosh sports a large scar across his face, as well as a crack in his crown that follows the scar line. It stands to reason that he likely gained this scar fighting Godfrey, and it may have been the final blow before he conceded defeat. We can reasonably assume that Godfrey engaged in this battle with Sarosh barehanded, as at this point he was still known as Horrolu. It was not until after Sarosh's defeat that Godfrey would take the Lord of Beasts upon his back. Godfrey's icon tells us, Godfrey was a ferocious warrior. When he vowed to become a lord, he took the beast regent Sarosh upon his back to suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within. And the beast crest heater shield features a beast as its crest, serving to remind warriors not to succumb to the arousal of battle. Fight with passion, but become not its prisoner. Godfrey was likely impressed by the intelligence of Sarosh and saw in him an opportunity to quell his own bloodlust. By keeping Sarosh close at hand, he could strive to be a lord worthy of ruling the lands between, instead of the mighty warrior he had always been. We believe it is at this point when Sarosh heard his proposal and saw the leader Godfrey could become, that he offered him his axe. The description of the axe of Godfrey bolsters this claim. Weapon of Godfrey, Elden Lore, it was broken in a battle fought as leader of the Tarnished during the Long March. This weapon is symbolic of Godfrey's vow to conduct himself as a lord, later becoming an emblem of the Golden Lineage. In the days of the past, a crown was warranted with strength. From this point on, images of beasts in the lands between came to be symbolic of temperance, self-restraint. Sarosh himself became known to the people as an advisor to Godfrey, and before the exile of the first Elden Lord, he was credited with counseling the Golden Lineage. We're told this outright through the Golden Beast Crest Shield, which, if you're a skilled enough player, is the first great shield you have the opportunity to grab when you enter the lands between. The item is described as a shield of dull gold with a beast engraved as its crest, lighter than most great shields, and subsequently easier to wield. The beast depicted is Sarosh, aged counselor who guides the Golden Lineage. So not only did Sarosh serve the purpose of keeping Godfrey's bloodlust at bay, he helped his now friend to conduct himself as a lord, and acted as counsel, guiding the Golden Lineage until Godfrey was stripped of his post by Queen Marika. It would have made sense for Sarosh to leave Godfrey after his banishment. After all, he no longer had his purpose. Godfrey was no longer Elden Lord, and Sarosh could not guide his children after leaving the lands between. But instead, Sarosh joined his friend for the long march of the Tarnished. According to Bernal's armor, beasts are drawn to champions and to lords, and while Godfrey was no longer a lord, he was certainly still a champion. We all know how Sarosh's story ends. When we face Lord Godfrey at the foot of the Ur Tree, he's unable to overcome our strength as long as his old friend holds him back. What we find most interesting about this encounter, however, isn't Godfrey's sacrifice of Sarosh to regain the strength that he once knew as Horrolu, but Sarosh's reaction to Godfrey's initial defeat. When we complete the first phase of this battle, Sarosh's mystical, spirit-like form gives way to the physical form of the Lord of Beasts himself. Before Godfrey reaches for his neck, Sarosh actually moves towards us, as if he's ready to attack us directly and fight on behalf of Godfrey. While we never got to experience this battle, we have to assume it would have been fierce and likely a fight to remember. There is one other interesting detail surrounding Sarosh that opens up our theory vault, and it comes in the form of his armor. When comparing the armor of Sarosh to that of Maliketh, the Black Blade, we can see many similarities. The pattern of the armor going up his arm, and even his chestplate, seems as though it mirrors Maliketh's. This makes us wonder, what are Maliketh's true origins? We're told that he was created by the two fingers to be Marika's shadow, but how true is this? He clearly has the posture of a beastman, and we can now see his armor mirrors that of Sarosh. Add in the fact that we know Gurranq and Maliketh are the same person, and Gurranq is a high-ranking beast clergyman of Farum Azula. and suddenly it looks like the two fingers are, yet again, being less than honest about the gifts they bestow. Perhaps the line between wolf and lion is blurry when it comes to the beastmen of Far Missoula. Thank you for joining us as we discussed Sarosh, King of the Beastmen. Do you have any theories related to Godfrey's region? When in the timeline do you believe Godfrey and Sarosh fought? Was Sarosh the final opponent Godfrey faced before the light of battle in his eyes dimmed? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell if you enjoyed our content. It really helps us out with the algorithm and ensures you won't miss any episodes in our Elden Ring series. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Lately, our lore explorations have led us into hallowed territory. We've discussed powerful figures in the lands between, like Sarosh, the Cleanrot Knights, and Gideon Ofnir. With so many who shine brightly in the world of Elden Ring, it becomes easy to overlook the bit players we can meet along the way. One such character is a student of Raya Lucaria Academy. An academic who makes little impression, even talking himself down when we strike up a conversation with him. The sorcerer of little skill and no renown can come across as pitiful, but should we help him along his way, we see his strength laid not in battle prowess, but in arcane knowledge. Today, we're going to discuss Topes the Bloodstone. And while his story is short, it's worth exploring, as his personal brand of glintstone sorcery is found nowhere else in the lands between. We can first encounter Topes after making our way out of Stormveil Castle. As we see Liurnia stretched out before us, there's a large church nearby that feels inviting. As we make our way into the Church of Irith, we see a sacred tear and a man in blue robes taking in the serenity of this quiet place. Should we talk to him, he says,
Tarnished, aren't you? Then, perhaps you could spare some runes. Believe it or not, I studied glintstone sorceries at the Academy of Raya Lucaria. For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge.
We are then prompted to give him a measly 10 runes, which he reacts to as if we've given him a much more significant amount.
Bless you, bless you. You're a true saint. My name is Topes. Presuming you're interested, I can teach you sorceries, as promised, only none of them are particularly great.
Topes offers a few simple sorceries: Glintstone Pebble, Glintstone Arc, and Starlight. These are incredibly basic spells, our first hint that Topes likely is not a powerful sorcerer. Whether or not we choose to buy any magic from him, he's apologetic for offering such meager spells and tells us about Liurnia, as thanks for offering him our runes. He tells us how the Academy of Raya Lucaria closed its doors during the Shattering, refusing to take place in the battle across the lands between. We also learn why Topes is not currently at the Academy himself.
You'd have guessed. The seals are still active, making entry to the Academy impossible without a glintstone key, and so I'm stuck here. A fledgling sorcerer with little chance of acquiring a key. When they cast the seals, I'd just popped out. And now I'm uprooted from my place of learning.
So given that we know the Shattering happened long ago, it seems likely Topes found his way here to the Church of Irith, and hasn't moved for an incredibly long time. If we try to bring a scroll to Topes in an effort to learn what lies within, he explains that he is only a Bloodstone. He doesn't even have a pebble's worth of power, so he's not going to be very helpful at deciphering our scroll. Apparently, a Bloodstone is a title given to those with no true prowess for glintstone sorcery. Topes, though an academic with a sincere love for learning the truths of the world, does not have the innate skill to truly harness the power of the stars. But even so, he wants nothing more than to make his way back to the Academy to continue his work. In order to make our way to the Erdtree capital, we need to get through Raya Lucaria Academy, and our friend Topes knows how to get in. Should we discuss this with him, he says,
Find yourself a glintstone key. Without one, you can't pass through the academy, and you'll never reach the Erdtree capital. And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps, once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient, would you consider donating it to me? I know it. I'm a bluntstone. Nary a hint of talent for sorcery, but still, my place is at the academy.
Topes again tells us how he wants to return to the academy, and should we find another glintstone key while making our way through, we can make this dream a reality for him. After giving him a key of his own, he says,
Thank you dearly. With your blessing, I will depart for the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Or perhaps one day you'll pay me a visit? Who knows? I may be a decorated sorcerer by then.
Unfortunately for our friend, his return to Raya Lucaria Academy would be his undoing. We never get to speak to Topes again after providing him with his own glintstone key. His corpse can be found outside of the schoolhouse classroom site of grace, along with a spell, Topes' Barrier. This spell is the lifelong pursuit of Topes the Bluntstone, creates a magic force field that deflects sorceries and incantations, hold to continuously create barriers. Future generations will learn. They will know the foolishness of the sneering sorcerers who ridiculed this theory, little realizing that it was in fact a discovery worthy of a new conspectus of the Academy. It's at this point we are shown why Topes was so desperate to get back to the Academy. He had discovered something incredible. Topes' Barrier is a spell unlike any other glintstone sorcery. It outright reflects other glintstone sorceries away from the caster, making it an incredibly powerful defensive move. This spell bathes the user in starlight, making it so that even a bluntstone, with little power of their own, could face off against powerful sorcerers and survive. The notion that this form of glintstone sorcery could create a new conspectus of the Academy is an interesting one, and may even relate back to Topes' death. We know that different areas of study related to the Academy tend to spring up from those who have witnessed a truth within the primeval current. Lusat and Azor were both sorcerers who saw into the deepest truths of the primeval current, and took back with them powerful sorceries that could change the way the Academy understands glintstone. In order to do this, the sorcerers essentially became one with the glintstone they studied, having it physically attached to their minds. If we consider that Topes had no true prowess for magic, but dedicated himself to its study regardless, perhaps this bluntstone saw something others could not. In front of his body, we see bowls full of glintstone. Maybe, just maybe, the reason we find Topes dead with this sorcery left behind is because he too glimpsed the current in a way others couldn't, and left behind a spell worthy of changing the way academics view the stars. Before sending Topes to the Academy, we're able to speak with him about Sellen.
Taken an apprenticeship with Sellen? Well, that is something. Sellen was well known. The most promising sorceress in the history of the Academy. I followed her at school. But there may as well have been an ocean between us. But Sellen was expelled from the Academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers, under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Sellen would never do such things.
He mentions he followed her at the Academy, possibly studying her work. Perhaps it was in following Sellen that he started to develop his new form of sorcery, learning from her that the confines of the Academy's thinking should be expanded. This also opens up another possibility. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence that the gates of the Academy were sealed while Topes was away. If the sorcerers of Raya Lucaria saw Sellen as a heretic, and knew of Topes' interest in her work and development of his own new theories and studies into glintstone sorcery, Perhaps they never wanted him back at the Academy. After all, they don't seem to do well with others challenging their understanding of the stars. Topes, a man who comes across as somewhat pitiful, living on the outskirts of Liurnia, hiding in the safe haven of a church, away from his place of study, could be easily disregarded as unworthy of our attention. Should you never bring him a Glintstone Academy key, his true genius is never revealed. While it unfortunately leads to the end of his life, with our help, Topes is able to achieve his ultimate goal, completing his life's work. It's unfortunate that this happens while the Lands Between is in such utter disarray. His findings will never be lauded for the outstanding discovery they truly are. It's up to us, as his friend and collaborator, to use his spell in his name and teach others the true genius of Topes, the Bluntstone. Or should we say, Master Topes. Thank you for joining us for another episode of Elden Lore. What do you think of Topes? Does his research give us a small glance at some hidden truth of Glintstone sorcery? How do you think he died, given that his body shows no sign of being attacked? Did Topes somehow see within the primeval current to create his unique sorcery? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell to signal boost the channel, and make sure you receive notifications whenever a new episode goes live. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. We've had a few videos diving into the various knight factions in the Lands Between. Some served individual lords, some were banished and became mercenaries, others live in death and defend the mausoleums of long-dead demigods. One faction of knights stands out amongst the others for less than scrupulous reasons. The Knights of the Cuckoo are the defenders of Raya Lucaria Academy, but they hold no love for those they defend. These knights are little more than hired hands, contracted for a job, and given knighthood regardless of whether or not they are truly deserving of the title. Today we're going to take a look at the history of these knights and delve into their true purpose, not the defense of the Academy, but as the brute strength needed to challenge its leadership. In order to understand the history of the Cuckoos, we first need to understand a little bit about the history of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. It's easy to assume that the Carian royal family has always been the leadership of the Academy, but this is not true. The spell, Renala's Full Moon, tells us Queen Renala encountered this enchanting moon when she was young, and later it would bewitch the Academy. And the Remembrance of the Full Moon Queen says, in her youth, Renala was a prominent champion who charmed the Academy with her lunar magic, becoming its master. She also led the Glintstone Knights and established the House of Caria as royalty. So not only was Renala made the master of the Academy due to her mastery of moon sorcery, but the Carian royal family was not even royalty before she was put in charge. At some point there seems to have been a falling out between the Academy and Renala. While the sorcerers of the Academy wanted to continue studying the stars, Renala wanted to follow the guidance of the moon. The scholars tolerated this notion as she was their leader, but in secret, they planned for the moment when they could turn the tide and replace the Carian royal family at the top of the totem pole. It was to this end we believe the Knights of the Cuckoo were founded. There is a form of parasitic cuckoo, which is a type of bird that lays its eggs in another bird's nest in order to have it hatched and made strong by the birds whose nest it invaded. It's no surprise that this is the symbol the Academy gave their knights. The Cuckoo Great Shield is a metal great shield painted with a peering cuckoo, carried by the enchanted knights sworn to the Academy. Boasting high magic damage negation, the shield is used to hunt down mages. Our enemy is none other than Caria itself. This shield confirms that the Cuckoos were always intended to be the enemies of the Carian Knights. those who serve the royal family. The sorcerers of the Academy started their own faction of muscle under the nose of Queen Rennala, within her nest, with the intention of taking the Academy from her. However, it's likely this did not go unnoticed. When we visit Caria Manor, we can see a graveyard just outside, and when we read the inscription, it tells us, "This is the resting place of the contemptible cuckoos, lost in the siege of Caria." If we look at the Carian Knight's shield, we can see it excels when facing magic or holy attacks, and asks, just who were these knights prepared to fight? While they certainly weren't the only intended target, we believe the cuckoos were one of those battles the Carians were ready for. The Raya Lucaria soldier ashes summon a trio of spirits consisting of 2 disposable foot soldiers and their superior, and tells us that the soldiers of Raya Lucaria were also known as the cuckoos. They were given free rein by the Academy to wage war as they pleased, and they were infamous for their rapacious ways. These knights were given faux sorceries and told they could pillage whatever lands they saw fit in the name of Raya Lucaria Academy, an enticing offer to those who were likely nothing more than hired muscle before their ascent to knighthood. We believe this deal struck between the Academy and their knights was somewhat symbiotic in that the knights now had a title and the Academy now had protection and an army of their own. While it seems as though they never achieved their goal of putting an end to the royal family, they did see at least one victory on their front, trapping Bowles, the Carian knight, inside the Cuckoo's Everjail. Bowles was no ordinary Carian knight. He was a troll in the service of the royal family who could wield Carian magics. We know the Cuckoos never rose to the same strength as a Carian knight, so we have to assume they managed this feat with sheer numbers, as opposed to brute strength. The Cuckoo's surcoat and armor add even more context to who the Cuckoo Knights truly were behind their service to the Academy. The surcoat depicts twin cuckoos peering into a flourishing mass of glintstone. To a glintstone sorcerer, the body is a transient thing. The cuckoo alone knows its insignificance, yet watches over it all the same. This description shows us how the Cuckoo Knights had little care for their benefactors. They saw them as insignificant, but chose to watch over them due to the perks of being a knight, such as access to sorcery and free rein to do as they please. Meanwhile, the Cuckoo Knight armor tells us its left breast is emblazoned with a peering cuckoo, whence came their name. Perhaps the bird's shrewd gaze is an expression of their refusal to be mere servants of the Academy. So not only were these knights given free rein and access to magic, but it was still not enough. They wanted autonomy from the Academy, the ability to use their name and status without having to answer to their benefactors. We believe this bad blood started with the attack of Caria Manor. After Lord Radagon left Rennala, she was driven mad and became obsessed with the amber egg he left her. We know that at some point, the Academy locked her away within her study and took control for themselves. We also know that after the shattering, they sealed the gates of Raya Lucaria Academy, so that only those with glintstone keys could gain access. It's interesting to note that you cannot find a single Cuckoo Knight within the walls of the Academy. They're all encountered outside, either protecting the barrier or wandering on their own. Perhaps after sealing Rennala in her study and taking over the Academy, the sorcerers of Raya Lucaria ordered the Cuckoos on the warpath to destroy the Carian royal family once and for all. Upon their defeat, the Cuckoos would likely have a bone to pick with the sorcerers who sent them into this losing battle. If this attack was made just after the shattering, the timeline could align in such a way where the gates of the Academy were locked while the Cuckoos were away, which would explain their refusal to be servants of the Academy and put their own needs above their so-called duty. In the end, the Knights of the Cuckoo exist only in part to protect the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Perhaps they do feel some sense of duty that keeps them defending the immediate area around the school, but every piece of lore we can find attached to these enemies makes it clear that they care more for their own interest than they ever did about truly acting as knights on behalf of the Academy. The Cuckoos are a destructive force, masquerading as symbols of nobility, but their actions, as well as the symbology of their very armor and surcoats, betrays their truly nefarious nature. These knights do not serve a master, they humor one until the wind blows in a more favorable direction. As long as they're supplied a steady, easily digested source of simple magic they can use of their own accord, they are placated. However, the Academy must always watch their backs. Should their magical seals ever fall, it's possible the Cuckoo's greed may extend within the walls of Raya Lucaria itself. Thanks again for joining us as we dissect the various enemies throughout Elden Ring. What do you think of the Knights of the Cuckoo? Do you agree with our theory of their origins and purpose? Was the grave marker outside of Caria Manor created in reverence or as a warning? In your opinion, which Knight faction has the best Elden drip? We look forward to reading your thoughts in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you always get notified when we put out new content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Albinaurics have always been an interesting topic of conversation for those in the Elden Ring lore community. While the most overt story of them we can learn is that of Latenna and her journey to bring Philia the birthing droplet, this race of man-made people make appearances all throughout the lands between. There are the first generation Albinaurics, whose men are frail and whose women wield bows and arrows on wolfback, and second generation Albinaurics, who retain the use of their legs at the cost of their human appearance. While the humanoid Albinaurics are confined to their hometown and Ordina liturgical town, they seem to somehow be tied to sorcery, as the men wield magic, and the Albinauric Rise contains the Graven Mass talisman. This leads us to a question. What if an Albinauric was made outside of their hometowns? What if an Albinauric was raised, never knowing their true nature, and assumed they were just like the other people around them? What if they dedicated their life to serving a lord or lady, only to find that their legs grew weary and nothing seemed to help? Today we're going to discuss the royal knight Loretta and try to weave together the story of how she left the Carian royal family to pursue freedom for her people. Loretta was known as a royal knight and can first be encountered when we're making our way through the Caria Manor. While this version of Loretta is nothing more than an apparition, we can see she wields Carian magics. Various item descriptions help us understand why we face this spirit where we do. The Royal Knight armor tells us Loretta was once a royal Carian knight, and her lapis lazuli blue cape is the emblem of the knightly pride that continues to guide her. The magic she wields in this battle is a deep blue, the color of Carian sorceries. One of these spells is known as Loretta's Great Bow, and when we learn it ourselves, we learn that the bow was Loretta's favorite weapon. Loretta's war sickle is another weapon associated with the Royal Knight. The description tells us it is an intricately crafted silver war sickle wielded by Loretta, Knight of the Hewg tree, originally given for service as a personal guard to Carian royalty. The weapon's blue glintstone has been replaced with unalloyed gold. With this information in mind, we can craft an idea of Loretta's life before replacing her glintstone with gold. It seems likely that Loretta was raised within the walls of Caria Manor, as the magic she wields relates directly to the royal family. According to their armor, the royal knights served as the personal guard of the royal family. This would put them a step above your typical Carian knight in rank. It's tough to say with certainty which member of the royal family Loretta guarded, but through process of elimination, we assume it was Ranni. If Loretta was in service to Rennala, we'd have probably faced her apparition somewhere outside of Renala's study, and if she served Radahn, she'd have been at our side during the Radahn festival, trying to bring dignity back to her former master. Since she still defends the way between us and Ranni's rise, we think it's safe to assume she was originally meant to be Ranni's protector. However, what would possess Loretta to trade her glintstone for gold, and leave nothing but an imitation of herself to defend her lady? we believe the truth of her inescapable fate as an Albinauric became apparent to her once her legs started to fade. All of the information we can learn about Loretta tells us about her close ties to the Albinauric people. Most of her armor tells us Loretta, once a royal Carian knight, went on a journey in search of a haven for the Albinaurics, and determined that the Hewg tree was their best chance for eventual salvation. The spell Loretta's Mastery is a modified version of her original Carian magic, and tells us it was developed by Loretta after her long, bloody journey to seek out a place where the Albinaurics could live in peace. If her interest in saving the Albinaurics is not enough to convince you that she herself was one of them, we also have the description of the Silver Mirror Shield. It is known as a shield of radiant silver, festooned with amber and carried by Loretta, Knight of the Hewg tree. The shape is said to imitate that of a sacred drop of dew, which inspired the absurd rumor that Loretta herself was an Albinauric. While the shield treats the idea of Loretta being an Albinauric as nothing more than a rumor, when we take into account her interest in securing a future for these people, and the fact that we only ever see her on horseback, never using her legs, the rumor seems more and more likely. What if, once Loretta started to lose strength in her legs, she discovered that her life had been a lie, that she was an Albinauric, fated to fade away? Her lady Ranni had decided to take a stance against the Fingers, slaying her own flesh and keeping her soul bound to a doll, and in doing so, may have inadvertently relieved Loretta of her vow to protect her member of the royal family. This would have left Loretta free to pursue salvation for her people, but her love for the Carians who raised her into the noble knight she now was, led her to leave a facsimile of herself, to defend what was left of Ranni the Witch. In her travels, trying to find a place where the Albinaurics can live free of persecution, she found the Hewg tree. Miquella's pursuit of a world where the downtrodden would no longer be persecuted in the lands between likely resonated with Loretta, and she became a knight of the Hewg tree, trading her glintstone for gold after leading her people through Ordina Liturgical Town and to Miquella's base of operations. Perhaps Loretta is the reason for the Albinauric archers who defend the town. After all, Loretta's weapon of choice was a bow, and she's only ever seen on horseback. We believe she trained this elite squad of Albinauric women to destroy incoming threats to their potential home, and ride wolves to make up for their frailties. When we finally face Loretta, Knight of the Hewg tree, in combat, she's an incredibly formidable foe. Her relentless attacks can easily get the best of you while you struggle to dodge your way through and close the gap. The full strength of this Albinauric knight is on display, and it is fearsome. Loretta is not fighting for her own selfish reasons. She is motivated to bring about a world where Miquella can return, fully grown, to rule over the lands between and stop the persecution that forced her to hide the truth of what she was. Perhaps Miquella had the power to build a better world for the Albinaurics, both her first and second generation brothers and sisters, and if he did, Loretta would be there to defend her new charge. After all, a knight never truly loses their sense of duty, even if they did find themselves forced to switch masters. Loretta is a fierce warrior, and we wish there were more hard facts about her personal journey, from bodyguard of the royal family to defender of Miquella's dream. While it's never outright stated that she is an Albinauric, we believe there's substantial evidence to show us that she truly was among their ranks, even if she didn't know it herself at first. Her dedication to helping her people, those who lived under the oppression of the Golden Order, solidifies her as one of the most admirable bosses we face in Elden Ring. If only we didn't have to defeat her to move on and face Malenia. Thank you for joining us for our lore dive into Loretta, Royal Knight and Knight of the Hewg tree. Do you believe Loretta was truly an Albinauric? Was the Silver Tear shield meant to hint at her true origins, or was it simply a rumor? Do you believe she traded her glintstone for gold in order to help others, or was she simply helping herself? No matter what your thoughts, please share them in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell if you want to be notified when we drop a new episode. If you're already a subscriber, why don't you double click that bell just to make sure you continue to get notified about the new videos from STG. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Carolos, Olivinus, Lazuli, Hyrodos, Windsage, Hema. These are the conspectuses of the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Each of these schools of magic focused on a different aspect of glintstone sorcery, while most stayed within the walls of Raya Lucaria Academy, believing they had all they needed to further their knowledge of sorcery. One of these schools disagreed. The battle mages of the Hema Conspectus believed cowering behind the walls of the Academy was no way to foster learning and discovery. How could one say they know all there is to know without going into the world and grasping at the truth for themselves? So it is that the battle mages left the Academy in search of truth, discovery, and a deeper understanding of glintstone than one could ever learn within the halls of a school. Join us today as we dissect the battle mages of the Hema Conspectus and the magics they wield. There are two spells associated with this school of magic that give us some background into the man who founded it. The Gavel of Hema and the Canon of Hema are both drawn from the scholarly conspectus of Hema, the adjudicator of the Academy. These sorceries employ might as a means to quell conflict. These spells outline Hema as the adjudicator of the Academy, a lofty position of power among scholars. As an adjudicator, Hema likely served the Academy as a judge or arbitrator amongst the other high-ranking members of Raya Lucaria Academy. His spells are heavy and quite large, and the gavel is likely a direct nod to his position as judge. It's fair to assume that when a dispute broke out amongst those in power, Hema was seen as the final word in their arguments. It's not explained why exactly he was given this role, but given the brute strength of his spells and the battle mages he trained, it's possible the Academy saw the physical prowess of his conspectus as a source of sturdy strength that could help guide their decisions. The mages of his conspectus used this strength to quell conflict, both inside and outside of the Academy. It seems as though the battle mages led by Hema were more or less a police force within the Academy's walls, making sure the other conspectuses played nice with each other. Likely a decision made by the leaders of the Academy to keep each other in check. The Hema Glintstone Crown tells us the battle mages were scholars of the Hema Conspectus who sought the power to quell conflict, and to this end studied sorceries of cannon fire and the gavel. So their main purpose was quelling conflict both inside and outside of the Academy. Thanks to the description of the battle mage robe, we learn that these scholars were the only ones in Raya Lucaria who were willing to leave the Academy during wartime. Robe worn by scholars of the Raya Lucaria Academy, tattered from being worn on the battlefield. Whenever war broke out and the Academy sealed its gates, only Hema's scholars dared venture outside. Seclusion is no way to foster discovery. It is only a convenient form of escape. Interestingly, we believe this opens up an important plot point for one of the only sorcerers we can speak to outside of the Academy. While Topes was certainly studying his own form of glintstone sorcery, we think it within the realm of possibility that he was also studying to become a member of the Hema Conspectus. We know he had no true prowess for glintstone sorcery, but he was willing to travel outside of the Academy, and should we finish his quest, he provides us with the erudition gesture needed to solve the puzzle of the converted Fringe Tower, which allows us to obtain the Hema sorceries. There isn't any concrete evidence for this claim, but the contextual evidence could support it, so we think it's an interesting idea. The sorcerers of the Hema Conspectus were the only mages with the physical prowess to leave the Academy and venture into the lands between during wartime, which we can see through their favorite weapon, the stone club. Signature weapon of the battle mages, hewn from hard glintstone. This club is much heavier than its size suggests, but had no magic power, so that they not lose sight of the true essence of combat. Battle mages prefer to feel the impact of their blows, fighting their opponents hand to hand. They wielded these heavy clubs that didn't even improve their magical abilities, while also firing magical cannons and attacking with enormous magic gavels, a much more physically demanding moveset than any other sorcerers we can face. This strength serves them well, as they're able to travel the lands and reach such dangerous places as Miquella's Haligtree. All in all though, it seems they use this power not to start fights, but to end them in an attempt to keep peace, to quell conflicts before they resulted in further bloodshed. However, there was one among their order who did not fall in line with this noble mindset, and instead developed a bloodlust the likes of which the Conspectus had never seen before. Amongst the students of the Hema Conspectus, Battle Mage Hewg stands apart as its greatest failure. From his ashes we learn, Hewg came from Sellia to study the Hema Conspectus at the Academy, where he became a battle mage. Hema scholars seek to quell conflict with cannon fire and the gavel, but Hewg developed a longing for it. The scholars of this Conspectus are meant to act as peacekeepers of sorts, quelling conflicts before they can escalate, through force if necessary. But it seems Hewg abandoned his purpose of quelling conflict, instead choosing to thrive in it and use the magics of the Hema Conspectus against their original purpose. The first hint we get at the bloodlust of Hewg is where we can do battle with him, inside of the Sellia Everjail in Dragonbarrow. The Everjails are used throughout the lands between to seal those people who others deem too dangerous to roam the land. The fact that Hewg caused enough damage for the forces of Caelid, either the Redmanes or the sorcerers of Sellia, to seal him in an Everjail speaks volumes to the damage he must have done wielding Hema's cannon and gavel against them in an attempt to create conflict and indulge in battle. Hewg shows us how the intentions of a teacher or school can be twisted by the wrong student. Though battle mages are meant to travel the world searching for new means to quell conflict, and only use force to put an end to it, the same power they wield to end the battle can be used to encourage it to rage on. All it takes is one battle mage to break their oath and revel in conflict instead of quelling it, to show us the danger lurking behind all of that power. While the Hema Conspectus plays an important role in the Academy of Raya Lucaria, they are only one branch of this extensive school of glintstone sorcery. They represent the strong guiding hand that brings peace to all of the different factions within the Academy, through force if necessary. When a conflict within their ranks needs a resolution, the battle mages step up to act as adjudicators, just as their mentor Hema once did, and without them, it's likely the Academy would descend into chaos, with mages of different conspectuses acting against each other. This conspectus is necessary to maintain the scholarly pursuits of the Academy, and without it, the mages of Raya Lucaria could tear their school apart, piece by piece, until nothing remains. Thank you for joining us for this dissection of the Hema Conspectus, its founder, and the battle mages that study its spells. Which conspectus of the Academy would you like us to cover next? Why is Hema the only master whose conspectus was given his actual name? Who else absolutely loves the animation of the Gavel of Hema? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our content. Also, if you want to support the channel, please consider becoming a member. Membership gets you early access to each episode of Elden Lore, and we're working on other incentives as well. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. In this series, we've explored a number of characters throughout Elden Ring. Some have had plenty of item descriptions to draw their background from, while others have only had small snippets we've been able to use alongside contextual information to tell their story. Today's topics belong in the latter camp, as they're provided little to no explanation in-game. We can encounter these human mini-bosses on our journey, and they truly have no bearing on the story of the Lands Between as a whole. Even so, they each help to flesh out the players in this world, from the little we can learn about them during our battles. Today we are discussing Esgar, Priest of Blood, and Necromancer Garris, and seeing what we can learn about who they are and their motivations. Esgar, Priest of Blood, can be encountered in the Lanedale catacombs below the city itself. When traveling through the subterranean shunning grounds, we can find these catacombs just past the giant crayfish at the bottom of the area. Once we make our way through, we fight Esgar, who looks a little different from your typical follower of Hewg, the Lord of Blood. He wields the Reduvia in one hand, magic in the other, and fights alongside two bleed-inducing dogs. His strategy is clearly to let our blood as quickly as possible as an offering to Hewg. What makes Esgar different from his other followers is that while he does wear the sanguine robes, instead of their usual hood, he is adorned with the Great Hood, an item you would never expect to be associated with anyone having dealings with the Lord of Blood. The Great Hood is a hood far larger than the head it is meant to cover, a burial shroud of sorts for those who discover, at long last, the truth they sought. And it says, "Yes, surely this is the moon that young Rennala gazed upon." This item is clearly associated with Rennala, and the quote within implies someone else touched on the truths in the moon associated with her. But the part of the description we'd focus on is the area claiming that users of this hood found the truth they sought. Esgar is a bit of an enigma amongst the Sanguine nobles, as he has been assigned the title of priest, implying that he may rank more highly than your typical noble. He is the only in-game enemy aside from Hewg himself that can wield blood incantations against us, another indication that he harbors more knowledge than your typical follower of the Mohgwyn dynasty. The spells he wields can bolster this theory with their in-game descriptions. Swarm of Flies is a Blood Oath incantation shared from the Lord of Blood's power, and it tells us, "The new palace of the Lord of Blood lies in a swamp of festering blood, and these flies are said to spawn from the excrement of that land." This implies that Esgar actually found his way to the Mohgwyn Palace, as we ourselves can only gain this spell by making our way there. He also uses Blood Flame Talons, a Blood Oath incantation granted by the Lord of Blood. Now knowing what we do about his armor, weapons, and spells, we can weave together a possible backstory. While it would be easy to assume that Esgar is tarnished, it's worth noting that he can't invade you as a bloody finger, and if he isn't a bloody finger, he may not have tarnished origins. This means he was not necessarily recruited by White Mask Vare, and could have been anyone before encountering Hewg for the first time. Somehow, through invitation or by chance, Esgar found his way to the Mohgwyn Palace, and upon meeting with Hewg, was granted the Blood Flame Talons and the Lord of Blood's exaltation. Now knowing a great truth he never knew he was seeking, that the Formless Mother, an outer god, guided Mohg's hand in creating his dynasty through blood, Esgar found his purpose and became a priest of the Mohgwyn dynasty. While he had no horns of his own, he saw a way to express his newfound allegiance and faith by donning the Great Hood. From here, he was stationed by Hewg within the catacombs, surrounded by Omen, and stood guard over this place, spilling the blood of those who wandered in, defending the catacombs of his lord's domain. In our eyes, this path makes the most sense when it comes to determining how Esgar came to be our final boss within the twisted catacombs beneath Lanedale. Unfortunately, without more concrete information, we can't confirm our theory is correct. But what do you think of this enigmatic blood sorcerer? Our second topic for today is a character known as Necromancer Garris. This man is found within the Sage's Cave in the Altus Plateau, but if you've been exploring the land thoroughly before this point, encountering him in the cave will not be the first time you've heard his name. Below Stormveil Castle, where we can find a face connected to the remains of Godric the Golden, there's a teardrop scarab that holds the spell Rancor Call. This is a sorcery of the Servants of Death that summons vengeful spirits that chase down foes. Once thought lost, this ancient death hex was rediscovered by the necromancer Garris. Once we meet Garris, we find that he wields two weapons, one of which we'll discuss in a minute, and the other is the Prince of Death's staff, a staff embedded with sullied amber, said to be a very part of the Prince of Death, enhances death sorceries. One of the staves deemed heretical by the Academy for its ability to allow sorceries to be augmented through faith in addition to intelligence. This makes it clear that Garris has made a pilgrimage to the face below Stormveil, rediscovering Rancor Call and breaking off a piece of the Prince of Death to use in his study of necromancy. Garris wears the Sage's set, which sheds a lot of light on those who do with very little description. Attire of the wise sages who were deemed heretical, evidence that the wearer was driven from town. The only other sage we encounter wearing these robes is Gowry, but they seem to be considered heretical for different reasons. Gowry due to his study of the rot, and Garris due to his necromancy. When it comes to the heretical study of necromancy, Smowtown already has a very thorough breakdown of how the practice is connected to the Deathrite birds and predates the Erdtree itself. So for a deeper understanding of Ghostflame and how this all ties to Garris, we strongly encourage you to check out his video. But there is one angle of Garris' story we differ in our opinion of, and that would be his motivations. Garris carries a weapon known as the Family Heads. It is described as 3 bludgeoning copper heads attached to a handle by chains, signature weapon of Necromancer Garris, the heretical sage. The heads were made to resemble those of his wife and 2 children. Many believe that this implies Garris began his studies into necromancy due to the death of his family, looking for a way to return them to his side. But we believe this character is much more sinister than that. The skill associated with this weapon is called Familial Rancor, and the description of its usage reads as follows. Gently rattle the copper heads to summon vengeful spirits that chase down foes. The anguish of a spouse and children invites accursed wrath. Garris' family are described as vengeful spirits, and their anguish is what is harnessed to attack using this skill. In the time where ghost flame rituals were the predominant form of death in the lands between, it's likely not everyone who died was left a vengeful spirit. In order for there to be peace in death, we have to assume that some laid to rest were not called upon to harness magic like this. The only knowledge we truly have about Garris is that he carries around a graven image of his family's remains, and uses their own spirits to attack. In our opinion, this information implies that Garris' family actually met their fate at the hands of Garris himself. His study of necromancy would have had them all shunned from their hometown and driven away. Now living in the lands between with no home, Garris, desperate to continue his study and needing a way to defend himself, turned on his family, making them fuel for his magic, and developing ways to use their spirits, hungry for revenge against him, as weapons against the dangers he would face. It could also be that his sacrifice of his own family to fuel his studies of necromancy are what outed him to his village as a heretic and had him exiled. Either way, if his family had died peacefully, why can we use the anguish of these dreadful spirits against our foes? Thank you again for joining us for this episode of Elden Lore. Sometimes the people we encounter in the lands between have so little background, it can be hard to piece together their stories. But we believe we've done a good job of shedding light on possible backgrounds for these 2 minor characters. Do you think we're onto something with our theory on Esgar's journey to becoming a follower of the Lord of Blood? Was Necromancer Garris a benevolent father looking to revive his wife and children? Or a monster who needed their vengeful spirits to fuel his studies? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss an episode in our Elden Ring lore series. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. It's hard to believe, but we've reached 1 year of creating content for the Elden Lore series. 67 scripts written, audio files recorded, pieces of art created, episodes released, diving into lore topics across the lands between. When we asked our audience what they wanted to see to celebrate 1 year of Elden Lore, we were surprised that a retrospective of the series was the poll winner. It's hard to even put into words what it's been like to work on these videos, especially since we never expected it to take off the way that it did. When Elden Ring came out, I was just an excited FromSoft fan, ready to sink my teeth into this new world. And the more I explored, the more my head swirled with the various stories being told every time I picked up a new piece of equipment. While I was playing, I did the regular rounds on YouTube, seeing what content creators had to say about the game and the stories that were being told, but the vast majority of videos were wholly focused on walkthroughs and builds. It seemed like the only stories getting any love were those of the demigods, the fingers, or the greater will. All the big players, but none of the little guys. I think what I really wanted to do with the first few episodes of Elden Lore was just try to create a coherent layout of the information related to my favorite characters. There was all of this information floating around about the Crucible Knights, but no one was putting it together into a concise breakdown. Granted, we were all lore hunting at the time, digging through the game, making new discoveries every day, but I thought it'd be fun to take a crack at doing this myself. I figured at best a couple hundred people might stumble onto my video, and maybe we could share information in the comments, spitball ideas, and learn a little more in the process. And for the first few days, that's exactly what happened. Then on the 4th day, things got crazy. If you've been with the channel for a while, you know that the Crucible Knights was our first video to really take off and launch us into YouTube's algorithm. After that, I thought, wow, this is cool, these numbers are insane. If nothing else I create even reaches an audience again, I'll be happy knowing that this did. But of course, you all wanted to hear more from us, and with each release, we saw those subscription numbers climb. The vast majority of comments on those early videos were positive, and a good chunk of them asked us to research specific enemies from the game and break down their lore. I was blown away that so many Elden Ring players were in the same place as me with this world and wanted to learn more about the bit players and the monsters we encountered. So that was it. From that point on, I knew I wanted to create these small-scale lore dives and see how much we could all learn together through our continued conversations. So that's how we got started creating the Elden Lore series. It was really a case of being in the right place at the right time and wanting to share an experience with other people on YouTube. Our artist, Pat G, saw the potential of the series early on and started working on every video with me, which is why we have what I think are some of the best Elden Ring thumbnails on the platform. Between my scripts, our checks and balances as a channel, and Pat's artwork, I was able to create a fully realized vision of what the Elden Lore series was going to be. And thanks to every viewer who's ever clicked an episode, I have the motivation to keep digging and learning more about this ridiculously deep world and all of the players in it. Through equipment upgrades, fun seasonal experiments, polls to determine topics, and a thorough examination of how to pronounce Everjail, our first year has been an exciting, messy, incredible, stressful, beautiful ride, and I'm excited to keep it going into year 2. All thanks to you. Speaking of you, the viewers, I wanted to use this video not just to talk about our first year and how the Elden Lore series started, but also about how you all changed my mind when it comes to various areas of the lore we explored in our first year. We know that through our research alone, we're not always going to get it right. Sometimes an important piece of information slips through the cracks, or a thread can be pulled on a theory that completely unravels it. And to be honest, I'm here for it. One of the best things about our community is our ability to dig deeper and have civil conversations in the comments about our thoughts on the stories being told. So, without further ado, here are the various bits of lore you all have changed my mind on. During our video on Boc, we theorized that it was possible Boc and Raya could be siblings due to the Daedakar's Woe talisman. Our thought was that Boc's mother could have been human, and if so, the fact that Datekar gave birth to a myriad of grotesque children could mean she was Boc's mother. You all pointed out in the comments that it's much more likely Boc's mother was a demi-human, as her prattling pate was in the shape of a demi-human, and the story of Boc seems to be connected much more closely to Kenneth Haight than anyone else. The prevailing theory is that Boc and his mother fled the castle, becoming separated at some point, which is why we find the Your Beautiful prattling pate on the corpse of a demi-human in the hermit village of Mount Gelmir. It makes sense that the corpse we find holding the pate was Boc's mother. When we dug into the Banished Knights, we were stumped as to how they ended up in crumbling Far Missoula, but thanks to the conversations in the comments, we got a better idea of how this could be possible. As many commenters pointed out, the Banished Knights likely fought under the banner of the Stormlord before their banishment. Many lore channels have explored the Stormlord and called out a connection between him and Placidu. So naturally, if the Banished Knights originally served the Stormlord, it would make sense that some of their forces were sent to Far Missoula to stand guard over the home of Dragonlord Placidu. Upon the Stormlord's defeat at the hands of Godfrey, his knights were banished, but those defending Far Missoula would have no way of knowing this happened, so they still wander the halls of its floating buildings, following orders from a lord who no longer sits on his throne. So we had a bit of a crackpot theory on the Oracle Envoys in the early days of lore hunting. That's on me, I can own that now. Our video on these elongated monsters put forward the theory that Oracle Envoys were a new form of Albinauric, and these days I can see just how silly this theory was. The Oracle Envoys are odd. They are incredibly pale, and their head wraps contain something that cries solemnly to itself. It was a reach to suggest that underneath the head wraps was the face of a second-generation Albinauric, but what really threw this theory out altogether was the fact that these enemies don't bleed silver. Albinaurics all bleed silver, and without that major detail, I should have known that they had no connection to this race outside of their pale complexion and a lack of legs. Also, they drop crab meat, so there's that. Along with owning this misstep, I wanted to call out an interesting idea many commenters pointed out about the Oracle Envoys at the Hewg tree. These monsters are said to arrive to herald a new god or age, and the obvious assumption is that they came to the Hewg tree to announce the age of Miquella's unalloyed gold. Personally, I still believe this to be the case, as there are many theories positing that while Miquella's body has left the tree, his consciousness may still reside within it. But many of our commenters believe that the Oracle Envoys are actually at the tree to announce the arrival of the Goddess of Rot. This is a strong theory, as Malenia wakes and becomes the Goddess of Rot during our battle with her. The only point against it is that the Envoys stay at the Hewg tree even after Malenia's defeat. Of course, her Aeonia is left behind and still holds some power, as we're able to use it to create Miquella's needle. So maybe Malenia isn't quite done with us yet. In our video about the Wormfaces, we called out a Wormface that resides in Mount Gelmir, disguised as a putrid corpse, claiming that this was a point for our theory about these creatures falling from Far Missoula and landing in different places through the lands between. You all pointed out that when you kill this Wormface, it drops a larval tear, meaning this was never a Wormface at all, but a silver tear. While I don't think it really changes our theory in any kind of significant way, it is an important distinction to make, and I wanted to thank you all for calling it out. I also saw a few comments suggesting that the Wormfaces literally grow from Deathblight, as worms can be seen spraying from our bodies when Deathblight affects us. I don't have any kind of hard evidence to prove this theory true, but I like the idea, so it's worth calling out. During our video on Malenia and Radahn, I theorized that Malenia marched on Caelid due to Radahn's attempted conquest of the lands between. We know Radahn fought Morgott and was defeated, but when he does battle with Malenia, they're on his home turf in Caelid. If Radahn were in the middle of a march for conquest, they would not have been fighting in Caelid. If anything, Radahn may have been on his way back after his defeat in Leyndell. So if Malenia wasn't trying to secure Miquella's throne by stopping Radahn's campaign, why did they fight? Thanks to our commenters, we have a couple of theories on the motivation behind this battle. First, it's possible that Malenia was marching on Caelid because she was trying to get Miquella back from Mohg. In Caelid, we find the elevator to the Eternal Cities below the lands between, so if Mohg somehow captured Miquella from under Malenia's nose, it would make sense that she would lead an army of clean-wrought knights to retrieve her brother. Unfortunately, this means moving through Radahn's territory, and as we know, these demigods are quick to violence with each other. While a simple conversation would have cleared up Malenia's presence in Radahn's domain, these two warriors instead chose to escalate into a conflict that left Caelid a rotting corpse of what it once was. Personally, I don't subscribe to this theory, because I believe the only opportunity Mohg would have had to steal Miquella from the Halo Tree would have been while Malenia was away. She is the Blade of Miquella, and as such, likely only left his side when ordered to by her brother. This opens up the second theory for why Malenia would have taken her forces to Caelid. In our video on Commander Niall, we discussed the significance of the eclipse, and explored the idea that Miquella needed the eclipse to come about in order to give his brother Godwyn a true death. While we believe his motivations for this were noble and were driven from a place of love for his brother, the important note here is that the eclipse never comes. We know that Radahn was holding back the stars themselves with his gravity magic, freezing the destiny of Ranni the Witch. But what if his bulwark against the stars also made it impossible for the eclipse to come? Radahn not only stilted the destiny of his sister, but also his brother, by not allowing Miquella to give him a true death. So what if Malenia's march on Caelid was actually an order from Miquella? Defeat Radahn by any means necessary, lay waste to his armies so that we may give Godwyn the Golden a true death, and stop the spread of Deathblight across the lands between. I think this theory makes a lot of sense and better aligns with the overall story of Elden Ring. It opens up an opportunity for Mohg to abscond with Miquella, explains why the eclipse never came, and gives a solid motivation for Malenia's win-at-all-cost mentality when fighting Radahn. I guess we'll see if the new Miquella DLC sheds light on the relationship between the fiercest Empyrean and Godwyn the Golden. After all, Radahn's been defeated, so it's possible the eclipse may now come. These are the biggest examples of where you, our community, have changed our thinking on the lore of Elden Ring throughout our first year. This world continues to expand as we all gain a greater understanding of what's happening around us, and the players within the lands between. I can't believe we've been lucky enough to work on this series for as long as we have, and we hope you'll keep joining us every week through Year 2 of Elden Lore. I know I say it in every video, but it cannot be overstated. Thank you. You, the person watching this right now, are the reason this series is continuing into its second year. You are the reason we strive to up our production quality and provide thorough character examinations. You are the reason I can keep making these videos, and your input is vital to our community. Thank you for sticking with us, and we can't wait to see what comes next for Elden Lore.